For 35 years, the Toscana Empress had never ventured within 2,500 nautical miles of the Tuscan coast it was named for, and neither had its crew. This rusty 70-meter offshore supply vessel, based out of Lagos, Nigeria, had spent decades shuttling personnel and equipment to oil rigs just miles from its home port, never straying beyond those familiar waters. That changed tonight. Emerging from the pre-dawn mist, its red hull worn by salt and time grew larger against the bright lights of a modern shipping terminal now 140 miles west of Lagos. The terminal belonged to the port of Lom in Togo, a nation struggling economically but boasting this new Chinese-funded facility on its southwestern edge. The loan to build it came with a steep prisonant just in interest, but in sovereignty. While Togo officially owned the land, China held the real power over what entered the country by sea, a strategy often called debt-trap diplomacy. Lure a nation into a financial bind, then exert control through the leverage of that debt. It wasn't a new tactic, but in Africa, China had refined it to an art. A man on the dock lowered his binoculars after tracking the ship's approach, taking a moment to survey the scene. 4 impassive men stood behind him. Lined up further back were 12 tractor-trailers with local drivers, and a cluster of 7 battered but capable Land Rovers idled nearby. As the Toscana Empress was secured by dock workers, the gangway lowered with a metallic groan. The man with the binoculars, Kang Shikun, climbed aboard alone. Following a crewman's gesture, he crossed the deck and descended into a vast cargo hold. The light was dim but sufficient to reveal what he'd come for. His mercenaries. Roughly 20 men lounged on or stood near crates and duffel bags, while more stacks of supplies reached toward the ceiling. Their gear was packed neatly, but the air hung thick with the smells of stale food, sweat, and overwhelmingly urine. The stench was appalling, a testament to a long and miserable voyage, but Kang Shikun didn't even flinch. Very little could unsettle him. Officially, Kang was the director of Shanshao Star Global, a private security firm protecting Chinese mining and construction sites across sub-Saharan Africa. Such companies were commonplace, a byproduct of China's vast resource interests on the continent, but the title was merely a cover. For 16 years, Kang had been an operative for China's Ministry of State Security, the nation's principal intelligence agency. The 4 men waiting for him on the dock were Miocère's as well former PLA officers serving as his protective detail, men as skilled with weapons and intimidation as they were intelligent. Kang himself was no stranger to conflict. Long before he entered the world of espionage, he had served 8 years with Aero, the elite special forces unit of the Beijing military region. This dock, this ship, and the mission ahead were simply another theater of operation. Kang had become the go-to African specialist for Chinese intelligence, the man they dispatched for the thorniest assignments. Back at headquarters, his reputation as a tough, clever, and adaptable operative was the stuff of whispered legend. The mercenaries gathered before him in the stifling cargo hold were a predictable lot-bearded, clad in cargo pants and sleeveless shirts or no shirts at all, the humid night air clinging to their skin. He quickly assessed them, his eyes scanning for the blurred gaze or fresh scrapes that hinted at a recent brawl or a bottle too many. Had managed drunken contractors on this continent before, and insisted on absolute sobriety from anyone under his command. To his satisfaction, this group seemed alert, their expressions sharp even in the dim light, though most regarded his entrance with a palpable indifference. They were sober, yes, but they lacked the ingrained discipline he valued in his own team. Postures were relaxed, many hadn't bothered to stand, and a man in the shadows hawked a spit onto the deck floor. It was a gesture meant to provoke, but Kang understood their type. They'd maintain this veneer of cool defiance, and they would execute the mission. That was all he required. His gaze settled on a familiar face, pushing through the crowd-a-bear of a man in his late 40s, solidly built with a dark brown mustache and goatee, his skin lightly marked from some childhood illness. The man stepped forward and offered a hand. Kang accepted it with a slight, formal nod. "Tremaine, good to be working with you again." The South African didn't return the smile. His accent was thick as he replied, "Let's hope this goes smoother than Niger." Kang paused, choosing his words. Niger was a tactical success on paper. "But I understand your perspective might differ. 3 of my men dead. 3 more crippled and sent home unable to provide for their families." "Must have missed that page in the report," Tremaine countered, his voice flat. Kang met his stare, unblinking and calm. After a tense moment, the bigger man seemed to relent just slightly. He turned to address the shadowy figures behind him. "Listen up. You answer to me. I answer to him. Keep it simple." The men watched in silence. "Your number?" Kang asked. 21, including me. The usual crew." Kang's eyes moved past Tremaine to the group. He gave a single, slow nod. "As we discussed, he'll need more. Significantly more." "Do I have a plane?" "A Cessna Caravan is requested. Local pilots, but reliable. It's fueled and waiting for you." Tremaine grunted in acknowledgement. "He'll head out at first light to speak with the Russians. They'll be hungry for work. Their last contract ended poorly." His eyes locked back onto Kang. "I estimate I can secure 50 more capable men." "Good." Kang's attention shifted past the men entirely, fixing on the stacks of crates and pallets reaching toward the ceiling. "What did you bring me?" 246 tons, the shopping list. Body armor, small arms, heavier systems. He gave a casual shrug. "For the rebel issue older gear, but proven. Acquired in Nigeria through underground channels. Originally lifted from a government stockpile in Port Harcourt. 480 Akaturn rifles, 70,000 rounds of 7.62, 52 General Purpose machine guns. Cases of pistols with 9mm ammunition and basic loadouts. Webbing, communications gear. We're not building a standing army, but well equip your fighters to put on a convincing performance." The Chinese intelligence officer allowed a flicker of approval. "Very well. Your team will start training the rebels right away while you go and have a conversation with your Russian contact." "I never called them contacts, did I? Is there an issue?" Tremaine gave a casual shrug. "I've crossed paths with them on operations before. I came out on top. They didn't." He added, "Let's just hope they don't hold a grudge, all right? Their cooperation is essential. I can turn on the charm when needed." Tremaine delivered the line with such a flat, emotionless tone that Kang immediately doubted the South African possessed any charm whatsoever. From the shadows at the rear of the cargo hold, another voice cut through the damp air. "We're not just here to run drills, are we? There's going to be real action too, right?" Kang identified the accent as South African, matching Tremaine's. He fixed the younger man with a cold stare before responding. "You will be informed on a need-to-know basis." Tremaine glanced back at his team member. "That's enough from you, Junior." Junior finally broke his challenging gaze away from the Asian man to answer his boss. "Right? Sorry." Kang held the stare a moment longer, then spoke. "You will be doing a significant amount of it. This is West Africa. Violence isn't an exception. It's the expectation, particularly in our destination." He paused, as if weighing his next words. "Especially there." With no further discussion, the men stood and began moving the crates out of the hold using hand trucks, rolling them up a ramp to the deck above. 90 minutes later, the loading was complete. The convoy departed the gleaming modern port, just as the first hints of morning sun began to sear through the coastal fog. Less than a mile up the asphalt road, Kang and Tremaine in the lead trucks were met by 6 pickup trucks brimming with local men. Tremaine scanned the new vehicles, eyeing the shadowy figures in the truck beds. He noted the absence of visible weapons, which was a smart precaution. A convoy this size already attracted enough unwanted attention, even with the vehicles spaced a kilometer apart. Openly brandished guns would have been an invitation for trouble. They were undoubtedly armed, but their discretion showed professionalism, and Tremaine respected that. On his hip rested a Beretta 92 FS pistol. In his gear bag was a folded Vector R5 battle rifle, standard issue for his team. A Dutch contractor named Krella's real name Cornelius sat beside the South African and leaned in. "You've got history with this Chinese fellow?" Tremaine gave a single nod. "He looks like a quiet academic, but he's one of the coldest operators I've worked for. Back in Eritrea, he had us clear a whole room of bandits, just kids, really. They'd hijacked a couple of trucks carrying gear he needed. He didn't know what those boys might have seen, and he wasn't willing to trust them to stay quiet. Had to be a dozen of them. We silenced them. Permanently, no loose ends." Creelis glanced toward the man seated behind them. "What about the operation in Niger? What usually happens to men like us? You became expendable. And Khan didn't hesitate to expend us. 3 dead out of 18. The rest of us got paid well enough." Tremaine shrugged, a gesture of grim acceptance. "That's the business, isn't it?" Creelis nodded slowly. "From what I hear, Kang is his government's top field operator here, and Beijing is pouring money all over this continent to ensure his missions succeed. When Chinese money comes my way," Creelis said, "I take it, I nod, and I follow instructions." "You follow my instructions," Tremaine corrected, pointing a finger at the Dutchman. "We're here to deal death, not to receive it. Stay breathing, and then you can enjoy spending that Chinese cash." "An order I'm very happy to follow, boss." The truck continued north, leaving the town behind and plunging into a dense, triple-canopied jungle as the dawn light finally began to paint the asphalt road. One more than 120 contractors employed by the United Defense Services Group, a private military corporation headquartered in the United Kingdom, lived and operated from Forward Operating Base Blackbird on the outskirts of Jalalabad, Afghanistan. Life at Blackbird wasn't exactly roughing it, especially compared to the Spartan military outposts nearby. The men enjoyed solid meals, a fully equipped outdoor gym, reliable internet, and a team room boasting a huge projection screen alongside a library of more than 300 movies. Alcohol was available too, within certain limits. The big screen flickered to life at 4 in the afternoon, drawing a crowd of guys who were done for the day, no more missions, their trucks and weapons cleaned, their gear swapped for comfortable clothes. They sprawled on worn sofas or sat in camp chairs, a few enjoying cigars. Those officially off-duty sipped beer or liquor, while others stuck to water or soda, knowing an emergency call-out could still come at any moment, even without prior notice. After a lively debate among the handful who actually cared, Blade Runner won the vote for the afternoon feature. As the DVD slid into the player, a bearded man walked past the group, yanking the blinds shut to kill the harsh glare from the scorching desert sun outside. The opening text crawl began, explaining the Nexus phase of replicants from the Tyrell Corporation, but the noisy conversations in the room barely paused, irritating someone on a front-row sofa. "Hey, shut the hell up already! The movie hasn't even started, mate," a man with an Australian accent shot back. "Like hell it hasn't. Listen to that Bengalese music. That's the whole reason I'm here." The chatter dipped slightly, but didn't stop. "Somebody kill that damn light!" another voice yelled from near the screen. A young man in the back stood up from his padded chair, padded barefoot to the switch, and flipped off the overhead lights. Returning to his seat, he grabbed a can of Red Bull from the drink fridge beside him. He took a sip, telling himself he'd watch until Sean Young's character saved Harrison Ford by taking out Leon. Then he'd head back to his hooch to call his girlfriend back in Richmond, Virginia. Of all the contractors at FOB Blackbird, Josh Duffy was the third youngest at 26. But he was no rookie. After a 4-year Army stint, he'd been working as a high-threat security contractor across the Middle East and North Africa. Now, after nearly 8 straight years in the sandbox, he was a seasoned veteran despite his youthful appearance. As the film played and the room gradually quieted, Josh sat alone. He wore a gray United Defense t-shirt and khaki cargo shorts, sporting a light brown beard and mustache with hair that fell almost to his neck. His girlfriend liked it long, and during the 2 months since he'd last seen her, he'd been letting it grow for her approval when he finally got home. And that wasn't the only surprise he had for her. One of the contractors here, a former tattoo artist, had inked plenty of the guys around the team house. A couple of weeks back, Josh had sat for a session, and now on his left PQ was a slightly red, still raised heart with the name Nikki across it. He hadn't shown her yet. This was a big statement, not something to just flash during a random video call. But it wasn't like his feelings were a secret. On his last leave, they'd gone engagement ring shopping in Europe, and in Florence she'd found what she called the perfect ring. If only the price tag weren't so steep. Josh had played it cool, nodding along when she said the ring was out of his price range. The moment her flight back to Virginia was wheels up the next morning, however, he'd hightailed it back to the jeweler and bought the thing. It was too expensive a fact. His bank account would grumble about later, but he pushed that thought aside. He planned to give it to her in 3 weeks on his next leave, and he was already crafting the perfect moment. Had reserved a corner table at what every online review swore was the most romantic spot in Richmond, and in the quiet hours between missions he'd been scribbling notes in his hooch, practicing the words he wanted to say. He was silently running through his speech again, the movie on the screen just background noise, when the guy on the stained vinyl couch in front of him twisted around. "Hey, Duff, toss me a Miller Lite, and make sure it's actually cold." Practically everyone here knew him as Duff, and Josh was pretty sure half of them had no idea it wasn't his given name. He didn't mind. He popped open the fridge, grabbed a frosty can, and handed it over. "Thanks, kid," the man said. "No problem." That was Mike Gordon, his team leader. Duff had a habit of just doing what was asked without a fuss, rank aside. Gordon cracked the tab and was about to take a sip when a booming voice with a distinct South African accent cut through the movie's soundtrack. "Got an urgent run to the airport. Need 3 bodies to come with me now." All eyes went to the large figure filling the doorway. He was in his early 40s, sporting a handlebar mustache and a faded camel-colored bush hat. His face was lean, weathered, and deeply tanned. His body armor hung loosely, the cummerbund of his vest dangling almost to his knees. "Not it!" called out a tall South African with dark curls near the front. "Yeah, not it," Mike Gordon echoed, raising his beer again. But the man in the doorway just pointed. "Caruth, Gordon Duff, Europe. Thought you wanted volunteers," Gordon grumbled, setting his beer down with a thud. "Consider yourselves volunteered," the South African shot back. "We're picking up a couple of VIPs and running them over to Fenty. Simple job." Duff knew him. His name was Tremaine, call sign Condor, a senior section leader for United Defense. Formerly a major in the South African military, he'd been working contracts across the region for years. Duff had only been with this company for 6 months, but in that time he'd run plenty of operations with Condor, both here at Jalalabad and on a previous contract down in Syria. In Josh's book, the man was capable and sharp, but also arrogant, impulsive, and utterly convinced his way was the only way. Sound familiar? It was a profile Duff had seen in a dozen senior contractors. Gordon, he knew, actively disliked and distrusted Tremaine, thinking the guy was slippery and dishonest after a few past clashes. Duff preferred to stay in his lane. Tremaine was his superior, so he followed orders. With a resigned sigh, Gordon stood up. The curly-haired South African Caruth rose from his seat, let out a theatrical groan, and started for the door. "You're ruining Blade Runner, Condor." "Well, be back in 90 minutes, Condor replied, unmoved, taking the Asker, wheels rolling from the fob at 16:30. "Move it." As the other two muttered their complaints, Josh simply stood, trailed the big South African out into the blinding sun, and jogged back to his hooch to gear up for another trip outside the wire. Less than 10 minutes later, Josh Duffy reached the motor pool, weaving through rows of parked vehicles until he found the Askar, a hulking Turkish-made armored personnel carrier. The Afghan sun hammered down, the heat intensified by the weight of his full kit. He was outfitted in a fire-resistant shirt, durable cargo pants, tactical body armor, a baseball cap, rugged hiking boots, and dark sunglasses. A chest rig was loaded with rifle magazines, and his belt held a 9mm pistol with spare ammunition. In one hand he carried his main rifle, a camouflaged HK-4116 fitted with an optic, a flashlight, and a laser aiming module. In his other hand was a packed go-bag containing enough rations and water for 3 days, along with additional medical supplies and extra rounds that wouldn't fit in the standard issue first aid kit on his vest. Andy Carruth and Mike Gordon arrived moments later, dressed in nearly identical gear, before Condor emerged from a nearby prefabricated building. He had a light machine gun slung over his shoulder, a stack of documents in one hand, and a cardboard box that once held whiskey in the other. After placing both items in the front passenger seat, he turned to address the group. "We'll get the vehicle sealed up. Intel says there are Taliban roaming around in armed trucks, but the biggest danger is still roadside bombs. A conventional unit got shot at near the airport yesterday. No one was hurt, but we're staying inside the armor until we arrive." Carruth took the driver's seat. Tremaine rode up front, and Gordon and Duff settled into the back, leaving the rear bench open for the 2 VIPs Condor had mentioned earlier. As they drove past the coiled wire, the heavy barriers, and the explosive detection dogs, Josh slipped fully into his professional mindset. Thoughts of Nikki, the wedding, or any personal future were pushed aside. His entire focus narrowed to the mission. His responsibility was his sector. He stared out the side window, scanning the buildings and rooftops, the empty lots covered in dust and debris, the small roadside stands and market stalls. He also kept a close watch on the road surface itself. While it was primarily Condor's job, riding shotgun, to help Carruth spot hidden or buried explosive devices, Duff found himself looking for them anyway. He'd had a vehicle hit by an Ide once in Syria. Though no one was badly injured, the experience had left him shaken for a long time. He far preferred a visible enemy, one he could actually engage. Jalalabad was a hazardous area, but in his 3 months here, aside from some occasional mortar fire aimed at their base from a distance, Josh hadn't seen any direct combat. He ran escort missions through the city daily, and while violent incidents happened regularly around him, they hadn't happened to him. He maintained this intense concentration until, about 10 minutes into the drive toward the airport, Condor suddenly altered their route. "Carruth, turn right here. We're heading straight to Fenty instead." Forward Operating Base Fenty was the primary U.S. military installation in Jalalabad, a sprawling 5-square-mile complex that had been established for more than 10 years. Gordon spoke up. "What about the airport pickup? Change of plans, gentlemen. We're on a special tasking now." "What kind of tasking?" Carruth asked. Condor replied, "The company has authorized me to collect a shipment of rifles from the weapons depot." He glanced down at the paperwork in his hand. "Vault 12, on the west side of the fob behind the pistol range." "How many rifles are we talking about?" Carruth inquired. 120 AKs. Gordon tilted his head. "How are we supposed to fit 120 rifles in here along with the VIPs?" The South African gave a dismissive sniff. "We aren't picking up the VIPs. Just going to Fenty and then returning to base. Then why did you tell us this is a covert operation, approved directly by headquarters?" Duff and Gordon exchanged a look. Neither was certain what was really happening, but both wore expressions of deep skepticism. The sudden shift felt off, like a rehearsed story that didn't quite add up, and it cast a shadow of doubt over the entire morning's preparations. Carruth leaned forward, his voice low. "What exactly does United need with AKs?" Gordon picked up the thread. "Right. If these rifles are sitting in a U.S. depot, they're likely confiscated enemy weapons meant for the Afghan police. Why would we be the ones Condor cut him off? United is establishing a counter-narcotics training facility separate from Blackbird. We're bringing in instructors from Kabul, contracting former DIA agents, and recruiting from the Afghan military. The weapons are a U.S. provision for the program. It's a CCAA-backed initiative, strictly need to know, and you 3 have just reached your limit." The explanation did nothing to quell their doubts. So we just waltz onto a U.S. base and collect an arsenal? Gordon pressed. I handle the paperwork. It's arranged. After a deliberate pause, Condor added, relax and observe. Gordon caught Duffy's eye and silently formed the word bullshit. Duffy returned his gaze to the window, scanning for external threats, yet increasingly convinced the real danger was sitting right beside him. They reached the FOB's main gate, flashed their Department of Defense contractor credentials, and drove several minutes more to a fortified storage building marked Vault 12. Carruth remained with the vehicle as Condor led Gordon and Duffy from the blinding sun into the cool, shadowy interior. Duffy noted Condor was still carrying the box of whiskey. At the reception desk, a warrant officer in his 30s waited. His name tape read Thacker, and he greeted Tremaine with familiarity. Condor. How's life at Blackbird? The South African glanced around. Probably similar to here, I'd imagine. Unlikely, Thacker replied, eyeing the carton. You've got the good stuff over there. Condor opened the box, extracted a bottle of Booker's bourbon, and set it on the counter. You've got it here, too, if you know the right people. Thacker grinned. Seeming to recall his duty, he grabbed a clipboard, marked an X on a signature line, and handed it over. Gordon edged closer, peering at the document as Condor signed, then stepped back beside Duffy before the man turned. Duffy, Gordon. Start loading. The crates each contained 10 rifles, 40 magazines, and accompanying gear. The two men made a dozen trips, hauling the heavy boxes to the truck. As Gordon secured the rear door, he turned to Duffy, his voice a tense whisper. If this were legit CIA, the agency would supply the gear directly, not funnel it through an Afghan police stash. Condor or United, maybe both, are neck-deep in something rotten. How can you be sure? Because the bastard just signed for the weapons as Eric Cartman. Duffery's brow furrowed. From that cartoon? Gordon's expression was one of simmering anger. We're being dragged into an illegal operation, kid. Duffy shrugged, a gesture of weary resignation. I follow orders, Gordon. That's the job. They climbed into their seats, and the vehicle soon departed the base. The road back was quiet. The only sound the sporadic radio traffic from other United convoys. It was an unnervingly calm afternoon, the light traffic doing little to ease the tension. Finally, Gordon broke the silence. Let's be real. There's no version of this that isn't shady. Carruth nodded emphatically from the driver's seat. Condor let out an exasperated sigh. What do you lads want from me? Regional Command called from Kabul today. Ordered 1 truck to Fenty to collect 12 cases of rifles, and that is precisely what I did. Gordon shot back. Did they also order you to sign a fake name and hand over a bottle of bourbon worth a week's pay? Condor merely sniffed in response, staring out the window as the landscape rolled by, a silent admission hanging in the air between them. After a few moments he admitted, yeah, they actually did. Gordon shook his head slowly, and the tension inside the vehicle became palpable. The only African-American in the group leaned forward from the back. Just lay it out for us. What kind of situation did you drag us into? Condor started to turn in his seat, raising a finger toward Gordon, but Carruth's voice cut through from the driver's seat. Hey, heads up. Something's off. What do you see? Condor asked, lowering his hand and turning back around. Duff spoke up, having noticed it himself. It's dead silent out there, boss. They rolled through a market district that should have been lively, even at this hour. Condor scanned the empty stalls from his window. Where is everyone? Gordon snapped back into focus, calling out from beside Duff. My sector's clear, but you're right. There's maybe a fifth of the usual crowd here. It's a ghost town. That signals Taliban movement, Condor stated flatly. Stay alert, he ordered, then added, Duff, get on the 240. The M240 machine gun in the roof turret was their best response to a direct assault. While roadside bombs had been their primary worry, the eerie quiet from the streets now suggested enemy fighters might be close. Duff unclipped his seatbelt and reached for the overhead hatch. His focus was entirely on getting up into position, so he missed what Gordon and Carruth had also failed to spot: a short section of the curb, just over a yard long, that looked oddly pristine and white. A shredded, empty burlap sack was draped over it, a clumsy effort to conceal the fact it wasn't a curb at all. Hidden within those few kilograms of concrete was a 120mm artillery shell. A kilometer away, a man on a rooftop had been watching this stretch of road for more than 10 hours, praying for a U.S. military vehicle to pass. The Desert Tan Askar wasn't American, but from his distance it looked close enough. Whoever was inside, he was sure they weren't Taliban, and that was all the justification he needed. The instant Josh's hand closed on the hatch lever, the bomber pressed the command on his phone. The world detonated 10 meters in front and to the left of the armored truck. For Josh Duffy there was no sound, no flash, just an immediate, absolute blackness. Duff's eyes opened to darkness. He was on his side, his body armor shoved up against his face, a throbbing pain in his right temple and shoulder. His jaw ached as if he'd been sucker-punched. For a second he thought night had fallen, but the acrid, choking fumes in his throat and lungs told a different story. A sudden, violent bang nearby jolted him fully awake. He felt around, his hands scraping against metal. The armored vehicle was on its side. Another impact slammed into the roof, sounding like a high-velocity strike. There were 3 other men in here with him. He couldn't see them, but their names came back. 2 more sharp, pounding thwacks followed Ballett's hitting armor. As the smoke began to thin, he could make out Condor in front of him moving on his side. Carruth was still strapped into the driver's seat, his arms and head dangling limply. Then a voice, close and to his left. "Jesus Christ." Mike Gordon coughed wetly, and Duff felt a warm spray against his cheeks, spit or blood. He pushed himself up slowly, intending to help Gordon. Condor's voice was a ragged scrape after a cough. "Sound off. Gordon's." "Here," Mike managed, coughing again. "Duffy's moving." Carruth began to stir. The South African shook his head groggily and muttered, weak but with a trace of his usual dark humors, "Andy C. is still in the building." The reply from outside was immediate and brutal, a sudden roar of automatic gunfire raking across the hull of the truck. The sharp crack of incoming rounds striking the armored hull, and the windshield's reinforced glass filled the cabin. Condor's hand shot toward his radio, but a sudden brutal volley from a heavy machine gun on the street hammered the disabled vehicle. "Back hatch! Go, go, go!" he roared to the men behind him. Duff scrambled over the stacked crates of rifles, fighting his way to the rear. He threw the lever and tumbled out onto the pavement, dragging his weapon with him. With most of the enemy fire concentrated on the front of the overturned Askar, he used the Hulk for cover, scanning for threats as the others escaped. A white Pickup technical swung into view from an alley, a gunner braced behind a mounted machine gun in its bed. Duff dropped flat on the asphalt and opened up. His initial shot sparked off the truck's frame or whined past, but then he connected, and 20-23 round punching into the bearded gunner's midsection. The man crumpled and spilled from the vehicle. Duff shifted his aim to the cab, firing until the windshield webbed with red. The technical lurched forward, coasting into a deserted food stall before shuddering to a halt. A boot nudged his leg. Gordon was kneeling behind him, covering the western approach. Next, Carruth emerged from the wreck, a trickle of blood tracing through his beard, and moved to face east. Finally, Conrad Tondor Tremaine crawled out, staying low on his knee pads until he could drag his M249 light machine gun free. He rose cautiously, peering beneath the vehicle's still spinning rear tire, suspended in the air. After a second, he pulled back. "PK gunners reloading! We're moving to that wall now," he shouted. Duff's eyes followed the command. Ahead was a long, low concrete barrier bordering a parking lot in front of a skeletal 2-story structure, likely a future shopping center. It was the only semblance of cover. He pushed up and led the sprint, his rifle shouldered, laying down sporadic bursts toward the origin of the fire, not to hit anyone, but to buy a few seconds of suppressed movement. He covered the 15 yards, vaulted the wall, and immediately crawled several feet along its base to avoid presenting a fixed target. Coming up, he emptied the remainder of his magazine at armed figures on a rooftop across the way, providing covering fire as the other 3 contractors scrambled over the barrier beside him. Tremaine dropped to his knee pads, ducking low, and keyed his radio. "JBAD Operations Center, this is Condor. We are in heavy contact, repeat. Heavy contact from technicals and dismounts." "How copy?" Static was the only reply. Duff glanced behind them, his mind already racing for an exit route, and a cold realization settled in. Tremaine had led them into a trap. The adjacent building's wall on this side was sheer, featureless concrete, with a small ledge about 10 feet up and a line of gaping windows above it. Laden with gear, body armor, and weapons, scaling it under fire was impossible. With a grimace, Tremaine shouldered his N249 and ripped off several sustained bursts. The weapon's roar now their most substantial reply in the fight. The irony wasn't lost on Duff. They'd traded a mobile fortress for a concrete coffin, and their grand escape had landed them in a shooter's gallery. The ambush was perfectly set, and Duff knew their survival hinged on a single second's miscalculation by the eyed triggerman. As Carruth and Gordon laid down suppressive fire to the east and north, Duff turned to Tremaine. "Condor, we need to break contact, move laterally, and use this building for cover on foot." Tremaine ignored him, shouting into his radio instead. "Jalalabad Operations Center, Condor. We are in heavy contact, effective immediately. How copy over?" A staticky, garbled reply came through. Just as Tremaine was about to request a repeat, the distinctive roar of a Plum machine gun erupted again, hammering the wall directly behind them. Duff instinctively returned fire, spraying rounds in the general direction of the enemy, hoping sheer volume would make them keep their heads down. He noticed Tremaine was practically glued to his handset, spending more time talking than fighting. The South African's voice cut through the gunfire. "Say again, do you have our position? We require immediate Kruf. Engage in a minimum of 10 hostiles." Duff slammed a fresh magazine home. "Condor, we have to move now." "Negative," Tremaine barked, and the sudden command made the others pause their firing to look at him. "We hold this position until quick reaction force arrives." He unleashed a long burst from his N249 toward a rooftop. This went against every piece of contractor doctrine Duff knew. In a city like Jalalabad, gunfire was a dinner bell for every fighter in the district. The only smart move was to break away from the kill zone, and Duff couldn't fathom why Tremaine was refusing. "Boss, this is..." A heavy machine gun opened up, blasting huge sections of their protective wall into dust and rubble, showering the hunkered-down men with debris. Tremaine finally got a clear comms check. Kref was en route with a 10-minute ETA. He fired another burst over the crumbling wall before ducking back. "We are not abandoning those weapons. We secure this intersection." "Secure it with what?" Gordon screamed, ejecting a spent magazine from his huck and ramming a new one home. The pick kept chewing their cover to pieces. All 4 men low-crawled 20 feet to a slightly more intact section, popped up to fire at several gunmen and a pair of technicals, then dropped back into a heated argument. "We need to boogie right damn now," Duff insisted. Tremaine shook his head, his expression rigid. "My orders are to guard those weapons with my life." "Fine. You guard them with your life." "Not mine," Carruth yelled. The Taliban gunner walked his fire right onto their new position, pulverizing the masonry. Tremaine shifted again, risked a quick peek over the wall, and dropped back down. "There's an unmanned Pakmon at technical to our right." Duff already knew about the Russian machine gun because he'd taken out its operator and the 2 men in the cab moments before. So what? "Get on that weapon, kid, now." Gordon fired a controlled pair of shots and ducked. "Hell no! Duff, do not go out there." "It's suicide." They scrambled to a new spot just as the section of wall they'd vacated completely disintegrated, rounds snapping through the empty parking lot where they'd just been. Duff rose, aimed at another part of the wall, and dumped a full magazine in a furious, suppressive burst. Kneeling again, he tried reasoning. "Condor, we can slip around the side of this building and be a full block clear in 30 seconds. That was a direct order, Duff. Get on that feckin' machine gun." Duff looked over the wall once more. The truck sat about 25 yards away, a sprint that would be certain death if not for the wrecked Afghan National Police vehicle lying on its side in the middle of the road, offering a sliver of potential cover. A cold, grim realization settled over him. This wasn't about tactics anymore. It was about a stubborn man clinging to a pointless order. The absurdity of it almost made him laugh. Here they were, arguing about doctrine while a city full of enemies closed in. His fear began to harden into a sharp, focused anger. Duff calculated that the armored vehicle would shield most of his sprint to the technical. Gordon's voice cut through the noise. "Urgent. Tremaine. We need to move now." Tremaine seized Duff by the shoulder strap of his vest, giving him a hard shake. "Listen up, kid. This is the last time I'm asking." Duff shrugged off his rifle and dropped his pack right there. Crouching low, he moved another 10 yards along the battered wall before vaulting over it into the street. He hit the ground running, his legs driving hard against the weight of his gear. The steady thump of the enemy machine gun seemed distant until he passed the overturned Ascar truck, its spilled crates of Aki-47s gleaming in the dust. That's when the asphalt erupted in front of him, accompanied by the sharp crack of rifle fire. They'd spotted him. He pushed harder, arms pumping, and dove headlong into the open bed of the technical as rounds whistled past his ears. Scrambling behind the mounted plum machine gun, he yanked the charging handle, though the previous Taliban gunner had already prepared it, and peered through the iron sights. The road ahead was swarming with targets. He squeezed the trigger, stitching the street with fire. His first sustained burst tore into an enemy technical just as it plowed through a wall section near his teammates. Duff then walked his fire along a line of fighters taking cover behind the opposite wall, scattering them before raking a rooftop crowded with insurgents. Return fire smacked into the truck's frame, and a round hammered into his chest plate with a force that stole his breath. But he kept firing, delivering measured bursts of heavy rounds. He could hear Tremaine's M249 joining the fray, but Gordon's and Carruth's weapons were silent. Less than a minute after he'd taken control of the gun, the Taliban attack broke. They were pulling back. Duff emptied the last of a 200-round box magazine at a retreating truck, missing it, then dropped to his knees in the bed. As he fumbled with a fresh ammo can, he glanced toward the wall. Condor was there, his own weapon shouldered, covering the reload. The moment the new belt was fed and a round chambered into the smoking gun, Duff was searching for targets again, but only for a second. Mike Gordon's shout pulled him back. "Duff, now, move!" Duff jumped from the truck and sprinted back across the road. He didn't bother with the wall this time. A huge gap, carved out by enemy fire, allowed him to simply leap over scattered cinder blocks. On the other side he froze. The scene was a nightmare of crimson. Andy Carruth was on his back, his body armor removed by Gordon to expose a grievous gunshot wound high on his chest, near the armpit. His shattered sunglasses lay in the dirt beside him. His eyes were unfocused, and his lips moved soundlessly. Duff, with more advanced trauma training than Gordon, immediately pushed forward. "Gordo!" "I've got him." "Get on security." Gordon gave a barely perceptible nod, raised his rifle, and began scanning the market ahead. Duff went to work, pulling his individual first aid kit and ripping open a chest seal. The distant rumble of approaching armored personnel carriers signaled the quick reaction force was en route, but they were minutes away. With Tremaine maintaining a perimeter, the weight of saving Carruth settled squarely on Duff's shoulders. He pushed aside a flash of memory at a training exercise back in Texas that now felt absurdly clean and simple, and focused on the brutal, immediate task of keeping his friend alive. For the next 5 minutes, with an 18-man quick reaction force securing the area from 3 armored vehicles, Duff focused entirely on Carruth. He inserted a nasal airway and fought to stem the bleeding, but the lung shot was catastrophic. The round had torn straight through. Despite 2 chest seals and layers of bandage, the blood kept flowing until suddenly it didn't. Sitting back, Duff wiped sweat from his forehead with a forearm already stained red, his hands and cheeks smeared with it. He met Gordon's eyes. He didn't make it. Duff scanned for Tremaine and spotted him farther down the road, directing men as they hauled crates of Kalashnikovs from the blast crater into the Curaf trucks. Gordon called out, "Tremaine!" and he's gone. The South African let out a sharp sigh of irritation before walking back. Duff stood, slinging his rifle and pack back into place with a heavy weariness settling in his bones. Tremaine turned to a man by one truck. "Bobby, grab a bag." "On it, boss." A black body bag was retrieved and brought over. As Duff watched, the adrenaline drained away, leaving a hollow exhaustion that quickly curdled into a cold, sharp rage. After a moment standing there, painted in Caruth's blood, he spoke, his voice low. "Andy's blood is on your hands, Tremaine. Go to hell, kid. We were abandoning that gear to the enemy." Duff charged forward, fury overriding sense, and drew back a fist. The older man swung first. Duff ducked and came up with a punch of his own that glanced off Tremaine's temple. The counter was brutal, a hook to the kidneys that dropped Duff gasping into the dirt. Tremaine loomed over him as Duff spat grit, his body locked up and useless. Beside him, Caruth's body was rolled roughly into the bag and zipped shut. Then, to Duff's horror, Tremaine produced a second bag where it came from. He had no idea and opened it over him. Paralyzed, Duff could only stare as he was enclosed. He tried to scream, but his voice was gone. His heart hammered against his ribs in pure terror as the zipper closed over his face, plunging him into darkness. The man on the toilet wore gray sweatpants and a damp, faded army t-shirt. His chest heaved as he pressed the back of his forearm against his eyes, biting the inside of his cheek to ground himself, to force back the rising panic. It was just a nightmare, he knew that. But it was always just a nightmare, and knowing never made it easier. And if he was honest, it wasn't just a nightmare. The core of it happened. The death, the fury, the helplessness. 7 if his waking memory edited the details. Nobody ever zipped him into a bag, but the essence, the guilt, was identical. Josh Duffy pushed himself up using the sink, leaning against the cool porcelain. He grabbed a towel and wiped the sweat from his clean-shaven face, then splashed himself with cold water and dried off again. In the mirror he watched the familiar twitch in his upper lip, a tiny betrayer of stress. He told himself it would fade. It always did. And it always returns. Maybe not the same twitch, or the same dream, or the same dusty road, but the combat head lived through never really left. It just waited, lingering just beneath the surface of every quiet moment. It had been many months, perhaps longer, since Josh Duffy had last been haunted by that specific memory from Jalalabad. The firefight was nearly a decade old now, and in the intervening years, a whole new roster of traumas had shouldered their way into his nightmares, pushing J-Bad further down the queue. Not all of his scars were confined to his mind, however. He clicked off the bathroom light before easing the door open, then hooked a crutch under his left arm and moved into the shadowed bedroom. Despite the absence of his left leg below the knee, and despite the panic attack that had just left him feeling raw and exposed, Duffy crossed the floor with a quiet, feline grace. He reached his side of the bed without a sound, lowered himself with deliberate care, and propped his crutch against the nightstand. The clock's digital glow read 3:12 Enquov, 12 am. He let out a slow breath. Settling back against the pillows, he pulled the blankets up and fixed his gaze on the window. He bit down on the inside of his cheek, a familiar grounding pressure, and drew in a few measured breaths before closing his eyes. Every single damn night, he thought, the phrase circling in his mind like a tired mantra. The thumping rhythm of Afro-brats poured from speakers dangling in the trees. Locals laughed, drank, and danced across the dirt courtyard of a small, thatch-roofed bar, a structure so dark it almost merged with the encroaching jungle on 3 sides. The crunch of gravel announced a dirty gray Land Cruiser as it pulled off the rural road and parked near the riverbank, nudging in beside a row of scooters and motorcycles. 5 men climbed out and began moving through the crowd. Almost immediately the lively chatter began to die down. Heads turned, and the music, though still playing, seemed to lose its commanding presence. These were not regulars, and they were certainly not locals. All 5 were white, bearded, one of them bald, their ages spanning from late 20s to late 40s. Nobody in the bustling courtyard needed to ponder their identity for long. This place sat just off a road near the Ubangi River, outside Bangui in the Central African Republic, and every patron instantly understood 3 things about the newcomers. They were Russian, they were mercenaries, and they spelled trouble. The men sauntered into the covered area, a low concrete slab bar under a thatched roof, and took seats at a plastic table. A cautious waitress approached, her boss watching intently from behind the bar as she took their order. She returned minutes later with their drink. By then the courtyard had largely emptied of locals, save for a few defiant regulars and a couple of others too inebriated to notice or care. A single fan hanging from the thatched ceiling did little more than push the warm, thick air around the 5 men. As they drank, their faces lit by the weak glow of a couple of neon signs and a string of Christmas lights draped over a wooden beam. Fat, persistent flies buzzed around, indifferent to the fans' feeble efforts. The staff had turned down the pulsing Fireboy Demel track, hoping the foreigners wouldn't complain about the noise. But the men didn't complain. They just quietly worked through bottles of 33 export beer and shots of Wanawa vodka, keeping to themselves. The Wagner Group, a private military company directed by the Russian government, had seen action in Syria and Ukraine. Here in Africa, however, its forces were known simply as the Afrika Korps. On the continent, the organization operated with the brutal efficiency of a mafia, its many specialties including propping up vulnerable regimes in exchange for highly profitable rights to minerals and timber arsenal, trade of security for resources that fueled its shadowy empire. For years, Russian interests had managed extensive operations across Western and Central Africa, from timber and gold to diamonds and liquor. That all shifted dramatically when the leader of the Wagner Group was killed in a plane explosion over Moscow one evening a year prior. The organization splintered almost overnight, and the Kremlin moved swiftly to exert direct control over what had been semi-independent Russian contractors on the continent. Consequently, the 5 men gathered in this bar were no longer part of the Wagner Afrika Korps. They had since taken on various private security roles, trait mercenary work most recently in the conflict-ravaged Central African Republic, and just over the border in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. They were far from alone. Hundreds of similar Russians were scattered around, here in South Africa, Nigeria, Niger, and Ethiopia. A few contractors had returned home, but most chose to stay. Going home meant being funneled into the war in Ukraine, a conflict widely viewed as a meat grinder. It also meant trading their formerly lucrative soldier of fortune pay for a conscript's pittance, a mere fraction of what they earned fighting other people's wars here in Africa. These men felt utterly abandoned by their company, by their homeland, by their own people. They burned through their local currency in bars, picking fights and redirecting the aggression that was once a professional asset into their now bleak civilian existence. They were a powder keg in search of a spark, and that spark arrived just before midnight. A warm gust of night air swept through the courtyard, briefly scattering the flies from the table. The 5 Russians sent their drinks down in unison as a lone white man approached through the nearly empty space, weaving around trees and tables toward the raised, thatched roof bar. He was fit, around 6 feet tall and maybe 50, with a lean, pock-marked face that spoke of some childhood ailment not fully concealed by a dark goatee. Forehead wrinkles and crow's feet framed his eyes, his sweat-stained light blue linen shirt complete with epaulettes khaki cargo pants, and worn Merrill boots made him Central Casting's perfect pick for a Western security contractor in Africa. Slung over his shoulder was a well-used Arcrex backpack. The Russian at the head of the table, a bald man with a bushy beard, watched him closely, and spoke softly in Russian, just audible over the music. "Anyone know this jerk?" The chorus from his men was unanimous. Yet a pistol hammer clicked under the far side of the table. "Easy, Oleg," the man at the head said. The stranger stopped directly in front of him. "Lev Belov, I was told you speak English." Belov's eyes narrowed. After a moment he replied, "Who told you that? Can we go somewhere private to talk? Hand your pack to one of my guys and lift your shirt." The man in blue complied. He was unarmed, and the bag's contents raised no alarm. Satisfied, Belov nodded to the bartender, ordered a beer and another bottle of vodka, then gestured to the one empty chair at the small wooden table. "Buy us a round of drinks?" "Certainly, but my business is with you. We could go discuss sit. These men don't speak 5 words of English combined." The bearded stranger didn't look happy about it, but he obliged, taking the plastic chair beside Belova. A waitress delivered 2 botolas of beer and vodkanta the newcomer before vanishing. Rounds of the local wa-na-wa were poured and downed without any toast. Mistrustful glances darted around the table. Yet Belova noticed the new man seemed remarkably at ease. After setting his glass down, the stranger held his beer with his left hand and extended his right to the man at the head of the table. "Conrad Tremaine." Belov shook the offered hand. The man from Pretoria poured himself another shot, the cheap glass clinking against the bottle. "What is it you want from me?" "I'm looking to hire you and others like you." Belova let out a derisive sniff. "To do what exactly? You're all fighters. If fighting was all you wanted, you'd be back in a Ukrainian trench right now. But you're here. That tells me you're waiting for the next opportunity." The South African leaned forward, his voice dropping. "Let's just say I represent that opportunity." "Who says we need your work?" Belova countered, though his protest lacked conviction. "You're exiles. Wagner got swallowed by the Russian Ministry of Defense. Sure, there are Africa Corps guys around, but they're on Moscow's payroll, Mossa's pathetic payroll, waiting for the call to go die for a cause that abandoned them." He gestured around the shabby bar. "You and hundreds of others left the organization but stayed on the continent. You're stuck guarding warehouses while the real money, the gold, the timber, the diamonds flows right past you, back to Russia." "Are you working alone?" Belov asked. "No. I'm with Sentinel Security." Belova gave a dismissive shrug. "Sentinel. Never heard of you. You knew us by our old name." "Armored Saint." A sudden sharp tension cut through the humid air. Belova's eyes narrowed. "Armored Saint was in the Congo." "Yes, the South African, Tremaine, confirmed with a slow nod. I was there, until the very end." Belov nodded back, a grim acknowledgement. "So was I." He let the silence hang for a beat before adding, "On the other side." "Sorry that didn't work out so well for your lot," Tremaine said, and then, catching Belova's darkening expression, he offered a casual, "That was a year ago, mate. You killed my friends a year ago," Belova stated, each word precise and cold. "And you killed mine. But look around. Funny how the world just keeps spinning without them, isn't it?" Belova bristled, the other Russians at the table shifting uneasily at the tone they couldn't understand. He was about to unleash a torrent of Russian curses when Tremaine cut him off with the only language that truly mattered here. "The contract is for a maximum of 7 months, 6 of those in training. I need you, and I need a lot more men. You'll get a finder's fee for every quality shooter you bring me." He let the promise hang in the air. "By Christmas, you'll be a very wealthy man." Belov turned away, speaking in rapid Russian to the man at the far end of the table. "It's all right, Oleg." The distinct metallic click of a pistol hammer being eased down from beneath the table was unmistakable. Tremaine heard it perfectly. Belov could see the knowledge flash in his eyes, but the South African showed no reaction to the fact. A gun had just been aimed at his groin. "How many men do you need?" Belov asked, his demeanor shifting to business. I have 20 South Africans, Nigerians, a few Europeans, a Chilean. I want 50 more. Can you get me that many?" Belava let out a low whistle. "That's an army. What's the job?" "Direct action," Tremaine said without hesitation. "After the training. Real special operations work. Small fire teams, multiple weapons systems, multiple objectives. Lightning speed. Where? Here in Africa. We'll stage in Togo. When it's time, we cross the border. Into Burkina Faso, Benin?" Both were chaotic, predictable choices. Neither. Into Ghana. Ghana. Belav's confusion was genuine. "Why there?" Tremaine offered no answer. Belava stared past him into the oppressive darkness of the jungle surrounding the bar. "You won't tell me the reason. Fine. Just answer this. Are we working for the government of the target nation, or for the opposition?" "That's another question I can't answer yet." Belava raised an eyebrow, took a long pull of his warm beer. "When? The planning has already started. I need your men now. What's the rate?" 5,000 euros a week. Per man. Starting the day they're hired. The rate increases to 15,000 per week once we're operational. There's also a completion bonus of 75,000 at the end. What about insurance? A 50,000 death benefit to the family. The Russian remained silent, so Tremaine pressed on. "It's a strong wage for 6 months, most of which is planning and drills. An exceptional wage for an operation that shouldn't last more than a week or two, and then a king's ransom when it's finished. Don't bother haggling. We both know this is the opportunity of a lifetime for you and your team." Belava took his time, sipping his vodka and studying the man from Pretoria, who was visibly irritated by the pause. "Well," Tremaine finally snapped. The Russian set his glass down. "My unit, my old bosses. We have a certain reputation here in Africa. We're called the new colonizers, the invaders, the monsters." He leaned forward, a cold smile on his face. "But you white South Africans have spilled more blood on this continent than we ever could. You're mercenary company. You have laws against them, so you just register offshore and keep your hands dirty from a distance." Tremaine said nothing, just took a slow drink of his beer, his gaze steady over the condensation on the bottle. "Where is Sentinel registered?" Belava asked. "Manila," Tremaine replied. Belava laughed, a short, sharp sound. "Exactly as I said." Tremaine placed his bottle firmly on the table. "Do you think I flew to this dump to get a morality lesson from a former Wagner man? No. I think you came to this dump to hire a crew of Russians for something dark and filthy. I can see it in your empty eyes, Mr. Tremaine. You're planning your next massacre, and you want my help." Tremaine didn't flinch. "Have I wasted both our time?" Belava put his own bottle down. "You have not. We'll take the job. I'll find the men." He glanced at the 4 others at the table. "These 2. Not the other pair. Their door-kicking days are over, even if they haven't admitted it yet." Under the wary stares of the other men, Tremaine reached into his backpack. He first tossed a thick roll of cash onto the table to cover the drinks, then retrieved a small folded paper and handed it to Belava. The Russian examined it. "Signal contact?" Tremaine nodded, passing over a blank sheet and a pen. Belava wrote down an encrypted signal number. "Wire transfer details, too," Tremaine added. Belava scribbled the number for an account in Cyprus, folded the paper and handed it back. They shook hands again as the others watched. The South African stood, and the Russian rose with him. "I'll wire travel funds tonight," Tremaine said. "Once you deliver the first 5 men, I'll pay your first 2 months' wages and theirs. It's in everyone's interest to keep this partnership civil." With a curt nod to the others, Tremaine turned and walked back across the courtyard toward the building's entrance. The Russian sat back down, looked at the 4 men, and spoke in his native tongue. "That man came here alone, unarmed. He's got nerve. What did he want?" Oleg asked. Belov just stared at him for a long moment. Finally he said, "Oleg, Vlad, your drinks are on me." After a deliberate pause he added, "Now, get lost." Following an uncomfortable silence, the two men stood and disappeared into the night. The two remaining Russians moved their chairs closer. One asked, "Who was that? Tremaine?" "I've heard the name, but I didn't let on. A year and a half ago he was trying to kill us in the Congo now. Now he's hiring us." Rev Villava took a final swig of vodka. "We're going to do some killing, boys." "For him?" the other man asked. Villava shook his head. "That's South African. He's just another soldier for hire, rolling in the mud. There will be someone else pulling the strings." He sighed, the weight of the profession evident. "There's always someone else." "Where are we headed?" "Training. We're going to Togo. Packed for humidity and boredom." The man's reaction mirrored Belov's own initial surprise. "Ghana?" he echoed, his tone a mix of confusion and curiosity. Belov simply shrugged, palms open in a gesture of shared ignorance. "Look, it's smack in the middle of Africa's so-called coup belt, even if it usually keeps its head down. Our mission. Either we're there to prop up a new regime, or we're hunting the rebels trying to create one." They lifted their shot glasses one final time, the vodka burning a familiar path down their throats before they stood to leave. Lev Belov's eyes scanned the shadowy interior of the bar, and he let out a weary sigh. "When you get right down to it, does any of it actually matter?" Alexandria, Virginia, sits along the Potomac River, a stone's throw from Washington, D.C., but the quiet cul-de-sac of Candlelight Court felt like a different world entirely. On a biting cold January morning, just past 7, the only sign of life at 3802 was in its kitchen. A woman opened the freezer, retrieved a box of waffles, and slid 2 into the toaster. Moving with practiced ease, she then took 2 white mugs emblazoned with the State Department eagle from the cabinet, adding a splash of creamer to each from the refrigerator. Nicole Duffy, a poised blonde of 35, was already dressed for the day in a dark pencil skirt and a crisp white blouse, her low heels quiet on the tile floor. A morning run and a bracing shower had her fully alert, and Shed even laid out her purse, coat, and work bag by the door the night before testament to the disciplined routine that governed her life. She knew that efficiency was crucial today. She had a team to manage. After pouring coffee into both mugs and taking a long fortifying sip from her own, she retrieved bowls of oatmeal from the microwave and gathered utensils from a drawer. Her movements were quick yet deliberate, the rhythm of a morning she had perfected over countless repetitions. The sound of footsteps on the carpeted stairs announced her husband's arrival. A man in a dark suit stepped into the family room, adjusting the knot of his burgundy tie in the wall mirror. His eyes immediately found the steaming mug of coffee waiting for him on the counter. "Morning, babe," he said, his voice still thick with sleep, a stark contrast to Nicole's crisp alertness. She glanced over from the pantry, a bottle of syrup in her hand. "Any nightmares last night?" "You look incredible today," he replied, sidestepping the question with a tired smile. She let out a soft chuckle. "Thank you. Must be a trick of the light. Seriously, Josh, any nightmares?" "Not that I can recall," he said, his gaze dropping to his coffee cup as he picked it up. Nicole turned back to the counter, a familiar frustration simmering quietly. She'd reached for him in the dark hours and found only empty, sweat-dampened sheets. His stubborn refusal to acknowledge the relentless grip of his Pete's deed was a constant, low-grade irritation. "What's on your agenda today?" he asked, just before taking his first sip. Nicole pushed aside a wave of concern. Now wasn't the moment for that conversation. "Dropping the kids at school," she said, her tone shifting back to business. "Then I need to be at Foggy Bottom by 8:30. Mandy and Hook will stay at aftercare until I can pick them up around 6. Both Josh and Nicole served the State Department, though in different capacities and different locations. She was a junior political officer based in D.C., while he worked from a small desk at the Diplomatic Security Field Office in Dunloring, Virginia. The caffeine seemed to finally reach his system, and he offered a more genuine smile. "Today's the big day, right?" She looked past him, out the window over the sink at the quiet circle of houses. "Yeah, it's absurd, really. 2 years of waiting for an overseas assignment, And now that I'm about to find out where they're shipping me off to, I'm a complete wreck." "It's not absurd at all," he said, moving closer. "This is a huge deal, Blee. You've really shown what you're made of with all your hard work. They'll find a great spot for you, I'm sure of it." "Let's hope it's not too exciting of a spot," she answered. He gave her shoulder a gentle squeeze. "No matter where it is, we're all going, as a family." "That's what makes it okay," she said, reaching for plates in the cupboard. "Are you driving in or taking the metro today?" he asked. "Driving. It cut 11 minutes off the Blue Line trip. And honestly, I'm not a fan of the parking situation at Van Dorn Station." "Sounds good," he replied. "I'll take the Toyota." Nicole tilted her head, surprised. "Why aren't you taking the train?" "I need to be in DuPont Circle by 8 on the dot." "What's happening in DuPont Circle?" "Got a message last night. A Dutch U official is in town for meetings with some congressional members and other diplomats at the Washington Hilton. They want a 4-person security team assigned to her, and with all the other foreign dignitaries around, they needed an extra set of hands." Nicole had been mixing milk into her oatmeal, but she paused and looked up at him. "With just a trace of concern," she asked. "Any particular reason for concern?" Josh was quick to reassure her. "None at all. Standard procedure for an event like this. I'm the junior agent, so my glamorous assignment will probably be guarding the bathroom door during her breaks." "What's a bathroom door?" The question didn't come from Nicole. It came from a young, squeaky voice on the staircase behind them. They both turned toward the new voice. Mandy Duffy, 8 years old, was dressed in purple leggings and a denim jacket. Her sandy blonde hair was in 2 pigtails, and she looked completely ready for school, mirroring her mother's organized efficiency. Nicole shot a look back at her husband. "Nice one, Josh." "Oops," he muttered under his breath. She rolled her eyes. "Let's just stop talking now, please," she said, then turned to her daughter. "It's nothing, honey. Your dad was just using some technical jargon." She gave a slight, pained smile. "But let's not use that kind of language at school, all right? Bathroom door. Or oop?" "Neither," Nicole said quickly. "And let's not use them at home either. I'm not a little kid, Mom. I know what those words are." "You are a kid, so let's just not say them, please." Mandy looked like she was gearing up for a debate, but then the toaster popped behind her mother. Her focus instantly shifted. "Eggos!" Mandy shouted, then skipped over to the kitchen table. "Eggos?" Duff echoed. Nicole said, "Not today. Oatmeal." She handed him his bowl. Josh then walked over to the staircase. "Calling up," he said. "Huck." A 6-year-old boy with tousled, sandy brown hair came padding down a moment later. He was barefoot, but was already dressed for school, and when he spotted the waiting Eggo waffle on a plate at his seat, he rubbed his eyes and shuffled forward. Soon all 4 were seated, the parents with their oatmeal, the kids with their waffle. Mandy said grace as she insisted on leading the blessing at both breakfast and dinner, and Huck seemed perfectly content to let her do it. Mandy then looked at her mother. "Tonight, you're going to tell us which country we're moving to." "That's right, sweetie." The little girl let out a sigh. "I don't want to move." Nicole and Josh exchanged a quick glance, and he placed a hand on his daughter's shoulder. "I know, kiddo, but it's part of the job. I promise you, wherever we end up, you're going to make so many new friends and have amazing adventures. You're going to love it." Nicole raised an eyebrow. It was entirely possible they could be assigned to a post where the children's world would be limited to a compound of other diplomatic families. But Josh was trying to prevent a morning meltdown, and Nicole was grateful for the effort. To their mutual surprise, their young son piped up, "I want to go to Africa." "Frafrica? That's a new one." "I want to see a monkey." "A monkey?" Nicole smiled. "They have monkeys in South America and Asia too, you know." "Really?" he said, his face lighting up. "How come we don't have any monkeys here?" "I'm looking at 2 of them right across the table," Josh said. Huck giggled, and Mandy grinned, her mouth full of waffle. Nicole took a slow sip of her coffee, her eyes meeting Josh's over the rim of the mug. Honestly? I'm a little annoyed. Josh didn't hesitate. Is this a fresh annoyance, or are we revisiting an old favorite? She couldn't help but smile, though her expression soon turned serious. I don't love this last-minute protection detail. It feels random. I prefer you at your desk untangling visa fraud. It's just for today a staffing thing, Josh reassured her, stirring his oatmeal. We're escorting a Dutch diplomat. The hotel will be swarming with security. Well, just stay out of everyone's way. Nicole gave him a skeptical look. It's not a big deal. Nothing like the old days. She glanced down at her plate, her voice softening. Thank God for that. Josh stayed quiet, and Nicole noticed. Did you sleep all right? He hadn't, but he said, yeah, fine. She studied him, her gaze intent, as if trying to read the thoughts behind his eyes. They hardly ever put you on protection duty. Do you see that as a good thing or a bad thing? Josh shrugged, dipping his spoon again. It's neutral, just part of the job. Before Nicole could press further, Mandy chimed in. Daddy, can we practice karate after dinner? Josh had been teaching the kids basic self-defense moves, driven by a protectiveness that Nicole understood but didn't fully embrace. Right after we clean up, he promised. He'll show you and Huck a simple wrist lock. It's effective. You can take someone down with it pretty easily. Did you ever use that on a real bad guy? I asked. Josh paused. In truth, he'd never applied a wrist lock in the field, though the idea had always appealed to him. He certainly wasn't going to mention that his previous methods had been far more direct and permanent. Before he could form an answer, Nicole cut in with a playful tone. Your father's a lover, not a fighter. She raised an eyebrow. Right? Absolutely, Josh replied, then winced slightly and pushed his chair back. Standing, he placed his left foot on the seat, rolled up his trouser leg, and adjusted his sock, briefly revealing a sleek, black carbon fiber prosthesis. He began rubbing his thigh. Cramp? Nicole asked. Josh nodded, focusing on the muscle. Had lost his leg below the knee years ago in Beirut, long before joining the State Department, and this was his fourth and most advanced prosthetic. He wore it almost constantly. Nicole watched him reposition his leg. You okay? Just needs a recalibration. It's been a while. Still, I ran 4 miles yesterday. The soreness is the good kind from pushing yourself. What's the good kind of sore? I asked. The kind you earn from exercise, Josh explained, not the kind you get from, say, bumping your nose. He gently tapped his son's nose with the back of his oatmeal spoon. Huck grinned, wiping his face with sleepy blue eyes. Didn't hurt. Because you're tough, Josh said. With a wink at Nicole, he added, just like your mom. She's a fighter, not a lover. Nicole frowned. Josh, kidding. Some people, Huck, are so impressive they can be both, Huck declared. I'm a fighter. Mandy was quick to join in. Me too. Nicole's attention shifted to the children's plates, her thoughts momentarily elsewhere. Huck had finished his waffle, but Mandy was still working through her breakfast. Right now, I need you to focus on eating, Nicole told her. Then, addressing both children, she added, You have 10 minutes coats, hats, and Huck. That includes shoes. Let's move. Yes, ma'am, Josh responded automatically. The directive was meant for the kids, not him, but Nicole was in charge of the morning routine. Having served in the U.S. Army, Josh was conditioned to follow orders, and he viewed even his wife's instructions, delivered with the authority of a former officer, as something to obey. Precisely 10 minutes later, the children were buckled into the minivan, a 5-year-old gray Pacifica, purchased with earnings from a security contract Josh had completed in Mexico. Nicole gave her husband a quick kiss before sliding into the driver's seat. It's just D.C., honey. You're the one who should be careful. Fair enough, she said with a smile. As the Pacifica pulled away and vanished up the quiet cul-de-sac, Josh got into the family's older Camry. He left the neighborhood, merging onto the Richmond Highway heading north toward the city. The car speakers played a self-development audiobook Nicole had insisted he try, The narrator droned on about leadership principles and goal setting, and Josh listened half-heartedly as he navigated the congested morning traffic. Nicole adored these personal growth titles and wished he would share her enthusiasm. He didn't, but he loved her, so he endured them. Their paths had first crossed in Syria. She was a U.S. Army captain, an Apache helicopter pilot commanding her own gunship, while he was a young security contractor navigating the same war-ravaged landscape. When her helicopter was shot down behind enemy lines, he was the sole person who fought his way to her. Despite her injuries from the crash, together they battled their way to safety. Nicole was an officer, a general's daughter, a natural leader. Josh, on the other hand, was what some called a sled dog or a gun monkey, an enlisted infantryman who, after 4 years of service, had transitioned to private security work. On paper, they were opposites. Yet when he visited her in a German hospital during a leave from Syria, a connection ignited. Within weeks of her crash, they were in love. Nicole made a full physical recovery, but, to her father's profound disappointment, chose to leave the army. Marrying Josh only deepened the retired general's disapproval. Soon they welcomed Mandy. Back then, Josh was earning significant money from high-risk assignments, almost always overseas, while Nicole adjusted to life back in Virginia, trading military command for motherhood. It was a chaotic but happy time. When she became pregnant with their second child, however, everything shifted. Before the baby arrived, Josh was critically wounded in Lebanon, resulting in the loss of his leg. Their son, Harry, was born shortly after, and Nicole shouldered the immense burden of caring for all 3 of them. The steady income vanished, but the bills did not. Out of sheer desperation, she started cleaning homes and offices overnight. Eventually, Josh recovered sufficiently to take a job as a security officer at a mall in Northern Virginia. Mired in depression and near financial ruin, he finally accepted an extremely high-paying, ultra-dangerous contract in Mexico, his first role as a team leader after a long career. The mission in the Sierra Madre Mountains became a brutal trial by fire. He only managed to bring 2 of his men back alive. The guilt from that failure settled on him like a permanent weight. Even now, 3 years later, it haunted his dreams, just as Beirut had before it, and Jalalabad before that. Nicole repeatedly told them he had full-blown PTSD, but Josh downplayed his internal struggles as much as possible. He knew she worried about him constantly, hence the endless stream of self-help books and audiobooks. The themes were always the same: positive thinking, discipline, assertiveness, leadership. She urged him to adopt a growth mindset, to move beyond the mountains of Mexico and his other combat experiences, to leave the pain and doubt behind and focus on building a new future. Josh Duffy was certain his wife only wanted the best for him, but this morning, like so many others, he just wanted to drive to work with some classic rock playing. Not the aggressive advice of a former Navy SEAL insisting he get off his lazy rear and make his bed. He switched on his satellite radio, letting the extended guitar solo of Free Bird fill the car as he crossed the Potomac River into Washington, D.C. Passing the Lincoln Memorial, he reflected that after everything they'd endured, this life was pretty good. The jobs at the State Department for him and Nicole had been a real blessing. Nicole had been hired first as a Foreign Service officer, once the media frenzy from their ordeal in Mexico finally subsided. For over 2 years now, she'd worked as a political officer in Foggy Bottom, earning a reputation for exceptional intelligence and dedication in a short time. Josh's own journey had been rougher. The demands of diplomatic security, combined with his leg injury, meant rigorous physical evaluations and ultimately a special waiver for his amputation. But he'd persevered, surviving months of training, and now he was mostly desk-bound in Virginia, hunting down passport and visa fraud. That routine was about to change. Soon he and the kids would follow Nicole to her first overseas post. Josh hoped to land a spot with the embassy's regional security office, traveling as a tandem spouse. The State Department generally tried to keep families together, and even if no job was available, he could take unpaid leave to accompany. Here a key reason they'd both join. Their first assignment would undoubtedly be in the developing world. No one gets Paris or London on their first tour. But they trusted the Shah to ensure a secure environment for their children, which mattered more than any career goal. He knew two things for certain. First, Nicole was destined to climb the embassy ranks swiftly. She was a natural, a brilliant overachiever. And second, his days of intense combat, like those chaotic firefights in the Mexican mountains, were firmly behind him. Diplomatic security was important, but it wasn't that kind of war. Honestly, he was perfectly fine with that. Cruising down 23rd Street on this cold January morning, he was just grateful his work today would be indoors. He was equipped with a Sing Sauer P320 concealed under his suit and wool coat, along with handcuffs, pepper spray, extra magazines, a knife, and a flashlight. Yet his most vital tools were his capable, deliberate demeanor and the radio gear connecting him to his team. Today promised to be straightforward. The visiting European Union foreign policy chief wasn't considered a high-threat protectee, especially with her entire schedule contained within a perimeter secured by scores of police officers. Even so, it was better than being stuck at his desk, sifting through visa applications for discrepancies. Josh tried to convince himself he didn't miss the thrill, but the truth was, his system seemed built for the rush of high-stakes protection work. Sure, his past still haunted him with nightmares and the occasional spike of panic, yet a part of him craved that adrenaline. Had assured his wife this new life was about stability, and stable was good, even if it didn't get his heart pounding the same way. As the final chords of Boston's Morn and a Feeling played out, he pulled his Camry to a stop in front of the DuPont Circle Hotel. The team was waiting in the lobby. Chuck Ames, the senior agent in charge, was a familiar face from Joss training days at the diplomatic security facility in Blackstone. Ames had been a solid instructor, and their few assignments together since had always gone smoothly. Also there was Pete White, who'd been in Joss' training class, and Stephanie Millibrew, who offered a quick, saw you on TV after that Mexico business, before they moved out. The group collected their protectee Joanna Aldenburg at her suite door. The Dutch diplomat, a tall red-haired woman in her 50s with stylish glasses, was ready with her 5 staff members. The agents formed a diamond around her, escorting her down to a set of 3 armored black Chevy Suburbans while her team followed behind. Josh took the left rear seat in the led vehicle, but only after Aldenburg and Ames were secured in the middle SUV, the so-called limo. As they pulled away, Josh listened through his earpiece as Ames checked in with the advance team already at the Hilton. Keith were 5 minutes out. Copy that. 5 minutes. Right on schedule, Josh stepped out and took his position behind Aldenburg. His eyes instinctively drifted to the left toward a side entrance of the hotel. This was the spot where, back in 1981, John Hinckley had shot President Reagan. The scene looked different from the old footage he'd seen. A portico now shielded the door from the street, but the weight of the history here felt unchanged. It was the Secret Service that had moved Reagan to safety that day. Not diplomatic security, but both agencies knew what it meant to guard people with targets on their back. The diplomat entered the hotel without incident, and Josh stayed in formation as they moved toward a ballroom for her first meeting. By 2:30 in the afternoon, Josh shifted his weight off his aching left leg. A nagging hamstring was acting up again, so he leaned on his right side to stretch it out. Had been on duty for 6 hours, mostly standing in one spot, and his legs and lower back were letting him know it. He was posted outside a small conference room with White and Millibrew, while Aldenburg met inside with a pair of senators. U.S. Capitol Police lined the corridor, along with a steady stream of aides weaving in and out of other rooms. Josh had already memorized dozens of face-tracking patterns, and identifying who belonged was key to good security, and it helped keep his mind sharp. Ames was inside with the protectee, and shortly after Josh checked his watch, he heard the agent's calm voice over the radio. "They're finishing up." A minute later, the conference room door opened, and Aldenburg stepped out with Ames. The agent in charge keyed his radio, signaling the team stationed with the vehicles out front. "Keith, we're moving in 5." 5 minutes. Copy that," Aldenburg informed Ames. She needed to use the restroom before returning to her hotel, so Duffy and Millibrew accompanied her. While Ames relayed the delay to Keith, Stephanie entered the bathroom to sweep it, signaled it was clear, and then took a post on the opposite side of the door from Josh as the foreign minister went in. Ames waited directly across the hallway, his focus on the exit. When Aldenburg reappeared 3 minutes later, she was on a phone call, her formerly composed demeanor now etched with worry. She lowered the device to address Chuck Ames. "My apologies, but I must request an unscheduled stop on our route back." Josh suppressed a sigh. They'd finished earlier than anticipated, and he'd begun to hope he might actually get home in time for a quick workout before dinner. This new detour was rapidly dissolving that prospect. Ames inquired, "What's the destination, ma'am?" She appeared slightly flustered, perhaps irritated. "The Turkish ambassador's residence, or rather, the street in front of it. My daughter is a senior at Georgetown, and she's there with classmates at a demonstration. I must go and speak to her. It's precisely the sort of attention I don't need, as I'm sure you understand. It will only take 5 or 10 minutes. Then we can proceed." Josh wasn't running the show, but the idea of taking their protectee to an unknown protest scenario didn't sit well with him. Still, diplomatic security was trained to accommodate reasonable requests. He expected Ames would find a way to make it work. After a pause, the agent in charge suggested, "What if we dispatch a car to retrieve her and bring her directly to your suite? It might be a more secure solution all around." She shook her head firmly. "Rhea won't abandon her friends until the rally concludes. I have to go to her. It will be very brief, I promise you." Ames considered for another moment. Before he could speak, Aldenburg asked, "Do you have children, Special Agent?" "4, actually." "Then you, of all people, should understand. She's fiercely independent, but I need to remind her she also has certain responsibilities to her mother." A flicker of genuine maternal exasperation crossed her face, a rare crack in her diplomatic armor. Ames gave a slow nod. "All right, Matt. I just need a few minutes to coordinate." "Thank you." Duffy was quietly relieved the operational headache wasn't his to manage today. They all moved to the vehicles, Aldenburg entering the limousine, while Duffy stood outside in the biting cold of the sunny afternoon. The 3 Suburbans idled as Ames made several calls. He spoke again with Aldenburg, who sent him a photo of her daughter via a secure app to distribute to the team. Finally, Ames gathered Duffy and the other close protection agents. "Okay, we're moving into an undeveloped situation, so stay sharp." "I've spoken with Metropagi. The rally is currently stable, but counter-protesters are beginning to arrive. We'll keep a low profile. Stagger the vehicles so we don't roll up looking like an official convoy. We'll park on Massachusetts Avenue across the circle from the residence. I've sent Rhea Aldenburg's photo to Metro. They'll locate her in the crowd and escort her to us." He emphasized, "The High Representative does not exit the limousine at any time." Duffy nodded. "Understood. Can you send us the photo as well, in case Metro has trouble spotting her?" Ames was already pulling out his phone. "Sending it now." Special Agent Stephanie Millibrew and the other 2 agents acknowledged the plan. Soon the 3 vehicles departed the Hilton for the short drive west toward Embassy Row. As they navigated the congested afternoon traffic, Josh looked at his cell phone, studying the image of Rhea Aldenburg that had just come through. He pictured the girl from the photo tank top and shorts, lounging at a sunny cafe, and imagined how she must look now, bundled in a heavy winter coat against the mid-30s chill. Millibrew's voice cut through the hum inside the vehicle. Short blonde hair, 21 years old, right in the middle of that rally. She let out a low whistle. "This ought to be interesting," Duffy chimed in. "If the police can hand her off, we can get her loaded and put some distance between us and this location." Sheridan Circle is a compact, grassy park dominated by an imposing statue of Civil War, General Philip Sheridan on horseback, encircled by grand, historic mansion. Massachusetts Avenue, lined with mature trees, cuts northwest to southeast, while 23rd Street now sheds south. The three suburbans from the High Representative's security detail arrived quickly, though they had to weave through traffic before pulling in behind a line of police cars and motorcycles on the circle's northern edge. Directly across the circle sits the Turkish ambassador's residence, adjacent to the Latvian embassy. As Duffy's lead vehicle halted on Massachusetts, he immediately swept his gaze over the area. Just then, Issa Ahmed's voice came through his earpiece. DC Metro reports the counter-protest is on 23rd Northwest, and it's gotten larger in the last 5 minutes. Police have them barricaded back from Sheridan Circle, but we absolutely need to monitor them. Josh spotted a dense crowd of counter-protesters waving Turkish flags in the street on the far side of the circle. They were packed tightly behind barricades, held back by several motorcycle officers. Between his position and theirs, the main rally had gathered on the grass at the southern edge, close to the residence and on the opposite side of the statue from Josh. He guessed there were about 75 protesters. Some held signs, one was shouting through a megaphone, and many shook their fists in the air. Josh could see most were young, probably in their 20s, and he scanned the faces, wondering which one was Rhea. The counter-protesters were harder to count, being farther away and clustered more densely. Moments later, Ames came over the net again. Police now say they don't have the personnel to bring her to us. They're focused on keeping the groups separated. Millibrew, you're on point. Duffy, back her up. Copy that, Stephanie, Millibrew said into her mic. He'll locate her and bring her back. Josh and Stephanie exited the Suburban and moved around to the side of the protest. The air was thick with chanting and shouting. A raw fury in the tone that Josh realized was emanating from both sides. They paused for a moment, absorbing the chaotic scene, until Duffy picked out a figure in the crowd holding a red sign overhead. I see her. Red sign, yellow ski jacket, black jeans, white boots. Millibrew looked a moment longer, then keyed her mic. Eyes on. Special Agent Millibrew started toward the EU official's daughter, with Josh following a few steps behind. But they had only taken a couple of strides when Ahmed's voice returned over the net. All units, hold position, stand by. The female agent turned, shooting Duffy a look of mild bewilderment. He began scanning the area more intently, unsure why Ames had called the hold. Almost immediately, the AIC's voice returned to their earpieces. Metro says there's activity in front of the ambassador's residence. From his vantage point, Duffy didn't have a clear line of sight to the driveway, so he shifted a few feet to the right to see past the rally. Soon he could make out several sleek black SUVs parked in the drive, surrounded by a group of men in dark suits. One man was leaning into the back of a limousine, as if speaking with someone inside. After a moment, the man straightened up, looked over the car's roof toward the protests, then leaned back down toward the limousine window. Ahmed's voice crackled over the comms. Metro confirms the Turkish president is inside that limousine. Josh Duffy registered the transmission, but his attention stayed locked on the Turkish security agent conversing with someone in the vehicle. The man straightened up, speaking urgently into his sleeve mic, and from his tense posture, Josh knew things were about to go south. The officer barked orders to his team, gesturing sharply toward the demonstration across the narrow street. Immediately, the figures in dark suits began to advance. Duffy keyed his mic. Visual on 10 to 12 members of the Turkish protective detail. They've exited the residence and are crossing the street toward the rally. He added, appears they're preparing for physical engagement with the protesters. No sooner had he spoken than the men in black fanned out and broke into a sprint. Behind them, the police barricade restraining the Turkish counter-demonstrators collapsed as another dozen men surged forward, charging toward the circle. To Josh's right, the door of the middle suburban swung open and Joanna Aldenberg started to climb out. Duff could hear Ames calling from inside the vehicle. Num, Hold on, until I must reach Rhea." Ames was out right behind her, grabbing the U official's arm to halt her. He looked up at Josh. "Duff, retrieve the daughter." Josh took off past the police motorcycles, cutting across the frost-bitten grass on the northwest side of Sheridan Circle, driving straight for Rhea Oldenburg. His arms and legs churned, his prosthetic limb offering no hindrance as he raced toward the escalating chaos. A full-blown melee had erupted on the south side of the circle, spilling onto Massachusetts Avenue in front of the residence. Men in black suits tore signs from protesters' hands, throwing kicks and punches, knocking college students and others to the ground before stomping on them. Duffy spotted other men, all in plain clothes, joining the fray. These hadn't come from the counter-protest line. He assessed they were likely Turkish security or intelligence operatives who had infiltrated the rally. About 24 D.C. Metro officers were on scene, struggling to hold back the remaining counter-protesters, but Joss's mental math was done in a heartbeat. The Turks had greater numbers, more aggression, and a fiercer resolve. They were going to dismantle these demonstrators. Wearing a suit similar to the Turkish security detail, Josh blew past a pair of cops brandishing batons. Shouting, "Diplomatic security! Make a hole!" they shifted aside, turning their attention to a tall, bearded security agent who was brutally heel-stomping a ponytailed young man into the turf. Josh raced past, his focus entirely on Rhea, who had been knocked down and was pinned under another protester as people around her were savagely beaten. He was now less than 100 feet away, but his path was blocked by a muscular counter-protege in a white t-shirt, an absurd choice for the biting January cold. The man threw a wild haymaker at an older protester holding a bullhorn, dropping him with a blow to the head. Joss's mission wasn't to intervene in the brawl, only to extract the Dutchwoman from its epicenter. But as the young counter-protester wheeled toward him with a clenched fist, Josh lowered his shoulder and drove it into the man's chest, sending him sprawling out of the way. As he ran on, he reached under his coat, drew a canister of pepper spray, and brought it up just as a burly Turkish protective agent lunged to tackle him. Josh ducked under the grasp, spun around, and sent a searing stream across the man's chest and up into his face. Turning away, he sprinted forward. In his earpiece, Millibru's voice cut through the din. "Duffy, I'm right on your tail, about 50 feet back. Just hold them off until I reach you, then I'll extract her. Once we're moving, you cover our retreat to the vehicle." "Got it." As Josh sprinted forward, a burly man in a brown coat threw a punch. It connected with Josh's raised forearm, a sharp impact meant to block his path. Without breaking stride, Josh closed the distance, wrapping the attacker in a crushing bear hug. He hoisted the man off his feet, using the momentum to spin and slam him hard onto the grass. The Turk let out a choked grunt, the air forced from his lungs. Josh was already back up and running, his mind racing faster than his feet. He knew some members of the Turkish security detail were licensed to carry firearms, even here in the capital. Every pair of hands he saw was a potential threat, his eyes scanning for the glint of metal. If a weapon appeared, he'd have to respond with lethal force. His principal was still exposed, potentially in the line of fire. Amidst the brawling chaos, a detached part of Josh's mind registered the absurdity of it all unfolding just blocks from the White House. 6 Rhea Oldenburg pushed herself up to her knees, her head swimming. She'd been knocked down in the surge, a friend tumbling with her, and the reality of the situation hadn't fully clicked. The scene around her was a brutal collage, men trading punches, police batons rising and falling, students and protesters shoving and fleeing, bodies thudded to the earth, and crimson droplets traced brief arcs through the air. She stood fully, adrenaline making her thoughts jagged. Should she run? Should she help that man struggling to rise nearby? Before she could act, a massive figure in a black suit broke from the crowd on the sidewalk, charging directly at her from just a few yards away. His eyes burned with pure rage, and in his upraised right hand she saw a compact black club. He was coming for her, and he would be on her in seconds. Rhea's hands came up in a pathetic, instinctive shield. The man blotted out the sun as he loomed, and she began to squeeze her eyes shut, not in resignation, but in sheer paralyzing terror. The arm holding the club began its descent, and then he simply vanished. Sunlight flooded back. A blur of motion from her right, a man in a suit, horizontal in the air, slammed into her attacker, driving him sideways. Both men crashed to the ground in a tangle of limbs. The new arrival, brown-haired and moving with ferocious efficiency, wrestled the Turk for control of the club. He wrenched it free, and in one fluid motion brought it cracking across the security officer's temple. The big man went limp, collapsing onto his back in the grass. Rhea had no time to process her savior. Strong hands grabbed her from behind, spinning her around. A woman's voice, urgent and close to her ear, commanded, "Miss Oldenburg, with me now." Rhea and the woman holding her arm broke into a run, circling the bronze statue of General Sheridan at the center of the traffic circle. Her mind reeled, trying and failing to piece together the last 60 seconds of madness. Josh Duffy let the leather sap fall onto the chest of the unconscious man. He shoved past a D.C. Metro officer and a Jun-jacketed protester who stumbled into him, his focus a laser beam on getting the Dutch woman to safety and supporting his partner. He took off after Millebrew and Oldenburg, but as he rounded the statue's base, a fresh threat snapped into his view. To the right of the two women, Josh spotted a Turkish security officer scrambling back to his feet, having been shoved down by a policeman who was now occupied elsewhere. The officer's face was a mask of pure, unhinged fury, a look that told Josh this man was beyond reason. From 20 feet away, Josh watched as the Turk's hand shot beneath his coat toward his right hip. He's going for his weapon, Josh realized, his own hand instinctively moving to the grip of his pistol. Instead of drawing, he charged forward, seizing the man's wrist just as the pistol cleared its holster. He drove his shoulder into the officer, knocking him backward onto the grass. The gun came free into Josh's hand as the Turk fell, but in a surprisingly agile move, the man executed a backward roll and sprang up, launching himself forward in a blind rage. Josh quickly tucked the confiscated firearm into his own waistband and let his pepper spray drop relentless against this level of aggression. The Turk swung wildly. Josh pivoted smoothly on his prosthetic leg, spun and connected a spinning back fist to the side of the man's head. The blow, amplified by the Turk's own forward momentum, sent him stumbling face first onto the steps leading up to the Sheridan statue. Without a pause, Josh was running again. He glanced up to see Stephanie now had a firm grip on Rhea Oldenburg. The young woman looked back at him, her left cheek visibly darkened and swollen from a hard hit. At least she and Millebrew were still upright and closing in on the waiting limousine. Josh started after them, but managed only a single step before powerful arms wrapped around him from behind in a crushing bear hug, halting him completely. From the sheer size, he knew it was the same enraged officer, seemingly undeterred by their earlier encounter, but the man held in too close, a critical error. Josh slammed his head backward, feeling the sickening crunch of the Turk's nose breaking. The grip loosened instantly. Spinning around, Josh drove his right fist straight into the man's already bloody and shattered nose. The Turk crumpled to the ground with a scream. Josh was moving again in a heartbeat, reaching the north side of the statue, now just 50 feet from the lead Suburban. He saw Stephanie guide Rhea into the vehicle. The U-Minister was already secured inside with the door shut, likely thanks to Ames. Almost clear, Josh thought. He just needed to reach his SUV, and the 3-vehicle convoy could escape this chaos. But then the unexpected tripped him up literally. A protester, knocked to the cold ground, rolled directly into his path. Josh tried to leap over the fallen man, but his carbon fiber foot caught on the protester's raised leg. He went down hard, chest first, slamming into the grass beyond the prone figure. As he pushed himself up to his knees, he sensed sudden movement to his right. He turned just in time to see a blur of black Leatheria dresswork toward his face. Then everything went dark. Josh Duffy sat bolt upright in a hospital bed. His winter coat, suit jacket, and tee had been removed. A thick bandage was wrapped around his head, and an ice pack rested behind his neck. The morphine drip took the edge off, but a deep, rhythmic throbbing persisted beneath the bandages on his forehead. The door opened, and Chuck Ames walked in, followed by Special Agent Millibrew. "How you feeling, Slugger?" Ames asked, the hint of a grin on his face. "Slugger?" Josh replied, his voice groggy. "Did I punch somebody? Yeah, you gave a few guys a symphony with your fists. Am sure your hands will start complaining soon enough." Josh gingerly touched the bandages on his forehead. "My hands are okay for now. Feels more like I tried to headbutt my way through a brick wall." Millibrew glanced at the dressing. "Doctor said it took 11 stitches. "No big deal," Duff said, shifting the ice pack to a cooler spot. The adrenaline was gone, leaving only the dull, persistent ache and the sterile smell of the hospital room. Ames examined the bandage and the scratches across his face. Did they mention whiplash? More than I cared to hear. It's a given. No concussion. But they warned me the real fun begins tomorrow morning, no matter how stiff my neck feels now. He attempted a shrug, wincing at the pain. "Could have been worse. That's setting the bar pretty high, I'm afraid," Ames replied. "You handled yourself incredibly well out there. I wish I could have backed you up, but Rio wasn't the primary target, and Aldenburg needed protection." "I get it, Chuck." "Good." Josh glanced around the room. "What happened to the pistol I took from thee? We have it secured, along with your service weapon and gear." "2 officers intervened behind the man who kicked you, subdued him with their batons, and dropped him right beside you. I imagine the Turkish authorities will reclaim their firearm eventually." Josh settled back against the ice pack on his neck. "Gotta love diplomatic immunity. They'll probably walk away without a scratch." "Don't be so certain," Stephanie interjected. 11 protesters were injured. 2 of them seriously. Duff noticed Millibrew studying him, her expression one of pure disbelief. "What is it?" "After everything you've been through, Syria, Lebanon, Mexico," she began, "I have to ask, does this kind of chaos just trail after you wherever you go?" A faint laugh escaped him. "In my line of work, when guns come out, they usually get fired. All things considered, I'd call this a relatively quiet day." "Thanks to you," Ames affirmed. "If you'd shot that Turkish operative when he drew on you, you would have been justified, but you'd also have sparked an international crisis nobody needed." Stephanie added a bloodbath in that park. The 2 diplomatic security agents departed shortly after. About 5 minutes later, Josh heard a firm, familiar voice in the hallway demanding his room number. Here we go, he thought. The doors swung open, and Nicole Duffy hurried in, her face etched with worry. "What the hell happened, Josh?" She gave him a careful hug. "How are you feeling?" "Like someone decided my head was a soccer ball." "I heard." She inspected his bandage, then kissed him gently. Even the slight movement to return the kiss tugged at his stitches. Nicole managed a small smile. "This is where you're supposed to say, 'You should see the other guy.'" Josh closed his eyes, smiling despite the fresh ache. "I wish I had seen him. All I saw was his boot about an inch from my face." "My God," she said, shaking her head. "They told me you took down 3 of them before you were knocked out." "Really? That's badass." He pushed through the discomfort of another shrug. "Honestly, I don't remember much." She leaned in, taking his hand. "I'm proud of you, but I really wish every time you left for work I could be more confident you'd come home in one piece." "Believe me, Nick, I share that wish." "How are you feeling, otherwise?" "Otherwise." She gave a slight shrug. He knew exactly what she meant, but hoped she'd let it drop. She didn't. "The panic attacks, the nightmares. The Potsdam, are you?" "After today?" Duff offered a tired smile. "Maybe it's the morphine talking, but right now I feel pretty damn good." Then a new thought cut through the drug-induced haze. "Wait, have you received your new posting yet?" She seemed reluctant to shift topics, but after a moment she nodded. "I have." With a weak smirk, he asked, "Please tell me we're not being sent to Istanbul." She laughed softly. No, not Istanbul. After a brief pause, she posed a question of her own. If I could choose any posting in the world for us, where would you want to go? Josh wasn't sure what answer she expected. Sure, places like Paris or Berlin sounded amazing, but what he truly wanted was for his wife to be assigned somewhere that also had an opening for a diplomatic security agent, somewhere they could build a life, maybe even start a family, far from the constant shadow of crisis of thought that felt both foreign and deeply appealing in his current state. Otherwise, he'd need to request leave from diplomatic security just to accompany her, scrambling to find some ordinary administrative role at whatever embassy she was assigned. There are maybe 5 damned slots in locations that also have Foreign Service officer openings, he remarked. So honestly, I'm hoping they send you somewhere I can actually contribute. She gave his hand a tight squeeze, a wide grin spreading across her face. They did. We're headed to Ghana, in Africa. There's a political officer spot for me, and a D's opening there, too. You'd be a shoo-in for it, especially after that little stunt you managed today. Josh had always known the assignment could be anywhere. He'd spent much of the past year scanning possible postings, imagining their future. He was familiar enough with Ghana to recognize it as one of West Africa's most stable democracies. It was a sizable post, with well over 150 American personnel at the embassy, and a local staff many times larger. Nicole added, I looked into it. The schools are really excellent, and the housing looks beautiful. She squeezed his hand once more. I have to report in 3 months. Josh paused, thinking. We've got 6 months before I can transfer. Right, she said. We'll have some logistics to figure out, but we'll make it work. She kissed him again. Just promise me you won't get tangled up in any more brawls here after I leave. He promised, and they embraced once more. Her hug was so tight it made his injuries ache, but he laughed through the discomfort. Hereas to leaving D.C. behind for somewhere safer. Like sub-Saharan Africa, she replied with a playful smile. And 6 months later, Josh Duffy stood under the relentless afternoon sun, sweat beading on his forehead, acutely conscious of dozens of eyes watching his every move. He felt like prey being sized up by a pride of lions. Pushing the nervousness aside, he focused all his energy on the task at hand, knowing the pressure was on and he couldn't afford a mistake. He hovered over the massive charcoal grill, ignoring the sweltering heat as sweat trickled into his eyes, flipping hamburger patties as quickly as he could. Had only managed to fit 2 dozen on the grill at once, which meant another 2 dozen were waiting their turn. Time was slipping away. The kids were clearly hungry, not to mention the adult. Nearly 2 dozen children, including his own 2, splashed and played in the swimming pool at the center of the lush courtyard of a 3-story apartment complex. Parents and other embassy staff relaxed at picnic tables, sipping beer, wine, and hard seltzers, chatting and laughing while keeping at least one eye on the pool. The Iris Gardens was an apartment complex in Accra's cantonment's neighborhood, less than a quarter mile from the rear wall of the U.S. Embassy. The place resembled an upscale Florida garden apartment community, with a few notable exceptions. 2 armed local guards were stationed in a reinforced booth at the front gate. An 8-foot-high fence enclosed the perimeter. Security cameras covered every exterior angle, and ground-floor windows were fitted with steel bars. A local police car also made regular patrol. 26 embassy families called the Iris Gardens home, and most were present for the regular Sunday afternoon cookout. Ambassador Jennifer Dunnigan often made an appearance, though she didn't live there. She was currently back in Washington until Monday. The deputy chief of mission was here with his family, as was the political chief, while the gunnery sergeant overseeing the 7-member Marine Security Guard detachment stood near the pool, keeping watch over his 3-year-old twins as they played. Every diplomatic security agent currently stationed in Accra had gathered for the cookout, joined by a few CIA bachelors and several local embassy staff from Ghana. Among them was Benjamin Manu, the 43-year-old Foreign Service National Investigator for Diplomatic Security and a former captain in the local police. Josh stood by the grill in his swim trunks, an army t-shirt, and wraparound sunglasses, his military short sandy hair a personal choice, rather than a Diaz requirement. His prosthetic leg was fully visible, something he would have never dared to show during his last contracting job. Here, though, everyone already knew about his injury, and it simply didn't matter. He wasn't even the only agent in diplomatic security with a prosthetic. Sure, the amputation made daily life harder. In a month or two, he'd need to fly to either Italy or Germany to have the leg recalibrated by a specialist. But he and his wife Nicole had already decided to turn that trip into a small family adventure. They'd budgeted for an Airbnb outside the city center, planning to use public transit and eat from street stalls or affordable cafes. Maybe they'd take the kids to a park or a museum. The towns near the medical facilities in Landstuhl or Sigonella weren't exactly Paris or Milan, but they'd make it fun. Josh melted cheese onto the burgers, placed buns on the toaster rack, and glanced across the pool at Nicole. She was deep in conversation with an African-American Foreign Service officer. Josh had met so many people in his first week, he couldn't recall the woman's name. Nikki held a hard seltzer, her sunglasses pushed up into her blonde hair, and he saw her eyes dart toward the pool to check on their son Huck, who was batting a beach ball around with some older boys. Taking it all in, Josh felt a surge of contentment. This might just be the most perfect moment he'd ever known. Then a man in a Hawaiian shirt, khakis, and flip-flops, a Hispanic-looking guy in his late 40s, a couple inches shorter than Josh approached. "Give me a syrup on those smash burgers, Duff. Cheese is melting now. Kids' orders up in 2 minutes. Another 10 for the rest of us." Near the pool, Diplomatic Security Regional Security Officer Jay Costa called out to a muscular, shirtless man in his 20s covered in tattoos, his hair even shorter than Josh's. "Hey, Gunny, round up the kids and get them seated. Let's see if the new guy can actually grill." The gunnery sergeant promptly began clearing the pool, and children trailed toward their towels and then to the picnic tables where their parents waited. DA's Special Agent Chad Larson and his 14-year-old son Kyle, who was nearly as tall as his 5'10" father, stepped up to assist. Together with Costa and Benjamin Manu, they started dressing the cheeseburgers with pickles and ketchup, delivering them to the tables while Josh laid another 24 patties on the hot grill. 20 minutes later, Josh finally sat down with a paper plate holding a hamburger, potato salad, and a bottle of Club La Gera local brew he'd already grown fond of. Nearly all of the 50 or so embassy personnel and family members had finished eating, and Josh breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Cooking for a crowd was a first for him, and he was glad he hadn't messed it up. Nicole sat opposite him, Huck balanced on her knee. Most of the others had already finished lunch, and a plastic cup of ice water sat on the table before her. Mandy darted over, leaning in to whisper, though her voice carried clearly. "Mom, is that lady going to have a baby?" Both Nicole and Josh glanced across the pool area. A woman was hunched over a trash can, clutching her stomach, her complexion pale. "No, honey," Nicole said softly. "I think she just ate something that didn't sit right." Mandy watched for a moment longer before 2 other children ran up excitedly, asking if she wanted to see a deco. The trio scampered off across the courtyard. The woman appeared to be retching, and Nicole began to rise, but Jay Costa spoke from the neighboring table. "I'll see to her. Get her medical help if necessary." He stood and hurried over. After a brief exchange, he assisted her back toward her apartment. Josh observed quietly, finally remarking, "I really hope my grilling wasn't the cause of that." Nicole chuckled. "No, that's Kathy from Connor. She traveled upstate a few days ago and picked up a stomach bug. She was telling someone she was certain it wasn't malaria, but she mentioned the mosquitoes were terrible, so your guess is as good as mine." Why would Mandy ask if she was pregnant, Josh wondered. "I told her I was often sick when I was pregnant with her, that I threw up sometimes. Now, any time a woman has a stomachache, she assumes a baby's on the way." Josh laughed. "Let's just hope she doesn't voice that theory to the woman in question." "Trust me," Nicole said. We have had that conversation more than once." The gathering began to disperse around 3 o'clock. Families returned to their apartments, while Josh, Nicole, and about a dozen other adults remained to tidy up. A half-hour later, Josh and Nicole climbed the stairs to their second-floor unit and settled on the balcony overlooking the courtyard. Beyond the walls of the Iris Gardens complex, Sunday afternoon traffic was sparse in this quiet residential neighborhood. Josh popped open a beer, gazing at the slice of the city visible from his perch. The kids adored their school, their new friends, and their energetic young nanny, Portia. His wife found her role as a political officer here in this nation of over 30 million both demanding and fulfilling. So far, Josh got along well with his colleagues in the embassy's diplomatic security office. Nicole slipped an arm around him. He said, "Hard to believe 4 years ago we had nothing." Nicole shook her head. "That's not true. We had each other. We had Mandy and Huck." She paused, a faint smile touching her lips. "We had our spaghetti nights." Josh took a sip. "Yeah, I just mean, this is good. This feels right." His wife nodded. "It's good now, but you know in a few days we'll both be swamped." He agreed. "Still, it'll be good to get out of the capital, see a bit of the countryside." "We won't see much," she countered. "This trip is going to be a blur. My eyes will be glued to my iPad keeping everything moving, and your eyes will be firmly fixed on Ambassador Dunnigan's backside. I am not going to be looking at. You told me your position in her security detail is the rear of the diamond formation. Where does the rear of the diamond stand?" She'd made this joke about his security work before. Frequently, in fact. Josh played along. "I stand behind the principal, with an excellent view of her posterior. I'm a trained professional, babe." "Of course you are, dude." After a moment of quiet, Nicole turned to him. He saw the shift to seriousness in her expression. "You were up again last night." 3 in the morning. He looked back toward the street. "Sorry, I didn't think I woke you. That's not the point, and you know it." Josh took another long drink. "I know. You're still having the nightmares." A defensive edge crept into his voice. "Sometimes, not that often," Josh replied. "Is it about Mexico?" Josh's gaze drifted beyond the complex, past the front gate and its guards, into the warm afternoon haze blanketing the city. "They're just dreams. Will you be ready to travel this week? This is about real security details now." "I'm good. 100% ready." She studied him, her expression clouded with concern. After a moment, she sighed. "I still think you should talk to someone about this." "Come on, Nick. We've had this conversation more times than I can count. If some therapist slaps a label on anything beyond the standard PTSD, like depression or something, my career is finished. I'm telling you, it's improving. It doesn't interfere with the job. They're just bad dreams." "You're right," Nicole conceded, a note of weariness in her voice. "We have been over this endlessly." She paused, then added softly, "And yet, somehow, nothing ever really seems to shift." She gave him a quick kiss, stood up, and walked back into the apartment. Hajej Zahedi felt a distinct unease about his impending task, a sensation foreign to a man who had lived his entire adult life as a ruthless killer, seldom troubled by moral qualms. Tonight, however, was an exception. Entering this West African hotel nightclub, a den of infidels, liquor, and indulgence, felt profoundly raw. His only consolation was the venue's spacious, shadowy interior and the three-piece band on the low stage in the corner, their soft Western melodies providing adequate cover for the sensitive discussion ahead. His eyes swept past the room's support columns, finally locating his contact at a rear table nestled against velvet curtain. Nearby tables were occupied by black men in local dress or business suits, and a smattering of Asian men in similar attire. A couple of his own operatives were present, blending acceptably at the bar. For the occasion, Zahedi wore a tailored gray sharkskin suit from Milan, reserved for such special distasteful assignment. Here in Sierra Leone, posing as an international businessman required this facade, a far cry from his military uniform, combat gear, or the preferred white robes of his rare visits home to Tehran. He moved through the clusters of patrons. It pleased him that his own security team, sipping tea and watching the band, gave no sign of recognition. It pleased him further that the group of black men paid him little heed. A flicker of irritation arose, however, from 3 casually dressed white men, who eyed him with open suspicion. Such disrespect from infidels was expected, merely another element to manage. Colonel Hij Zahedi was a field commander with Unit 400, an operational wing of Iran's Quds Force. His intermittent postings across Africa spanned over 2 years, and meetings like tonight's, while unpleasant, were a necessary part of the work. Collaborating with infidels and with Sunnis was simply duty. Iran was Shia. West Africa, with scant exception, was Sunni. Yet Tehran had cultivated ties with various extremist factions on the continent for some time. The man at the corner table rose as Zahedi approached, and offered a slight bow. Mr. Kang was perhaps 5 years his junior, but the same intense, vibrant gaze Zahedi remembered from their previous encounter years ago in Mali was unmistakable. Mr. Kang, the Iranian said, shaking the smaller man's hand before they both sat. The band transitioned to a new piece of saxophone over a synthesizer, accompanied by a woman singing and playing acoustic guitar. The melody was soft, unfamiliar to Zahedi. Kang was drinking white wine. The teapot and cup were also on the table, presumably for him, but Zahedi turned and signaled for a bartender instead. Kang remained motionless as the man drew near, and once he was close, Zahedi addressed him in perfect English. "Knob Creek. A double neat." The bartender gave a quick nod. "Right away." Turning back to the Chinese operative, Zahedi caught the look of disbelief on his face. Kang remarked, "I was under the impression you were forbidden from undercover. Drinking tea would blow my cover." He leaned in slightly, his voice dropping. "Don't make assumptions." "Understood. It has been a while since our last meeting. I had forgotten the meticulous detail you apply to your persona. It is frankly impressive." Zahedi had no interest in flattery. "Why are we in Freetown, in this godforsaken hotel? We could have met anywhere." He shook his head slightly. "What were you thinking?" Kang replied with unshakable calm. "My government tracks every Western intelligence agent in Sierra Leone. We find Freetown to be a secure location for our discussions, even when the actual operation is 2,000 kilometers away, as it is now." Seeing Zahedi's lingering doubt, Kang continued, "This establishment is Chinese-owned. We manage the surveillance, the entry points, and the patron. Most of the people in this room report to me, in one form or another." Zahedi gave a slow nod. The pieces fell into place. He scanned the room, impatient for his drink. 2 young women at the bar caught his eye, and held his gaze a moment too long. Prostitutes, he realized instantly, and he looked away, feeling the weight of the moral compromise pressing in from all sides. His own personal concession arrived in a glass. He took a solid swallow of bourbon, meeting Kang's eyes as he did so. A silent plea for forgiveness passed through his mind. Kang broke the silence. "Your men? Are they prepared?" Zahedi nodded. "They will all be inside the country by Wednesday, mostly Nigerians. Sunnis, naturally, but they follow orders when we fund them properly, pay their commanders, and offer them the spoils of this world or the next." 200 fighters? "I said 1 to 200, Zahedi corrected. "The actual count is nearer to 100, but their number matters less than their conviction." Kang did not mask his dissatisfaction. "Describe this conviction to me." "Jama'an Durvat, al-Islam wal Muslimin." Seasoned, merciless. Kang was familiar with JEM, the group for the support of Islam and Muslims. It was a coalition of smaller West African extremist factions, modeled after Al-Qaeda. "And you are confident you command their loyalty?" he pressed. "I provide their weapons, their training, their logistical support. Of course I command them. Without the backing of my country, they would still be languishing in the slums of Lagos or scrounging in the Sahel near Burkina Faso. A thin smile appeared on Zahidi's face. "They will create the chaos we both desire within Ghana." "Your method of insertion?" Kang asked. "We will move them south and west. I considered a route through Togo with a maritime leg, but the overland paths have been reconnoitered and are secure." Kang nodded, satisfied. The Chinese intelligence officer laid out his plan. "My contracted commander already has his team in place, dispersed around the key locations we've targeted. When the local insurgents begin their push toward the capital, he and his specialized unit will amplify their presence, making them seem a far greater threat than they truly are. Your South African remains unaware of my involvement. As agreed, the emergence of your proxy force will be a surprise, but he will not know you are acting on my behalf. By that stage of the operation, he will be too committed to withdraw. When the moment arrives, everyone will play their part, regardless of whether they would have chosen each other as allies beforehand." Zahedi took another sip, the bourbon now tasting like pure pragmatism. "Our nations are not natural partners, especially here in Africa. Our objectives diverge. We seek destabilization to let Islam take root and Western influence wither." He couldn't help a note of cynical amusement. "Your people. You're all merchants. Your only ideology is profit. Gold, diamonds, oil." Kang's response was cool and direct. "A change in Ghana's leadership is the only way to secure stable business conditions for us there. It's that simple. If this approach proves successful for us, and I am confident it will, then I intend to replicate it. Your spheres of influence will expand across the region, and collectively we can diminish Western presence. My own nation's reach will grow in tandem." Zahedi took another swallow. He refused to acknowledge the sharp, familiar comfort of the whiskey. He framed it only as a necessary sacrifice for the mission. After a moment, he replied, "The arrangement is clear. You'll receive what was promised." He stood, turned from the table, and walked out of the bar, paying no mind to the background music or the watchful eyes of the security detail. 8. In his cubicle within the U.S. Embassy, Chancery in Accra, Ghana, Josh Duffy scrolled through images of door hardware on his monitor. He wasn't shopping for his own home. He was tasked with sourcing digital locks for a nearby apartment complex the State Department planned to use for employee housing. Part of Josh's responsibilities involved ensuring all embassy staff residences met strict security standards. Whenever a local property owner offered a new building, Josh had to assess its suitability and coordinate with local contractors for any required upgrades. Reinforced walls, surveillance systems, window bars, and controlled access points all had to conform to precise diplomatic security specifications. He was only a week into this posting, but already carried a full load. Overseeing the residential security program explained the door hardware search, but he also assisted the assistant regional security officer for investigation. This meant that between evaluating locks and checking on guard details at American housing compounds, he spent considerable time looking into potential visa fraud cases involving Ghanaians seeking entry to the United States. The embassy employed about 150 Americans and roughly 650 local staff, making it one of the larger U.S. missions in Africa. The workload for diplomatic security here was heavy, though not due to insurgent threats or a hostile government. Ironically, the most persistent challenge came from EDP's emotionally disturbed persons. Daily individuals appeared outside the embassy perimeter, convinced America was an adversary and demanding entry. Usually the local guard force handled these situations before they escalated, but inside the Chancery, the embassy's nerve center, where the ambassador worked, Josh and the D's team remained on constant alert, ready for the day. Things might go seriously sideways. Behind his desk, near the bulletproof window, a wooden stand held his green body armor with a Bureau of Diplomatic Security patch, a rack of rifle magazines, and a utility belt from which a Glock 19 in a retention holster was suspended. A helmet rested on top, with night vision goggles attached. The name tape on the armor read Duffy, and nearby sat a pair of black Pelican cases also marked with his name. His assigned rifle was secured in the armory at Marine Post 1, a fortified room at the Chancery entrance manned around the clock by a Marine guard monitoring security feeds and coordinating with the compound's Marine security guard. Although an assault on the embassy in Accra seemed improbable, Josh had a genuine security operation demanding his focus. In 2 days, a joint European Union delegation would arrive, featuring Joanna Oldenburg, the diplomat whose daughter he had saved in Washington half a year prior. Following a reception, she and her team, alongside Ghanaian President Francis Aminer, U.S. Ambassador Dunnigan, and their respective contingents, would embark on a whirlwind 36-hour press tour across the nation via helicopter. This tour, hitting 6 locations, aimed to showcase several new U.S. and UN infrastructure and development partnerships in Ghana. For the EU's chief diplomat, it was a chance to assess progress firsthand. For the West, it was an opportunity to broadcast to Africa the benefits of strong alliances. China's expanding influence over the past decade, fueled by loans and construction projects under its Belt and Road Initiative, had notably edged out American and European presence. However, recent economic pressures in China had created an opening, and the West was swiftly moving to reassert itself. Josh anticipated the journey aboard French military helicopters would be eventful, and he felt a particular thrill knowing Ambassador Dunnigan had personally invited Nicole to join the delegation. Closing a browser tab and jotting a reminder to inspect his residence's locks, he heard the hallway door click open. The voice of the diplomatic security office management assistant echoed down the corridor. "Good morning, Nicole." "Morning, Olga," came the reply. Checking his G-Shock, Josh saw it was time for the mission briefing. He worked from a modest cubicle, but a larger office stood directly opposite. As his wife reached him, Regional Security Officer J. Costa, the lead sands agent, emerged from that office. The 3 proceeded to a second-floor conference room overlooking the Chancery atrium. They were joined by Benjamin Manu, a Ghanaian Foreign Service National Investigator for the State Department, and Assistant Regional Security Officer Chad Larson. Though a 4th DS agent was temporarily assigned to Morocco, she would return before the trip to oversee embassy security in their absence, while Manu would augment the ambassador's protective team. The assembled personnel and Nicole sat with several other embassy staffers slated for the journey, everyone except the ambassador herself. The traveling party included 4 Foreign Service officers, Nicole among them, plus 4 local bodyguard agents, on the ambassador's detail. These Ghanaians, like Manu, were former police officers, rigorously vetted and U.S. trained, each having pledged to protect the ambassador at all costs. Costa took charge of the security briefing. "It's Monday," he started. "The EU's High Representative for Foreign Affairs, Joanna Oldenburg, arrives Wednesday at 2 p.m. A reception at the French embassy is scheduled for 7 that evening for her delegation, our team and Ghanaian official. Ambassador Dunnigan will attend, so myself, Duff, and Chad will form her security detail for the event. The real adventure begins Thursday morning," Costa continued, a hint of dry amusement in his tone. 6 stops across the country in a day and a half. The only feasible way is by air, so the French are providing 3 Airbus H-225M Caracal helicopters, 1 for the EU delegation, 1 for President Aminer's group, and 1 for our party. Each aircraft holds 24 passengers. With roughly 50 people total, including security and press, we'll have plenty of room. Just remember to pack light. Those cabins get cozy fast." He paused, letting the logistical realities sink in before moving to the detailed itinerary and threat assessments for each stop. The itinerary begins on Thursday morning with a visit to the coastal port in Takoradi, followed by a trip inland to Kumasi for the opening of a new medical facility. From there, the delegation proceeds to Tamale for a ribbon-cutting ceremony at an industrial park funded by Joint You and Us initiative. Security at these 3 locations has been coordinated with local authorities, involving armored vehicles and mobile tactical teams. Friday's schedule includes a stop in Yendi near the border for a security briefing, requiring a short motorcade escorted by Ghanaian military personnel to the local chief's residence. Afterwards, the group flies south for a brief press announcement regarding a redevelopment project at the Akosombo Dam, a quick 25-minute stop directly at the site, eliminating the need for ground transport. Security there will be handled by the River Command and local police from the nearby town. The final engagement is a reception at Jubilee House, the presidential residence in Accra, before returning to the embassy. Jay summarized, "We depart Accra Airport at 8 Thursday morning and return by 4 on Friday. The U representative will then board her flight back to Brussels by 7 that evening." He added, "It's a packed schedule with a lot of coordination, but we're prepared." Next, a Foreign Service officer named Karen Chamberlain outlined protocol details, meeting attendees, positioning at events, and even the planned length of speeches. After an hour of questions and clarifications, the meeting adjourned. Josh walked his wife back to her second-floor office in the Chancery. As they moved through the hallway, he leaned in and lowered his voice. "This whole thing is essentially a 2-day publicity tour." Nicole let out a breath. "It's about optics, honey. Having the press cover a high-profile Ghanaian, American, and European delegation traveling to these sites and announcing new investments sends a message. We need to show a committed partnership here. It'll just be relieved when it's done," Josh replied. Nicole paused in the corridor and looked at him. "Your diplomatic security team has been briefed by the CIA on this trip, right? Jay handled that. What was their assessment of any threats? According to Jay, they basically told us to stay alert but expect everything to be fine." She gave a dry laugh. "Well, that's incredibly reassuring. Honestly, Jay thinks our main concern will be dealing with emotionally disturbed persons at the venues and around the hotel in Tamale, with no specific terrorist threats identified." They resumed walking. "So you have to work during the reception at the French residence?" Nicole asked. "Afraid so," Josh said. "You're still going, right?" "Yes. He'll check if Portia can stay late with the kids." A grin spread across Josh's face. "Man, we actually have a nanny," she laughed. "I know, it makes me feel like a total snob sometimes. You've cleaned plenty of bathrooms in your day. Theory's not a pretentious bone in your body." They shared a quick kiss before she returned to her office, and Josh went back to his desk, resuming his review of security schematics. 9. The village of Konjabi, a small settlement near Ghana's eastern border with Togo, lay nestled under mist-covered green hills. Even in the morning rain, the surrounding jungle echoed with birds' calls, but the sounds were interrupted by the growl of a burgundy Toyota Hilux. The truck left the town and climbed a steep, winding gravel road, passing under a thick canopy of trees and continuing upward, its tires churning through muddy brown puddles. Inside were only 2 men, Chinese intelligence officer Kang Shikun and South African mercenary Conrad Tremaine, who was driving. They had crossed the border the previous night, leaving their hired fighters and rebel contacts behind, and had deliberately brought no weapons with them. Had anyone from the Ghanaian police or military pulled them over, Kang was prepared with a solid cover story. He would have explained he was a representative for Shenshao Star Global, traveling to inspect a diamond mine and bid on a security contract with Tremaine as his hired consultant. But no checkpoint stopped them at the border, and no one in the villages gave them a second look. Their journey remained uninterrupted until about 20 minutes east of Konjabi. They rounded a bend on the climbing road. 3 young men in civilian clothes stood blocking the way. No weapons were in sight, but when one gestured for them to halt, Tremaine eased off the gas. All 3 were lean and fit, their expressions not hostile but intensely focused, buzzing with a kind of eager energy. Tremaine read the look instantly, and he knew Kang was doing the same beside him. These weren't soldiers. They'd likely known hardship, but they'd never known war, never endured the gut-wrenching terror of incoming shells, or held a dying friend. They were just kids, playing at being warrior. It was a familiar sight, and it always made him wonder the same thing. What would they do when the real shooting started? Tremaine brought the vehicle to a full stop and rolled down his window, not waiting for a challenge. "The professor is expecting us," he stated. One of the young men studied the two faces inside the car, then gave a curt nod. "Park there," he instructed in English. "Get out. Leave any weapons in the car." "We're not carrying any, friend," Tremaine replied smoothly. He and Kung exited the vehicle and walked back to the group, which had now grown by two more who emerged silently from the tree line. Each now had an AK-47 slung around his neck, but they wore the same fresh, untested look as the first three. The pat-down was quick and efficient, a marked improvement, Tremaine noted, from their last visit when the rebel security had been too green to think of frisking strangers who might wish their leader harm. Once cleared, they followed an armed guide up a rocky trail for several minutes, passing other youthful fighters who looked like they should have been in a college dorm, not a guerrilla camp. The path eventually opened to a stunning waterfall, a narrow ribbon of water plunging nearly 100 feet into a clear tennis court-sized pool below. A creek trickled away from the basin, winding down the steep hillside. Camouflaged against the cliff base was a small village of tents and tarp shelters, all in olive drab that blended seamlessly with the jungle canopy. Their guide exchanged nods with two relaxed sentries lounging outside a tent, their casual stance reminiscent of teenagers waiting in a cafeteria line, and one waved Kang and Tremaine inside. The tent's interior was dim and surprisingly cool, a relief from the humid 85-degree heat outside. In the center, a makeshift operations hub buzzed on a cluster of camp tables, manned by civilians tending to laptops, satellite phones, and aging radio sets. The workers glanced up briefly. One gestured toward the rear. There, seated on a simple cot with his legs crossed, was a small man in a vividly patterned dashiki shirt, its red, blue, green, and gold fabric untucked, with broad embroidered sleeves. He stood as they approached, his handshake firm and unsmiling. "It is good to see you, Professor Addo," Kung offered. "And you," Addo replied. His gaze then shifted upward to the much taller white man, and his eyes narrowed with a sharp, assessing curiosity. "Condor, Professor." Addo suggested they step outside to talk, promising they could return to relax afterward. Tremaine had no interest in relaxation, but he followed the two men out of the tent. They walked past a few armed sentries toward the waterfall, moving close enough to the rocky cliff face that the spray from the cascading water misted over them, offering a sudden welcome coolness. Here their conversation would be masked by the roar of the falls, safe from eavesdropping. Kang's intelligence, drawn from contacts in Accra and Beijing, indicated it was highly unlikely any agency was monitoring them, but Tremaine appreciated the precaution nonetheless. As the rebel leader stopped, Tremaine studied him once more. Professor Mamadou Addo carried himself with a polished, almost academic demeanor that seemed at odds with his surroundings. At 35, he stood 5'7", a man who had earned a doctorate in public studies from Accra University before his political path turned radical. Influenced by his parents' activism, he had joined the Togoland resistance while teaching at the University of Lom, quickly growing frustrated by the group's disorganization. He dedicated himself to reshaping it into a professional force, becoming its leader by 29. A government crackdown after a radio station attack landed him 2 years of hard labor. Upon release, he immediately crossed into Togo to avoid rearrest, eventually breaking away to found the Dragons of Western Togoland Restoration Front. After a few clashes with police in Ghana's Volta region, a warrant forced him back across the border. For nearly 2 years he had broadcast his message via social media and radio signals bleeding into Ghana, boldly claiming a trained army of thousands was ready to rise. The reality, however, was a force barely numbering in the dozens, until Kung arrived a year ago with funding, equipment, and cyber support. Then Kung introduced Tremaine, known only as Condor. Now, with Chinese resources and Sentinel's training, Otto commanded 4 full companies, over 400 men. He glanced around nervously before speaking, as if checking for spy drones, a habit Tremaine found theatrical but chose not to comment on. In a hushed voice, Otto reported, "My lieutenants at the Sodom camp confirm all training is complete. Weapons are clean, the men are fed and rested, and the vehicles are loaded. They are prepared." Tremaine nodded. 448 trained fighters. "You will move into position on Thursday to begin final coordination with my team." Kung added, "Remember, Professor, your forces must remain concealed until 6A. Saturday." "Yes, I understand," Otto replied. "You are concerned about endangering the Western diplomats traveling in the country." Tremaine shook his head, a hint of impatience in his tone. "It's not concern, it's strategy. The wider world cannot know this is happening until it's already done." Kang agreed. "The U representative departs Ghana Friday evening. By Saturday morning it will be too late to stop us." Otto hesitated, then said, "I have some concerns." "Please, share them," Kang urged calmly. "The Ghanaian military, or certain elements of it. I am not worried about Northern Command. They were positioned along the border, containing the Islamist factions up in Burkina Faso. Our advance from the river toward the capital would take mere hours, not days, rendering any intervention from that quarter too late." "I'm not overly concerned about Southern Command," the professor continued. "They have decent equipment and numbers, but their garrisons are caught completely off guard. From the intelligence you've shared, a significant portion of their rank and file would likely back our uprising." Kang gave a slow nod. "You'll face some symbolic resistance, but the majority of Southern Command will stand with you." "My real worry," Otto countered, wiping the spray from the waterfall from his brow, "is Central Command in Kumasi. General Boatlang is widely respected, and his forces are both well-equipped and rigorously trained. He can move from Kumasi to Accra faster than I can get from western Togoland. If he catches even a whisper of our movements early, his troops could dismantle everything we've built." "Leave Central Command to me," Kang replied smoothly. "I have a plan in place." "A plan you refuse to disclose," Odo stated, his tone flat. "All will be clear at the appropriate time." Ado's gaze shifted toward the south. "I will need the support of the southern populace." "And you will have it," Kang assured him. "My country has made all the necessary arrangements." Tremaine chose that moment to interject. "Boateng will be preoccupied when you seize the capital." "After you've taken control." "After you've taken control," Kang cut in, "my nation will open negotiations with him. He will ultimately fall under your authority." "How can you be so certain?" Ado's skepticism was palpable. "Let's just say we possess certain leverage. Compromising information regarding the general's extracurricular pursuits. You have my personal assurance he will comply willingly and serve your administration faithfully." Ado's eyes, clouded with mistrust, met Tremaine. Yet beneath that suspicion, Tremaine detected a familiar burning energy, the same raw ambition he'd seen in the young rebels at the checkpoint. The professor's hunger for power, for his role to be recognized on the world stage, was beginning to overshadow his initial caution. Needing to steer the conversation forward, Tremaine laid out the timeline. "We anticipate achieving our primary objectives by nightfall on Sunday. The president and his cabinet will be removed. They'll flee the country and face permanent exile with the help of sympathetic elements within Southern Command. When the capital wakes for business on Monday, the world will be introduced to Ghana's new leadership." "A fait accompli, Professor," Kang added. "You will be filmed addressing the nation from Black Star Square, with the Gulf of Guinea behind you. My people will disseminate that speech widely, flooding news channels with favorable coverage of you and damning reports about the deposed regime." Ado's mistrustful eyes lingered on the imposing South African. "I still don't fully understand why you need to be here, Condor. I appreciate the training your men have provided mine these past months, of course, But now, as my people prepare to act, having you so visibly linked to our cause, the risk seems to outweigh the benefit." Kang started to respond, but Tremaine was quicker. "That's a fair point, Professor. You've never seen combat, but believe me, once the first shots are fired, you'll understand precisely why I'm here." Ado simply glared at the larger man, a smug defiance in his posture that made Tremaine's fists itch. But the South African remained still, his clothes growing damp in the mist, waiting patiently for the rebel leader to finish. Finally Ado spoke again. "When this is over, I want you and your men gone." A faint smile touched Tremaine's lips. "Well, depart the moment you are securely in power. Not a minute before and not a day after." Ado let the matter drop, turning back to Kang. "The social media campaign your people launched to stir public sentiment has been remarkably effective." The Chinese intelligence officer nodded once more. "Beijing remains fully committed to your success. Their support will prove invaluable, particularly once you assume office." "And what exactly does Beijing expect from me in exchange?" Kang paused, his expression thoughtful before he answered. "As I've mentioned, once you're settled in Jubilee House, representatives from Beijing will reach out to discuss strengthening our bilateral ties." Ado offered a faint smile. "You are Beijing's representative. I'm asking you directly." "What are your terms?" "I don't have that specific information," Kang replied. "By the time you take power, my role here will be complete. Official diplomats will handle those discussions. They're better equipped for such matters." "Let me pose a hypothetical," Ado said, his tone shifting to one of academic curiosity. "Suppose your plan succeeds perfectly, and I find myself in power. What if I then decide not to grant China the resources and access you've worked so hard to secure? What would happen then? Is that a scenario you're considering?" Ado gave a casual shrug. "I'm an academic. We explore possibilities. That's a question better suited for the diplomats." "I'd prefer a straightforward answer." Kang's gaze drifted toward the waterfall before returning to Ado. "If you were to break our agreement, my government would likely send me back." "To do what?" "To follow my orders," Kang said, then added after a brief silence, "Whatever they may be." Ado nodded slowly. "I believe that. I simply wanted to see if you would be honest with me." For a moment the three men stood without speaking. Then, for the first time during their meeting, Professor Mamadou Ado broke into a wide, bright grin. "You get me into Jubilee House, Mr. Kang, and China will always have an open door." Later, after sharing tea and further conversation with the professor inside the tent, Tremaine and Kang returned to their hillocks. The South African navigated back through the jungle, descending the hill toward the town of Kajabi. Once they were several miles past the final Dragon checkpoint, Tremaine finally spoke up. "That fool has no clue what he's signing up for." "Exactly," Kang agreed. "And that's precisely how we need it." "You know," Tremaine said, "I've been turning something over in my mind. There's one move that would guarantee your coup's success." Kang gave a low chuckle. "Is that so? What have I overlooked? If President Amanor were assassinated, there'd be no chance of a counter-coup. I've studied this country's politics. It's deeply divided. Amanor is the only figure with real influence over the people. How do you suggest we eliminate him before he realizes the coup is underway?" Tremaine's voice grew steady. "Move the timeline forward. Take him out Friday afternoon at Ekosambo Dam, then launch your coup. I'm an exceptional sniper. For the right price, I'd take the shot myself." Kang shook his head firmly. "We need control of the dam before we reveal our intentions. That leverage is essential. We have 71 Sentinel operatives in Ghana right now, and nearly 450 rebels either here or just across the border. The plan is set. The timing is fixed. All right, Kang, you're in charge." They continued driving in silence, but Kang's mind was racing. Just like Professor Ado, Conrad Tremaine didn't know the full scope of the plan either, and that was exactly how Kang intended it. He saw himself as the chessmaster, moving his pieces across the board, ready to use them and sacrifice them as the game demanded. The French ambassador's residence in Accra was an elegant white colonial building, nestled within a secluded park-like enclosure in the cantonments district, situated between the U.S. and French embassies. In many ways, the French compound was even more secure than its American neighbor, since the State Department had opted against topping its perimeter fence with razor wire, deeming it an unfavorable image for America. The French, however, had no such reservation. Though the residence and embassy were beautifully ornate, from the outside the property resembled a high-security prison in a developing nation. Despite the imposing fence that encircled the property, the elegant residence within was famous for its extravagant yet sophisticated gathering. The evening's function, honoring the European Union's top diplomat, had been meticulously organized for weeks. The event planners were experts at summer entertaining, so experienced they had prepared for the rainy season's unpredictability. The original intention was to host nearly 100 guests outdoors by the pool, beneath the trees and open sky. However, the heavy damp air and the looming threat of a downpour prompted a swift relocation indoors. The party now flowed through the vestibule, the main living area, and a spacious gallery in the decades-old two-story home. The French diplomatic staff had comfortably entertained larger crowds in these rooms before, ensuring tonight's assembly would be a perfect fit. The French ambassador had been adamant about hosting the visiting U delegation. The guest list included local officials and American diplomats, and no expense was spared. Champagne from Pernay, refined Sancerre, and select Pinot Noir were poured freely. The menu featured Ghanaian-inspired French canapes, created by local culinary talents alongside the embassy's own chef. A popular Ghanaian D provided a vibrant soundtrack as the residence began to buzz with arrivals shortly after 7. Nicole Duffy arrived solo, but moved through the crowd with ease, mingling with fellow Foreign Service officers and French diplomats as the evening commenced. She wore a deep burgundy dress, her hair styled up, navigating the room in heels she could actually walk in. Tomorrow's travel north with the delegation would call for casual attire, making tonight a rare chance to wear one of the 3 formal dresses she owned all purchased in the Washington, D.C. area for last-minute, upscale invitations since joining the Foreign Service. She sipped a white wine, reminding herself to stay alert. This was a working event as much as a social one. Yet, as she conversed, her gaze repeatedly drifted toward the entrance, eagerly awaiting her husband's arrival with the U.S. ambassador, who was running late. The door finally opened, and Regional Security Officer Jay Costa entered, followed by Jennifer Dunnigan, the U.S. ambassador to Ghana. Nicole knew Jay would lead the ambassador's security detail tonight, with her husband and another agent providing support. Ambassador Dunnigan, a 55-year-old career diplomat whose last post was as deputy chief of mission in Peru, stood tall with a warm, engaging presence. Known in Ghana as a thoughtful listener and a dedicated advocate for strong U.S. West African relations, she entered alongside Manfred House, Nicole's supervisor, as the embassy's political chief. Next to him was Chad Larson, the assistant regional security officer and a colleague of Josh's. Bringing up the rear was the other Arso, the newest member of the Accra station. A slight smile touched Nicole's lips as she spotted her husband in his dark suit, the jacket unbuttoned for quick access to his sidearm. His brown eyes scanned the room with practiced precision, mirroring the alertness of the other security personnel. She had to admit, there was something undeniably compelling about watching Josh in his element of professional intensity she hadn't witnessed during his time as a civilian contractor, save for a brief moment when they first met, and which she'd missed during his occasional protective details back in Washington. The only period she could recall him actually holding down a job was that stretch after his leg injury, when he worked security at Tyson's Galleria, before the contracting gig in Mexico that almost ended him, but somehow set his life on a new path. Sometimes she'd meet him at the mall for lunch. They'd sit on a bench in the parking garage, or at a table in the food court, eating packed sandwiches, but back then Josh was so swallowed by depression over his injury and money troubles that those meals were far from memorable. Tonight, however, was different. Josh was in his zone. Nicole Duffy had marked this week on her calendar months ago for a few reasons, and a big one was getting to watch Josh do the job he was born for. As the American ambassador greeted a group of French officials in the entryway, Nicole leaned against a pedestal holding a bronze sculpture, glass in hand, and observed. Josh stood about 30 feet away, hands clasped loosely in front of him, his gaze systematically sweeping the room. It wasn't long before his eyes found hers. She hit him with an exaggerated, sloppy wink, the kind a tipsy woman might throw at a stranger in a barand. He responded with a sheepish grin, shaking his head as he looked away. Nicole adored making him squirm, a game they both played, but right now the advantage was squarely hers. Soon Ambassador Dunnigan moved further into the residence, her small security detail maintaining a watchful but relaxed posture. The heavy lifting would start tomorrow. The ambassador herself glided into the gallery, accepted a flute of champagne from a circulating waiter, and launched into a lively discussion with her French counterpart. A man in his early 60s, with a thick head of gray hair, and a laugh that filled the space. Nicole took a cheese canap from her passing tray and ate it, then snagged a second one as the server turned away. The ambassador was now just a few steps away, so close that Josh shifted his position, coming to stand against the wall right beside his wife. "How's it going over here?" Nicole asked, sipping her wine. "It's going," he replied, his attention never leaving the crowd. "You look incredible, by the way." "You're not supposed to be looking at me," she teased. "Why not? Everyone else is." "Because you're on duty, Special Agent." She smiled, resisting the sudden ridiculous impulse to pull him into a nearby closet. The ambassador was recounting an anecdote to the French ambassador, and in the lull Josh spoke softly to Nicole. "How's the wine?" "It's annoyingly good, I have to admit." Josh, she knew, wouldn't be touching a drop all night. Ambassador Dunnigan finished her conversation and noticed Nicole. She stepped over. The two women exchanged compliments on their gowns, and then Jennifer Dunnigan said, "I'm sorry your husband is stuck working tonight. I can't imagine a safer spot in West Africa than the French embassy here, but the security protocols are out of my hands." Nicole raised her glass slightly. "I'll give it a thought. It's actually fun seeing him in full professional mode. Is a lot less rigid at home. After all my years as a contractor's wife, I never once saw him on the job." To which Josh remarked, "The first time I met you, I was working." Nichols' smile widened. "Okay, fair point. Where are the kids?" "With the nanny." "Yes, Portia has both of ours plus Chad Larson's boy, so she's in for a wild night. They're having a pizza party at our place, and I promised it'd be back by 9. Nicole glanced at her Apple Watch. "It'll slip out a little before then, unless you need me for anything." Dunnigan shook her head. "He'll need you in Takoradi, Kumasi, Tamale, and up at Akosombo soon enough. Tonight, consider yourself officially off the clock. Go on, enjoy yourself a little." A Ghanaian official approached the ambassador, drawing her attention momentarily. Nicole seized the chance to pluck a skewer of grilled shrimp from a circulating tray. She took a bite, standing beside Josh, who kept his focus on the ambassador. A soft, appreciative groan escaped her as she savored the appetizer. "Good grief, have you tasted these shrimp?" she asked, a playful glint in her eye. She was needling him, and he responded with a weary sigh. "Sorry, honey," she said after another delicious bite. "I'll sneak a couple into my clutch for you for later." She moved closer, surveying the elegant room. "Everyone seems pretty civilized." "Except for the woman who won't let me concentrate on my job," he retorted, then conceded with a shrug. "Can't deny she's attractive, though. I'll give her that." Nicole shook her head. "I still don't get why you have to provide security for her inside the French embassy, of all places." His gaze never left the ambassador. Costa was positioned on her other side, with Larson to his right, all maintaining the same vigilant watch. "We didn't vet this guest list," Josh explained. "The French handled all that. You don't honestly think anyone would try something here, do you? Listen, Nick, the second you start believing you're safe is precisely when you're most vulnerable. I operate on the principle that we're always about 2 seconds from chaos." She understood completely. Her mind flashed to a memory, sharp and clear, flying her Apache over Syria, lining up a rocket strike on a distant target, when a sudden unseen threat had blasted her from the sky. "Complacency kills," she murmured in agreement. "You know I get it, babe." The main doors swung open and a new security team entered, their demeanor notably more alert and intense. The reason became clear moments later. Following them in was Joanna Aldenburg, the European Union's High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy. She wore a cream-colored dress and stylish glasses, accepting a flute of champagne before gliding toward the French ambassador. "Think she'll remember you?" Nicole whispered. "Not a chance," Josh replied. "I never saw her again after that mess on Embassy Row. She did send a very polite letter and a fruit basket afterward. Or someone on her staff did." Ambassador Dunnigan joined Aldenburg and the French ambassador, the three engaging in conversation. After a few minutes, however, the Dutch diplomat's eyes lifted and locked onto the security agent posted by the wall, next to the striking woman in burgundy. Josh realized his assumption was wrong. She did recognize him. Aldenburg crossed the floor swiftly, her expression a blend of surprise and delight. "Mr. Duffy, a pleasure to see you again, ma'am." What an unexpected surprise. "What are the odds we'd cross paths here in Accra? Given your extensive travel schedule, the odds were probably better than you'd think," Josh said with a slight smile. "I've only been stationed here a couple of weeks. May I introduce my wife, Nicole?" Aldenburg shook Nicole's hand warmly. "It's an honor," Nicole said. Josh added, "Nicole serves as a political officer." "How lovely, a true partnership." While Aldenburg spoke to Nicole, Josh continued his visual sweep of the gathering. "I must tell you," Aldenburg said to Nicole, "your husband very likely saved my daughter's life. Mine as well, as I was rather foolishly trying to intervene. I'm not exactly built for combat." "That sounds exactly like him, ma'am," Nicole replied. "He saved me once, too, actually." The diplomat took this as a charming, romantic sentiment, entirely missing the literal truth behind the words. "How wonderful. Will you both be joining the delegation tomorrow?" "We will," Nicole confirmed. "It promises to be a hectic day." She glanced at Josh. "Let's hope it's a calmer trip than the last time you were on my detail. Though, of course, now you're assigned to Ambassador Dunnigan." Josh's eyes tracked the EU security personnel positioned nearby. "It looks like you have a very capable team." At this, Aldenburg turned and gestured to a man in his 30s standing close to her. He had dark, neatly combed back hair and wore a sharp gray suit with a red tie. Josh had already identified him as the lead agent for her U security detail. "Julian DeLille," Aldenburg said. "Meet Joshua Duffy. I mentioned the situation with Rhea back in Washington. It was Joshua who went in to get my daughter and brought her out safely." As he shook Delisle's hand, Josh offered a modest correction. "My recollection is a bit hazy, but I believe I only managed to get mostly out on my own steam." This drew a round of laughter. Aldenburg shook hands with both Josh and Nicole before turning to converse with Ambassador Dunnigan and the Ghanaian foreign minister. Josh started to follow the group as they drifted toward the living room, but Nicole caught his attention. "I'm heading back to the buffet. I spotted an eclair that has my name written all over it." "I'll expect a full report later," he replied with a smile. 11. A short while later, Josh was positioned by an open patio door. A heavy rain fell outside, but its sound was nearly swallowed by the din of conversation and music from the living room speakers. Ambassador Dunnigan sat on a sofa some 10 feet away, engaged in discussion with a new diplomat and Ghana's interior minister. Her bodyguard, J. Costa, stood nearby, ready to move her to safety if required. Chad monitored the main entrance, leaving Josh to cover the rear patio access a potential evacuation route to the motorcade waiting outside. His eyes swept over Aldenburg's 8-person U security detail, dispersed around the room much like his own team. They were mostly men in their 30s and 40s, dressed in suits, carrying themselves with a military bearing that suggested competence. He noted their professional, unobtrusive placements with approval. His attention was drawn by a man in his 50s entering the room, dressed in a blue blazer and gray slacks, a glass of red wine in hand. He blended seamlessly with the other guests, warranting no more than a passing glance from Josh, except for one detail. The man was looking directly at him. Josh initially thought the newcomer might be eyeing the patio, but instead the man walked straight up to him, turned around, and adopted a similar stance, gazing out into the crowded room as if mirroring the diplomatic security agent's posture. Josh shot a quick look his way. "Evening." "Evening," the man replied with a distinct American accent, possibly Midwestern. "I'd offer a handshake, but I see you're on duty." The face wasn't familiar, but Josh hadn't met all the Americans at the embassy yet. "Can I help you with something? You're Josh Duffy." "That's right. Bob Gorski. Good to meet you." "Mr. Gorski." Duff gave him another once-over. His immediate instinct pegged him as CIA. During his contracting days across the Middle East and North Africa, Josh had gotten decent at guessing which 3-letter agency Americans worked for, though he'd been wrong often enough to know not to jump to conclusions. "I read all about your adventures down in Mexico a few years back," Gorski said, taking a sip of his wine. "Have to say I was damn impressed." Josh shifted a step to his left to maintain a clear line of sight to the ambassador as a guest momentarily moved into his sightline. Gorski moved with him. "A lot of what got printed wasn't accurate," Josh stated. Gorski chuckled. "Isn't that always the way? Still, even if they botched the details, I believe the core of the story. What you pulled off took serious guts, smarts, and determination. My mother used to tell me, Baba, you've got pluck. Well, son, you've got pluck in spades." Josh offered a polite, forward-facing smile. "I appreciate that. IMOGA, in case you were wondering. Other governmental agency was the standard euphemism." "The thought had crossed my mind," Josh admitted. Josh caught Costa glancing over, his eyes shifting to Gorski before he made a dismissive face, clearly unimpressed. Turning back, Josh addressed the man beside him. "You're a new face. Not with the Accra station, I take it." "Just passing through," Gorski replied with an easy smile. "Heard you were in town and thought I'd swing by to introduce myself." This struck Josh as odd. "You came all the way to the French ambassador's residence just to find me?" "Guilty as charged," Gorski said, shrugging. "Also the caviar. You really should try it on the toast points. My time in Moscow gave me a taste for the good stuff. The French version here isn't half bad, I'll admit." "Is this a recruitment pitch?" Gorski let out a laugh, finishing his wine a little too quickly, and Josh wondered if the man had been drinking more than he should. "Not at all. But if you ever did consider moving into intelligence work, I could point you to the right folks. I appreciate that, but am content where I am. My wife and I are building a stable life for our kids at State. I imagine your line of work makes that kind of stability challenging." 3 ex-wives, no kids, and 52 years old, Gorski said with a good-natured chuckle. "I'm hardly the poster boy for family values. Still, it's reassuring to know there are decent people around, even if they're not on our payroll." As Dunnigan stood and began circulating through the room, Josh moved with the flow, Gorski keeping pace and swapping his empty glass for a fresh white wine from the bar. "So, to circle back," Josh began, but Gorski cut him off before he could repeat his question. "I understand you'll be accompanying the ambassador, the president, and the high representative on that development tour tomorrow. I suppose I won't ask how you know that, considering your employer. Honestly, it wasn't exactly a state secret. Basic operational awareness." Gorski took a sip of the white wine, then set it down and picked up a glass of Pinot Noir from a nearby tray. "Listen, I was hoping you could do me a small favor." "A favor?" "Yeah, in picking up some concerning chatter from the rural areas." Josh turned to face him fully. "Chatter? That's right. Outright out in the bush. Here in Ghana? For now, Ghana's quiet. But the rest of West Africa is a mess. Coups in Burkina Faso, Mali, Benin, Niger, Togo might be next, and Islamic extremists are spreading like wildfire." Joss's expression tightened. "Up north, maybe, over in Nigeria, certainly, but not here." Gorski gave a non-committal shrug. "Multiple factors are converging that we need to monitor. The economy's struggling. Political tensions are simmering east of the Volta River, plus foreign influence and money flooding in. I'd just like you to keep your ears open. If you see or hear anything unusual, let me know." "Are you suggesting there could be unrest here? A threat to the delegation?" Gorski shook his head. "We have no concrete intelligence pointing to any imminent uprising. Potential rebels lack serious weaponries. It's hard to stage a coup in Africa with little more than machete." "That's how it started in Rwanda," Josh noted, his gaze still tracking the ambassador across the room. "In Rwanda they had tens of thousands of organized, committed killers armed with machetes," Gorski countered. "Here, if there are even 250 military-aged men out east looking to cause trouble for Ghana, he'll eat my hat. And again, they're practically unarmed." He snagged another caviar toast from a passing server. "The real problem isn't some ragtag rebel group. It's the Chinese." Josh maintained his professional focus, but his interest was fully captured. "How are they involved?" "They're furious about the new port construction, the dam refurbishment, the schools, the industrial park basically, all the infrastructure projects the EU and the US are backing here. They see it as a direct challenge to their own influence. They aren't thrilled about us re-entering partnerships, and they certainly don't appreciate President Amana in Jubilee House cozying up to the West, potentially sidelining Chinese interests in the region's gold and diamond mines. Beijing might not have the funds to match us dollar for yuan, but I can't shake the feeling it might serve their purposes to stir up some chaos. We've been monitoring inflammatory rhetoric in print and on the airwaves grumbling about Accra, about President Amanor and his administration. There's sophisticated social media activity too, far too polished to originate from the backwaters of Togo. Professor Otto's radio program is fueling resentment toward the capital, but our analysis suggests this entire narrative is being manufactured in Beijing." Gorski took a long drink of his Pinot Noir. "It's the same playbook we used in Central America and other places." Josh understood. We meant the CIA. "What exactly are you asking from me?" "Like I mentioned, just keep me informed if you notice anything unusual." "I'm an Arso. I've been in the country barely 11 days. I'm not whatever asset you're looking for. I'm only asking for an extra set of eyes. You'd be watching for threats regardless. I'm suggesting that if you spot anything that might interest someone tracking Chinese activities here, you use your Iridium-sat phone to give me a call." Josh was puzzled. "There are 5 American diplomats on this detail, including the ambassador. There are 2 other DS agents far more senior than me, plus our Foreign Service national investigator and a 4-man local guard detail of experienced former police. Why come to me?" Gorski appeared to weigh the question. "Because I have a feeling you recognize trouble when you see it better than most." Josh raised an eyebrow, but kept his gaze on Dunnigan as she mingled. Finally he said, "Do you have a card?" "No, but I have your sat number. I'll send you a message so you have mine." Josh nodded, though he wondered how the CIA had obtained his satellite phone number. Gorski added, "One more thing. During all your time as a merc, did you ever—" "I was a private military contractor, not a mercenary." "During your years as a private military contractor, did you ever cross paths with a man named Conrad Tremaine?" Duff's eyes widened. He stopped scanning the room and turned fully to Gorski. "South African?" Yeah. Josh nodded slowly, his gaze drifting. Yeah. I worked under him for a stint when I was contracted with United Defense. Gorski seemed to already know this. You were with United when you lost your leg in Lebanon, correct? Duff sighed. This man knew too much. Yes, but I knew Tremaine before that in Afghanistan. He left quite a mark. Positive or negative? Decidedly negative. He's a mercenary, always was. A real piece of work. Got fired for colluding with some army personnel to steal a shipment of rifles. Tried to drag me and a few others into it. Got a man killed in the process. Damn, Gorski said softly. Duff shook his head, dispelling the memory. Tremaine lost his contract, but I heard he landed another job soon after. Gorski nodded. He works for a company called Sentinel now. Never heard of them. You have. When Armored sent the outfit that left you stranded in Mexico and under the leadership and many contractors merged with former United Defense personnel. They reformed under the name Sentinel Security. Josh was unaware of this. He'd been too focused on building a new future to dwell on a past he considered closed. He wasn't a contractor anymore, and never would be again. Why are you asking me about Tremaine? For the first time since arriving at the French ambassador's residence, his complete attention shifted from protecting Dunnigan. The CIA officer stepped closer. One of my operatives captured his image at a small airstrip in Togo 17 days ago. His purpose there remains unclear, but his presence is rarely a harbinger of calm. You're aware, I assume, of the nature of Togo's frontier with Ghana? Practically imaginary, Duff replied. That's the polite term for it. Josh gave a slow nod, his gaze drifting back toward the pulpit. Gorski continued. So, if your excursion into the countryside turns up any hired soldiers, whispers about Chinese interests, wild stories of insurgents or South African guns for hire, or if you simply need to chat, you have my number. With a firm pat on Josh's shoulder, Gorski set his partially finished wine glass on a nearby end table and made his way out. Shortly after Ambassador Dunnigan disappeared into the restroom, Jay Costa sidled up to Duff. So you've been introduced to our friend, Mad Bob. Josh looked at his superior. Why mad? He's been bouncing around Africa for 2 decades. Station chief in Mogadishu, number 2 in Angola. Now he's a freelance agitator reporting straight to Langley's Africa desk instead of any specific post. He's constantly hunting for doomsday plots and stirring the pot at every embassy he visits. Costa chuckled. For some reason, headquarters adores him. Must have patrons high up, but Dunnigan and most other ambassadors here won't even return his calls. Josh mentioned. He brought up a South African operative I once knew. Said he was spotted recently just across the border in Togo. Costa gripped Duff's arm, feigning a dramatic shock. A mercenary was sighted in Africa? Alert the media. He shrugged with a wry smile. That's Gorski's standard play. He strings together unrelated coincidences and predicts imminent chaos. Sure, he's been accidentally right once or twice. Even a stopped clock is right twice a day. But his misses far outnumber the hits. Listen, Costa added, his tone turning earnest. We've been fully briefed by the Accra station for tomorrow's movement. They are the authorities here. Don't let Mad Bob's paranoid fantasies clutter your thinking. Following Dunnigan into the main gallery a moment later, Josh spotted his wife deep in conversation with her director and several political officers. He made a quick, firm decision then. He wouldn't mention the CIA officer's visit to Nikki. There was no credible threat, and she was already carrying enough responsibility for this journey. He pushed most of Mad Bob's warnings aside, yet one detail stuck, the mention of Tremaine. On that point, Gorski was undoubtedly correct. Tremaine's shadow meant storm clouds were gathering. Whatever operation Condor was running now, Josh fervently hoped the bastard would keep his business confined to the Togolese side of that non-existent border. 12 Kang Shikun arrived at the restaurant precisely at 10 alone. Dressed in a navy blazer and tan trousers, he carried nothing. Even his mobile and satellite phones were secured in the Land Rover parked outside. The venue, Sapphire Valley, was a vast garden-like complex on the outskirts of Kumasi, Ghana's second-largest city, catering to weddings, events, and leisure. Chinese capital owned it, and the grounds included this restaurant and bar. The growing Chinese community in Kumasi, despite recent trade friction with Accra, made his presence inconspicuous. He navigated past a lavish wedding party filled with affluent locals, through the manicured gardens, and into the restaurant's secluded back room, familiar with the routine. Two casually dressed Ghanaian men met him at the door. He raised his arms and submitted to a brisk pat-down. Kang understood the security team wasn't searching for conventional weapons. Their target was any hidden recording equipment, which explained their invasive and thorough pat-down. Yet the executive from Shenzhou Star Global in Beijing remained utterly unflappable, his demeanor calm and collected. Once cleared, the guards exited, sealing the door and leaving him inside the secluded room. He was not met with solitude. The only other occupant was a man in his 50s, his posture rigid and chest broad, betraying a military bearing despite the vibrant, hand-stitched dashiki shirt, the casual linen trousers, and simple leather sandals he wore. His hair was thick and dark, silver just beginning to touch his temples. He offered no welcoming smile to the visitor from Beijing, but his handshake was firm and purposeful. Kang's greeting was a single weighted word. General, Brigadier General Kwame Boatlang commanded the nation's Central Command, one of 3 military divisions. The Northern Command faced the most persistent conflict, dealing with extremist spillover from Burkina Faso that tested Ghanaian forces daily. Southern Command, headquartered in the bustling capital, was the military's public face, yet Kang's own analysis had revealed glaring vulnerabilities in their deployment, readiness, and, crucially for his purposes, their collective will. Central Command, however, was assessed by Beijing as dependable. It wasn't the largest, the most decorated, or the most battle-scarred division, but its leadership was sharp, its troops were steadfast, and with the recent infusion of European Union infantry fighting vehicles, it possessed superior mobility across the nation's heartland. Boateng's command did harbor one critical flaw, though Kang viewed it not as a weakness but an opening: systemic corruption within its upper echelon. Chinese organized crime networks had deep roots across Africa, hunting for minerals, gemstones, cheap labor, and oil reserve. One particular mainland syndicate had ensnared Boateng 5 years prior, offering him a clandestine share in a Bibiani gold mine in exchange for turning a blind eye to their extortion rackets, illicit gambling dens, and prostitution rings operating in his region. At the time, Boateng had accepted without much deliberation. His focus was on national defense, not policing civilian affairs. But as local authorities in Kumasi also fell under the syndicate's influence, the general realized the true cost. His complicity had granted them free rein. The Bibiani mine lined his pockets, with his Chinese partners discreetly funneling the wealth into offshore accounts in the Seychelles. For years, the 55-year-old soldier was content with this arrangement. That changed 9 months ago, when rumors reached him that officials in Accra were scrutinizing his triad connection. Months of tense interrogations and fervent denials to his superiors followed, each day shadowed by the dread of impending disgrace. Then 6 months back, an unassuming man from Shenzhou Star Global appeared, summoned to a meeting at the usual location, Sapphire Valley, where he typically convened with his 24K triad contacts. Boateng expected another session with the hardened mobsters he knew. Instead, he was greeted by this smaller, polished man in a tailored suit, who shook his hand warmly, ordered a glass of Chardonnay with an easy confidence, and immediately struck Boateng as something entirely different, more refined, more calculating, and operating on a far grander strategic plane than any gangster he had ever met. It didn't take long for Boateng to realize the man sitting across from him was an intelligence operative. In their initial exchange, Kang revealed precise details of the ongoing investigation. so specific they could only have come from surveillance within the investigator's own offices. More crucially, Kang offered the popular general a path to escape his predicament. Speaking in the soft, measured tone that would become his signature, Kang laid it out plainly. They have an airtight case against you. There's only one way to avoid prison. Botlang's voice betrayed a flicker of desperation. What way is that? You must control the investigators. You must control the courts. The general let out a low, uncertain chuckle. How does one control the courts? It's simple, Kang replied. You become president. General Quaim Bodlang was a man of immense ambition. Though stunned by the audacity of the proposal from this Beijing-based spy, he did not send him away. His curiosity was piqued. Over several subsequent meetings, a plan was meticulously drafted and ultimately accepted. Now, 6 months later, that plan was mere days from execution. Tonight, the first half-hour of their meeting was filled with trivial pleasantries, political chatter, and insider gossip. Kang did most of the talking, his demeanor calm and utterly self-assured. Bodang, in contrast, pushed his plate aside, nursing a scotch while his nerves showed. He was a coiled spring excited by the prospect before him yet, deeply anxious about the risks. This is profoundly dangerous for me personally, Bodang muttered. I never should have gotten involved with your people from the start, Kang. You didn't get involved with my people, Kang corrected smoothly. You engaged with 24K, the world's most notorious triad. I was thousands of miles away when those dealings occurred. If you're having second thoughts about our arrangement, General, do not lay them at my feet. I am the one providing your exit strategy. Bolang's trust in the spy had frayed, even as his desperation to escape his legal jeopardy had grown. He leaned forward. You promised to put me in power. How many others have you told the same thing? Kang laughed lightly. Only one. I assured the professor he would be comfortably settled in Jubilee House by Sunday night. A faint, wry smile finally touched Botang's lip, his first of the evening. If Otto is truly a professor, then I'm grateful my children never studied under him. The man is a fool. Kang shrugged. You know academics. The plan I gave him is as elaborate as any historical text he might read, and he believes what he reads. Why would he doubt me? Why should I believe you? Because you are the essential piece, Kang stated, his tone shifting from conversational to sharply direct. You are the only man with the military force to seize the capital, the public appeal to lead the nation, and the strategic mind to forge a more productive partnership with my country, showing the West the door. The shift in tone was deliberate, cutting through Bodang's doubts with a blade of cold pragmatism. All of this had been decided and agreed upon, yet Bodang knew this was his final opportunity to voice his reservations. Let me be sure I understand. Addo's rebels will cut power to Accra by seizing control of the dam and mining it to prevent an army response. Then they will assault police stations and military checkpoints on the approach to the capital. Once there, with help from the soldiers of fortune you've imported, they will keep Southern Command effectively bogged down until I arrive with my mechanized forces. My troops will crush the rebels. Your mercenaries will vanish, and I will be left standing in the capital as the victor. Kang nodded. President Amanor and General Tetef Southern Command depart late Friday for meetings in Brussels. They will be in Europe when their nation is attacked. My associates will release footage of them dining at a Michelin-starred restaurant, footage from our prior visit, but it will paint them as hopelessly detached, weak and utterly ineffectual in the face of the assault from Western Togoland, the blackout, and a few other disruptions I have arranged. My social media rollout is prepped and ready to launch the moment the lights come back on, and you'll be introduced to the nation as the fresh path forward. Parliament will demand an election. You'll secure a victory, and you'll be settled into Jubilee House within 90 days. Bodang hadn't touched his food, but he finished the scotch that had been sitting before him throughout Kang's meal. He rose to his feet, his voice low. This needs to work, Kang. For the sake of both of us." Kang offered a casual shrug. "It will, but it will work for your sake, not mine. When this is finished, I'll be leaving Ghana, moving on to the next project. You're the one with everything to gain from success, and everything to lose if it fails." Kang Shikun recognized that familiar glint in the general's eye as the same raw hunger for authority he'd seen in the young rebel leader, a desire that had dangled just out of reach for far too long. The Chinese operative felt a quiet satisfaction. He had positioned his pieces perfectly for this particular game. They shook hands. "Will we meet again?" Bo Lang asked. Kang gave a slow shake of his head. "In person? Never. I'll be long gone from Accra before the dust settles, though I'll be supporting your ascent from the shadows until you secure the presidency. After that, you'll forget I was ever here." The Ghanaian general gave a single firm nod. "I sincerely hope that's the case." Soon after, the intelligence operative was back in the driver's seat of his black Land Rover, aiming for the airport. A short flight to Accra awaited, where his team would collect him and transport him to his operational base nestled in the hills north of the capital. From that secluded vantage point, he would observe his orchestrated takeover unfold. As he drove, he permitted himself a brief moment to reflect on the impending chaos. He could admit, if only to himself, that his scheme was breathtakingly cynical. First, you arm and inadequately train rebels, filling their heads with promises of Chinese backing, mercenary aid, and widespread public and military support for an assault on the capital. Then, you deploy Ghanaian troops who answer to Beijing to crush those very rebels and seize power under the banner of restoring order. And let's not forget the delightful chaos agents, the Islamic extremists. Kang would utilize them to keep the armed forces tangled up in the north, while simultaneously sowing pure panic and disorder in the south. Just like with Conrad Tremaine, the general was kept in the dark about the jihadis. Kang knew neither man would willingly collaborate with them. But Kang's connections with Iran provided the perfect tool to generate the bedlam and confusion in the capital necessary for his plan to succeed. Botang's forces would eventually dismantle the small extremist cells, but by then the jihadis would have accomplished their true mission, leaving the public utterly terrified and completely disillusioned with their government. For this intricate machine to operate as designed, Kang Shikun knew several conditions were non-negotiable. First, Tremaine's mercenaries had to act as a genuine force multiplier. Those 70 seasoned fighters were far more potent than the 448 rebels. By deploying Sentinel in small mobile teams across the country, they could create the illusion of a rebel army materializing from every direction, perhaps even springing from the local populace itself. Second, a complete communications blackout across the nation was essential, at least for the coup's critical opening hours. This would allow Kang's chess pieces to maneuver into their most advantageous positions unchallenged, so that when communications were restored, the takeover would be a done deal. Tremaine's people would handle the cellular and landline networks, while Kang's own Chinese technical specialists were already in place to jam satellite signals, television, internet, and cable broadcasts. Ghana was a different beast altogether from Kang's previous venture. This was a stable democracy with infrastructure superior to the other nations he'd manipulated. The challenges were greater, but so were the rewards. The country was dotted with 90 gold mines, making it the continent's second largest producer. Several diamond mines also showed significant promise, glittering with potential profit. This operation wasn't just another coup. It was a strategic investment. China's growing ties with the West cast a shadow over its ambitions in Africa. Securing Ghana's allegiance by ensuring leadership in Accra that genuinely valued Chinese investment and partnership would send a powerful message across the continent. Opposition was ultimately pointless. Beijing's calculus was clear. If Ghana embraced a full partnership, others would inevitably follow. For Kang, however, it was imperative that China's hand remain hidden. His technicians were presented as private contractors, They're simply to upgrade the national communications network. The mercenaries were predominantly Russian, a detail Kang intended to leverage at the opportune moment. The dragons of western Togoland would be blamed for the impending coup, and should whispers of foreign involvement surface, Kang had his 50 ex-military Russians to implicate, shifting suspicions squarely to Moscow and away from Beijing. With assets like the rebel Ado, General Boatlang, the Iranian Zahedi, and the South African mercenary Tremaine, Kang Shikun's mission was essentially to acquire Africa for China. He wasn't alone in this endeavor. China had many envoys, both commercial and diplomatic. But Kang was the specialist deployed for irregular warfare to secure territory, install favorable regimes, and remove obstacles. Ghana represented by far the most significant objective he had ever pursued. Isaac Opoku blinked awake, his gaze fixing on the ceiling fan's lazy rotation in the dim morning light. After a moment he yanked his pillow over his head, pressing it tightly against his ears in a futile attempt to block out the noise. With a grunt of frustration he gave up and flung it to the floor. The baby's cries were simply too piercing to ignore. He pushed himself up, rubbing his weary eyes, before squinting at the bedside clock. 6:24, and sitting there with his eyes squeezed shut, he tried to force himself into alertness. The baby had woken him sometime in the night that couldn't recall when, leaving him utterly drained. But the real kicker was knowing. He couldn't even complain. His wife had been up then too, and from the sounds drifting from the family room of their small house in Atampoku, she was clearly awake now. Their son was 4 months old, and a full night's sleep had become a distant memory for both parents. He wondered how many cries he'd slept through. Had she endured other nighttime feedings alone? At 31, Isaac was just under 6 feet tall and leanly muscular, with a short crop of hair and a clean-shaven face that still held a boyish quality, belying a physique built for hard work, not that he felt particularly capable at this hour. Staggering from bed in his boxers and a T-shirt boldly declaring Super Dad in red letters, he shuffled toward the family room, mind still foggy. There, he found his wife of 2 years just beginning to nurse their infant son on the couch in front of the television. "Ma Chi," he said, greeting her in Twi, the language of southern and central Ghana's Akan people. Abina Opoku looked up, replying in kind. "Sorry he woke you." Isaac wiped the sleep from his eyes. "It's fine. I'll just head to work early. It's going to be a hectic day anyway. I made some rice water. It's in a pot on the stove." Opoku managed a weary, grateful smile, and the simple gesture, a small comfort in their exhausted routine, felt like a tiny victory in the relentless marathon of new parenthood. "Let me just get dressed, then I'll have breakfast with Kofi." He emerged from the bedroom a short time later, clad in a dark green and brown camouflage uniform. A shoulder badge identified him as Vrara Vrivkom. A leather holster on his hip held a Browning high-power 9mm pistol, with spare magazines secured on his utility belt. A maroon beret was tucked under the epaulette on his right shoulder. Since Abina was still feeding their son, Isaac stepped into the small kitchen. He took a bowl from the shelf and ladled in the hot rice water, a simple, soupy breakfast he preferred, sweetened with milk and plenty of sugar. A cup of Milo, the chocolate malt drink his wife had prepared, waited for him on the counter. Sergeant Isaac Opoku sat with his young family as Abina finished. The television was on, broadcasting local news. The report covered the EU's chief diplomat, who had given a speech at the airport the previous afternoon, discussing increased Western investments across Ghana. She expressed enthusiasm about touring the nation to inaugurate a new phase of cooperation and aid from the EU and the United States. Both Isaac and Abina knew of her visit, though the specific schedule wasn't public. "What time does she get to the dam tomorrow?" Abina asked. 2 in the afternoon, Isaac replied. "Maybe you'll be on TV, your parents would get a kick out of that." Isaac offered a faint smile. "If I'm on TV, I'll be a speck in the background. You wouldn't even recognize me." Still, she persisted, a playful glint in her eye. Who do we know that's been on television? Try to get on a photo. Do a little jig for the cameras, they'd have to film that." Opoku let out a hearty laugh as Abina stood, placing Kofi back in his crib. He finished his breakfast and took the dishes to the sink. "I'm a good dancer. You could be famous," she continued, the joke warming the small room. "Then you could quit this police business." A familiar, stubborn pride straightened his shoulders. "My father was a cop. His father was a cop. My sister is a cop. I'm always going to be a cop." Abina sighed with a tired, affectionate laugh. "Well, Kofi won't be a cop. He's going to be a doctor." "Absolutely," Isaac agreed, the old dream taking its familiar, comfortable shape between them. "Right after he retires from his football career, he'll head straight to medical school." It was their long-running joke. Isaac's own childhood dream of professional soccer had faded years ago, replaced by the path of service, first the military, then the police. His army training had paved the way to Rivcom, the elite unit guarding the hydroelectric dam and other vital installations along the Volta River. He thought, not for the first time, how the river's constant flow mirrored the steady, unchanging call of duty in his family. Returning to the bedroom, he soon reappeared with a black canvas backpack and a motorcycle helmet. He kissed his wife and his sleeping son, then walked out to the small carport of their modest home. His 250cc Honda dirt bike, 12 years old but reliable, started with a familiar growl. He rode out onto the village road, the morning air cool against his cheeks as he turned north toward the dam and his station. The traffic was unusually heavy for this hour, a tangled river of cars and trucks. His shift didn't start until 9, so he was early, caught right in the thick of the morning rush, a small personal inconvenience against the backdrop of the high-profile visit awaiting him. Even with the motorcycle's advantage of weaving through stalled traffic, Isaac soon reached a point where forward progress was impossible. The roundabout up ahead was a notorious daily choke point. Vehicles streamed in from 4 directions with no painted lanes to guide them, creating a chaotic knot where cars, trucks, and bikes jostled 5 wide. Those on the left fought to edge right for their turn, while drivers on the right refused to yield as they aimed for their own exits. Still several yards from the circle his path ended, he stopped behind a bulky green Hyundai Starex van, planting his polished boots on the asphalt and releasing the clutch and throttle to ease the tension in his arms. At first he ignored the van. These 12-seaters were everywhere outside the capital, shuttling people between towns. But when the steady stream of gray exhaust began billowing directly into his face, the vehicle commanded his notice. The snarl at the roundabout intensified. Nothing was moving. Unwilling to sit idle breathing in the fumes, Isaac nudged his bike to the left, walking it with his feet to squeeze through the narrow gap between the green van and a white pickup truck waiting beside it. A quick glance into the van's interior revealed 10 young men, all in their teens or 20s. She counted by noting the 2 empty seats among the rows. In the pickup to his left, an older man chattered loudly on his cell phone. Isaac's focus returned to the gridlocked circle ahead, a chorus of horns, vehicles inching nowhere. Great. Ed be stuck here a while. Almost absently, his shoulder nearly brushing the van's side panel, he looked back through the window. A young black man in the second row was staring back, not at Isaac's face, but directly at the badge on his shoulder. Scanning the others, Isaac saw them all studying him. The uniform, the sidearm, the helmet, the pack on his back. Most locals barely gave police a second glance. But this group was different. They weren't just looking, they were assessing, as if cataloging his every detail. 8 years in Special Forces and another 4 in an elite police unit had owned Isaac's instincts to automatically and skeptically size up people and situations. He leaned back slightly, making no attempt to conceal his own inspection of the van, and that's when he spotted him. Tucked in the back right seat, mostly obscured by the others, was another figure. He was larger, wearing a baseball cap, sunglasses, and a khaki balaclava that covered everything from his forehead down past his nose. Isaac couldn't make out a single feature, not his age, not even his race. Sweat glistened on the faces of the young men around him. Several windows were down, suggesting a broken air conditioner or a driver trying to save fuel. So why was this one person completely covered up? There was really only one explanation that made sense to Isaac. The man was white, or perhaps Asian, and didn't want to be identified. Given his build, which seemed too broad for most Asians Isaac had encountered, white felt more likely. While the others couldn't resist glancing at the watching officer, this man stared rigidly ahead, detached and unmoving. Just then the Hunje lurched forward, fighting for position in the roundabout. The pickup began to roll as well, but Isaac held back for a beat, deliberately letting the Starex go first so he could fall in right behind it. Once he had positioned himself behind the van, he edged to the right and accelerated just enough to pull alongside when they both reached the traffic circle and came to a halt. Now he was directly even with the passenger wearing the face covering and dark glasses. As expected, the man didn't immediately look his way, but after Opoku rapped on the window startling the other occupants, the masked figure slowly turned to face him. Isaac gestured for the man to lower his mask. There was no response. The window was open just a slit at the bottom. Keeping his voice calm, Isaac spoke in English. "Good morning. I need to see your face, sir. Just a routine security check." The man leaned closer to the glass. His reply came in accented English, the origin unclear. "Your River Command, you have no authority to stop us here. I can call an Akosombo police officer and have you detained." Before Isaac could finish, a truck ahead found a gap and pulled away. The masked man turned back toward the driver, his tone suddenly commanding. "Go," he ordered, a note of military precision in his voice that suggested training. Isaac remained still on his motorcycle, but as the Hyundai drove off, he swiftly retrieved a small notepad and pen from his breast pocket and scribbled down the license plate. A few cars honked behind him, though none too closet-house who spotted his uniform wouldn't dare challenge an officer, jurisdiction or not. 20 minutes later, Isaac Opoku parked his Honda outside a 2-story white cinder-blocked building marked Volta River Authority River Command Police. Perched atop the Akosombo Dam, the structure overlooked Lake Volta behind and the Volta River far below. He exchanged a quick fist bump with a colleague heading out, then stepped inside, leaving the morning heat for the cool, plain office. It was only 8, but the place buzzed with cleaners prepping for tomorrow's joint delegation. Not that Isaac believed they'd ever set foot in this drab station. The real event would last maybe 20 minutes down at the powerhouse by the switchyard, after which the dignitaries would be gone. Fine by him, he moved past co-workers without stopping, stowed his pack and helmet in his locker, and proceeded to the armory door. After keying in the code, he retrieved his M4, fitted with an aim-point optic and a single 30-round magazine. He inspected it briefly, ensuring the prior shift had left it as had last seen it, then returned it to the locker. Making his way down the hall, he stopped at a door labeled Superintendent Baca. Isaac gave a light knock, but entered without waiting. Switching fluidly between English and Twi, he said, "Morning, boss." Eddie Sen, a heavy-set officer in his 50s, looked up from a cluttered desk, hunched over a computer terminal, irritation plain on his face. The superintendent answered in Twi. "Can't you see I'm busy? We have a full day preparing for the delegation." Kafra Isaac apologized. The older man waved him to a wooden chair. "The football field on the west side of the dam, above the powerhouse, will serve as the helicopter landing zone. We need to rope off the trail through the woods, down to the facility today. We'll station 1 squad there with the visiting officials when they arrive, plus 3 trucks with 6 men each to secure the helicopters, the switchyard entrance, and the main dam gate." Opoku gave a non-committal shrug. "Seems doable." "Does it? The delegation will have its own armed detail, and the local police haven't even told me how many officers they're sending, what kind of vehicles they're using. Nothing. It's shaping up to be a complete circus. I can already feel it. I'm heading into town to corner the station commander and get his operational plans so we can coordinate properly." Isaac nodded, but his attention was clearly elsewhere. The superintendent noticed his distraction. "What's on your mind?" "I passed a passenger van on my way in this morning. Something about it felt off. I can't put my finger on it, but I think they were planning something." "On the river? Near the dam or the power station?" "No, sir. This was out on the Tamajazikon Road, near the traffic circle. That's kilometers outside our area of responsibility. I trailed them for a bit. They crossed the bridge and then just vanished." The superintendent looked thoroughly unimpressed. He picked up his teacup. "What about them?" "9 individuals, including the driver. All appeared to be local, but young, nobody over 23, and a 10th man." "I'm fairly certain he was white." "You're fairly certain?" The superintendent shrugged dismissively. "It's not a crime to be a white man in this country, Opoku." "No, sir. But he didn't belong with that group. Not even a little. Probably a missionary." "Here to solve all the problems of our young people," the commander said with a wave of his hand, his tone dripping with sarcasm. It was a classic brush-off. "Definitely not a missionary," Opoku insisted, his voice firming with conviction. "Missionaries don't wear masks, sunglasses, and hats to hide their faces. They don't conceal who they are, and they certainly don't head off into the brush with a van full of young men who look like they're ready for a fight. I don't have time for hunches, Sergeant. What do you expect me to do? Jump in my car and start rounding up every white face I see?" "Of course not, sir." Superintendent Baca let out a tired sigh. "Did you get the license plate?" "I did." Opoku held up his small notebook. The older man wiped sweat from his brow and reached for the number. "I'll look into it after I deal with the mess in town." Isaac strongly suspected the promise was empty. He kept his tone neutral. "No problem, sir. You've got enough with tomorrow's preparation." "I'll call headquarters in the capital and run the plate. See if it's registered to anyone local. I'll update you if there's a real concern." The superintendent stood up, his frustration evident. "We have plenty of real concern. Multiple armed groups, all convinced they're in charge, are going to be trampling all over my dam tomorrow, and I don't like it one bit." "Understood, boss." Isaac stood as well and moved toward the door. He paused and turned back. "If that van turns out to be registered nearby, would you authorize me to take 2 corporals and do a quick reconnaissance?" Before his boss could answer, Isaac pressed on, his earlier unease sharpening into a focused urgency. "Tomorrow is a major event. Those could have been agitators, criminals, anything. If there's even a chance of something disruptive happening in our vicinity, we're better off knowing about it today." The superintendent just waved him out of the office. "Only if it's within a 15-minute radius of the dam. Not a minute more. I need you here prepared. We have vehicles to clean, boots to polish, and weapons to inspect." "Yes, sir," Isaac replied. He left and headed straight for his desk to place a call to the Central Police Headquarters in Accra. 14. The morning sun glared off the airport tarmac, but Josh Duffy's Oakley sunglasses cut the harsh light as he stood surveying the scene. 50 meters away, 3 Airbus H-200-12M Caracal helicopters sat with their rotors already turning, a low thrum filling the air. He slowly scanned his surroundings at Kotoka International Airport. A collection of idling vehicles, Chevy Suburbans, Ford Escalades, Mercedes Sprinter vans, was parked nearby, surrounded by roughly 30 armed security personnel and a sizable contingent of airport police. The distinguished delegation for the journey, Johanna Oldenburg, the European Union's top diplomat for foreign and security policy, Jennifer Dunnigan, the United States ambassador to Ghana, and Francis Amanor, Ghana's president, stayed inside their vehicle. They awaited the signal from D's regional security officer J. Costa, who headed the president's security detail, and Julian Delisle, the lead agent for Oldenburg's protection. While the American and U security personnel dressed in casual short-sleeved shirts with khakis or cargo pants, President Amanor's team was clad in full military attire. These were members of the Presidential Guard Regiment, an elite army battalion with the sole duty of safeguarding the nation's leader. Most support staff were occupied loading gear into the helicopter's rear compartment. Duffy stood by the door to Ambassador Dunnigan's armored Suburban, and as his gaze swept the area, he spotted his wife alongside other American Foreign Service officers, efficiently stowing luggage into the foremost aircraft. Precisely at 8 in the morning, Costa, the commander of the Presidential Guard Regiment, and Julian Delisle gave the all-clear. The SUV doors swung open, and the three principals emerged into the rising morning warmth. Josh, along with Benjamin Manu, the embassy's Ghanaian Foreign Service national investigator, Costa and Larson, established a diamond formation around Ambassador Dunnigan. Other security details moved similarly with their charges, and the entire group soon gathered on the sun-baked tarmac. President Aminer, a bald man in his late 70s, was compact in build yet vibrantly energetic for his years. His 8-man security team from the Presidential Guard Regiment, each armed with a sidearm, stayed tightly grouped around him as he navigated through the assembly. His voice carried powerfully as he exchanged greetings with the ambassador and the High Representative, and he made a point to acknowledge their accompanying staff members as well, though notably not the security officer. Josh took no offense. He understood that becoming part of the scenery was a professional requirement, so presidential attention was the last thing he needed. As the group began moving toward the waiting helicopters, Josh resumed his position at the rear of the protective diamond around the ambassador. His Glock 19 was holstered on his hip, a standard sidearm mirrored by the other 2 diplomatic security agents, the police liaison, and the 4-member U.S. Embassy Local Guard Force, a team of former police officers, hired and rigorously vetted by the embassy for close protection duties. His 8 handguns did not constitute overwhelming firepower, but a pair of pickup trucks flanking the path, each surrounded by 5 airport police officers cradling submachine guns, provided an additional layer of oversight for the foreigner's brief walk. These local officers had been vetted by the State Department, yet Josh instinctively scanned their faces and posture for any signs of nervous tension or excessive alertness. They appeared attentive, but suitably bored, which was precisely the demeanor Josh preferred to see. His attention also tracked the media contingent traveling with the party. This included a reporter and photographer from Euromedia, a duo from the national broadcaster Ghana Sat, a 2-person team from the BBC, and a couple of freelance journalists. All had been cleared by Costa's staff over preceding weeks. Josh himself had personally inspected their gear and searched their bags back inside the terminal, finding everything in order. Nevertheless, as they neared the aircraft, Josh maintained a watchful, habitual eye on them. From his operational briefings over recent days, Josh knew these French Army helicopters had been part of a training deployment in Tite-d'Ivoire before being flown here by military pilots specifically for this diplomatic transport mission within Ghana. The aircraft were unarmed, the detail Duffy wasn't thrilled about. Costa had relayed the U High Representative's reasoning. Flying a diplomatic mission across Africa with miniguns visibly mounted on their transports was considered poor optics. The heavy weapons had been stripped away to present a more peaceful image for the journey. Josh had personally known individuals who'd lost their lives in the pursuit of good public relations, and while he doubted they'd need belt-fed machine guns on these Airbus H-2.5M helicopters, their absence offered little comfort should a crisis unfold. Each bird could carry 24 passengers. With 15 in the U helicopter, 15 in the President's, and 20 in the American aircraft, not counting flight crews, there was ample room overall. This spaciousness, however, didn't extend to Josh and his fellow diplomatic security agent. In his helicopter, he knew the ambassador, the 4 Foreign Service officers, and the 8 accompanying press members would command the forward cabin area, while the security team would be crammed onto bench seats at the rear. Soon Dunnigan, Oldenburg, and Omenor each approached and boarded a separate helicopter. From 40 yards out, Josh had watched Nicole enter the first caracal. When he climbed inside, he found her and the 3 other FSOs already secured in their seats near the front. He flashed his wife the same exaggerated, playful wink she'd given him at the party the night before, eliciting a quiet laugh from her. He then buckled into a rear starboard window seat, sandwiched between Larson and Manu and facing the 4 members of the U.S. Embassy's local guard force. The helicopter labored into the sky, turning west toward Takoradi and leading the formation. The sprawling capital city drifted beneath them, a tapestry of stark contrast. To the south, the Gulf of Guinea glimmered a brilliant blue, while the streets and buildings below were a wash of red brick, dusty brown, and faded white, punctuated by occasional pockets of green space. Traffic crawled along the congested, unpaved roads. As the caracals climbed, Josh donned his headset for communication. The moment it was in place, Chad Larson's voice crackled in his ear. "Might as well settle in. Not a single damn thing we can do for anyone until we're back on solid ground." Josh knew this truth all too well. His time on security details in the Middle East and North Africa had involved countless helicopter hours, and he was acutely aware that inside a metal tube 1,000 feet in the air, his ability to provide any meaningful protection was virtually non-existent. It was a feeling of professional helplessness he'd never quite learned to accept. By 12:20 p.m., the 3 helicopters were circling the airfield in Kumasi. Police units waited on the ground with trucks, and a line of armored vehicles stood ready for the principals. Delisle's voice came over the radio from Oldenburg's helicopter, instructing the pilots to land. The first event of the day at the port in Takoradi had concluded without incident. The President, the U High Representative, and finally the U.S. Ambassador had each delivered brief remarks. After the requisite photo session, the group was airborne again just 44 minutes after landing. Kumasi, however, promised a more complex operation. As the nation's second-largest city, they were required to land at the airport roughly 4 miles from their destination and proceed via a large consolidated motorcade. Josh and his team were prepared. The moment the Airbus settled on the tarmac, he exited and assumed his position before Ambassador Dunnigan disembarked. They escorted her to her vehicle, and after ensuring she, Nicole, and the other 3 American FSOs were securely inside, he jogged to the lead Toyota 4Ram. The 50-person motorcade, accompanied by a police escort, rolled out. The visit to inaugurate a new medical clinic in Kumasi proceeded smoothly, aided by the fact that only the facility's administrators and local police had been informed of the stop in advance. The return trip to the airfield 3 hours later was uneventful, the city's vibrant energy fading back into the routine hum of a normal afternoon. The element of surprise remained a vital tactic in any protective operation. While absolute secrecy was impossible, key personnel at all 6 stops on this 2-day itinerary had been notified in advance, and local law enforcement was integrated to bolster security at each location. Josh felt a wave of relief. This conspicuous, noisy delegation had managed to visit and depart the nation's second-largest city entirely without incident. Settled in the rear of the helicopter, Josh anticipated the rotors whirring to life at any second. To pass the time, he observed his wife at the front of the cabin. She was intently focused on her phone, undoubtedly coordinating with the embassy in Accra about the upcoming northern stop in Tamale. Seeing her so absorbed in her work, with the same determined focus she must have had during her years as a U.S. Army officer, filled him with a deep, quiet pride. It was a familiar sight, yet it never failed to move him. Then his radio crackled with an update from Costa, who was consulting with the European Union security team. The lead pilots had reported a severe weather system developing unexpectedly to the north, threatening their planned route to Tamale. Josh checked his phone, confirming the radar showed a massive thunderstorm, a surprise even to forecasters, churning west and south of their destination and drifting eastward. Costa's voice came over the net shortly after. "We're holding position here for now. Oldenburg's team is reviewing the itinerary to see if we can tackle another stop down here today and push Tamale to tomorrow morning." An hour drifted by. Security personnel allowed the media, Foreign Service officers, and other staff to disembark and stretch their legs, but the 3 principal individuals remained secured inside their aircraft, each encircled by their protective details. Duff stood post outside Caracal 1, his hands folded, his eyes constantly scanning behind dark sunglasses. Nicole knew better than to interrupt her husband on duty, but she stepped out with her phone, positioning herself near him to call Mandy and Huck back at their walled apartment complex, Iris Gardens. She put the call on speaker so Josh could listen in. Even though they had left the children only that morning, this first simultaneous absence made a few hours feel like an eternity to the parents. The kids, however, were perfectly content. After school, their caregiver Portia had treated them to ice cream. A neighbor girl named Shyla, whose parents worked for the CIA, had come over to draw pictures in the kitchen with Mandy, while Huck played nearby with a toy truck, half watching cartoons. A spontaneous water balloon fight had apparently erupted in the courtyard earlier, a detail that made Josh chuckle. Listening to their cheerful accounts, Josh was struck, not for the first time, by the profound stability of his life now. After so many years where everything seemed to go wrong, part of him still braced for the other shoe to drop, waiting to get used to a peace that felt almost too good to be true. Finally, word filtered through from Costa. Julian Delisle had directed an immediate departure. Their new destination wasn't north, but southeast, a 90-minute flight to the Akosombo Dam. Following a brief event there, the team would either proceed to Tamale if the weather broke, or return to the secured hotel in Kumasi that had been pre-approved for such contingencies. The dam visit had originally been slated for the following afternoon. While it was farther than some other stops, the route was currently clear, and Akosombo offered a couple of unique logistical advantages the other sites simply didn't have. The helicopters were set to land directly at the dam, the very site of the ribbon-cutting ceremony and Oldenburg's speech, eliminating the need to arrange a last-minute motorcade from a distant airfield. With 24 officers from the dam's own police force already on site, coordinating with outside law enforcement wasn't necessary. The only real task was notifying the Volta River Authority that the dignitary's arrival had been moved up, now just 90 minutes away. Josh figured the officials would have to scramble to prepare on such short notice, but they'd manage, especially with their own nation's president attending. Costa mentioned they'd touch down around 6, and they'd have to work quickly to film the 3 speeches before the daylight faded. Personally, Josh wasn't thrilled with the change. This wasn't a completely blind movement. They had scouted the location, but arriving at the originally scheduled time would have meant a heavier police presence. When the order came from the U helicopter, Josh saw Nicole discussing it with the ambassador at the front of the aircraft. At one point, his wife glanced back at him and offered a shrug that said everything. She knew he'd hate the schedule shift, but there was absolutely nothing she could do. He just rolled his eyes, and they shared a brief, knowing smile. The rotors began to turn at 4:30. By 5 p.m., a black Rivcom King Cab pickup had turned off a dirt road onto a gravel drive, halting at a padlocked gate. 4 men in camouflage uniforms climbed out. Sergeant Isaac Opoku of the Volta River Authority's River Command, along with 3 corporals he'd saved from cleaning duties, hopped the low gate. A sign overhead read, Akawo Ojina, Mining Company, authorized personnel only. Checking his phone's GPS, Isaac realized they were at the property's rear entrance, not the front, but he decided to proceed anyway rather than drive around. He was the senior officer, and it seemed he was the only one who cared about what might be happening inside. The others checked their phones, fidgeted, and Corporal Cunardu, the youngest in RIV, ducked into the brush to relieve himself before they started up the hill. All 4 carried Browning pistols on their hips, but no one, not even Opoku, had brought a rifle. This was supposed to be a simple visit. Look around and ask the manager about the men Opoku had seen earlier. The Hyundai passenger van he'd spotted was registered to a company that owned just one local property, this limestone mine on the Volta's eastern bank, about 20 minutes from Akosombo Dam. After making the connection, he'd convinced his boss to let him check it out at the end of his shift. As they walked, Opoku kept thinking about the young men and the unfamiliar figure with them. They probably worked at the mine, he told himself, but a nagging unease refused to settle. The air felt too still, and the usual distant sounds of machinery were absent, which struck him as odd for an active site. Ghana's wealth was built on its mines, and the men who worked them were everywhere. Yet something about the group he'd seen earlier didn't fit the image of limestone miners. Their companion, the masked and silent one, had the bearing of a foreign contractor or private security detail, which only deepened the mystery. Why the secrecy? Why avoid the police? Officially, Isaac had no authority on this road near Akuogena, as it was far from their jurisdiction. But authority wasn't his goal today. He was here to observe, to ask questions, and hopefully to gather enough information to ease his superintendent's mind about the upcoming event. A little advance intelligence could make all the difference. The trek to the quarry felt endless. The jungle road twisted and climbed, and just when he thought they were close, the large white shape of a warehouse emerged, still a good 100 meters off. To his left, the dense greenery pressed against the drive. To the right, the winding road revealed distant structure. He guessed the actual mining pit lay beyond the line of parked vehicles ahead. Behind him, a soft complaint about mosquitoes came from young Corporal Punadu, while Jassy and Kwabena lagged a few steps back, their boredom palpable. Isaac radioed their arrival to the communications room, then kept to the shaded jungle edge as they approached the warehouse. Moving quietly, the team scanned their surroundings until they stood beside the building's corrugated metal wall. Across the drive, past a row of vehicles, the gaping mouth of the quarry was silent. No machinery hummed, no workers shouted, just the buzz of the jungle at their backs. It was oddly deserted. His eyes were drawn back to the vehicles, and there it was, the same green Hyundai Starex van from the road, parked between two others, all coated in a fine pale dust. The warehouse windows were frosted with the same chalky residue. Isaac started toward the side of the building, expecting to find an entrance, when the sound of voices stopped him. Men were speaking Yu, a language from Ghana's southeast. While Isaac could speak it, he rarely did outside the market or specific shops, as Twi and English dominated his work life. He peered around the corner. The large bay doors were shut, so the group moved toward a smaller pedestrian door. They were only halfway there when the heavy bay door to their left began to rumble upward, lifted by a rattling chain. All four officers stared into the growing rectangle of darkness. When the door clanked into place, the sight inside stole Isaac's breath. Parked before them were 4 King cab pickups, doors ajar and tailgates lowered. 2 were white, bearing the Volta River Authority emblem. The other 2 were black, and on their doors was a symbol and an abbreviation he knew all too well. The 2 black Toyota pickups were nearly identical to the one Isaac and his team had arrived in. A group of men, a dozen or more, milled around the vehicles in the oppressive heat. Most wore civilian clothes, with several stripped to the waist. While some were busy unloading crates, others casually held weapons. One man cradled a bundle of long rifles like a load of timber. They were mostly young and local. Isaac suspected a few faces might have been in the Hyundai he'd tried to stop earlier. A handful of older, heavier men were also present, but they too appeared to be from the area. No one aimed a weapon at him, and the rifles he saw lacked magazines, seeming unloaded. Yet every activity ceased as all eyes turned to the 4 newcomers. Isaac cleared his throat, summoning a tone of command in Yu. "Explain this situation." A figure emerged from behind a pickup. He was shirtless, wearing khaki pants, a white man with a shaved head and a beard. A pistol was already leveled in his right hand. He aimed it at Isaac but barked in English to the black men surrounding him. "I told you idiots to keep watch at the gate." Isaac knew that voice. It was the masked man from the Hyundai. Now, hearing more words, the Rivcom sergeant picked up a distinct Russian accent. The man turned his aim back. Hands in the air. Drawing his own weapon now was suicide, Isaac knew. Surrender was the only play. "Do as he says," he whispered to his corporals. Slowly. He began to raise his hands. Corporals Kwabena and Gyasi complied, but to Isaac's dread, young Corporal Konadu went for his hip holster. The Russian shifted his aim in a flash. A single shot rang out, striking Kanadu squarely in the chest. The corporal's pistol clattered to the gravel as he collapsed. Corbena dropped to a knee, reaching for his comrade's shoulder, only to be spun to the dirt by a second shot from the Russian's pistol. What a professional mess this had become, the simple patrol devolving into a chaotic ambush in broad daylight. Isaac ducked low, yanked his Browning free, and fired a wild shot toward the Russian without aiming. He grabbed Corporal Jadrassi's arm, pulling him back in a stumbling retreat around the side of the warehouse toward the three-parked van. More shots cracked, this time from the Russian's position, and the windshield of a nearby Hyundai exploded into a spiderweb of glass. Isaac dove, dragging Gyasi down behind the lead van. Bullets tore into the earth around them, kicking up dust and stone chips. The vehicle offered concealment but no real cover. Rounds punched straight through the van's thin metal body, whizzing past their heads. "Get behind the rear axle!" Isaac shouted over the cacophony of shattering glass. He rolled left, putting the front axle between himself and the gunfire. Peering under the chassis back toward the warehouse, he saw his two fallen men. Konadu lay motionless, but Corbena was still stirring, trying feebly to raise his sidearm. Another shot echoed from the warehouse shadows, and Corbena fell back, still. Isaac's mind reeled, refusing to accept the brutal speed of it all. He wedged his pistol's grip against the ground, pointing the barrel into the darkened warehouse entrance 20 meters away. His heart hammered against his ribs, and stinging sweat blurred his vision, making the front sight of his Genevan braced on the earth jump erratically with his ragged breaths. Movement stirred in the warehouse gloom. His finger tightened on the trigger, but then he paused, his brain finally processing what his eyes were seeing. A young black man in a green tee and shorts leveled a machine gun. It resembled a Russian ARP, but Isaac's glance was too fleeting for certainty. Before Isaac could fire, the man unleashed a torrent of bullets, shredding the Hyundai sheltering him. Isaac understood the grim math. Drawing a pistol against a rifle was reckless, but facing a machine gun with one was sheer madness. Across the garage, other men had armed themselves. Muzzle flashes erupted from multiple points in the warehouse. Gyasi had reached the back wheel for cover, but when he leaned to shoot under the vehicle, a machine gun round struck his forehead. Blood sprayed the van behind him, and he fell lifeless. Knowing he had seconds to live, Isaac scrambled up and sprinted in a low crouch first behind a second van, then a third. Gunfire chased him, so he darted behind a parked front-end loader near the quarry's edge. He didn't stop. He ran harder, driven by pure adrenaline. A shock tug and sting bit into his right side, but he ignored it, racing until he reached the limestone cliff. He leapt into open air, hearing the snap of bullets whizzing past. The gunfire chased him until he dropped below the rim, hitting the steep slope and tumbling down in a cloud of dust and debris. His radio tore from his belt. His pistol flew from his grip. He slammed onto a ledge, but his momentum carried him over, sending him sliding and falling once more. He finally came to rest in a narrow crevice. Whether he'd fallen 80 feet or 400, he couldn't tell. Every part of him ached. A dozen killers hunted him, and he was weaponless. As he pushed up to his knees, a shower of small stones and sandy rock cascaded over him. He covered his head, then felt a solid thump on his back, digging through the settling debris. His fingers closed on cold metal, his Browning high power. He brushed off the limestone chalk, ejected the nearly spent magazine, and slapped a fresh 15-round mag from his utility belt. After reloading, he tucked the old magazine into a back pocket and looked up. He was on a ledge deep in the quarry, the rim above hidden by a rocky lip. He guessed he'd fallen about 150 feet in total. Sounds echoed from above. More pebbles trickled down, as if someone had disturbed the slope. Scanning his surroundings, Isaac saw only two ways down: a suicidal jump down the embankment, or a wooden staircase fixed to the rock wall about 100 feet to his left. He raised his dust-caked pistol and moved low toward the stairs. The sting in his waist flared with each step, but he dared not inspect the wound. 10 yards from the staircase, an easy pistol shooter ducked behind a parked dump truck, nestled against the wall, and dropped to his knees. Isaac kept his weapon trained on the staircase, his body coiled tight, waiting for the inevitable heavy footsteps of armed men, descending to finish the job. Only then did he risk a glance at the damage. A searing line of pain ran across his ribs, the blood a vivid, shocking red against the pale dust, caking his uniform. Probing the torn fabric made him suck air through his teeth, but a quick assessment brought a grim sort of relief. It was a shallow furrow, a through-on-through graze just under the skin. It hurt like hell and would be a nasty problem without proper care, but it wasn't going to kill him. Not today, anyway. As he fought to steady his breathing, his focus split between the ramp and the stairs. A cold realization settled in. His phone was back in the truck, and his radio was lost somewhere in the chaos above. He was cut off, a silent witness with critical information he couldn't share. Rivicom had no idea that a squad of killers now possessed 4 perfectly disguised raw vehicles. Isaac wasn't an intelligence analyst, but the pieces fit together with terrifying clarity. The men he'd stumbled upon were preparing something for the delegation's arrival tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon. A strange dark humor bubbled up inside him. Here he was, bleeding in a chalk pit, and his biggest advantage was that he still had nearly a full day to somehow sound the alarm. The irony wasn't lost on him. High above, in the rarefied air of the Aburi Hills, Kang Shikun sat in the study of his rented estate on Vangama Close, reviewing the latest updates on Northern Command troop movements around Taman. This enclave was a world apart, a sanctuary of sprawling mansions and gated resorts where a single meal cost more than most Ghanaians below earned in a week. 4 of his personal guards were stationed around the 3-acre walled property, while 2 Chinese security officers monitored a bank of screens in a dedicated room, watching every gate, garden path, and entrance. He set the reports aside and rose, intending to clear his mind with the fluid, deliberate movements of Tai Chi. But as he shifted through the familiar poses, a profound sense of calm eluded him. It wasn't anxiety that disrupted his focus. It was anticipation, a quiet, thrilling certainty. Kang understood the playing field, so completely he felt the victory was already his. He had constructed an impossible scenario for an opponent blissfully ignorant that the game had even begun. His meditation quickly gave way to mental review of his strategy, an exercise far more soothing than any breathing technique. With 36 hours until the operation commenced, every piece was perfectly positioned. His opponent's forces remained inert in their starting squares, unaware a match was underway. He had assets everywhere. 20 technical specialists split between this house and a staging area near the Volta Dam. Hundreds of rebels to the northeast, teams of mercenaries in the east and south, and Colonel Zahidi's group of roughly 100 operatives already embedded in the capital, waiting for Saturday morning. Kang moved into a new stance, forcibly smoothing the satisfied smile from his face, commanding himself to focus on the movement, not the coming triumph. The sharp ring of his satellite phone on the desk broke the silence. He let his arms fall to his sides, walked over and pressed the speaker button. "Yes?" Conrad Tremaine's voice erupted from the device, strained and furious. "The dragons have been compromised." Kang snatched up the phone, killing the speaker and pressing it to his ear. "Explain. Where?" "At the limestone quarry near the dam. 2 squads were painting the trucks. My Russian team leader just reported a raw patrol caught them with weapons exposed. There was a buyer fight. 3 police are down, but a 4th got into the quarry itself. They have him trapped, but they can't reach him." Kang drew a slow, deliberate breath, pushing down the first flicker of disruption. "The vehicles? Our guy's okay. The Russian took a hit, but he'll pull through. One of the dragons got hurt too. Not sure how serious. We still have all the weapons and trucks." Kang was Prosefican cut in. "Listen. The delegation is already in the country, but they're probably most of the way to Tamale up north by now, hundreds of miles from Akosambo. If we hit the dam right this second, that delegation will just turn around and head straight back to the capital. the ambassador will lock herself in her embassy, and the High Representative will bolt for her private jet. They aren't going to show up at the dam tomorrow afternoon if the whole country is suddenly in the middle of a violent coup." Kung remained silent, so Tremaine pressed on. "What I'm saying is, scrap the Saturday morning plan. We need to launch the operation. Immediately, right this minute." Kung had already arrived at the same conclusion, but his nature was more cautious and deliberate than the hot-headed mercenaries. "How soon can the dragons be ready to assault the dam?" "I've already ordered my Russian to mobilize his team and gear. They'll be rolling out in minutes. It's a 20-minute drive to the dam. I've got 2 more squads, each with a Russian advisor, positioned at the safe house across the Reverven Close. I can have 32 dragons and 3 Russian contractors hitting that dam in under 30 minutes. Is that sufficient force? There are 24 Revacom officers per shift. With all the deception we've set up, we have more than enough firepower to seize the dam and plant the charges. Once that's done, the head count won't matter because nobody will be stupid enough to try and take it back from us. Where are you positioned?" "My original plan was to be at the dam for the assault, but I'm currently 30 minutes south of Akosombo with 3 of my men. I'm en route." "Give the order and we attack now. But your people have to take down the communications to preserve our surprise." Kung's technicians, all working from the villa above Accra in rooms converted into makeshift offices, were prepared to execute cyber attacks on the telecom and internet infrastructure around the Akosombo Dam. Everything was in place, but they had expected another day and a half before going live. Kung wasn't certain how quickly his team could act, yet he saw no other choice. His meticulously crafted timeline was now irrelevant. If Tremaine could get nearly 40 armed men moving in minutes, then surely Kung could get his small cadre of digital soldiers to act even faster. Another critical issue was jamming the satellite signals around the dam during the attack, as the Volta River Authority likely had emergency sat phones. Kang had a contingency for this too. A small Sentinel security team was guarding 5 Chinese technicians and their equipment in a farmhouse southwest of the dam. Parked in a tractor trailer, there were a dozen meter-wide drones, each equipped with a satellite jammer. The technology worked by conduit downlink. Once airborne above the dam, these drones would obliterate all satellite signals in the area. With 6 units deployed on both sides of the river at several hundred meters altitude, the blackout would cover over 50 square kilometers. With newfound determination, the Chinese intelligence officer said, "Our window of surprise is closing by the second. Order your men to execute immediately. Communications will be disrupted as soon as we can manage." Kung added, "Good luck." "Luck is for tourists, my friend," the South African replied, before ending the call. Kang immediately dialed the Chinese technicians stationed near the dam, issuing the order to commence satellite disruption operations. He burst from his office, his gaze sweeping past the sunken living room and the floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a muted panorama of the sprawling city and distant sea. His attention locked onto a woman hunched over a laptop at the kitchen island. "You," he barked. Chen Jia jolted upright, her eyes wide. "Sir?" At 28, with long dark hair spilling over the shoulders of an oversized gray sweatshirt from Singapore's Nanyang Technological University, she was a picture of focused intensity. Kung, who didn't bother to know every contractor in the safe house, recognized her as one of the lead intelligence technicians from Beijing. "No tie, everyone," he commanded, his voice cutting through the quiet. "We move now. Immediately." "Understood, sir," Jia responded, pivoting back to her array of screens. Her fingers danced across a keyboard. "All disruption protocols are initiating." Kung was aware that communications would black out around the dam once the operation commenced. When the rebels seized control, the national grid would plunge into darkness, but not this compound. A Skylink satellite receiver maintained his lifeline to Beijing. Diesel generators. Already humming behind the property with reserve drums stacked for 10 days of autonomy, ensured they would remain a beacon in the coming blackout. He didn't anticipate needing the full reserve. The sequence was clear. Capture the dam, cut power to the capital, let the dragons infiltrate Accra, allow Sentinel to frame the rebels as a catastrophic threat, and watch as jihadist chaos provided the perfect cover. Then General Bootang would roll down the N6 highway from Kumasi, mop up the scattered insurgents, and seize power. Professor Addo and his misguided Western Togoland allies would pay the ultimate price for their interference. A cold smile touched Kang's lips. The accelerated timetable was no disruption. It was an opportunity, and he was more than ready. 16 Isaac Opoku had patched his wounded side with a field dressing from his belt kit. Every muscle screamed in protest, a deep radiating ache, but miraculously nothing seemed broken and his head was clear, a small victory given the violence of his descent. His self-assessment was cut short by the roar of engines overhead. Multiple vehicles were speeding away down the long gravel rear drive. Were they the trucks disguised with raw markings, or the passenger vans he'd seen earlier? Their reason for abandoning him was a puzzle. Did they assume the fall had killed him? A fair guess, he supposed, for someone who'd been shot and tumbled into a rock quarry. Then a darker, more urgent thought crystallized. They left because they had a more pressing destination. His unexpected arrival had spooked them into a hurried exit. He desperately hoped it meant their plans for the following day were scrapped. The terrifying alternative was that they were moving to execute those plans right now. Either way, the superintendent needed to be warned immediately. He pushed himself up on unsteady legs and began the long, painful climb up the wooden stairs out of the pit. The ascent was a 5-minute ordeal of gritted teeth and burning exertion. At the top, he moved with caution, scanning for any stragglers. The vans remained, but the falsely marked trucks were gone. His 3 fallen officers lay where they'd been cut down. A check for pulses confirmed the worst. 5 minutes later, he had stumbled his way back to his own truck parked down the rear drive, the weight of failure and urgency pressing down on him as heavily as his injury. Isaac's tires were shredded, but a quick check of the console brought a flicker of relief. His phone was still there. His hands trembled as he dialed, the adrenaline from the last 20 minutes coursing through him. Superintendent Baker's voice answered, sharp and alert. "Baka, here. Sir, it's Opoku. We've got officers down. Unknown hostiles, heavily armed. I counted 12, maybe 15 or more." "Get a hold of yourself," the superintendent barked, though Isaac could hear the tension rising in his own voice. "Report your location now. The old limestone quarry near Akuwojina. They took out Giasi, Konadu, and Kwabina. These guys have AKs, RPGs, crew-served weapons gear. I haven't seen since my army days. But the separatists don't have that kind of firepower," Baka protested, his voice faltering. "Whoever they are, they're staging something at the dam. They've even got trucks disguised as maintenance vehicles." Silence hung on the line. "Sir, do you read me?" Isaac waited, but the connection had gone dead. He tried redialing the station, only to see his signal bars vanish. With no time to wonder why, he pocketed the phone, glanced south toward the distant dam, and broke into a painful jog. Every step sent a fresh jolt through the gunshot wound in his side, and his body ached from the earlier fall. The dam was over 6 miles away. He scanned the empty road, ready to flag down or commandeer anything that moved. Superintendent Joseph Baka slammed his desk phone down after the call dropped. Reaching for his cell, he found it useless, no service. Then a deep, rolling boom echoed from the direction of Akosambo town, unmistakably an explosion, but distant. As he grabbed for his walkie-talkie, a new sound ripped through the building, the staccato crackle of automatic gunfire, close and getting closer. The lights flickered once and died, plunging his office into gloom. More blasts shook the walls outside, and the rattle of gunfire seemed to come from everywhere the powerhouse, by the river, the administration building next door. It dawned on him then. The entire hydro facility was under coordinated assault. Another burst erupted inside the police station itself. Baca drew his Browning high power and rushed to his office door. Peering into the hallway, he spotted two figures in Rivcom camouflage charging from the stairwell. Instinct made him glance the other way first, but as he turned back, a detail clicked. Both men wore maroon berets, indoor. No Rivcom officer would ever do that. And their rifles were those AK-47s. His own unit carried M4s. He swung his pistol up, but he was a heartbeat too slow. A single round from an AK slammed into his stomach. The impact drove him backward into the office. His weapon clattered to the floor as he clutched his abdomen, sinking slowly to the ground before rolling onto his back, the world narrowing to a haze of pain and shock. The two men in the hallway each put another round into his body as they moved past, then continued down the corridor, prepared to capture or eliminate any remaining threats. Lev Belove glanced at the gunshot wound in his thigh, hastily bandaged and already failing. Blood was soaking through the white gauze and medical tape, dripping steadily onto the passenger seat of the pickup truck, which had been painted to resemble an official VRA vehicle. He pushed the pain aside, opened the door the moment the driver shifted into park, and stepped out into the lot in front of the powerhouse at the base of the dam. All around him, at the administration building and police station atop the dam, as well as down here by the river at the powerhouse, and Switchyard, the fighters he had trained over the last 4 months were finally experiencing real combat. He was confident their basic skills would be enough for today. The local police never expected an assault from 6 truckloads of men, 4 approaching from the east and 2 from the west. The fact that all the vehicles used by the Dragons and Sentinel operatives were disguised as VRA equipment only simplified the operation. Listening to the surrounding noise, Belove recognized that the plan he and Tremaine had designed for seizing the hydroelectric facility was unfolding smoothly, even if it had been launched a day and a half ahead of schedule. He heard a distant boom as rebels demolished a large radio tower with a single brick of explosive. Soon after, the automatic weapons fire coming from the police station near the admin building on top of the dam began to taper off. Belove felt certain they were only moments away from securing the entire complex. 2 other Russian Sentinel operatives assigned to him today pulled up in another truck and climbed out. Vadik and Gresha walked to the bed of their vehicle, each hefting 2 heavy satchels onto their shoulders, their rifles slung across their backs. They moved toward the powerhouse, which was already under rebel control. Belove leaned back into his Toyota, grabbed his satellite phone, and checked for a signal. The screen showed nothing confirming that several satellite jamming drones were hovering in the clear sky overhead. Reports began crackling over his walkie-talkie. The admin building was secured. The police station was taken. The front guardhouse on the road south of the powerhouse had fallen. The radio towers were down, and both internet and landline service had been cut, almost certainly due to the cyber attacks Tremaine had promised the Chinese would execute. Casualties on Belove's side were notable. The Dragons reported 5 dead, 3 at the station and 2 at the front gate, with 3 more wounded. Yet, thanks to the use of counterfeit Rivcom uniforms and the disguised vehicles, Belove felt a surge of pride, seeing his Dragons of Western Togoland seize full control of the Akosambo hydroelectric facility in under 8 minutes. He headed for the building's entrance, already guarded by one of his men wearing a Rivcom uniform. Vadik and Gresha caught up to him. "You all right, boss?" Gresha asked. These 2 hadn't been at the limestone quarry where the vehicles were being painted and where Belove had taken the bullet in his leg. "I'm fine. Just a lucky shot from a cop." "You alive?" He pushed the door open, and the 3 Russians entered the building's lobby. They had studied YouTube footage of the facility, so they knew the route to the main control room, located on the ground floor above the massive generator gallery. Inside the control room, they found a squad of 8 Dragons holding a dozen powerhouse operators at gunpoint, all standing at their workstations with their hands raised. Other than a single dead Rivcom officer in the lobby, there were no signs of a struggle here. Belove was relieved to see the personnel who knew how to operate the dam and manage its power output were still alive. After all, he hadn't the faintest idea how any of this machinery actually worked. He moved into the heart of the control room, the sharp ache in his right leg from the Rivcom officers. Bullet a persistent nuisance he chose to disregard. His eyes swept over the huddled VRA staff. Who's running this show? Silence hung thick in the air. In one fluid motion, he drew his Beretta from its holster and pressed the cold barrel against the temple of a woman frozen beside her cubicle. A choked cry escaped her, dissolving into helpless sobs as he started to repeat his demand. "Who's in I am?" The declaration came from near the front. A man stood there, hands raised like all the others, positioned beside a digital map depicting Ghana's national grid. His gray hair and thick glasses framed a face etched with the same stunned terror visible throughout the room. Bilave lowered the pistol. A slight grimace tightened his features as he limped forward. "Your name?" "Martin Mensah." "In the deputy plant operator." "Perfect. You're going to shut down the power grid. Immediately." Mensah's raised hands trembled. Which section?" "All of it, every watt flowing from this facility stops now." "You want me to shut everything down?" Bilave glanced meaningfully, back toward the weeping woman. "Should I make my point clearer for you?" No, is all do it." Mensah turned slowly to face a large console crowded with aging monitors, analog switches, and dials. He looked back, his voice quiet, yet weighted with consequence. "If I do this, within minutes the entire country goes dark. Only places with backup generators will have any power at all. I'm aware. Hospitals, the international airport, they'll be on generators for a few hours at most. For everyone else, it's total blackout. This will create absolute chaos." Bilave offered a cold, dismissive shrug. "Your country deals with blackouts constantly. You'll cope. Scheduled outages are nothing like a complete national collapse." Mensah's protest was cut short as the pistol was raised again, this time level with his own face. "Do it?" With a slow, resigned nod, the deputy operator turned back. He began flipping a sequence of heavy switches, then murmured instructions to a female technician nearby. She sank into a chair, her fingers flying across a keyboard as tears streamed down her cheeks. On the large map before them, the luminous white lines representing the nation's power network began to wink out, one after another, like stars vanishing at dawn. Bilave watched, fascinated, as the lifeblood of the nation ceased to flow. When the final light faded, he gave a curt nod. "Good. What happens now?" Mensah whispered. Bilave ignored him, turning instead to Vadik and Gresha, who waited near the doorway laden with heavy packs. Mensah's eyes widened at the sight of the equipment. Following his gaze, Bilave explained. "We're mining your dam. We'll only blow it if we're forced to. We need the power to stay off for a while. But if your government tries to take this place back, well, make the blackout permanent." Mensah scanned the fearful faces of his colleagues, then looked back at the armed man in tactical gear. A bewildered thought broke through his fear. I don't understand." "You're not here to assassinate the president?" The Russian's face contorted in genuine confusion, followed by a short, derisive laugh. "Kill the president? If that was the plan, we'd have come tomorrow." When he stopped mid-sentence, the words dying on his lips as he read the truth on Mensah's face. Bilave shot a glance at his young dragons. Their expressions mirrored his own sudden uncertainty. He focused back on Mensah, his voice dropping to a dangerous growl. "What are you talking about?" Mensah said nothing. The Beretta rose a third time. "Explain now." Almost sheepishly, Mensah replied. "The joint delegation, they're on their way here. Right now." Bilave was utterly stunned. "You're lying. When they see you've seized the dam, they won't land. They'll return to Accra and mobilize the entire army. You might have gotten past our police, but you won't stand a chance against." Bilave tilted his head, a predator processing unexpected prey. He was convinced by the man's words now. "When are they arriving?" The man stared back, bewildered, but remained silent. The Russian pressed his pistol's barrel hard against the man's forehead. "Tell me when, damn it!" in roughly. The man glanced at his wristwatch, his entire arm trembling. "About 20 minutes." Belava reacted with a sharp, surprised shout. "Why so soon?" The deputy operator simply replied. "A storm up north forced them to adjust their schedule." "Damn it," Belava muttered. He quickly ordered the dragons in the room to guard the technicians, then sprinted for the door, yanking his walkie-talkie from his belt. The moment he stepped outside, he pressed the transmit button. "Condor, this is Bear. Condor, Bear. Do you copy 17? The 3 gray Airbus coracles from the French military cruised 5,000 feet above the flat plains, scattered villages, and dense jungle of south-central Ghana, still roughly 20 minutes from their landing zone at the Akosombo Dam." Gray skies obscured the setting sun behind them, but ahead the cloud cover broke, revealing promising conditions. From the rear of the cabin, Josh observed Nicole speaking intently on her headset with the ambassador at the front. As he watched, he could sense a growing urgency in their exchange, a clear look of concern etched on her face. The FSOs and the ambassador were on a separate channel from the D's team, so he couldn't hear the conversation. Just as Josh considered switching channels to listen in, Jay Costa's voice came through his headset. Costa, seated near the ambassador, had been monitoring the discussion. "Be advised," Costa said. "We've lost all communication with personnel at the hydroelectric dam. We're investigating, but it appears service is down. We tried satellite, but the signal is problematic, likely interference from the helicopters." Josh acknowledged, along with Chad and Benjamin Manu. They waited another minute for an update from Costa, while Nicole continued her animated conversation with Jennifer Dunnigan. Finally, Costa returned to the net. "Still no comms with Akosombo. The U assessment is a probable local power outage, which the Ghanaian president's staff concurs with. They want to proceed. We'll conduct an overflight to visually confirm the situation, but Ambassador Oldenburg emphasizes the public relations importance of this stop. Announcing the dam's upgrade during AM outage could actually create positive optics." Josh keyed his mic. "Understood, Jay. But losing contact with our destination could indicate issues far more serious than a simple power failure." "I hear you," Costa replied. "The president's detail will attempt to raise the dam police on IM radio once we have line of sight." "We are continuing." "Understood." This third stop of the day was shaping up to be unexpectedly complicated, Josh thought, and he desperately hoped it wouldn't become any more eventful. Conrad Tremaine was still 5 miles south of the dam, speeding along the western bank of the Volta River in a black Toyota Tacoma. With him were 3 other mercenaries, Krellis from the Netherlands, Junior, his fellow South African, and Bagensky from Poland. The truck's covered bed was packed with weaponry: rifles, a light machine gun, ammunition, an RPG-7 launcher, and a 60mm mortar. Each man carried his personal weapon. Bagensky also had a short-barreled rifle on the floorboard at his feet. They were now fully committed to the operation, a state of mind that meant they would not stop for anyone, including local authorities. With the area already within the jamming zone of the drones, only their powerful 10-watt walkie-talkies provided a link to the outside. Through them they listened as the Russian mercenaries attached to the Dragon platoon broadcast a series of mission updates and casualty reports directly to Tremaine. Tremaine felt a grin satisfaction, knowing the delegation would be far up in Tamale when they discovered communications were down across the southeast and the national power grid had failed. He did, however, consider it a genuine shame that President Amaner would likely survive this takeover. Tremaine held no personal grudge against the man, but his experience with regional power struggles had taught him that leaving a former head of state in play, even a weakened one, was a recipe for future instability. He had privately suggested to Kang that a swift, surgical removal of the government's leadership could prevent any organized countermove in the critical weeks following the operation. Kang, however, had firmly rejected the idea. He argued that an attempt on the president's life would signal to the international community that the rebels had advanced outside assistance. His position was clear. Amanor needed to be discredited and forced from office after failing to protect his nation from rebel incursions and a catastrophic blackout, not openly assassinated. Tremaine found this logic dangerously naive. He racked his brain for a scenario where the rebels could be plausibly blamed for Amanor's death without the act appearing too meticulously staged. But every idea collapsed under scrutiny. By the time any rebel force got close, the president would be encircled by his elite guard, utterly untouchable. The sudden crackle of a walkie-talkie shattered his thoughts, filling the pickup's cabin. "Condor, this is Bear. Do you read?" Bear was Belove. Every Sentinel operative on this mission used a call sign, though Tremaine only bothered to remember the team leaders. He drove with one hand, keying the mic with the other. "Go for Condor." "Listen up." Belove's voice was tense. "The president, along with the EU and US delegations, are en route to the dam now. Estimated arrival 20 minutes. For a second, Tremaine's mind went blank. "Say again?" "Confirm that." Belove repeated the message, then added, "What's the call? Do we pull out or hold position?" Tremaine glanced at Krellis beside him. The young Dutch operative's jaw was practically on the floor. In a low, bewildered voice, Tremaine muttered, "They aren't scheduled until tomorrow." Itinerary changed, Belove crackled back. "Something about the weather up north." Kong and his team had meticulously tracked the forecast for Saturday. The original attack date, Tremaine was sure of that. But monitoring the Thursday afternoon weather several hundred miles away, that had slipped through the crack. For all the Chinese intelligence officer's meticulous planning, he never accounted for launching the operation a day and a half ahead of schedule, and the dominoes were already beginning to fall in chaotic, unpredictable ways. The sheer scale of this mess was almost impressive. Tremaine was now deep inside the jamming zone, his options bleak. He could spend precious minutes relaying a message through his mercenaries to the Chinese tech team to temporarily shut down the jammers, risking exposure at the dam site, or turn around and drive 10 minutes back to get a clear signal, which would mean losing contact with Belove entirely. There was no good choice. He was, effectively, on his own. Belove's voice came through again. "Our comms are dead here at the dam. Maybe the choppers won't even land if they can't raise anyone on the ground." Tremaine's shout echoed in the truck. "They already made contact. Otherwise the dam staff wouldn't know they were coming. They might do a flyover if they lose the link again, but you can't just assume they'll abort the visit because of a radio glitch." Belove transmitted once more, urgency clear. "We haven't placed the charges in the turbines yet. Doing it properly takes time. My guys need to remove an access panel, descend to the structural weak point, secure the explosives, and program the detonation sequences. They need a minimum of 30 minutes. Maybe we should just scrub this and go." Tremaine weighed the collapsing timeline. "You can't leave now. If you abort, the entire operation is finished." "Is that right?" "The scene is about to be swarmed by 50 people arriving in helicopters," the commander warned, his voice tight. He pressed the accelerator, the vehicle surging forward. After a tense silence, he issued his orders. "Stay put. Keep planting the explosive. But round up every captive you have, keep them under heavy guard, and erase any sign of a fight that could be spotted from the air. What's the next move? All your rebels are dressed in either Rivercombe uniforms or Rye badges, right? Except for me and my 2 Sentinel guys. Make sure the rebels are carrying authentic Rivercombe weapons. Stash the AKs and bring out the police-issue M4s, the sidearms, the tactical vests. Any security team will raise an alarm if they see cops with rebel gear." "I'm aware of that," Belove shot back, irritation clearing his tone. "Then position the hostages where the helicopters can see them. Let the birds land. Let the official party proceed to the switchyard and the powerhouse for their planned media visit. They're only scheduled to be on site for 25 minutes. Before Beloved could voice another concern, the commander cut in. "Get the rest of the Sentinel team working on the charge. Tell the dam employees they need to act perfectly normal. They have to convince the entire delegation that everything is running smoothly for the entire duration of the visit. If they don't, you and your men will execute every single one of them." Belave grumbled. "They aren't paying me enough for this circus. What's your other option? You run now, the operation collapses, and you don't see another dime." A stream of Russian curses followed. The commander didn't need a translator to recognize the word suka. Finally, Belave relented. "Fine, I'll inform the deputy plant manager that if he doesn't handle the delegation, I'll personally put a bullet in every member of his staff. One last thing, Bear." The commander, known as Condor, paused, thinking. "This was rushed. You didn't have time for proper prep. Is there anything on you, or with the other Sentinel operatives, that could link back to me, to Sentinel, or to our Chinese partners?" Belave was the leader of the 50 Russian operatives. Besides Condor himself, he was the only one carrying a tablet containing all the mission's radio codes, waypoints, code names, and geographic coordinates. "I've got my tablet," Belave said. "I wasn't about to leave it at a compromised safe house, was I?" Condor slammed a fist on the steering wheel. "That device cannot fall into enemy hands. Do you understand me?" "Obviously I know that," Belave retorted defensively. "You never should have brought it to the dam site." "I didn't exactly have time to find a hotel for it, Condor. It has a built-in 5-watt radio. I'll program the detonation codes into it and use it to blow the dam if we need to." The South African commander was seething, but he knew he had to let it go. He took a breath. "If you find yourself about to be overrun, you strap a grenade to that tablet. Are we clear?" "I'm not getting overrun, Condor. Bear out." Belave ended the transmission, presumably to scramble his forces and prepare his captives for the incoming helicopters. The Sentinel chief kept racing down the highway, a cold dread settling in his gut about the tablet in the Russians' possession and the catastrophic damage its capture could cause. But then a new, darker thought emerged, cutting through the panic. He turned to his lieutenant, Krillis. "This mess, this complete derailment of the plan. Maybe we can twist it into an opportunity. What are you thinking, boss? Kang wants the dragons to take the blame for the whole operation so his general can seize power, right?" Krellis nodded slowly. "Right. Well, what if the dragons assassinate the president of Ghana? Right here, right now. Seems to me it would clear a major obstacle if Amanor wasn't around to fight for control later." The idea hung in the air, audacious and brutal. Krellis stared at his boss as if he'd lost his mind. "That was never part of Kang's plan." "Yeah, well, Kang isn't here, is he? And this is a superior plan, don't you think?" "Is it?" Krellis asked, his voice laced with doubt. "Look, brother," Condor said, a grim smile touching his lips. "We can have that target in our crosshairs in about 20 minutes. Sometimes you have to improvise to win the game. The dragons could handle the task, but they'd likely just botch it. It made more sense to keep them under cover, ensuring the whole team didn't get drawn into a fight. This needed to look like an external attack. The moment the president is hit, those dragons will blow their cover. It'll be painfully clear. They aren't actual police." Tremaine gave a slow nod. "It's going to be absolute chaos down there, no question." He glanced at Krellis, noting the man's discomfort. "We're not playing games here. We're dismantling a democracy. If I take out the president and collapse the government, even if it costs us all 35 rebels at the dam, that's a hell of a return on investment in my book. What will Kang say? I'll tell him the dragons did it. Professor Adder will tell him they didn't. Odo's still hiding in the bush, prepping his move on Accra. He has no comms with his men. He won't be able to tell Kang a thing. By the time I see Kang in the capital, he'll just be relieved President Amanor is no longer an obstacle for the election. He won't sweat the details." Krellis still looked uncertain, but he asked, "So how do we do it? An RPG when his helicopter lifts off?" Tremaine shook his head. "I've got a Dragunov in the trunk." The Russian Dragunov-Savay sniper rifle fired a 7.62 ACK 5.4mm round, effective out to 800 meters. Krellis thought for a moment. If you're going to do it, take the shot from across the river. About 350 meters. Should be a straightforward job. Just then, the Adomi Bridge appeared ahead, a couple miles south of the dam. The massive steel suspension structure was the only crossing over the Volta for miles. Tremaine steered toward it, mentally steeling himself for the biggest operation of his career. His primary worry wasn't failure. It was the nagging fear that his team at the dam might spook the helicopters before they even touched down. Josh Duffy sat by the rear portside window of the lead Caracal helicopter. His wife was seated far forward, having been intensely focused on her iPad for the last several minutes. Josh figured she was probably making last-second edits to the U.S. ambassador's remarks for the dam ceremony. He peered out the window, spotted something in the distance, and keyed his mic. "Jay, take a look out the portside window. You're 9 o'clock." A thin, dark column of smoke rose over the town of Ekosamba. After a pause, Costa replied, "Yeah, I see it. Let me see if I can find out what's over there." A minute later, his voice came back over the radio. "No one seems to know what's burning down there, but they're not overly concerned. They want to proceed to the dam," Josh simply acknowledged. "Roger that." Soon the 3 helicopters were flying over the vast expanse of Lake Volta, the largest man-made reservoir on Earth, heading south toward the hydroelectric facility. As they approached the north side of the dam, they reduced speed, passing over the colossal structure at an altitude of 200 meters. The lake level was high. The dam's spillways were open, sending torrents of water cascading down the steep concrete face on the southeastern side, churning the river below into white foam. It was a staggering, awe-inspiring sight, and Josh caught himself staring for a moment before forcing his eyes back to scanning the terrain out his window for any threats. Costa's voice came over the radio again. "Benjamin, I'm passing you the binoculars. Sweep the area and tell me if anything looks off." Duff understood the procedure. With no comms established with the ground team, they had to visually confirm the landing zone was clear before setting down. While in the air, even in their unarmed Airbus helicopters, they could rocket away at the first sign of trouble. That option would vanish the moment their skids touched the earth. Even without binoculars, Duff could make out figures in camouflage uniforms moving along the dam's crest, alongside official-looking vehicles. Benjamin Manu took the offered binoculars from Costa and scanned the scene through the portal window. After a moment, he reported, "Revcom trucks and officers are positioned on the dam and at the powerhouse. There's a vehicle with civilians near the switchyard. Rivcom has the main gate secured." "How many officers total?" "Plenty." "At least 20, maybe more." "Good," Costa acknowledged. He paused briefly, listening to his headset. "Stand by." A few seconds later, his voice came through again. "All right, confirmation just came in. The President's helicopter has established communication with the VA team on site. They verify all power from the dam is offline, and crews are actively working on restoration." He took a breath. "We are proceeding to land behind the powerhouse as planned. The speaking platform is set up in front of the switchyard. Personnel at the powerhouse will remain inside working, but we'll have 20 Rivicom officers and the deputy plant operator joining us for the address. An additional Revicom contingent is securing facility access." The helicopter banked to the right, descending toward its designated landing zone. On the ground, within the powerhouse control room, Russian Sentinel officer Lev Belov stood over the deputy plant operator, Martin Mensa. Mensa was sweating profusely, his thick glasses fogged. Belov spoke with deliberate, heavy emphasis. "This rests entirely with you. You must persuade those visitors that operations here are normal, that every effort is being made to restore power. Should you fail, should they sense a problem and reach for their weapons, we have over 30 men prepared to open fire immediately." Mensa understood the grim assignment. He pulled a handkerchief from his trousers, mopping his brow before nodding. The delegation won't enter the building? They are scheduled to stand on that platform outside with the dam behind them, speak to the cameras for under 20 minutes, and depart. Belov jabbed a finger against the man's chest. And that is precisely what will occur. If it does not, you and your staff will be the first casualties. The middle-aged Ghanaian nodded again, wiping his forehead. Yes, just do not harm anyone, and I will do my part. 2 other Russians stood nearby, equipped with tactical packs, rifles slung across their body armor, and additional gray packs at their feet. Leaving Mensa, Belova strode over to them. He unzipped a pouch on his chest rig, retrieving a rugged black tablet. Powering it on, he addressed his men in Russian. "Quickly, give me the detonation codes from your devices." Gresha recited a long string of digits, which Belov inputted, followed by Vadek doing the same. Belov secured the tablet back in his rig. Once the charges are set, ensure the transceivers are activated. When they are, I will be able to initiate detonation from this tablet if the order is given. He then turned to the 8 dragons in the room. 4 of you will escort Mr. Mensa out to meet the delegation. If he says a single word to betray us, eliminate him on the spot. Returning to Mensa, Belova offered a thin, cold smile. The weight is all on your shoulders, my friend. He then followed the 2 other Russians toward the staircase leading down. All 3 French Airbus helicopters now hovered above a dusty, grass-covered soccer field west of a dense grove of trees. A narrow path through the woods led a mere 100 meters to the powerhouse, situated at the base of the massive dam beside the rushing river. As the helicopters settled onto the field, Josh spotted the facility's main gate several 100 yards to the south. The sight of a manned guard shack and a parked Rivcom vehicle, clearly restricting public access, provided a small, fleeting sense of reassurance. The isolation of the location, he thought, was ironically both a vulnerability and a layer of control. The caracals settled onto the dusty field one after the other, and everyone remained inside until the rotors wound down to a stop. When the helicopter door finally swung open, Josh, Chad, and Benjamin stepped out, followed by Jay and the 4 members of the embassy's local bodyguard detail. The OBG team slid on their sunglasses and moved into a protective formation around the ambassador, blending with the diplomatic security agents and Ben Manu. It was just past 6 in the evening. The sun hung low in the western sky, looking to Josh like it would dip below the horizon in maybe 30 minutes. His eyes scanned the tree line down the slope ahead. A paved path cut through the grove, and beyond the trees the broad expanse of the Volta River stretched into the distance. To the north, the massive dam and the reservoir loomed high above their position. To the south, about a mile away, the river made a sharp turn westward, swallowed by jungle on all sides. A rugged cluster of hills dominated the far bank, rising even higher than the dam and blanketed in thick forest, but Josh could just pick out the silhouettes of communication antennas on the highest peak, hinting at some kind of installation up there. His survey of the road toward the dam was interrupted by the sight of 2 pickup trucks rolling toward the landing zone, carrying men in dark camouflage and distinctive purple beret. Josh had no prior experience with RIVCOM. They were a unit of the Volta River Authority, far from the capital in Accra where he'd been stationed, but Ben Manu gave them a quick once-over and offered a casual wave. The men waved back, then the trucks pulled up beside the soccer field and the officers disembarked. Duff, along with Larson, Manu, and Costa, escorted Ambassador Dunnigan out, enveloped by the FBG detail, while the security teams for President Eminor and U High Representative Aldenberg did the same for their principal. Journalists who had flown in with the delegation scrambled to get ahead of the group as everyone began to follow the Rivcom officers on foot down the jungle path toward the powerhouse and switch yard on the riverbank. Somehow Duff found himself in the thick of the procession right behind Dunnigan, and he realized he was walking shoulder to shoulder with Nicole. His wife had a backpack slung over one shoulder and cradled her iPad, but he deliberately kept his gaze forward, scanning the road, the dense foliage, even the open sky above. He was fully locked into work mode now, just as she had been during the flight. Ahead, Amanor, Alvenberg, and chatted amiably as they moved down the trail, their proximity forcing their security details to mingle together. Nicole, understanding the demands of Joss's job, wisely peeled back from the main scrum to give him space, though several other European aides and Ghanaian officials remained frustratingly in the way, and the buzzing media pack added another layer of complication to the scene. Through the shifting crowd, Josh had a clear sightline to the switchyard, a sprawling several-acre compound of transformers, switches, and circuit breakers that managed the power flow from the hydro plant. He watched for any unusual movement and soon spotted a few Rivcom men stationed by their vehicle near a small equipment shed. They observed the procession, their American-made M4 carbines held at the ready across their chests. At the front of the powerhouse, a low platform had been erected with a podium bearing the Volta River Authority emblem. It was positioned for a perfect backdrop of the dam and the churning river water. The three principals climbed onto the stage, each accompanied by two members of their security team. Chad and Jay stepped up with Dunnigan, while Benjamin moved to the left side of the platform, and Josh took a post by the steps on the right. Jay and Chad positioned themselves behind the ambassador. Julian and the female youth security officers stood behind Aldenburg, and two imposing agents from the president's own guard regiment, the agent in charge, and his deputy took their places behind President Amanor. The parking lot was ringed by Rivcom troops, rifles ready, which kept the mood from growing too tense despite the visible handgun. The sun hung low in the western sky, and someone from the press pool muttered about losing the light, but Josh thought the dam and the river below were washed in a perfect, dramatic glow, better, in fact, than the harsh midday sun they would have faced tomorrow. Jay's voice crackled in his earpiece, assigning sectors: the far riverbank and jungle to Duff, the switchyard to Ben, the dam structure itself to Chad, with instructions for the local guard detail to stay alert. Josh took his post to the right of the temporary stage, near the short flight of steps, ready to shift into the diamond formation once Dunnigan concluded. He faced the river, his gaze tracing the dense, shadowed jungle climbing the opposite hill. Behind him, the door to the powerhouse swung open. A man in a suit and tie emerged, flanked by two Revicom officers, and approached the stage. Nicole stepped forward, iPad in hand. "Good afternoon," she said, checking her screen. "Mr. Mensa?" The man gave a tight nod and shook her hand. Josh noted the obvious nerves, figuring any plant employee would be rattled meeting his country's president on such short notice. Nicole guided him up onto the riser, where he greeted the three dignitaries. Though Mensa spoke softly, Josh caught every word over the whir of camera. "My apologies for the lack of proper preparation," Mensa said, his voice strained. "We're experiencing a control issue with one of the turbines. We only learned of your visit moments before we lost grid power." President Amanor's reply was a study in contrast, his voice booming with practiced gravitas. "The apology is ours, Mr. Mensa. Our timing is most unfortunate. Please don't let us interrupt your critical work. The power supply is paramount. Focus all your efforts on a swift resolution." He then pivoted subtly toward the gathered press, adding, "This very situation underscores the urgent need for the modernization partnership between Ghana, the EUO, and the United States here at Akasambo." Mensa merely nodded, looking profoundly relieved. "Thank you. With your permission, Mr. President, Madam Ambassador, Madam High Representative, I should return to the control room." After another round of handshakes, he descended the steps, passing Josh as Jennifer Dunnigan began her remarks at the lectern. Josh observed the clear beads of sweat at the man's temple. Classic social anxiety, he thought, having seen similar reactions from officers around generals or aides around ambassadors. Nothing unusual there. But as the two Rivicum escorts began to steer Mensa back toward the powerhouse, Joss's professional habit kicked in. He gave the local guards a once-over. They were young early 20s, clad in camouflage with Rivcom shoulder patches, armed with M4s and Brownings, maroon berets pulled low over serious expressions. Standard gear, standard serious young soldier demeanor, presumably amplified by the presidential presence. Josh was about to turn his attention back to the river when he paused, his eyes lingering. A detail, slight and almost missed, nagged at him. Something in their posture, or perhaps the way one adjusted his grip on his rifle, didn't align. It was off, just enough to prick at his instinct. Josh only managed a quick look at the officer to Menza's left, but something immediately seemed off. The front pouch on the man's chest rig was conspicuously empty. In Josh's experience, that was both odd and sloppy. An empty magazine pouch was strange enough, but this particular pouch, the one on the front left, was the prime spot for a right-handed shooter to grab during a reload. The orientation of the other magazines and the cop's rifle setup confirmed he was right-handed. Leaving that pouch empty meant, in a real fight, this officer would waste precious seconds fumbling for a mag, slowing his return to the action. It was a small detail, but in their line of work, small details got people killed. Soon the three men retreated into the powerhouse, and Josh scanned the area, finding no other RIFCOM personnel close enough to scrutinize. On the opposite side of the short steps leading up to the riser, Benjamin Manu stood facing the building. Josh caught his eye and motioned him over. As Dunnigan wrapped up her remarks for the cameras and Joanna Aldenburg took her place at the lectern, flanked by Julian Delisle and the female youth security officer, Manu shouldered his way through the small crowd and leaned in. Keeping his eyes fixed on the river, Josh spoke quietly to the Ghanaian Bureau of Diplomatic Security employee. "These RevCom guys, do they seem right to you?" Manu nodded slowly. "They do, but it's very strange. Superintendent Baca isn't here. He has no role in fixing a power outage. He should be present." "You concerned?" Manu offered a slight shrug. "I'll ask someone about him before we leave. Perhaps he called in sick today." Josh gave a curt nod. One of them had an empty mag pouch on his rig. The embassy's police advisor let out a soft, weary sigh. "They are so young. Supposed to be elite, but the pay isn't much to speak of." "Let's just keep watching them," Josh whispered. Manu nodded, returned to his post, and resumed scanning his sector. Roughly 40 feet away, Joanna Aldenburg's voice carried over the crowd. "The ingenuity, the creativity, the resourcefulness and resilience of this nation are all qualities to be admired, and traits we in Europe can certainly learn from." Josh tuned her out the moment he heard hushed voices behind the riser. He glanced over and saw 3 of the president's personal guards in a tight, animated huddle. He couldn't make out their words, but their tense postures suggested something was wrong. With nothing else to focus on, he turned back, looked past Manu's shoulder, and let his gaze sweep over the hillside across the river. Yet his mind kept circling back to one question. What had those security guys so spooked? Conrad Tremaine slid his Russian Dragunov from its canvas case, shouldered his pack and shooting mat, and left the Toyota on the rocky hill track, melting into the thick jungle. After a minute of pushing through dense undergrowth, the vista opened up, the river snaked below, then the switchyard, the powerhouse, and the riser out front. The dam lay to his right. A quick scan revealed no immediate threats there. He spread his mat on the ground, went fully prone, and positioned his pack as a rest for the long rifle. Peering through his laser range finder at the lectern, the readout flashed, 331 meters. He dialed the adjustment into his scope, leveled the weapon, and settled the crosshairs on the chest of the EU High Representative. The scope's 16x magnification brought her face into sharp enough focus from this distance. Placing the optics chevron on her center mass, he knew the Ghanaian president would be an even simpler shot. But from this angle, the president was completely out of view. Amaner sat in his chair, flanked by security personnel on both sides, leaving the South African sniper across the river without a clear shot at least not until the man stood to address the cameras. Tremaine adjusted his weapon slightly, panning across the entire assembly. Officers surrounded the 2 seated figures on the raised platform, with additional guards positioned directly behind it. He noticed some members of the president's own detail chatting among themselves. their attention diverted from the man they were meant to protect. Scanning further to the right, he observed junior diplomats and government officials clustered behind the stage, their presence intended to create an illusion of a larger event, though no actual crowd from the facility had gathered. Tremaine felt a flicker of satisfaction seeing the dragons of western Togoland most dressed as Rivcom soldiers, with 4 posing as ray technicians near the switchyard, keeping their distance, staying at least 25 meters from the security team. He knew any serious inspection would expose them as outsiders who had never entered this facility before, and he desperately hoped no such scrutiny occurred before he took his shot. The entire operation could collapse in an instant if the delegation realized rebel infiltrators surrounded them. None of these dragons suspected he intended to target the president, and Tremaine had no clue how they would react when he did. He expected the protective details to draw their weapons immediately, and he imagined the poorly trained rebels would panic, triggering chaos. He doubted the U.S. ambassador or the EU representative would escape unharmed, but he saw that as an unexpected advantage for Kang's scheme. If high-level Western officials were killed by the dragons, and Kang's General Botang then seized power by crushing those very rebels, the West would likely rally behind Botang, viewing him as the avenger for their fallen diplomats. A faint smile touched Tremaine's lips. It seemed the Chinese strategist wasn't the only one on this continent who could play the long game. Shifting his view to the right side of the platform, he noted 2 more security men, one white and facing his general direction, the other black and turned toward the powerhouse. They might have been with the American or European delegation, Shid couldn't be sure, but they definitely weren't part of the president's team. Tremaine studied the man facing him, locking onto his figure as if making eye contact across the distance. For a fleeting moment he felt a strange sense of recognition, as if he'd seen that face somewhere before. But before he could focus further, Joanna Aldenburg stepped away from the lectern, and President Amanur rose from his seat, moving forward into the crosshairs of the rifle concealed in the jungle. The bald-headed man placed his hands on the podium. His 2 security officers on stage shifted to positions just behind him, neither obstructing the clean line of sight to the left side of his head. As Amanur began to speak, the Sentinel mercenary flicked off the safety, drew a deep breath, and let it out slowly. He inhaled once more, pausing to reflect on the magnitude of this act. Ascending the president of West Africa's most stable democracy would mark him for life if the truth ever surfaced. He reminded himself that loose talk in bars or nostalgic war stories with friends were now forbidden. Those were the only ways he imagined this secret could slip out. Krellis, Jr., and Begensky wouldn't betray him. They'd been loyal for years. The Russians and the dragons would remain ignorant, and his other mercenaries weren't present. Tremaine was poised to change history with a single shot, an act he would carry silently to his grave. And he convinced himself that was perfectly acceptable. Conrad Tremaine craved this prize, the satisfaction of knowing he had personally beheaded a government, personally set a coup in motion. The additional €250,000 for guaranteeing its success was a powerful motivator, too. With the president eliminated, how could it possibly fail? He fought to steady his breathing, the thrill threatening to overwhelm him. Finally, moments after President Amana reached the podium, Tremaine drew a slow, deliberate breath and settled his finger against the rifle's trigger. Josh Duffy struggled to maintain his watch over his assigned sector, but the movement behind the stage was distracting. The president's security detail had begun an odd, slow fan-out during the speech. It was strange behavior, and he glanced up at Jay Costa on the platform, who was also sneaking a look over his shoulder at the commotion. Nicole and the other American diplomats, however, seemed oblivious, focused entirely on the president. Josh reminded himself to concentrate on his own job and let the Ghanaian team handle their business. Just as he turned his gaze back across the river, he caught it a fleeting glint of light halfway up the massive, jungle-covered hill. He frowned, staring hard at the spot, but saw only dense green foliage and the long shadows of the setting sun. No reflective metal, no water. Nothing to explain that brief sparkle. It was probably nothing, he told himself. Just a trick of the fading light. Yet a deep, instinctual alarm began clanging in his mind. His heart hammered against his ribs. He looked to Costa, then back to the jungle. Then it happened again. In the same patch of greenery. Another quick gleam, there and gone in an instant. To most it would mean nothing, but Josh Duffy had spent too many years in this life not to recognize the sign. Without a second thought, he bellowed at the top of his lungs, already sprinting up the stairs onto the riser. Sniper! Every head whipped toward Duff as he vaulted onto the platform. He was charging for the podium, but he saw Aminor's lead agent already in motion, diving to shield the president. Julian was moving toward Ambassador Oldenburg. Jay Costa swung his body in front of a seated Ambassador Dunnigan, while the EU agent yanked Oldenburg to her feet, covering her. The lead Ghanaian agent tackled President Aminor from behind the lectern, and as he did, he jerked violently, just 10 feet from Josh. The sharp crack of a rifle shot tore through the air, its echo booming off the concrete dam. Costa had already spun Dunnigan around, and they were moving off the back of the meter-high stage, but Josh shouted into his mic, "Into the powerhouse! Now!" "Negative!" Costa's voice came back instantly. "We're heading for the landing zone." Josh was in the center of the chaos now, pushing toward the retreating group. He saw Nicole stumbling away with the others when a second shot rang out. A Ghanaian security man near him pitched forward, collapsing into the crowd of diplomats on the concrete. Josh was too far from Dunnigan to provide physical cover. That was Jay's responsibility. His own duty was clear. Hold the line and counter the threat. His pistol was in his hand in a flash. He spun back toward the river, raising his weapon. Taking out a concealed sniper hundreds of yards away with a handgun was a near impossible task, and Duff knew it. His plan was simpler. Lay down suppressing fire, and hope to buy the others precious seconds. Before he could squeeze off a shot toward the jungle-covered slope on the other side of the water, the sharp crack of a rifle shot echoed from the direction of the power station on his left. Benjamin Munnis' voice erupted in his earpiece, almost before the sound registered. "Contact! Right!" Immediately a barrage of gunfire erupted to Duff's right. He pivoted with his pistol, his mind catching up to the scene. The Rivcom officers and the dam operations staff who had been standing there moments before now had their weapons trained on the visiting delegation. He brought his Glock up, sighted on a shooter, and fired. The man staggered, dropped his rifle, and scrambled behind a pickup truck. Josh was fairly sure he'd scored a hit, though clearly not a decisive one. Costa's voice was next, sharp in his ear. "Alamo, Alamo!" That was the signal to move the principal to the designated safe room here, a reinforced stairwell on the powerhouse's ground floor. The president and the European officials, he'd been briefed, would use a separate stairwell on the other side of the building lobby. Josh wasn't going there, not yet. Neither were Ben or the other security contractors. Their job was to stay and fight. Chad and Jay would hustle Dunnigan to safety while Duff and the rest laid down covering fire, drawing the enemy's attention to themselves. It was a grim calculus. Make yourself the target so the people you're sworn to protect can escape. Behind him, nearly 40 people, including his own whiffier, scrambling for whatever cover they could find. He alone remained exposed on the large platform, a perfect silhouette for an unseen sniper who could end him with a single shot. The air snapped beside his ear, a bullet's shockwave from the switchyard 30 yards away. Without hesitation, he returned fire toward the half-dozen figures taking positions there. Conrad Tremaine scrambled backward through the thorny undergrowth, dragging his rifle and the camouflaged drag mat behind him. He had to get clear to distance himself from the pandemonium he'd just unleashed. He understood the mistake instantly. The morning's gray clouds had parted in the west, and a sudden shaft of sunlight had glinted off his scope's lens. Someone had seen that telltale flash and recognized it for what it was. His first shot had been intercepted by the President's lead agent, who threw himself into the path. His second round missed the President entirely, striking another bodyguard instead. Then all hell broke loose as the disguised dragon militants, whether reacting to defensive fire or simply seizing the moment, opened up on the security team. "Damn it all," he snarled, pushing deeper into the jungle as the racket of gunfire swelled around him. He shoved himself up from the ground, grabbed his gear, and broke into a sprint toward the waiting truck. Sliding into the passenger seat of the Toyota, he glared at Krellis behind the wheel. "Get us off this mountain, now!" "What happened back there?" the Dutchman asked, stomping on the accelerator. The tires spun on the loose gravel before catching and lurching the vehicle forward. Tremaine wiped the sweat from his forehead and propped the still warm Dragunov between his knees, its barrel pointing at the roof. "I didn't get Aminor," he said, a cold, cynical smile touching his lips. "But look on the bright side. As far as history will record, the dragons of western Togoland just kicked off their little revolution with one spectacularly bloody opening act. Rivcom Sergeant Isaac Opoku had spent the last quarter hour pushing a commandeered Kawasaki motorcycle up a steep gravel road, having borrowed it from a startled teenager near the old limestone quarry. He was now closing in on the dam's eastern perimeter when he heard a concerning pop from the engine. He rolled off the throttle, shifted to neutral, and in the sudden quiet, the distant, unmistakable sound of sustained gunfire reached his ears. The unmistakable crackle of gunfire echoed from the direction of the dam, and a cold dread settled in his chest. He was the one who had kicked the hornet's nest, and now his friends were paying the price. This was on him. Gunning the engine, Isaac Opoku knew his sidearm was a pitiful match for the firefight ahead, but he had to try. He'd already buried 3 colleagues. He would spend his final breath to save the rest. A fleeting memory surfaced: his son Kofi's laugh, his wife Abina's worried eyes, and the promise he'd made when he left the Army's Northern Command for this supposedly safer job at Rivka. Up north he'd seen action, but nothing like the sustained fury of the battle now raging just a kilometer south. Pushing thoughts of family aside, he steeled himself. He would stop this threat or die in the attempt. Bullets snapped past Duff's head as an automatic weapon ripped through its magazine. Another burst chewed up the concrete between his position and the main building. The podium beside him shattered and toppled, but he kept firing 5 rounds, 8 a dozen. Every figure in a Rivcom uniform was a target. More gunfire erupted behind him, the sharp reports of rifles adding to the chaos. Miraculously unhit, he finally dropped to his knees, emptied the rest of his 15-round magazine toward the switchyard, then flattened himself on the riser to reload. Lead whined through the air. A lot of it was their own outgoing fire. It sounded like the EBG team. Maybe some presidential guards and U security were behind cover and shooting in every direction. Duff was the most exposed. Surrounded and outgunned, a familiar feeling. His only play was to pour out so much violence that the enemy would break and run. He rolled, aiming toward the river, and spotted 2 Rivicom men attempting to flank east. The jungle sniper was clearly gone, or he'd already be dead, so he focused on these 2, sending 9mm hollow points their way as they scrambled along the parking lot's edge. His earpiece crackled, probably the Dro. Costabut the words were lost in the roar of his Glock. Ben Vanu's voice came through, then Chad Larson's, but it was all noise. The 2 by the river vanished. Duff rolled right over and over, crawling across the body of the fallen agent from the President's own guard, then tumbling off the riser's back, landing hard on the concrete. The gunfire was relentless. He had some cover now, but concrete fragments stung his face, and a shard opened a gash on his forehead. Ignoring the blood in his eye, he knelt, ejected the smoking empty magazine, and slammed in his last one. Costa's voice crackled in his earpiece again, this time clear enough for Duff to understand. Everyone fall back to the element, covering fire. Now! Duff spotted enemy fighters about 40 yards to his left. using trucks and stacked shipping containers for cover. More were shifting position near the riverbank, not shooting at the moment, but clearly maneuvering. He glanced toward the switchyard and saw several enemy bodies, but movement still flickered behind one of the Vria vehicles. Ben Manu and two other Ibuji contractors were pinned between the riser and the switchyard, firing pistols from the ground but dangerously exposed. "Get moving," Duff yelled. The three Ghanaians scrambled up and sprinted for the powerhouse. Manu lagged behind, favoring an injured leg. Duff laid down suppressive fire, sweeping from the switchyard to the left flank, then toward the river. He knew he probably wasn't hitting anyone with this wild shooting, but the noise and whizzing rounds might make the enemy keep their heads down. That was the best he could manage. The real issue, as Duff was acutely aware, was his dwindling ammunition. Suppressive fire doesn't need to be precise, but it sure eats through bullets. He focused on a figure in civilian clothes, wearing a yellow hard hat and a badge, an AK-47 in his hands, different from the Rivcom team's M4s. Duff squeezed off 3 rounds from his Glock. The man jolted against a truck and dropped. Duff's pistol slide locked back, empty. Manu's voice shouted in his ear, "Duff, move!" "Going," Duff shouted back, then turned and ran for the building, his useless gun still in hand. Manu and the 2 LBUG men were kneeling in the open doorway, firing to either side. A European Union security officer stood with them, shooting over their heads toward the switchyard. Duff raced past the parking lot, where at least 10 casualties lay, scattered, some men, some women. He held his breath, scanning their faces, praying with every fiber that Nicole wasn't among them. She wasn't. He left the wounded where they were. His duty was to survive and protect the ambassador. He finally burst through the doorway, stumbling into the dimly lit lobby and collapsing on the floor. Immediately, the U officer slammed the door shut and threw the lock. The room was illuminated only by faint emergency lights in the upper corners, casting long, distorted shadows and leaving deep pools of darkness. "There are injured people still out in the parking lot." A woman with a British accent called from a doorway across the lobby, likely someone from the Sky News crew. Julian Delisle's voice answered from the opposite side of the open space. "We can't go back for them yet. There are at least 24 hostiles out there with rifles. We fortify here, inside, and formulate a plan. That door stays locked." Almost on cue, more gunfire erupted. The front windows of the lobby exploded inward, blind shredding. Dabjosh, in his thoughts, spushed himself up and hurried toward the designated safe room, the Alamo. He entered a large stairwell area. Ambassador Dunnigan sat on the steps, her face speckled with blood, staring vacantly. 2 other Foreign Service officers, Scott Clark and Arletta Janes, crouched beside her. Chad Larson stood on a higher step, covering the second-floor landing with his pistol, while Jay Costa remained posted at the stairwell door, his weapon aimed back across the lobby. Neither of the other diplomatic security agents seemed hurt. Josh's gaze swept the room desperately for Nicole, then his heart seized. He saw a pair of women's feet in low-heeled shoes, extending from the shadowy space beneath the stairs. Duff couldn't have told you what shoes his wife had on. He almost never paid attention to those kinds of details, the fact that had long been a point of contention between them. He sprinted toward the sound of her voice, ducking into a shadowy alcove and straining his eyes to adjust to the gloom. Foreign Service Officer Karen Chamberlain was stretched out on the floor, her head cradled in Nicole Dovey's lap. Nicole was applying pressure to a gunshot wound just above the woman's right breast, and when she looked up at her husband, her face was a mask of pure dread. Chamberlain was still breathing, but the sheer horror in his wife's expression told Duff the woman wasn't going to make it. He dropped to his knees and pulled Nicole close. "Are you hurt?" She shook her head slowly. She wasn't in shock. He could see that much, but the violence of the last minute and a half had clearly left her reeling. "What about you?" she asked, her gaze slightly distant. "I'm okay," he assured her. Then her eyes snapped into focus, sharp with a sudden furious confusion. "Why would the damn police do this? Why would they shoot at us?" Josh stood up, raising his voice so the others could hear. "They weren't damn police. Did you see how they moved? It was a chaotic mess, just a bunch of armed idiots in uniforms. I don't think they were even ready for that sniper shot. It came from the other side of the reservoir, and the guys around us reacted slower than we did. Nearby, Manu was slumped against the wall, his face slick with sweat. An ELB contractor named Malik was ripping open the Foreign Service National Investigator's pant leg, using strips of fabric to bind a gunshot wound in his right thigh. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Manu managed to speak. "Josh is right. I heard the presidential detail talking in Twy. They said they didn't recognize any of those cops and were asking where the superintendent had gone. The sniper fired, and then the president's own guard regiment just lit up the men in the Rivcom uniform. I don't think those guys even wanted a fight until our side started shooting back." Dunnigan's voice cut through the tension. "But they were the bad guys, right?" Duff gave a grim nod. "They were bad guys. My guess, some kind of rebel force here to seize control of the dam." For the moment, the gunfire from outside the windows had ceased, and Duff's mind raced. Was this just a lull? Were they regrouping for an assault? He moved through the dim light back to Costa, who was finishing a hushed radio conversation on a separate channel. Costa clicked off and turned to him. "We lost 2 from IBUG, Tano and Yuhu. Amaner and Aldenburg, plus everyone still with them, are holed up in the stairwell on the far side of the lobby." He continued, his voice low. "Julian had to send the helicopters away. They can return for extraction once the landing zone is secure, whenever the hell that might be. But he couldn't leave the birds sitting ducks a football field away from a gunfight." Larson, still covering the staircase with his rifle aimed upward, called over. "Can the pilots raise anyone in Accra?" "So far nothing on the net or the sat phone. It's like the airwaves are dead. Someone might have taken out the radio towers and is jamming the satellites." "Jamming satellites?" Larson echoed, disbelief in his tone. "Rebel groups don't have that capability." "What in God's name is happening here?" Duff interjected, gesturing toward the quiet outside. "The shooting's stopped. I could do a quick recon, see if they've pulled back, try to retrieve any wounded." Costa shook his head. "The E-team will handle that. I need you for something else." Duff raised his pistol, its slide locked back on an empty chamber. "Him out, boss. Winchester." Without looking away from the sealed front doors leading to the parking lot, Costa pulled a spare Glock 19 magazine from his belt and handed it over. "Down the hall to the left of the reception desk is the main control room. Normally a dozen operators work in there, including the man who met us. If the enemy took this facility by force, and we have to assume they Dathi could be holding hostages in there." He locked eyes with Duff. "I need you to take a team and clear that room. That means close quarters combat against an unknown number of hostiles, with non-combatants in the mix. Are you up for it?" The order sounded like a one-way ticket, and Duff knew it. He understood completely, and the weight of it settled in his gut like a stone. "Copy that," Costa responded into his radio, relaying the updated plan to Julian across the lobby. The U security chief's voice crackled back, promising to dispatch an assistant immediately. Costa turned to Duff. "Take Malik with you. Good luck." Malik, a dedicated local bodyguard in his mid-30s, was all business. Duff had only exchanged brief nods with the man before today. He wasn't the talkative type, but his professional demeanor was unmistakable. Duff felt confident having him as backup for whatever lay ahead. Moments later, a silver-haired bodyguard in a white polo shirt, stained with what looked like blood and sweat, sprinted across the lobby. He paused briefly behind the reception desk to grab something, then continued his urgent approach. He was holding a sour pistol and gave Costa a sharp nod. "I'm Anderson," he said, his voice carrying a distinct Scandinavian lilt. "You injured?" Duff asked, eyeing the stains. Anderson glanced down at his shirt, his expression turning somber. "This isn't mine. It's from Edina, a Hungarian development officer." His voice dropped to a near whisper. She was 27. Duff pushed aside the immediate pang of sorrow. There was no time for mourning now. The mission demanded focus. He locked eyes with Anderson. "Are you fit to proceed?" The middle-aged man's nod was filled with grim determination. "I'm ready when you are." "Let's move," Duff commanded. He led the way out the doorway, with Malike and Anderson falling in behind him, and they disappeared into the shadowy corridor. Sergeant Isaac Opoku pushed his aching body to its limit, sprinting across the open top of the dam. His Browning pistol jerked with each frantic stride. The intense gunfire from below had ceased, at least for the moment, but he had no idea if the shooters were now heading his way, or if more adversaries were already lying in wait up here. He'd abandoned his motorcycle in the jungle at the dam's eastern edge for a stealthier approach, but that decision now meant a punishing quarter-mile dash over exposed concrete. Every joint screamed in protest from his earlier fall into the limestone quarry and the brutal high-speed ride over rough roads. Ironically, the only spot not throbbing with pain was the gunshot wound above his right. A fact he found more unsettling than reassuring. He saw no one, friend or enemy, as he raced the full length of the dam toward the administration building. Slamming his shoulder against the western wall to stay out of sight from the windows, he caught his breath. He decided to skip this building and head straight for the police station next door, hoping to find some of his fellow officers still holding out. Forcing his protesting legs back into a run, he circled around the back of the admin building. As he passed a side door, he risked a glance through a window. Down a long corridor, a solitary figure in a Rivcom uniform stood guard, a rifle slung over his shoulder. He seemed to be posted outside a specific door, but the distance was too great to make out his face. A wave of relief washed over Isaac, and he reached for the door latch. His hand froze. He looked again. The officer down the hall was wearing his maroon beret. There was exactly one person at Rivcom who would be foolish enough to wear his beret indoors during an active crisis: Corporal Kwabena. And Isaac knew with cold certainty that Kwabena was 10 kilometers away, dead in the limestone dust. This was an impostor. Isaac jerked back from the door as if burned. He turned and broke into a renewed desperate sprint toward the police station. So the enemy's deception wasn't limited to mock-up vehicles. They had uniforms, too. And the rifle on the man's back looked like a standard-issue Rivcom M4, which meant they'd likely breached the armory and were now armed with authentic weapons. A minute later he was inside the police station, moving with slow, deliberate caution, his Browning pistol leading the way into the silent, ominous gloom. Blood slicked his palms from a dozen cuts and scrapes, making the grip of his pistol slippery, while sweat stung his eyes. Yet he kept moving, slicing the pie at each doorway, shifting laterally inch by inch to expose only what his weapon could cover. He ascended the stairs to the second floor, reached the kitchen door, and pushed it open while keeping most of his body shielded by the wall. Inside, 2 men in Rivcom uniforms stood with hands on their rifles, berets missing, while over a dozen others sat lined up on the floor with heads bowed. One guard glanced toward Isaac, focused on him briefly, and spoke in Ewe. "What's happening?" the man asked. Isaac didn't recognize him. He knew every man on both shifts, so he raised his pistol and fired, striking the guard squarely in the chest above the magazine rack. He fired a second shot for certainty, then shifted aim to the other target, who was already lifting an Ake in his direction. 3 more rounds followed, hitting the man in the pelvis, stomach, and head as he collapsed. Now Isaac turned to the hostages on the ground. They looked up. They were cops from his own shift, every face familiar. He rushed toward them. Seeing their hands zip-tied behind their backs, he pulled a small folding knife from his pocket, cut the first man free, and handed the blade to the newly freed officer. Grabbing an M4 from beside a dead enemy, he swung it toward the door, covering against any response to the gunfire. Another Rivcom man began cutting the others loose. A third officer snatched the second rifle from the floor and shouldered up next to Sergeant Opoku. "Where's Baka?" Isaac asked. The superintendent's dead. I saw him fall. Damn, and they took our guns. Where are their weapons? Isaac pressed. Not sure. They had AKs when they hit us. One carried an ARPIG. Any idea who they are? Apoku answered. They're speaking you. Right, the other man said. West Togoland rebels? They actually exist. Could be, Isaac said. I saw maybe 15 or 20. The officer shook his head. I watched trucks come from both sides. There were 30 or 40 men at least. And they've got white guys with them. Isaac already knew. He simply said, Russians. Now the officer looked straight at him. Did they kill the president? The president? Of what? Of Ghana. The young officer explained the early arrival of the joint delegation, and Isaac felt a cold wave of astonishment and horror. He seethed inwardly, convinced this was somehow his fault for stirring up the hornet's nest. Is Amanor dead? Another voice in the room replied, We don't know. I heard helicopters land and leave about 20 minutes later. We lost 5 of ours in the first fight. They looked like us. Came in so fast we didn't understand what was happening. Isaac paused, a bitter smirk crossing his face. Of course they looked like us in afflage and confusion, the perfect recipe for a massacre. We trained for everything except our own uniforms being turned against us. He pushed the thought aside and focused. All right, we know now. First thing, everyone take off your tunics. I don't care if you're in an undershirt or non-ho full uniforms out there. The enemy has our camo and our weapons. We need to stand apart, or we'll end up shooting each other. The men began stripping down. Once the first 2 were in white tank tops, they took rifles from Apoku and the other officer, so Isaac and his companion could do the same. As the rest were still removing their tunics, Isaac laid out the plan. We head to the armory first. They probably left their rifles there when they took ours, so maybe we can use them. Once we're armed, Sergeant Ofori, take 3 men and clear the admin building. Expect hostages. Get them downstairs and out through the motor pool exit, then link back up with us. The gunfire had all been concentrated around the power station, so that's where we're going. 04, a man as tall and roughly the same age as Apoku, gave a quick nod of agreement. Isaac noted his force now numbered 15, not counting Ofori himself and the 3 men he would select once they secured additional arms from the armory. Retrieving the M4 from the corporal who was holding it, Isaac moved into the hallway to lead the way. Josh Duffy crouched low beneath the door's window, reaching for the latch to the control room. Behind him, Anderson from the European Union detail and Malik from the U.S. Embassy's local guard team stood ready, weapons raised. This hasty breach had been coordinated with gestures and hushed commands. Duff's plan was straightforward. He would pop the door and cover the forward arc from a prone position. Anderson would assault left, Malik right, each clearing their respective corner. A competent enemy, a possibility they couldn't dismiss despite the chaos, would likely position men in those deep corners to create a lethal crossfire on anyone entering. Duff's job, while covering more open space, at least offered the relative safety of being a low, hard-to-hit target the moment the door swung open. He glanced back for a final confirmation, tried the latch, and found it locked. Perfect, he thought bitterly, beginning to rise. His skills didn't include lockpicking. He was a contractor, not a spy, and his immediate thought was to fall back and radio Jay for options. But a hand settled on his shoulder. "Switch with me," Anderson whispered close to his ear. I grabbed a key ring from the reception desk. "Might take a second, but I'll get us in." Duff swapped positions, taking the left wall as Anderson knelt. The U officer produced a bulky ring laden with keys and access cards, studying the lock. The first key failed, but the second slid in smoothly. Anderson caught Duff's eye with a nod, set his Sing pistol on the floor, turned the key with one hand and tripped the latch with the other. As the door cracked, he snatched up his weapon, shoved the door open violently, and dropped flat into the room. Duff and Malik surged in on either flank. A gunshot erupted from Duff's side even before he was fully through the doorway. He pivoted in to see a uniformed man shouldering an AK-47, the barrel aimed right at him. Duff fired, then hurled himself to his right into the room, squeezing off 2 more rounds before crashing to the floor. The shooter in the corner managed another wild shot before one of Duff's hollow-point rounds tore into the side of his neck. A spray of blood painted the white wall behind him as he collapsed, hands clawing at his throat. Duff put another round into him as more gunfire echoed behind. Lying on his side, he scanned his sector. Several terrified civilians were huddled under desks, but there were no other hostiles. He rolled to check the opposite corner. Another man in a Rifcom uniform was slumped against the wall, a dark red stain blooming behind his head. The room was clear. Duff sat up, his breath catching as he checked his team. Anderson lay face down in the doorway, a bullet wound through the left side of his skull killed by the man Duff had just shot. A cold, sickening panic began to churn in Duff's gut. That could have been him. Anderson had simply taken his place at the door and, through sheer brutal chance, had paid the price instead. The randomness of it felt like a punch to the chest. He forced the panic back as his eyes fell on Malik, watching blood stream from the Ghanaian's left hand and pool on the floor. The Ilbu operative gave his arm a sharp shake, sending another spray of crimson downward. Duff pushed himself up, wobbling for a second on his prosthetic leg before steadying himself, then hurried over, his earlier dread pushed aside, even though his weapon stayed raised and trained on the civilians. "You okay?" Forearms hit. "You'll manage." Duff pivoted to scan the room. "Any more hostiles in here?" A man stood up slowly, hands lifted. Duff recognized him immediately. The assistant plant operator who'd met them outside. "None in this room, sir, but there are more inside the building." Duff keyed his mic. "Jay, we're secure in the control room. Get the principals moving fast. We could have more company." Costa rushed in first, the ambassador on his heels, with Larson and Manu close behind. Nicole, Scott Clark, and Arletta James followed, and Josh noticed Karen Chamberlain, the injured Foreign Service officer, was missing. He knew his wife wouldn't have left Karen if she were still alive. The U delegation entered moments later, trailed by the president, the remaining government staff, and the few surviving members of the President Guard Regiment. Julian spotted his fallen colleague on the floor, and Costa took in Malik's injury. He pointed to a control room technician, a woman in a dress still crouched in a corner. "Do you have a first aid kit?" Yes, we do." "We need it. Is there a restroom?" A man beside her gestured toward a door. Costa turned to his 3 standing agents. "Get the High Representative into that room." Joanna Oldenburg was guided past the control room staff and into the bathroom. Seconds later, the 7 surviving members of President Amanner's detail brought him in as well. Duff counted 5 members of the press present, which meant they'd likely lost 3 in the initial firefight. The technician pulled a first aid kit from a wall-mounted box, and the only uninjured LBG man, a burly 51-year-old named Kaku, looked it over to Malik, who was now sitting on the floor, clutching his bleeding arm. Costa hurried to Mensa. "Are there any other ways into this room besides the door we used?" "A stairwell down. Right there, next to the restroom door." "That's it. If you go back into the hall, there's an elevator. On the opposite side of the lobby are more stairs and a freight elevator, but from here the only access to the main dam structure is by taking those stairs down to the generator gallery." "Total building entrances?" Mensa paused only briefly. 10, maybe 12, counting the underground levels." "Son of a gun," Larson muttered under his breath. "We have to lock this room down." "We can't secure the whole building." Julian directed 2 of his men to hold the hallway door and sent 2 more to the stairwell. Costa turned back to Mensa. "Tell me everything, quickly." "There's only time for one thing, man. 3 Russians are here and they're planting explosives." "Russians? They came with the attackers?" "Yeah." Costa glanced at Duff and said a single word. "Wagner?" Duff gave a grim nod. "Where are they planting the bombs?" Mensa looked on the verge of collapse. Sweat soaked his face and his words tumbled out in a rush. "Downstairs. They're doing it right now." "Okay, take a breath." Where exactly? Mensa thought for a second. Below us is the generator gallery, and below that the turbine gallery. There are elevators up to the top of the dam, other levels with equipment, piping, electrical relay system. He shook his head. They were talking in Russian, looking at a tablet. The one in charge mentioned turbines and programming detonators. You speak Russian? Costa asked. No, but they said turbina, viwenden, and detonators. Not exactly subtle. Duff let out a low, muttered curse. Oh, damn. He glanced at Nicole for backup, only to find her quickly wrapping a bandage around the upper leg of a wounded male official from the European Union delegation. Costa needed clearer detail. What's the worst-case scenario if they detonate explosives below us, based on the amount they were carrying? They had 4 bags, but I'm not sure all contained bombs. One seemed different. The other 3 each appeared to hold roughly 20 kilo. So, 60 kilos total, probably not enough to collapse the dam itself, in my opinion, but I'm no expert on structures. He paused, thinking it over. I suppose if they've been given precise instructions on where to place the charges at the turbine foundations, they could rupture the penstock lines. That would flood the chambers with water. If that occurs, the dam wall might fail, wiping out thousands of people downstream. His gaze grew distant, and it could knock out power across the national grid for a year or longer, leading to countless more deaths. The president, listening from the open bathroom doorway, began consulting with his aide. What type of explosives are we talking about? Julian pressed. What kind? I have no clue. They brought 3 rebels with them. Those rebels were told to stand guard while the bombs were set. That's the extent of my information. How long ago did this happen? Right before the helicopters arrived. Costa checked his watch. 20 minutes. Hell, how long does it usually take to plant? He cut himself off, obviously aware that Mensa couldn't answer that. The regional security officer then turned to Duff. Those bombs pose a direct threat to the ambassador, which makes them our top priority. We have to neutralize that team. Duff lifted the AK-47 from the floor. I don't know the first thing about disarming explosives. If you can't stop them before they're set, you'd better make damn sure you get control of whatever trigger they're using. Then Manu sat in a chair, pressing his hand against his bleeding thigh while the U.S. Embassy's local guard force member, Kaku, pulled more gauze from the medical kit. Manu asked, You know how to handle that AK, Josh? In his time as a contractor, Josh Duffy had likely fired the AK-47 and its variants more than all other firearms combined, including the M4 he carried in the Army. He simply nodded. I'm familiar with it, yeah. Duff raised the Kalashnikov, checked the sights, worked the bolt briefly to inspect the chamber, then ejected the magazine. After reseating it, he moved to a fallen rebel and took 2 additional magazines from his chest rig. Julian said, I'm sorry. My entire team is committed to securing this room, and I must stay with the principal. I can't spare anyone. Kaku retrieved a fresh Browning pistol from the hip of a deceased guard. I'll go. Both Manu and Malik started to stand, but Costa ordered them back down. You 2 aren't fully patched up yet, and you're still bleeding. Get yourselves stabilized, then you can rejoin the fight. Duff sensed he was about to head out with only Kaku, and his wife clearly shared that fear. Nicole overheard the conversation and rushed over. Facing J. Costa squarely, she began, You can't seriously expect a commanding voice cut her off. President Francis Amanor emerged from the bathroom, brushing past his security detail's attempts to restrain him. He approached Costa, though he hardly needed to 2 steps out. His voice filled the room. I have 6 men remaining. How many do you require? Duff answered. Before Jay could. 2. The president nodded, gestured to 2 of his longtime protectors, and sent them forward. Amanor said, Bismarck and Gideon have been with me for years. He looked at both men, each in their 40s. Good luck, Duff asked. Who's taking point? He knew any confusion over command down there would be disastrous. likely getting everyone killed. Amanur's voice was firm. "You were the last one left in this building, and the first we sent to clear this room. You're in charge now. You've earned it." Mensa issued rapid instructions to Duff and the others. Larson snatched a small plastic facility map from the wall and passed it over. Then Nicole moved forward, her hand rising to cup her husband's face. She let her hand fall, her expression a mix of tenderness and raw fear, but her words held no softness. "Go kick some ass, soldier." Duff and the three Ghanaians headed for the stairwell, Bismarck taking point with Duff close behind, his Kalashnikov shouldered and ready. The moment they disappeared, Nicole Duffy turned toward the fallen man in the Rivcom uniform, the pistol still on his belt. She knelt to retrieve it, but Julian's voice cut through the silence behind her. "What do you think you're doing? We need every weapon we can get for this fight. Do you even know how to use a gun?" Nicole pulled the pistol free, stood and faced him. "I was an officer in the U.S. Army." Julian just stared, then asked again, slowly, "Do you know how to use a gun?" Nicole let out a sigh, expertly checked the weapon and its magazine, and retrieved a spare from the dead man's utility belt. "My father kept one of these when I was a girl. He'd rather have a Beretta or a Sing, but I've put enough rounds down range with this model to know which end the bullets come out." She almost added a biting remark about his listening skills, but held her tongue. From across the room, Regional Security Officer J. Costa called out to Julian, "I know her record. She's proven herself before." "She can help us." Julian gave a curt nod, then locked eyes with the American Foreign Service officer. "Fine. Just don't point it at me or my team." Fighting the urge to roll her eyes, Nicole shoved the pistol into her waistband. She recognized this wasn't about her being a woman. It was about her being an officer. Probably a former enlisted man with a chip on his shoulder, she guessed, and dismissed the thought just as quickly. 21 Voir River Command Sergeant Isaac Opoku burst from the police station's front door, his sweat-drenched Super Dad V-neck clinging to his chest, an old wooden-stocked AK-47 at his shoulder that looked older than some of the men trailing him. The rest of the Rivcom team carried similar rifles, small canvas chest rigs holding mostly 3 extra 30-round magazines. Nearly half were bare-chested. Others wore tank tops or thin undershirts. 4 men broke left toward the administration building, while Isaac and 11 others veered right. The western edge of the dam lay 300 meters ahead. There, on the riverside, stood a small concrete structure, housing an elevator shaft and a ladder shaft, stenchily a brutally steep metal stairwell. Both plunged 36 stories down into the facility's subterranean levels. Just beyond, hidden from Isaac's view, a massive concrete staircase descended the entire embankment to the river, the powerhouse, and the transformer switchyard. Most dam personnel used golf carts or vehicles on the winding road, but the 75-step descent down the 35-story wall remained an option, not for the faint of heart. Isaac's plan wasn't to go down yet. He and his men sprinted the 300 meters, reaching the dam wall railing just past the elevator building and to the left of the stairs. They fanned out, aiming their unfamiliar rifles down at the scene below. The roar of water rushing through the spillway to their left was deafening, but they could tell the shooting near the powerhouse had stopped. From this vantage, the parking lot, the powerhouse, the switchyard, and the churning river were all visible. Isaac counted roughly 15 bodies scattered around the riser set up for the delegation visit, though from this distance friend and foe were impossible to distinguish. Isaac spotted groups of men below, very much alive, and aiming rifles toward the powerhouse. He felt reasonably sure they wore Rivcom uniform. "Anyone have binoculars?" he called to the men around him. A young corporal shuffled closer, reached into his pocket, and produced his iPhone. Opoku shook his head. "The phones are dead, remember?" The corporal aimed the phone's camera at the scene below. "The camera still works, Sergeant." Zooming in, Isaac could make out the red berets, the dark camouflage, and the familiar M4 carbines of his own police unit. "That's them," Isaac confirmed. If they don't have control of the powerhouse, then someone inside is holding out. We're going to support them. One soldier asked about using the tunnel's maze several stories down, accessible from their position via elevator or ladder shaft, then through a series of internal walkways and stairs. Isaac dismissed the idea. That route would take 15 minutes. Our best move is to engage from right here. Everyone pick a target. Aim half a meter above their heads. At this range, these older Ike rounds will drop significantly. Another voice objected. We can't make accurate shots with these old rifles and iron sights. Isaac's tone shifted, edged with a dry, almost sarcastic resolve. We don't need to pick them off one by one. We just need to draw their fire. Keep their heads down. Maybe drop a few and give them something else to worry about. Let's make some noise. Each man rested his weapon on the railing, but before Opoku gave the order to shoot, he scanned the length of the dam. Hold on, he said. I want the men on the far left and far right to take a knee and provide security to the west and east. We have no idea who else might be up here with us. Just then, several gunshots echoed from the direction of the administration building. Recognizing the disciplined rhythm of Kalashnikov fire, Isaac said, That's our guy. They've made contact with rebels. Stay sharp for more. Turning his focus back to the enemy, now roughly 300 meters away and 35 stories below, he sighted on a cluster of figures gathered around a truck, their rifles braced on the hood and pointed at the building. He shouted, Fire! Suddenly a dozen AK-47s roared to life. Semi-automatic rounds raced down the steep incline, and a hail of lead, steel, and copper began impacting around their targets. Meanwhile, Conrad Tremaine, along with Junior Krillis and Baggins, could rove at speed onto the eastern side of the dam, heading west. Their plan was simply to cross the river and then turn south toward Akusambo. With the downlink jamming drones still airborne, contact with Accra remained impossible, leaving Tremaine as the de facto leader of the entire operation. He intended to link up with other rebel forces to the south, report a carefully edited version of events to Kang, and ensure no surviving witnesses could contradict his story once the dust settled in Accra. They had traveled only 100 meters across the dam when a heavy volley of muted gunfire erupted somewhere ahead. Krellis swerved the vehicle, assuming they were under attack, but quickly the men realized no rounds were striking near their truck. Someone was shooting, but not at Tremaine's team. The Sentinel leader ordered, Get us behind cover, while try to raise Bilove on the radio. They pulled behind a line of trucks parked on the northern reservoir side, all 4 men spilling out with assault rifles ready. Rushing to the pickup's bed, each grabbed a combat pack, slung it over an arm, and sprinted for better cover behind a small metal-ant concrete structure nearby. As he moved, Tremaine pressed the button on the radio attached to his body armor. Condor, this is Bear. Do you read? There was no reply. After a moment, he jogged across the 2-lane road atop the dam, moving toward the Volta riverside. The roar of water pouring from the spillways below was immense, yet the distinct, rapid crackle of AK-47 fire from several hundred meters up the dam cut through the noise. His orders had been clear. Bilove's dragons were to use the captured M4s to blend in, so that Kalashnikov chatter could only mean Rivicom forces. His mind raced through the numbers. 1 platoon was here, 4 squads, 32 men, each squad leader equipped with a radio to the 3 sentinels overseeing them. He keyed his mic again. Any squad leader, this is Condor, respond. A burst of static, then a voice with a Ghanaian lilt. Delta squad over. Another cut in. Charlie squad. Gunfire echoed in the background of the transmission. Delta, report your status. The speaker was young. Tremaine could hear the tension. He didn't know this man personally, with 448 rebels in the force. Individual names blurred, but Belov would have chosen the most capable to lead. The voice came back, strained. We've lost 2. The remainder are in the switchyard, using the transformers for cover. Shooters are positioned above us on the dam. I believe Rivcom has broken out, and I cannot raise Alpha Squad. Tremaine squeezed his eyes shut, a wave of frustration washing over him. Understood. Charlie, your status? 3 of us are outside, pinned on the riverbank rocks, taking fire from the dam. No casualties here, but we had 5 men inside the powerhouse guarding the Vry staff and assisting the Russian team. The President's security forces now control that building. Status of our men inside is unknown. Where are the Russians? Unclear. They entered the building immediately upon arrival. The voice added, I can see 3 Alpha Squad survivors at the base of the dam staircase. There are many casualties in the area. A new voice broke in. Condor, Bravo Squad. We lost 3 in the initial assault. The rest are holding at the front guard post. Doing a quick mental tally, Tremaine estimated about 12 dragons near the powerhouse and another 5 at the distant post. He turned to Creelis. The Dutchman's expression was grim but focused. If those Rivcom shooters on the dam were in a hurry, they might have gotten sloppy with their perimeter. We get a clear line of sight. I can use the launcher to even the odds. It was a brutally simple plan, and in that moment its straightforward violence was almost comforting. They retrieved the 6-shot 40mm grenade launcher and an extra bandolier of shells from the truck and began moving west along the dam embankment. The admin building loomed ahead to their right, with the police station beyond it. Their real target was a squat concrete structure near the dam's eastern end, behind which the police were presumably firing down on the rebels. They were still hundreds of meters out, midway to the admin building, when 3 figures in white undershirts, AK-47s in hand, burst from its front door and sprinted away from them. Creelis halted instantly, raising the grenade launcher. The range was less than 50 meters an easy shot. Hold your fire, Tremaine barked. Not ours, Creelis argued, his finger tense on the trigger. We reveal our position now. We alert the main force before we're in cover and ready to engage. Let them go. The 4 men reversed course, retreating to their pickup. There, Tremaine grabbed a pair of binoculars from the dashboard and scanned the long concrete spine of the dam, the weight of the failed assault settling heavily upon him. Somewhere in the chaos, a plan had to be salvaged. They've got security positioned, watching our direction. We can't move in close enough to fire the grenade launcher effectively, Junior chimed in. We could deploy the mortar, hit them from this position. Their 60mm mortar had the range to reach the Rivcom operatives, delivering high explosive rounds directly onto their position. Tremaine, however, shook his head. It'll take too long to get that thing dialed in. We're exposed up here on this high ground, completely open to the south. Maybe we can raise 2nd Platoon on the radio. They're out there. Too distant, sir, Junior countered. Tremaine unclipped his walkie-talkie from his chest rig. These units can manage up to 20 kilometers, peak to valley. He keyed the mic. 2nd Platoon, this is Condor. Respond. A weak, crackling reply came through after a few seconds. 1st Company, 2nd Platoon. Over. Tremaine recognized the voice immediately. It was Copper, a Sentinel officer attached to the Dragon platoon that had been handling the radio tower demolition and the police station operation in Akosambo. Copper was Liberian, and Tremaine had served alongside him in Iraq. We've got a situation at the BAM. Rivcom is still active. Move north to our position. Copy. We're about 10 clicks out. The road's in rough shape, though. Figure at least 20 minutes. Make it fast. Roger, Copper out. Hold on, Tremaine barked, his mind racing. Copper, who's positioned directly south of you, Copper responded. That would be 1st Company, 3rd Platoon. They're on the N2 highway, already en route south toward Accra. Try to raise them on your radio. Turn them around and get them up here. If the delegation managed to get a warning out, there could be a counter-assault on the dam before we finish setting the charge. We need to be ready to stop it. Understood. Tremaine's initial plan hadn't called for him to be here at the dam at all, so he hadn't pored over the schematics of this hydroelectric facility the way Belov had. Now Belava was somewhere deep inside the structure with the 2 other men who knew the layout, leaving Tremaine topside to manage the defense with limited intel. After a moment's consideration, a new resolve hardened his voice. Fine. If waiting was the risk, then action was the only play. He turned to Krelis. "Krell, let's get that 60 set up. Start dropping rounds on those police." He'd been reluctant to waste time with the mortar, but options had run out. The Sentinel commander looked at Bagensky. "Help, Krell. Fire from cover behind the truck. Try to walk the rounds in past that concrete building the Rivcom team is using for cover." "Got it," the Pole said. While Junior and Tremaine provided covering fire to the east and west, Bagensky began assisting Krelis in unloading the mortar tube, baseplate, and shells from the pickup's bed. Duff, Kaku, and the two members of Aminor's security detail emerged from the stairwell into a cavernous, dimly lit space that felt to Duff like the hold of a giant ship. It was a massive concrete chamber beneath the powerhouse, roughly 50 meters deep and 200 across. In the faint glow of emergency lights, he could make out a line of 5 colossal circular structures, each as large as a swimming pool and rising about 5 meters high. Duff wasn't an engineer, but he could deduce these were the generators the deputy plant operator had mentioned, with the turbines housed beneath them. A deep, constant rumble filled the air, which he guessed came from the water surging through the facility, or from the spillways he'd seen outside. He scanned the vast room. It appeared empty, but a thorough search would take precious minutes. Menza had been clear the Russians were heading for the turbines. Duff made a decision. "No movement in here. We need to go down another level and check there." Returning to the stairwell, they advanced cautiously, hunting for targets for any rebel sentries left to control this critical access point. It seemed impossible that anyone operating down here would leave the stairwell to the control room completely unguarded. The silence felt more like a trap than a relief. They reached the door 20 meters down without trouble and gathered around it. Duff tested the latch, finding it unlocked. He gave a quick nod to the others, then eased the door open a few inches. Instantly, gunfire erupted, punching holes through the metal door to his right. A piece of shrapnel grazed his scalp in the exact spot he'd been cut during the earlier firefight, and he stumbled back into the stairwell, ducking behind the left wall. Glancing up, he saw the man named Bismarck stagger backward before collapsing on the stairs, both hands clutching his throat as blood pulsed between his fingers with each heartbeat. The wet, choking sound from his throat was one Duff had heard in nightmares and prayed never to hear again. Duff shoved his arc around the doorframe and opened fire blindly into the space beyond. Above him, Kaka's pistol cracked sharply while Duff pushed himself back to his knees and added his own rounds through the doorway. After emptying about a dozen shots, he paused, and Kaku slipped back behind the wall to reload. Gideon dragged Bismarck to the side, but his partner was gone before he could even check for a pulse. They waited a few seconds for the acrid smoke to thin. When it did, Duff saw they were looking into a low, narrow concrete passageway more like a tunnel. Lying face down in the middle of it was a figure in a Rivcom uniform, his rifle pinned beneath him. Gideon stepped away from his fallen friend, moved into the hall, and put a single round into the unmoving man's back. He then knelt, pulled the rifle free, and reloaded it with a fresh magazine he found after rolling the bloody body over. Without a word, the three moved up the cramped tunnel until they reached another metal door. This one was locked. Kaku doubled back to the body, searched it, and came up with a key ring. Duff began trying keys, his hands fumbling in his Russians. Every second felt borrowed. The whole dam could blow at any moment, or more enemy fighters could come running at the sound of the gunfire. He found the right key, turned the latch, and yanked the door open, sweeping his ACO with one hand as he scanned for threats. He was met by a vast concrete chamber, similar to the generator gallery above. The visibility was just as poor here, though emergency power fed a few high wall-mounted spotlights that cast beams downward. As far as he could tell, this turbine gallery mirrored the one above, except where the generators stood about 15 feet tall. These turbines rose all the way to the ceiling, connecting to the generator housings through the floor. The result was 5 colossal column-like structures filling a space as long as a football field. Clearing it with just 3 men seemed almost impossible, but he had no choice. Somewhere above them, his ambassador, the president of Ghana, the European Union's chief diplomat, and even his own wife were trapped, surrounded by gunmen, and with no way to escape the blast radius of the bombs hidden down here. Duff stepped onto the gallery floor, his wooden stocked rifle swinging nervously from side to side. The roar of spillway water crashing into the river outside was deafening, like a jet engine idling nearby. For a fleeting, grimly sarcastic moment, Duff thought about the absurd pressure, both physical and political, bearing down on this concrete monolith. One well-placed explosion could undo it all, and here he was, playing hide-and-seek around giant turbines. As he advanced, Kaku and Gideon followed closely, sticking to the wall where the shadows were deepest, avoiding the pools of light focused on the center of the gallery and the massive turbines there. Duff scanned the dimly choked corridor, hunting for 3 Russian operatives and at least 2 more local insurgents disguised as Rivcom officers. The low, flickering light, the massive brown equipment cabinets lining both walls, and the frequent maintenance rooms and offices made his task feel nearly hopeless. With the persistent ringing in his ears from the earlier gunfight and the constant hum of machinery, he couldn't trust his hearing to warn him of threats. For a fleeting moment he considered firing a few shots into the air to draw the enemy out, but he dismissed the idea as too reckless. Instead, he melted into the shadows, moving forward with a grim determination. He had to get lucky, and fast, before those Russian bastards found and detonated the explosives he knew were hidden somewhere in the depths below. After a solid minute of relentless shooting, reloading, and firing again, Sergeant Opoku commanded his men to cease fire from their position atop the dam. A half-dozen rebels, likely more, were still dug in near the powerhouse, but accurate shots at this range with the iron sights of their newly acquired AKs were almost impossible. Opoku was acutely aware of their limited ammunition. To be effective, they needed to close the distance, even if charging down the massive stairway on the embankment meant exposing themselves to enemy fire. The alternative, taking the elevator or the interior ladder shaft, would waste precious minutes and leave them blind, giving the hunkered-down rebels time to regroup and possibly storm the building where the president was sheltered. There was no safe path. It had to be done the hard way. He called out to the officers around the railing. "Everyone, reload a fresh magazine if you have one. We're taking the stairs. Ill lead. Maintain 3 meters of separation. Keep your eyes on the switch yard and the riverbank. Watch for any." He fell silent, his head snapping east toward the police station and the admin building. Had that been a gunshot? The young corporal he'd posted for Eastern Security was still aiming in that direction. "Montari, do you see anything?" "No, Sergeant, but I heard something." Opoku yanked out his cell phone, opened the camera, and zoomed in as far as it would go, pointing it toward the admin building in the road. He had just focused on a lone black civilian truck parked there when a deafening explosion erupted near the center of the dam, just 40 meters from Corporal Montari. A hailstorm of shrapnel, concrete, and asphalt rained down on them. In that instant, Opadu's military experience connected the dots. The earlier noise, the truck, the explosion. They were being targeted. "Mortars!" he screamed. "Take cover!" A second explosion shook the ground 30 seconds later, landing 25 meters closer. To Opoku, a former Ghanaian Army's Special Forces captain, this was a clear sign. The enemy mortar crew was walking their rounds in, adjusting their aim directly toward his position. His team was sheltered behind the elevator building, but the enemy obviously had their location pinpointed. He shouted for the officers to follow him and bolted down the stairs, his AA shouldered, his eyes locked on the parking lot below. He was prepared to drop and fire at any enemy that appeared, but he desperately hoped it wouldn't come to that. Not while his men were still scrambling to get off the dam and onto the stairs. A third mortar shell slammed into the top of the elevator shaft building, a mere 10 meters from his last man. The force of the blast sent shrapnel skyward, miraculously sailing over the heads of the officers caught on the stairs. The thunderous impacts above sent a fresh wave of panic through the men, their orderly retreat dissolving into a frantic scramble down the stairwell. Isaac felt the collapse of discipline at his back and sharpened his focus on the chaos unfolding below. Certain his team's attention was fractured. His instinct proved right. From behind the wreckage of a burning truck near the switchyard, 2 rebel fighters emerged, weapons rising. Isaac opened fire, and a surge of relief hit him as shots rang out just over his shoulder. His men had spotted the threat too. They continued their desperate descent under fire, rounds pinging off the concrete steps from enemies further down. Isaac drove them forward, the hell raining down from above, a greater terror than anything ahead. 2 more mortar rounds struck the top of the landing in quick succession, obliterating the rearmost members of the team and wounding another, though Isaac, locked in a pyre fight 200 meters out and 10 floors below, remained unaware. The tightened rhythm of the incoming shells was message enough. The enemy had found their range, and the deluge was just beginning. Meanwhile, in the control room, Martin Mensa and his technicians were celebrating a small victory. After 5 intense minutes, power was finally restoring to the national grid from the hydroelectric dam. The dam itself will be online shortly, Mensa explained to the gathered officials, and then the lights in Accra will follow. Benjamin Manu stood nearby, his bandaged leg a throbbing distraction he forcefully ignored. His ears were tuned to the symphony of violence outside. The sporadic crackle of small arms fire, the distinct, heavier report of AK-47s different from the rebels' usual arsenalins. Most worryingly, the deep, concussive thump of mortar impacts in the distance. Julian Delisle moved beside him. "Rocket fire?" he asked. Before Manu could respond, Chad Larson called from across the room. "Negative. Those are mortars. 60 millimeter. At Delisle's questioning look, he added flatly, "Marine infantry. You don't forget the sound. Who has those?" Delisle pressed, turning to Manu. "The military does, but they're not here. It has to be the other faction." "They're not targeting us?" "From the bathroom doorway," Jay Costa offered. "There's a full-blown fight out there. Maybe the National Police finally intervened." The U representative gave a curt nod, then addressed Mensa. "We're not waiting for a winner. Can you get us out through those underground tunnels you mentioned?" Mensa hesitated. "Yes, provided we don't run into any hostiles. And where do they exit?" "We have options," Mensa said. "We can take a service elevator or ladder up to the dam crest, or go all the way to the reservoir side. There are maintenance buildings and a vehicle depot there." Costa looked to Delisle. "If we can put enough distance between us and this fight, we can signal those helicopters for extraction." Nicole Duffy, who had been listening quietly, finally spoke up. "What about Josh and the others?" The room fell silent for a beat, the unspoken question hanging in the air. Costa met her gaze. "Well, look for them on the way. The priority is stopping those explosives." "And if we don't find them?" Nicole insisted, her voice tight. "Listen," Costa said, his tone leaving no room for debate. "That battle is at our doorstep. Those mortars could walk right into this building any minute. Staying here is not an option." The grim truth of his words settled over the group, and Nicole, though her heart protested, could not argue with the cold logic of survival. She helped one of the injured to his feet, and soon the entire assembly, the delegation members, along with the dozen power plant staff, started heading for the stairwell Duff and his hastily assembled team had used less than 10 minutes before. Mensa insisted, "I need to remain here to ensure the rebels don't cut the power transfer a second time." Delisle shook his head firmly. "If that dam goes, you'll be buried with it. Everyone is evacuating now. Once the army secures the area and clears out these rebels, you can return and resume operations." "But the systems—" "Not up for debate," Delisle stated flatly. Mensa gave a slow, reluctant nod. A group of 46 began their descent, with Chad Larson and 3 soldiers from the President's own Guard regiment taking point, their handguns held ready ahead of them. Far below, Duff, Gideon, and Kaku had progressed roughly a quarter of the way along the right-hand wall of the massive turbine hall when Gideon suddenly gripped Dove's shoulder. Duff turned and followed Gideon's pointed finger upward. To their left, the colossal turbine shaft rose toward the ceiling. A maintenance catwalk circled the structure midway up, providing access to the giant machine's internal components. Duff immediately spotted the issue. A hatch roughly a meter square stood open just above the catwalk, its metal cover leaning against the railing below. Gideon leaned close, shouting to be heard over the roar of water echoing through the chamber. "There's going to be a bomb right inside that opening." Duff knew he was correct. No other hatches were open. Damn it, he thought. He was aware of a remote computer trigger, but had no clue if the device 50 feet away was also counting down on a timer, or if the Russian with the detonator was somewhere safe, finger poised over the switch. "You want to take a look?" Gideon nodded and sprinted to the circular stairs winding around the turbine shaft. Exposed on the catwalk, he was vulnerable, so Duff kept his weapon up, scanning the shadowy space ahead for any movement. A minute later, the Ghanaian returned. "There's a large military-style satchel charge at the base of the shaft. They must have lowered someone by rope to position it. It's fixed to a joint on the turbine housing. No way to get near it for removal." Every instinct told Duff to run, to race back up, find Nicole, and put as much distance as possible between them and this impending catastrophe. But the only path out led forward. They had to secure the trigger from whoever planted the device. They found the next turbine shaft sealed, so they moved to the third in the long row. Here again the metal cover was removed and propped open, the dark hatch yawning like a threat. They pressed on, confirmed the fourth turbine was untouched, then headed for the fifth and final shaft to check for the last explosive packet. Meanwhile, Lev Balange watched as Gresha descended the stairs of the fifth turbine and jogged back to rejoin the group Belov, Vadik, and the two Western Togoland fighters with them. Gresha handed Belov the tablet. "All detonation codes are input. This is now the firing system. Its radio signal reaches about 2 miles. Vadik returned Gresha's rifle and pack, while Belova secured the tablet in the administrative pouch on the center of his body armor. Then all 5 men entered the stairwell at the far end of the turbine gallery. Their plan was to ascend 1 level, traverse half the length of the generator floor, and reach the ladder shaft that led to the top of the dam. The power was still off, of course, so Belova assumed the elevators would be useless. The ascent up 35 flights of a steep ladder, burdened by full body armor, heavy packs, and all their weaponry, was every bit the brutal slog they had anticipated. On the generator floor, the team broke into a cautious jog, rifles shouldered, occasionally sweeping their weapon-mounted lights into the deep shadows to check for any dam personnel or hidden threats. The corridor remained empty, and they soon reached the ladder shaft adjacent to the large freight elevator. Belov moved to enter first, but a burst of static from his walkie-talkie, clipped to his vest strap, stopped him. He signaled a halt with a clenched fist and keyed the radio. "Bear here, say again. Delta squad for Bear." Belov's brow furrowed. Delta should have been far above and out of range. "Go ahead." "We're inside the powerhouse. The control room is a scene too dead, weapons missing, and the hostages are gone." If they were gone, Belova reasoned swiftly, the delegation's security detail was likely somewhere in the bowels of this massive facility, hunting for another way out. He translated the update into Russian for his men, raising his voice over the omnipresent roar of water. Returning to the radio, he asked, "Do you have contact with Condor?" "Briefly, a few minutes ago. Then we took fire from the dam crest and had to fall back into this building for cover. I've lost comms with him, but mortar rounds are impacting outside." Lev Belov wiped sweat from his forehead. "Condor's team had a mortar tube. Those explosions meant he was engaged. How many are you?" "8 effective, sir. That's what's left from 3 squads." "Understood. Proceed down the stairs from the control room. Follow signs to the turbine gallery, and secure that location until we link up." "Copy that," the voice replied. A grim thought flashed through Belov's mind. He might be ordering this man to his death, to be obliterated by the very explosives he had planted. Detonation would only come on Condor's order, a last resort to cripple the national grid if the facility was fully reclaimed. But Belove's primary worry wasn't the expendable rebels. It was the assistant plant manager who had known about the bombs. The missing delegation could be down there searching for them right now. He turned to his team. Gresha, Vadik and I will stay here with one launcher, guard this shaft, and watch this level. You take the other dragon, go back down to the turbine floor, and protect those charges. Gresha stared at him, incredulous. Just the two of us. You only need to hold off any hostiles until the other 8 dragons reinforce you from above. Once they arrive, return here. We'll all make the final climb to the surface together. At that moment, the vast gallery was flooded with light, and the deep hum of spinning turbines below surged in volume, cutting through the water's roar. Damn it, Belova muttered. The technicians had somehow restored power. Now he was certain the order to blow the charges would come the instant he reached the top. With a sense of grim irony, Gresha moved to the freight elevator beside them and punched the down button, grateful for the reprieve from the ladder's brutal climb. Below, in the turbine gallery, Duff, Kaku, and Gideon dropped instantly to their knees, blinded by the sudden glare and deafened by the machinery's awakening roar. To their left, the turbines whirred to life, their mechanical scream intensifying with each passing moment. They had already inspected the 5th turbine at the far end of the chamber, discovering the 3rd explosive device but no enemy personnel, prompting their retreat toward a stairwell door set into the south wall. Their plan was to ascend back to the control room and then guide the entire team out through the complex network of service tunnels and ladderer, if power was restored, the elevators. Just as they reached the stairwell and the large elevator beside it, the lights flickered on. Kaku immediately pressed the call button. From the multi-level schematic he'd studied in the control room, Duff believed this elevator could access the same powerhouse level where he'd left the rest of the delegation, much faster than the ladder would in this several-story-high gallery. Over the roar of spinning turbines and rushing water, the elevator car descended. Duff positioned himself with his shoulder near the door, covering the western approach, while Gideon mirrored him to the east, both men tense as Kaku watched the gallery. The door began to slide upward. Then Kaku shouted a warning, followed by a blistering exchange of gunfire mere feet away. Duff pivoted into the car, rifle rising, and found himself face to face with 2 armed men, on a fair-skinned soldier in combat gear, the other a black man in a Rivcom uniform. The Ghanaian's weapon was lowered, but the Russian's was up and firing, striking Kaku in the chest and sending him sprawling onto the turbine floor. Duff and Gideon surged into the elevators so abruptly that neither side could properly aim. Duff drove forward, trying to seize the Russian's rifle, while Gideon moved on the rebel. A rifle shot cracked loudly, and Duff heard Gideon cry out in pain. All 4 men collided and tumbled to the floor in a tangled, desperate scramble for control of their weapons. The Russian grappling with Duff was powerfully built and expertly trained in close combat, more so than Duff himself. But the American fought with gritty determination, and he kept enough clarity to recognize his opponent was trying to reach the pistol on his hip. Duff had both hands locked on the man's rifle. They fell back together, Duff slamming the Russian against the elevator's control panel. The door immediately began to close. With Duff's hand wrapped near the muzzle, the Russian fired. The barrel seared Duff's palm, forcing him to release for an instant, just long enough to lunge back and seize the pistol the Russian had now drawn from his drop-bag holster. Duff's own rifle was pinned between their bodies, pointed at the floor. The Russian's rifle was wedged near Duff's neck, unable to swing around for a clear shot. That left the pistol as the only viable weapon for either man. Duff couldn't risk going for his own sidearm. His adversary already had a hand on his gun, and Duff had to neutralize it before taking a bullet. As they strained against each other, the Russian began to regain his footing, his pistol hand-locked in Duff's, vice-like grip force toward the floor. Behind them, the brutal struggle between Gideon and the young rebel echoed in the confined space, a chaotic chorus of shouts, impacts, and grunts of pain, suggesting Gideon was locked in a similarly desperate fight for survival. Duff spotted a dark smear of blood on the wall, certain it came from the fallen member of the President's own guard. The Russian fighter fumbled with the safety on his Beretta, firing a round that punched into the car floor and whined off the wall beside Duff. Duff attempted a headbutt that went wide. A knee to the groin landed solidly, yet the massive man barely flinched. No words were exchanged between the four men locked in a desperate, silent brawl within the cramped 3x4-meter box. Even amid the chaos, a part of Duff's mind noted the elevator's faint hum of movement. A wild punch missed its mark, and the Russian locked him in a crushing bear hug. Duff shoved back with his prosthetic leg, using the leverage to drag his heavier opponent with him, maintaining a desperate two-handed grip on the man's gun arm. Nearby, Lev Belov and Vadik had been posted with a single Dragon rebel, covering the service ladder just meters from the freight elevator shaft, when a rifle's report echoed from below. They sprinted back to the elevator doors, immediately catching the sounds of a brutal fight, grunts, impacts, the scuffle of Bajusam 80 feet down. A pistol shot cracked, sharp and distinct. Vadik shot a glance at Belova. "Is it coming back up?" "Unclear," Belova snapped. "He'll descend the ladder and engage anything hostile. You two hold this position in case it returns." The Sentinel deputy commander vanished down the ladder, leaving Vadik and the young rebel alone. Vyadik Tarasov raised his weapon, training it on the elevator doors. With his free hand he felt for the fragmentation grenade clipped to his belt. No risks, he decided coldly. The instant those doors parted, he would lob the grenade inside regardless of who might be standing there. Inside the freight elevator, Duff gasped as the armored Russian drove him bodily into the metal door, crushing the air from his lungs. To his shock, the mercenary released his pistol, letting it clatter to the floor. Seeing an opening, Duff shifted both hands to his own rifle, intending to shove the man back and create firing space. He released the Russian's wrist to do a fatal miscalculation. The man's now free right hand swept to his hip, and Duff knew what was coming even before the blade cleared its sheath. He yanked the Russian closer, trying another headbutt. This one connected with a sickening crunch, creating a sliver of space between them. Both men's rifles dangled uselessly from their chests, the range too tight to bring a barrel to bear. The Russian slashed the knife toward Duff's face. Duff jerked back, but a second swipe sliced through the nylon sling of his rifle, sending the weapon clattering down. Duff dodged a stab, stumbling left as the blade tip grazed his shoulder before sinking into the elevator door with a solid thunk, lodging there. The Russian, seeing Duff on the floor, abandoned the knife and reached again for his rifle. Duff surged up, grabbed the man's boot, and pulled hard, flipping him onto his back. Scrambling, Duff seized the rifle's barrel, wrestling for control as they kicked wildly at each other, blows landing without effect. They sat facing one another, panting. The Russian heaved his weapon up and kicked out, slamming Duff back against the door. The impact jolted the embedded knife loose from the metal above him. As the Russian took aim from 3 feet away, the knife dropped into Duff's lap. In one motion he snatched it up and kicked the rifle barrel aside with his left foot. The gun discharged, the roar deafening in the confined space. Duff rolled up to his knees and launched himself forward. Duff drove the blade deep into the Russian's throat, just above the armored vest, and a hot spray of arterial blood filled the cramped elevator. The big man staggered but found his feet, so Duff shoved him hard against the wall. Even gravely wounded, the mercenary lunged forward with shocking force, crashing into Duff and sending them both tumbling to the floor. Duff landed on his back with the Russian on top of him. The dying man kept fighting, a knife handle jutting from his neck as his life pumped out onto the floor, and Duff felt a wave of exhaustion threaten to overwhelm him. Then a gunshot cracked in the enclosed space. He twisted his head to see Gideon, himself bleeding from a gut wound, had wrestled a pistol free and fired point-blank into the rebel's stomach. The man in the Rivcom uniform slammed against the wall, mouth agape in silent shock, before sliding down to leave a slick red streak on the wood paneling. Gideon, pale and wounded, began dragging himself toward Duff to help. At that moment, the elevator shuddered to a halt. The doors parted barely a foot before a grenade arced through the gap, clattering on the floor near Gideon. With no time to think, Duff grabbed the shoulder straps of the Russian lying atop him and used the man's own weight to roll them both toward the grenade, using the body as a shield just as the world exploded into noise and smoke. The blast halted the elevator doors, leaving a gap just wide enough for Sentinel contractor Vadik Tarasov to peer inside. Thick smoke billowed out, causing both Vadik and the dragon rebel beside him in the generator gallery to hold their positions to the side, waiting. Vadik noted the dragon was terrified not of the men in the car, but of something else. There had been another rebel in there when Head tossed the grenade. For all Vadik cared, they could have been best friends. He didn't give a damn about this guy or his buddy, just like he hadn't given a damn about his own comrade, Grisha. He was a mercenary here to finish the job and get paid, and a hand grenade was a hell of a problem solver. Listening through his enhanced audio earplugs, he heard only silence. He nodded to the dragon across from him. Both men swung into the doorway, rifles shouldered. Through the dissipating haze, a scene of pure carnage greeted them. Bodies were piled in heaps. Blood gleamed on every surface, and fragments of human tissue were spattered across the floor, walls, and even the ceiling. One large man in a Ghanaian military uniform had nearly his entire face blown away. Another figure lay faced, down mostly obscured by Gresha's body, drenched in blood and missing a leg. A dragon rebel was slumped in the back corner, a crimson smear on the wall marking where a bullet had passed through him before he slid down. His face was shredded by shrapnel, his jaw clearly broken. Vadik moved toward Gresha, who was also face down, assuming his own grenade had done the work. But as he looked closer, he saw the distinct hilt of a knife protruding from the other Russian's neck. He kicked the foot of the white man pinned beneath Gresha's body, and got no reaction. Satisfied, Vadik keyed his radio. "Bear, this is Shock. Over. Bear to Shock. Go ahead." Gresha's finished. "All hostiles are down." Belova responded from below. "Copy. In downstairs. He'll take the ladder back up to you." "Roger that," Vadik said. He motioned for the dragon in the doorway to step back so he could exit the car. He began to lower his weapon and turn toward the ladder, but a flicker of movement in his peripheral vision froze him. He spun back toward the grisly pile on the floor. The white man under Gresha had just rolled slightly onto his side, still trapped beneath the heavier Russian's corpse. His right hand gripped a pistol, reaching past Gresha's shoulder and back to aim. Blood soaked him, and his left leg ended just below the knee. Vadik Tarasov's mind couldn't process the scene, but his body reacted, jerking his rifle upward as quickly as possible. Beside him, the young dragon soldier froze in panic, hands scrambling for the weapon on his chest. The bleeding, legless man was quicker. A round struck Vajrik's chest plate, another his right cheek, and as Vadik managed to fire a single wild shot, a 9mm bullet tore through the bridge of his nose, expanding on impact and turning his brain to pulp. He collapsed backward, dead in the elevator doorway. The rebel finally had his rifle up, but 2 shots to the chest dropped him onto his back in the generator room before he could fire. Josh Duffy swept the area for more threats, the Beretta pistol head grabbed from the floor in one hand while the other patted over his body. Not looking for blood, he was drenched in it, but for new painful holes. Finding no serious wounds, he looked down at the dead Russian sprawled across his legs. The rifle round fired by the other man had slammed into the center of this one's back, hitting his armor plate. That plate hadn't done its owner any favors. 4-inch tempered steel knife was buried in the side of his neck, but Duff's own intestines had been pressed against the other side of the prone body when the bullet hit. The Russian's armor had probably just saved his life, much like it had when the grenade went off 5 feet away, right next to Gideon just 20 seconds before. Playing dead had been a desperate roll of the dice. Dazed from the grenade's concussion, and unsure how many enemies were outside, had smeared more blood from the Russian's neck across his face, ripped off his prosthesis and tossed it across the car, then turned face down, lying on the pistol and waiting for a clear shot. Now he shoved the knifed Russian aside, glanced at the other in the doorway, and confirmed he was dead too. He crawled onto his knees, moving carefully around Gideon's body. The man's face was a horrifying shredded ruin from the blast, and made his way to the wall of the big freight elevator, where he retrieved his carbon fiber leg and foot. He reattached the device to the stump below his left knee, pushed himself back to his feet, and though his head still swam from the close combat, gunfire, and explosion, he began rifling through both dead Russians' backpacks. He prayed one of them held the trigger for the bombs planted on the level below. Finding nothing, he lifted a rifle and slung it around his neck. It was a South African Vector R5, a weapon Duff had only fired a couple of times in his life, but far superior to the obviously damaged AKs lying in the blood and gore on the floor. Both of their magazines and lower receivers were pitted with deep shrapnel scars. Josh Duffy stepped out into the now brightly lit generator gallery and headed for the stairwell that, according to the map he'd left back in the elevator, would take him all the way to the top of the dam. Just before he turned into the open stairwell, he heard gunshots behind him. They came from another room, or perhaps the tunnel from the stairs to the control room he'd traveled down minutes earlier. His thoughts instantly flew to his wife. He turned toward the sound, raising his new rifle as he moved. 5 meters behind Duff, Lev Belov climbed the ladder to the generator gallery level, but paused before stepping out, hearing the sharp reports of fresh gunfire. He had no idea whether Vadik, Gresha, or the dragon were still breathing, but sticking his neck out to verify that wasn't part of the plan. His job wasn't to shield them or engage whatever lunatic was laying down fire. His only objective was to get the computer containing the detonation codes to Condor, and to pull that off, he needed to escape this godforsaken dam. The stairways would lead him upward. He'd pored over the architectural plans for this facility every single day for the last month. Turning toward the next metal ladder, he began his ascent. A bullet had torn into his leg more than an hour ago, and the wound throbbed with a persistent ache, but he shut out the pain just as he ignored the sheer physical strain. Slinging his rifle across his back, Lev Belov started the arduous climb up the steep ladder, reaching a small platform every 10 meters before pivoting to tackle the next vertical section. It was going to be a brutally long haul, and the injury in his leg certainly wasn't improving, but at least he'd completed the core task that brought him down into the depths. The handful of surviving dragons from western Togoland who had been positioned near the powerhouse entrance had descended to the turbine level just minutes before. There, in the narrow hallways between the stairwell and the generator gallery, they had collided with the security teams from the 3 helicopters. Now, a fierce firefight erupted at a distance of roughly 30 meters, with the rebels firing from cover at the superior forces of the President's own Guard regiment, the European Union officers, and the U.S. Embassy detail. While Chad, Ben, and Malik added their fire to the defense, Jay Costa and Julian Delisle quickly moved the ambassador and the High Representative into the relative safety of the generator gallery, positioning them behind the first massive turbine. President Amanor was also escorted to the same spot by 2 of his guards. The unarmed junior diplomats, government aides, media personnel, and Dem workers huddled together behind the protected officials for safety. Nicole Duffy, however, had taken it upon herself to act as an additional layer of security for Ambassador Dunnigan. She held a Browning pistol firmly in one hand while keeping her other hand pressed against the ambassador's back, mirroring Jay Costa's protective stance as Dunnigan knelt behind the huge generator in the now brightly lit space. Nicole listened to the intense gunfire echoing from about 20 yards away, desperately hoping her side had enough ammunition to hold the enemy back long enough to reach the exit the deputy plant manager had promised an escape route. That would, she prayed, also allow them to collect Josh and the others along the way. Approximately 75 yards from his own position, Josh Duffy spotted his team, along with Amanor's and Aldenburg's people, and he felt certain his wife was somewhere within that group ahead. But Duff didn't sprint toward them. Instead, he halted his advance, turned around, and retreated back to the ladder. Well, a cold, clear logic overrode his instinct to reunite, rushing to Nicole, Costa, and the others merely to become another shooter in a chaotic firefight was far less critical than preventing the explosives buried beneath them all from erupting. His priority was to locate the final Russian operative and secure the tablet computer. He told himself there was no other choice but to go up. At least one more Russian was still in the dam, and that man undoubtedly possessed the device. The logical assumption was that the operative would try to put distance between himself and the dam before triggering the detonation. Duff knew his best move was to race for the surface and intercept the man before he could vanish. He began climbing again, completely unaware that his target was just 4 flights of stairs above it. The relentless operational din of the hydroelectric facility, the hum of machinery, and the echoes of distant combat drowned out any sound of footfalls from above. Meanwhile, Sergeant Isaac Opoku of the Volta River Authority's River Command Police Force signaled for his men to pull back. They had successfully entered the control room of the powerhouse just as the electricity flickered back to life. Then, as they started descending the interior stairs, the unmistakable crackle of gunfire reached them from the levels below. Opoku realized the security forces were now fighting the rebels directly. While he desperately wanted to assist the president and the others, a critical threat loomed that they might not have considered. A mortar team, manned by an unknown number of hostiles, was positioned somewhere on the dam's eastern flank. Those mortars had already taken out 4 of his men before they even reached the powerhouse. Isaac knew if the delegation's helicopters tried to return, they'd be sitting ducks for that crew. His remaining officers were disoriented, but after regrouping all 13 in a lobby, he laid out the plan. We're heading behind the powerhouse. The Ranganen's vehicles are parked there. We'll use them to drive back to the dam's crest and eliminate that enemy position. We have to clear the way for the president's extraction, assuming he's even still with us. The team moved out immediately, the injured struggling to keep pace. Back outside, rifles swept the area as they advanced toward the switchyard before cutting right around the powerhouse's massive side. They reached a small dusty parking lot holding 2 pickup trucks and 2 vans. Finding keys in 1 truck and 1 van, Isaac took the front passenger seat. His men piled into both vehicles, and they sped northward, tires kicking up gravel on the winding road that climbed toward the dam's top and the vast reservoir beyond. With the last of the dragons eliminated in the dam complex, Deputy Plant Operator Martin Menza hurried across the generator gallery. The entire group followed him through a set of double doors, with Arso Chad Larson sticking close, his weapon raised. Protecting Mensa was their only guaranteed path to safety. For several tense minutes, they navigated the labyrinthine depths of the structure, weaving around and under massive pipes, passing rooms humming with control systems. Finally, Menza halted at an elevator bank and pressed the call button. He turned to the weary entourage. These elevators are large, but with this many people, we're looking at a minimum of 3 trips. Nicole heard this and pushed forward to the regional security officer. "What about Josh?" Costa's reply was firm. "Josh didn't need a rescue party. His job is to secure the detonator. He'll find his own way out." "You can't know that for sure. His duty," Costa interrupted, "is to protect the ambassador. That's my duty, too. You need to let us do our jobs and trust he can handle his." Dunnigan was a mess, wet-soaked, speckled with blood, her eyes wide, but her voice held steady. "If he's not up there, we come back for him." Costa didn't answer, but the grim set of his face told Nicole everything. There would be no return trip. President Amaner cut through the tension. "How long for the elevator?" Mensa checked a panel. "It's a 35-floor ascent, sir. If the car is at the top, roughly 2 minutes." To Nicole, 2 minutes felt like an eternity. She glanced back down the shadowy corridor, her hand tight around her pistol. For a fleeting, reckless moment, she considered striking out alone into the dam's confusing bowels to search for him. But the thought died quickly. The cold logic was undeniable. Josh's odds of surviving this were far better than her odds of finding him, without becoming more of a liability than a help. All she could do now was hope. Hope that when she reached the surface, she'd find her husband there, mission accomplished, waiting for her with that familiar, tired smile. As for Lev Belave, he kept himself in solid shape for a man of 48, but the past hour had truly put his body through the ringer. Exhaustion weighed on him like a lead blanket, slowing his movements to a frustrating crawl. The heavy body armor, the rifle slung across his chest, the bulky battle belt around his waist, it all conspired against him as he forced himself up one steep, ladder-like stair after another, ascending toward the top of the massive dam. He had already conquered over 30 stories, a fact that offered a sliver of grim satisfaction. Soon he'd be out in the cool evening air, and back in radio contact with his Sentinel commander. Pausing on a landing to gulp air, he heard it, a distinct rhythmic clanging from far below, cutting through the distant rumble of machinery and the roar of water cascading over the spillway. Someone was climbing up after him. He spun awkwardly on the narrow stairs, bringing his rifle to bear, but the steep angle only offered a view of the empty landing maybe 30 feet down. The footsteps were deliberate and light, a cautious ascent that told him the climber was acutely aware of his presence above. It was just one person. For a fleeting second he considered waiting in ambush, letting the pursuer walk right into his sights. Instead, he pushed on, quickening his pace. The goal was the small concrete structure housing the elevator and ladder exit at the dam's summit. There he could find proper cover and easily drop whoever emerged from the ladder well. He drove himself upward, hand over hand, using his legs to push through the fatigue. He just needed to create some distance to buy time to set up a proper firing position. One floor from the top, a new problem presented itself. Darkness loomed above, a stark contrast to the well-lit shaft below. The final metal rungs were littered with grit and chunks of masonry that crunched under his boots. He hauled himself out of the well and his hopes plummeted. The concrete shack was a wreck. A jagged, meter-wide hole gaped in the roof, and the metal door by the elevator was completely blocked by a collapsed pile of heavy cinder blocks and rubble. He could theoretically stack debris to climb out through the roof, but that would leave him utterly exposed to the ladder well entrance. The damage had Tremaines and mortar written all over it. With the roof exit too risky, his only option was the painstaking, backbreaking work of clearing the blocked door. A sarcastic laugh almost escaped. Him after all the climbing, he was now playing demolition crew. He shot out the one flickering light bulb above the elevator, slung his rifle and drew his pistol, keeping it trained on the dark mouth of the ladder well. Then with his free hand he began the arduous task of heaving chunks of concrete and broken block across the room. Josh Duffy was completely spent. 34 stories of vertical climbing had left him drenched in sweat, and the stump of his left leg throbbed angrily, a consequence of hastily reattaching his prosthesis after his chaotic elevator escape. His hearing, however, had cleared enough to pinpoint the labored sounds of movement just one floor above a man burdened with gear, struggling toward the surface. This was the target. He was certain of it. Using his legs and left hand to pull himself up, he kept the Beretta pistol from the elevator ready in his right. His rifle hung behind his back, muzzled down for a quick transition, but the pistol was his immediate defense if the climber above decided to stop and fight. The acoustics of the metal shaft were a two-way street. If Duff could hear him, he could undoubtedly hear Duff. This was a chase destined to end in violence, but Duff's focus remained absolute: secure the computer with the detonation codes. He maintained a careful, relentless pace, pistol raised high as he rounded another landing. Then he froze. The gloom deepened as Duff neared the top of the ladder. He couldn't see his adversary, but the sounds from above were unmistakably not a retreat, but the heavy grating scrape of debris being moved and discarded. Duff sank to his knees, holstering his pistol and bringing his rifle to bear. He wiped a slick of sweat from his brow with his sleeve and began a painstaking, silent ascent rung by rung. Reaching just below the landing, He considered a swift pivot and burst of fire, but the thought died as quickly as it came. He hadn't been quiet. The man knew he was there. Charging blindly into a kill zone was a fool's move. The frustrated, rhythmic clatter from above suggested the Russian was bogged down, at least for the moment, giving Duff a sliver of time to try a different approach. Belova heaved another chunk of shattered concrete away from the mangled door, its metal frame twisted and pocked with shrapnel scars. He was making progress, but the exit was stubbornly jammed. As he reached for a larger slab, a voice cut through the dusty air from below, speaking clear English with an American cadence. "Running into a little snag up there." Belova's hands stilled for only a second, his brow furrowing before he resumed his labor. "A minor inconvenience," he called back, his tone flat. "You are the one in the grave, American." A moment later, the voice came again, probing. "Wagner Group? Here doing the local militia's dirty work?" Belova kept working, tossing aside another piece of rubble. The American wasn't finished. "Wait, that's not it." "I know exactly who's signing your checks." Belova snorted, hefting a broken slab of masonry. The shout from below was more insistent now. "You're not Wagner? Not anymore. You're Sentinel." Josh Duffy kept his rifle trained on the shadowy corner of the landing, waiting. The pieces clicked into place with strange CI analysts' gossip at the ambassador's party, the sighting of his old enemy in neighboring Togo. It was a long shot, but he had to take it. "You're working for Conrad Tremaine." The sounds of shifting rubble ceased abruptly overhead. The Russian's silence was as good as a confession. Duff pressed the advantage, his voice echoing in the confined space. The presidential hit was a bust. "Now you're stuck here. Can't even get to the den to finish the job, can you?" For a tense beat there was only silence. Then a gunshot roared, the bullet smacking into the wall at the landing's edge. Duff's instincts had been right. Staying put had saved his life. The Russian was distracted, but far from helpless. "Sounded a little desperate," Duff taunted. "Plans not quite panning out today?" When no answer came, he shifted tactics, his tone turning almost conversational. "Listen, I know Tremaine. The man would trade his own mother for a profit. You better have that detonator on you, because if he's already got it, he won't hesitate to turn this whole place into your tomb along with mine." The response from above was cold and clear. "I have the device, and I will use it to send you to hell." Duff couldn't help a grim smile. "The way you're throwing that junk around tells me you're a man who plans on cashing his paycheck. You won't blow the dam until you're clear of it, and I'm not letting you walk out of here." A harsh, mocking laugh echoed down. "Then show yourself and try to stop me." In one fluid motion, Duff ducked his head out for a split-second Glanska flash of the small control building, the jagged hole in the roof, and snapped back into cover. The gunshot was instantaneous, the round screaming off the concrete wall mere inches from where his face had been. Isaac Opoku leaned out the open passenger window of his Toyota pickup, his AK-47 aimed forward as they sped eastward along the dam's crest. Two of his men stood braced in the truck bed, weapons trained on the eastern side of the facility, while three others were poised to leap out and establish a defensive perimeter if they made contact. The mortar crew had been in position just 15 minutes prior, but the sudden silence from their tubes left Isaac uncertain if the enemy had withdrawn. That uncertainty vanished when a bullet spiderwebbed the windshield between him and his driver, followed instantly by a second round that punched through the metal A-pillar with a sickening crunch. His driver, a 28-year-old sergeant named Arthur, understood the message perfectly. He jerked the wheel hard left, sending the truck careening across the road toward the reservoir side as more rounds hammered into the vehicle's frame. Once they were clear of the immediate kill zone, Arthur bounced off the pavement onto a narrow strip of grass, finally sheltering the battered truck behind the local police station. Steam hissed from the punctured radiator, and oil streaked the cracked glass. Isaac climbed out, his borrowed rifle ready, and assessed the second vehicle that had followed them. It was even more riddled with bullets. The young corporal, recently transferred from the Kumasi police force, lay on the ground behind it, his upper torso a bloody mess as two men frantically tried to stem the flow. The rest of the squad had dispersed, taking up defensive positions around the station. Arthur moved beside Opoku, his voice tight. Was that just the mortar team with rifles? Or are we facing something bigger? Unknown, Isaac admitted. I'll take 5 men and try to flank around the back of these buildings. We'll come at them from behind. You hold this position. There are a couple more trucks parked back there. Once we clear the area, we'll bring them to you. Arthur nodded his understanding. Isaac quickly selected 5 men, and they moved along the reservoir side, beginning their cautious advance toward the rear of the station. Conrad Tremaine slid into the passenger seat of their own Toyota, rifle in hand. Krellis was already at the wheel, with Junior and Baginski piling into the back. They had engaged only after confirming the approaching vehicles weren't their expected 32-man Dragon platoon from the south. This was the real Revcom force, and Tremaine had given the order to hit them hard, successfully driving both enemy trucks off the road behind the police station, roughly 120 meters away. Now his priority was extraction. He barked at Krellis to get them moving. The number of cops in those trucks was less concerning than their evident willingness to fight a quality that often outweighed sheer firepower. With only 4 Sentinel operators on the entire dam, including himself, this area was a death trap until 2nd Platoon arrived to wipe out this new threat and reclaim control. One shot-up pickup with 4 guys inside wasn't going to hold anything. They hurried eastward in the fading twilight, aiming for the tree line. Tremaine's focus was on finding a hill in that jungleny bit of elevation would let him re-establish contact with Belava. More than anything now, he needed that damn computer. Meanwhile, Nicole Duffy was swept along in a crowded elevator, emerging into a motor pool garage nestled near the banks of Lake Volta, a distance from the powerhouse side of the dam. Pushing toward the exit, she scanned the limited slice of the dam's crest visible to her, desperately looking for any trace of her husband. All she could see were rooftops. The access road itself was hidden. Nensa had mentioned multiple elevators and ladder wells scattered across the complex, so Nicole had no clue which route Josh might have taken. She searched the surrounding buildings for movement, but the place felt utterly desert, a ghost town in the making. The entire delegation had been ordered to stay put inside the garage. Julian Delisle had stepped outside with a guard from the president's own regiment, trying to raise the helicopter pilots on a handheld radio. Left behind were the VIPs, the remaining security, dam workers, and others, Nicole among them. Not one to just wait. She made herself useful. She held the Browning pistol low at her side, taking up a post at a west-facing window. She was the only one watching that direction. Evening had settled in. The western light had nearly vanished, painting the outside world in quiet shadow. It felt surreal, this pocket of peace, just meters away from where a brutal firefight had erupted. She could hardly believe the same ground held both realities. Schraubkoster stood a few feet away. He pulled out his satellite phone, attempted a call, and then tucked it back into his pocket with a frustrated sigh. "Nothing?" Nicole asked softly. He shook his head. "He'll never be convinced," he muttered, "that some rebel group in Ghana has the tech to jam satellite signals." "Not a chance in hell," Nicole agreed. Dunnigan's voice cut in. "Russia or China? Place your bets." "No question," Aldenbert echoed. Before the speculation could continue, Julian Delisle walked back inside. I reached the helicopter crews. They set down 5 kilometers out to save fuel, but their comms are dead except for these short-range walkies. Nothing else is getting through. Rocho Costa, standing near the ambassador, asked. "Schwa read, Julian." "I don't hear gunfire or mortars now," Delisle replied. "I say we bring the birds in for a single low pass. If they don't draw fire, we proceed with the extraction." Nicole spoke up. "Did you try your sat phone?" Julian nodded. Still down. A guard from the president's zone added, "Ours are jammed, too." Somehow, Nicole turned to Costa. "Jay, let me keep trying the phone. One less thing for you to worry about." He handed it over. "Why not?" "The jamming has to stop sometime." Let me know if you get through to anyone in Accra." She took the phone and stepped back to the window. But she didn't dial Accra. She tried Joss' number. Just as the men had said, there was no signal at all. 26. For 3 solid minutes, Lev Belov worked one-handed, clearing rubble, until he reached the warped metal door of the elevator shaft building. A single glance confirmed it would be a fight to open. The partial roof collapse had twisted the frame, jamming the door tight. Keeping his pistol trained on the ladder well entrance, he pulled hard. The door didn't budge. From below, the man on the ladder shouted up again. "You'll have to blast that exit open. Try climbing out through the roof, and I'll put more holes in you than nature ever intended." Belover's irritation was clear. "A standoff, is that what you're calling this?" The man below gave a short laugh. "Maybe, but the army's on its way. You and your little rebellion will be wiped out soon enough." Now Belove laughed. "The army is ours from here, my friend. They have bigger issues than saving you. I, however, have allies nearby, and they are coming for me." Duff considered the man's claim about the army, then answered, "I've already taken out a number of those local allies, including 2 of your Russian friends." "You'll forgive me if in not exactly trembling at the cavalry you say is riding to your rescue." Belova moved swiftly to the ladder opening, extended his pistol around the corner, and fired another round. After the echo died down, the American called out, "Man, you have a seriously strange way of dealing with pressure." Belova let out a loud, frustrated groan and retreated to the rubble beside the door, safely out of sight from the ladder below. Gazing up at the evening sky visible through the hole in the roof, an idea struck him. He was going to need assistance to escape this building, and he wondered if he could reach Tremaine by radio. He moved quietly toward the elevator shaft, away from the door and out of the ladder's line of sight, then pulled his walkie-talkie from his chest rig. Keeping his voice low enough that the American wouldn't understand his words, even if he heard the murmur, he said, "Bear for Condor." To his surprise, a reply came quickly, though the signal was fuzzy and broken. "This is Condor. Report your status. I'm trapped in a ladder well inside a building at the dam's west side. The structure is heavily damaged, the door is jammed shut, and I require extraction. Confirm you still have the computer." "Confirmed." "And the charges are set?" "Affirmative." "Understood. I'll dispatch 2nd Platoon to extract you. That tablet must not fall into enemy hands." Tremaine paused, thinking. "Be advised, Rivcom elements are active on the dam's upper level. We spotted 2 vehicles and engaged, but expect significant resistance up there." "Roger," Belova said, then added, "There's another complication. There's an enemy operative below me, an American, likely part of the U.S. Ambassador's security team. Just keep him contained until 2nd Platoon arrives. They'll handle him. It's not that. It's what he told me." A brief silence followed. "What did he say?" "He claims to know I work for Sentinel, and he knows you are in command." A longer pause stretched out. "I said he knows you. How in the hell does he know? No idea. But he used your name." On a winding, jungle-cloaked road 3 kilometers away, Conrad Tremaine ordered Krellis to bring the Toyota to a stop. Once the vehicle was still, Tremaine had Belova repeat his message. Again the Russian insisted the American knew Tremaine was involved in the operation. Tremaine simply sat there, his 3 men watching him. They had been driving without headlights. The jungle was dark, with only slivers of moonlight piercing the dense canopy. Tremaine sat in stunned silence. This mission was barely an hour old. He hadn't even begun his movement toward the capital, and already his cover was blown. For 6 months he had operated with extreme caution, knowing that if his role was exposed, he could never return to South Africa, would never see his family again, and would spend the rest of his life hunted by everyone from the Ghana Armed Forces and intelligence agencies to the African Union, the International Criminal Court, private firms facing billions in lost mining rights across West Africa, and countless others. Furthermore, if the public became aware of mercenaries' involvement in the coup, every Sentinel operative would become a marked man. Kang needed the operation to appear as a legitimate attempt by the Western Togoland Restoration Front with Russian support. The involvement of a high-priced private military company from Manila, led by a former South African Defense Force officer, would scream of foreign manipulation. Tremaine was certain Kang would betray Sentinel without a second thought to conceal his own government's role. Now however Belova was speaking to in that stairwell, Tremaine had to silence the American. He flung open the pickup's door, hoisted himself onto the hood of the idling vehicle, and then stepped up onto the roof, straining for a clearer radio signal. Switching his walkie-talkie channel, he keyed the mic. Condor to Goose. Condor to Goose. A reply crackled through after a few seconds. Goose for Condor. Send it. Goose was the call sign for Hristov, a Serbian operator with Sentinel. He was providing security for the Chinese technical team at a farm across the river near Akosombo, the group responsible for jamming the satellites. He watched over 5 independent contractors from Hong Kong and a single 8-man rebel squad from 1st Company, 3rd Platoon. They were over 10 kilometers distant, but their drones orbited the dam, maintaining the satellite jamming. Tremaine ordered, "Tell the techs to cease all jamming until I give the word to restart." The Serbian's voice held hesitation. "You want the drones grounded?" Kang's orders were to, "I don't care what Kang ordered. Make it happen, Goose, now. Understood. It will take a minute. Stand by." Both Junior and Begensky had exited the truck and were now providing security on the road, each watching a direction, while Kreles stayed behind the wheel. Tremaine remained perched on the Toyota's roof, walkie-talkie in one hand, satellite phone in the other. The sun had dipped below a crowd. From the office of his sleek 3-story white mansion on Ankama Close in the Aburi Hills north of the city, Kang Shikun observed distant twinkles he interpreted as muzzle flashes and explosions. Columns of smoke began to rise from various districts. From this remove, miles from the chaos, he heard nothing but the sight of activity near police stations, military bases, the airport, and the presidential palace pleased him. This violence wasn't the work of the rebels. His estimates didn't have those hapless camouflaged fools from western Togoland reaching the capital before midnight. Instead, the disorder was being sown by Islamic extremists from Nigeria, Benin, and Burkina Faso. In the end, Haj Zahedi had supplied only 88 men, far short of the promised 200. Yet 88 committed fighters, operating in 4-man teams, still launched 22 near-simultaneous attacks just 90 minutes after Kang alerted Zahedi that the schedule had been moved up a day and a half due to a potential security breach. The Iranian Quds Force commander was unhappy about the rushed change, forced to scramble units to alternate targets. But for Kang, the tactical success was secondary. The primary goal was the sheer panic these men would generate, and 88 trained, ideologically driven fighters willing to die for their cause could generate a tremendous amount of it. Of the 22 cells, a dozen were equipped with RPG-7 grenade launchers in addition to their Kalashnikov rifle. 4 additional squads were positioned with British 81mm mortars, weapons originally taken from Nigerian military stocks. These systems could fire a 9-pound shell nearly a mile, and the teams had established themselves on the rooftops of deserted structures in the city's neglected eastern and western sector. They were placed at a calculated distance fair enough that the distinctive thump of launching rounds wouldn't betray their positions to nearby businesses or homes, yet still within effective range of key urban targets. The remaining 6 teams were equipped with hand grenades, makeshift bombs, and even explosive vests. Heavy machine guns were absent. The plan required these groups to remain agile and sometimes unseen, moving vehicle to vehicle through different neighborhoods to strike police and military posts, sowing widespread disorder. From his vantage point, Kang observed flashes and smoke plumes erupting across a dozen city districts. It was clear the Iranian, Zahedi, and his local militants were fulfilling their part of the agreement for now. Yet Kang sensed a critical shortfall in the intended chaos. The problem wasn't with Zahedi's forces. It was with Tremaine's. City power had been cut for only about half an hour before the lights flickered back on across the capital. Now, as dusk settled, the glow from streetlights and buildings rivaled the distant muzzle flashes and explosions. This could only mean the operation at the dam was faltering. Satellite communications around Akosambo were still blocked, and Kang interpreted the silence from Tremaine as evidence. The Sentinel commander remained trapped within the drone jamming zone near the hydroelectric facility. Suddenly his own sat phone vibrated on the glass table behind him. He spun from the window, grabbed the device, and answered. "Yes? Kang Condor here. No time for details. I need intelligence, fast." Kang bristled at taking directives from a hired gun. "Why is the capital still powered? Get me what I need, and I'll handle the power." The South African's voice was tense. "You don't need intelligence for that. Follow the contingency plan. Destroy the turbines if you can't hold the dam." "Listen," Tremaine shouted over the line. "Provide the information, or this whole mission collapses." Kang exhaled sharply, watching a sudden bright flare near the airport, likely a Dehoas mortar round hitting the small Ghanaian Air Force installation. He yielded. "What do you need?" "I need the identities of the American security officers assigned to the U.S. ambassador." "Why, I haven't even because they're here." Kang turned from the window, his brow furrowed. "Who is where?" "The entire delegation. They're at the dam." Kang slowly sank into his chair. "Explain." "I'm trying to re-establish jamming here. I don't want any signals getting out. Just get me those names." Kang's mind raced, barely processing the words. After a stunned moment, he shouted, "Gia!" The intelligence technician hurried into the room, responding to the urgency in his voice. "Sir, find the names of the security officers from the U.S. Embassy, the ones who would travel with the ambassador." She nodded. "Immediately, sir." Kang returned his attention to the call. "We're getting your information. But understand this clearly. The President, the ambassador, and the U representative must not be harmed. Causing them injury would bring an unacceptable level of international scrutiny." Tremaine cut him off. "Those were my orders to the Dragons. Something went wrong. We've been in a buyer fight here for the last 45 minutes. Kang was speechless, the revelation hitting him like a physical blow. Tremaine ignored the question about the helicopters at Akosambo entirely. "Things are moving fast," he stated flatly. "I've got a rebel unit inbound here in 15 minutes, and is the President confirmed dead?" Kang pressed. "No," Tremaine replied, his tone firm before it wavered slightly. "At least, not that I'm aware." He let a beat of silence hang in the air, then posed his own question. "Do you want him to be?" Kang's response was immediate. "We've been over this. If some ragtag rebel faction miraculously pulled off a decapitation strike, no one would buy it. The Dragons just need to appear competent enough to create serious chaos until General Boatlang mobilizes to crush them. The goal is to damage the dam infrastructure and keep the police and Southern Command scrambling. That's the playbook. We stick to it." Changing tack, Kang asked sharply, "The French helicopters, what's their status?" "I can hear them in the distance now. They're likely preparing to extract the diplomatic team." Tremaine's voice grew strained with urgency. "I need those damn names, Kang. Now!" Jar rushed back into the room, her face ashen and glistening with a sheen of cold sweat. Kang noted her pallid, sickly appearance with indifference, his focus singular. "Do we have it?" She gave a tight nod, passing him a single sheet of paper. Kang began reading the contents into the phone. U.S. Gletiovkik. Isum de gopinilen sting lander ikovian probiother pika blendaf securiter. Sis handleiden it istandla sing was on the Costa, 54, Assistant Regional Security Officer Chad Larson, 35. Assistant Regional Security Officer for Investigations Carla Houston. 50-year intel indicates she remained at the embassy and is not with the delegation. "Who else?" Tremaine shouted, his patience gone. Kang continued, unperturbed by the outburst. Assistant Regional Security Officer Joshua Duffy, 36. Those are the American security personnel. Additionally, there is Foreign Service National Investigator Benjamin Manu. The local protective detail includes Kaku Yeboah Melaik. He was cut off as Conrad Tremaine's roar exploded through the receiver. "Duff! It's that son of a bitch, Duff! What are you talking about?" On the pitch-black jungle road winding through the hills east of the Volta River, Conrad Tremaine slammed his boot onto the roof of the Toyota Tacoma. His mind flashed back to the instant before he'd squeezed the Dragunov's trigger. He'd seen a white man turn his way, had even centered him in the 16-power scope. The face had tickled some distant memory. Now, with jarring clarity, it clicked. He did know that face. It had been 7 or 8 years. Back in their United Defense days, Duffy had always sported facial hair and that beat-up ball cap with the company logo. Tremaine had even caught him on a news clip once, briefly infamous after some contractor mess in Mexico. Tremaine had been in Somalia then, out of the loop on details, but the face of the former subordinate from their Afghanistan rotation had stuck. A cold, grim focus settled over him. "I need every scrap of intel you have on Assistant Regional Security Officer Joshua Duffy. His residence, his routines, any family in the country, everything. And I need it 5 minutes ago." Kang's voice was icy with suspicion. "I have no idea what this is about, but if you are still within the jamming perimeter, you will explain how you are managing to—" Tremaine terminated the call, shoved the phone into his pocket, and keyed the walkie-talkie on his vest. "Condor for Goose," the reply was instant. "Go for Goose. Tell the tech team to re-engage the jamming suite. Immediately. Roger. Systems rebooting now. Estimate 2 minutes to full satellite uplink disruption." Tremaine dropped from the hood to the ground and climbed back into the truck. From the driver's seat, Krellis glanced over, a question forming on his lips. "Where are we headed, boss?" "Find me a spot on this hillside with a clear view of the Dan. Head back down? No, go higher. And angle us a bit to the south." Tremaine had a strategy forming, though he knew executing it would require moving fast. "On it." Krellis pressed the accelerator, and the truck continued its climb into the darkness. 27, the distant thrum of a helicopter reached Nicole Duffy from the south, but she kept her eyes down, focused on redialing Josh's satellite phone. It was more a nervous habit than anything, a small task to occupy her hands while she waited by the window, feeling utterly sidelined as rescue efforts unfolded without her. To her complete shock, the call connected, the jamming signal was gone. "It's ringing," she exclaimed. Julian was outside with a flashlight, signaling the approaching aircraft alongside a guard who had a sat phone. But Costa was inside and heard her. He immediately reached for the device. Nicole, aching to speak to her husband, handed it over without a word, knowing it was the correct call. "It's Josh's line," she said. Costa took the phone, put it on speaker just as Duff answered. "Duff, damn good to hear your voice. We've been trying to raise you on comms. Lost my radio down inside the dam. What's your position and status?" "I'm in a ladder shaft. Not sure where it exits, but I've got a Russian above me. He's holding the detonator, but he's still inside the blast radius, so he's stuck. Sounds like the door above him is damaged. I've got a line of sight through a hole in the roof, so he can't climb out without taking a round. Heard him on a radio earlier. Couldn't catch what he said. Probably calling for backup. Copy that. Can he hear you now?" "Negative." Duff paused, his voice tightening. "The other 3 guys with me didn't make it out." "Understood," Costa said, the weight of the words hanging in the air. "I've got the plant operator here. Describe your location." Duff detailed the ladder well, explaining the structural damage above and the trapped operative. Costa scanned the view from the garage, but couldn't see the dam's upper levels. Mensa, the operator, spoke up. "There are 3 primary ladder and elevator shafts. One on this side, one central near the admin building, and one on the far end for maintenance." Costa relayed the grim math back to Duff. "We can't check all 3. That's almost half a mile of exposed ground. We're low on ammunition, have wounded, and the extraction birds are inbound. Understood. I'll keep this guy pinned so he can't move to blow the dam. You focus on getting everyone the hell out of here. I'll do my best to catch the last ride out. Outside, 3 Caracal helicopters streaked over the dam from south to north. Flares spat from their sides a defensive bloom against potential missiles, but no ground fire greeted them. Costas spoke into the phone, urgency sharpening his tone. Listen, I need to call the embassy. You keep your head down and keep that Russian from touching that switch. You read me? In response, Duff's voice grew insistent. You need to contact Bob Gorski at the CIA. Tell him he was right about everything. This whole operation is being run by... The transmission cut out abruptly. Costa lifted the phone to his ear. Duff, I lost you. How copy? Silence. He looked at the screen. No signal. Damn it, he shouted. At that moment, Julian Delisle in the President's Guard hurried back into the warehouse. Delisle reported, The Helos will land in the adjacent building's parking lot. We cleared it. No wires or obstructions, but only one can set down at a time. Mr. President, your team and the press pool will board the first helicopter. The European Union delegation will take the second with the injured, and the U.S. contingent will have the final aircraft, giving you extra time to retrieve your operative. Costa informed Julian they'd managed a short satellite link with Duff, who was battling for the detonator inside the dam structure, before the signal dropped once more. Both he and the President's lead security agent checked their devices, finding no indication the jamming had ceased. Understood, Julian said, slipping his phone away. Let's get everyone prepared to move. Josh Duffy pocketed his own phone and climbed back to a vantage point where he could observe the room above. The clock was ticking, and he understood he needed to provoke his opponent into an error. With a calculated calm, he called upward. Your game, Ivan? He heard movement overhead. A voice replied. It's not Ivan. How long have you been with Sentinel? Why does it matter to you? I did contract work once. That's how I know Tremaine. I don't know any Tremaine. Sure you do. I get it, you can't admit it. I respect the discretion. He paused, standing on the landing, his gaze fixed on the shadowy room with its gaping hole in the ceiling. His weapon was aimed into the darkness, hoping for a flicker of motion. The Russian was obviously positioned outside his line of sight. Duff continued. I crossed paths with that South African in Afghanistan, worked under him. He actually got dismissed from my old outfit, and that was a company where getting fired was nearly unheard of. Duff added, and now he's calling the shots for you. Silence from above. He exploits people. He's exploiting you. Maybe you don't see how yet, but you will. Quiet, the man snapped. I mean, Duff pressed on. You probably won't see it until it's too late. If it suits his goals, Tremaine will leave you to die in some gutter. I've witnessed it. Isn't that the nature of the work? Is it? Duff countered. I was under the impression the goal was to make your fortune and retire young. A dry laugh echoed from above. We Russians don't put stock in fairy tales. What then? You just fight in other nations' conflicts until you're killed? No answer came. Hey, Duff said, his eye pressed to the rifle's sight, his focus absolute. I suppose it's better than going back to Russia. Your homeland is a complete disaster, isn't it? A new shuffle sounded above. Duff's fingers settled on the R5's trigger. He saw no clear target, but a gunshot erupted in the confined ladder shaft. The muzzle flash came from the left above. The man wasn't aiming down, but firing in sheer irritation. The pistol's report dislodged more stone from the damaged roof, and as debris rained down the ladder around him, Duff used the noise to cover his ascent, climbing several rungs swiftly. Now he was midway up, pressed against the left wall of the shaft, invisible to anyone on the room's left side. He held his rifle steady and froze, making no sound. The Russian wouldn't know he'd moved. Duff told himself if another wild shot came, he'd climb higher, despite the real danger of a ricochet from the concrete. Then, however, the distinct thrum of a helicopter returned. this time passing much lower overhead. The Russian called down, a taunt in his voice. "Your helicopters are touching down. Hear that? Seems your team is pulling out, leaving you here." Duff stayed silent. A reply would reveal his position. The rotor noise swelled, as if the aircraft were skimming low over the dam, slowing almost to a hover. Duff knew the deafening noise from above would cover the sound of his ascent, but he also suspected his adversary might reach the same conclusion. With the thunder of rotor blades directly overhead, he switched his rifle to full auto and began climbing, hauling himself up with his left hand. He tumbled forward into the room, landing on his stomach. The space was pitch black. There was no time to activate his weapon light or aim carefully. Instead, he squeezed the trigger, sweeping fire to the left and using the strobe of muzzle flashes to search for his target. In the corner, a shape moved. Duff kept firing, emptying the entire 30-round magazine in a deafening, blinding eruption. Temporarily robbed of sight and sound, he couldn't tell if any shots came back at him. Since he wasn't hit, he scrambled back from the opening as his rifle went dry, dropped it, and drew his pistol. After a few seconds, his senses began to return. He heard it then wet, rasping struggle for air, the guttural moans of a man shot through the throat. The sound of limbs shifting weakly over debris painted a picture of someone lying on their back. Duff moved back up, edging his head and pistol around the left wall, listening intently. He located the source of the noise just a few feet away and fired 3 rounds from the Beretta. The labored breathing stopped. The helicopters had shifted north, but not far. One sounded like it was setting down a couple 100 yards from his position. The idea of reaching one seemed a long shot, but he resolved to try. First, however, he had unfinished business. He moved through the darkness, tripping over chunks of shattered roof and wall, until he reached a spot in front of the elevators. His boot struck something, the foot of the man lying on his back. Duff didn't bother checking for a pulse. He pried open an eyelid and tapped the eyeball with his finger. Detecting no flinch or response, he began searching the Russian's gear. He found a pack beside the body, dumped its contents, and sifted through them in the gloom, finding nothing useful. The dead man wore a bulky tactical vest like the others. With frantic haste, Duff unzipped every pouch he could find. Remembering the deputy plant operator's description of a tablet computer detonator, he checked every pocket large enough to hold one. Finally, in a zippered pouch tucked behind a row of rifle magazines, he found it. He lifted the black rubberized military tablet and saw 2 bullet holes punched through its center, courtesy of his earlier barrage. The device was dead. At that moment, the radio on the corpse's shoulder crackled to life. "Condor for Bear. How copy?" Hearing Tremange's voice sent a cold jolt down his spine, but he forced himself to ignore it. He started taking the dead man's rifle magazines, reloading his own weapon, and stuffing 2 more into the Russian's abandoned backpack. Combined with the magazines from the man he'd killed below, he now had 150 rounds. He placed the ruined tablet in the pack as well, then turned to the body's pockets. Here he found a cell phone, a wallet, and a folding knife. When Condor's voice called for Bear again, Duff tossed the phone and wallet aside. Both potential tracking devices, but kept the knife. Another staticky transmission broke the silence of the dark room. Duff moved to the door and gave it a hard pull, but the heavy metal refused to yield. He glanced up at the ragged opening in the roof above the ladder shaft, knowing his only way out was up. He started gathering chunks of broken brick and crumbled mortar, piling them directly beneath the hole to create a makeshift platform. The thrum of the helicopter to the north had faded, likely having landed to load up, while the distinct sounds of other aircraft circled closer. The urgency pushed him to work faster. The radio crackled to life again, and Conrad Tremaine's voice filled the silence. "Well, if I'm not talking to Duff..." Duff froze mid-task. He turned slowly, his eyes settling on a lifeless soldier with the radio still strapped to his shoulder. After a moment of heavy quiet, the South African's voice returned, edged with impatience. "You know 'im here. I know you're there. Let's skip the games, kid. Walking over to the body, Duff found the radio and detached it from the man's gear. It was smeared with blood. His rifle fire had struck the Russian multiple times, one round tearing through the neck just inches from where the device had been clipped. Duff pressed the transmit button. "This isn't a game, Condor?" A sharp laugh came through the speaker. "There you are. You took out my man, didn't you? If you're running the 3 Russians I've encountered in the last hour, then yes, I took them all out. Respect, brother. Just like the old days, you're putting on quite a performance." Duff returned to stacking bricks, building a 2-level base to boost himself up. He keyed the radio. "Save the compliments. They're worthless. I take it my man Belav didn't accidentally blow himself up with a grenade?" The question puzzled Duff, but he answered plainly. "No. I shot him with a rifle taken from another one of your Sentinel boys." Tremayne's tone shifted, becoming almost conversational. "I hope you're in the mood to make a deal. What kind of deal?" "Your life in exchange for what he was carrying." Duff looked down at the backpack at his feet. A dry, humorless laugh escaped him. "You want the tablet so you can blow this dam to pieces. You can go to hell." He knew the computer inside was destroyed, but saw no reason to share that information. Hooking the radio onto his rifle sling, he refocused on his construction project. He placed one final cinder block on the lower stack, then carefully tested his weight on his right leg balancing. On his prosthetic left was a far greater challenge. With a grunt of effort, he hauled himself up onto the higher platform, letting his rifle hang freely so he could reach up with both hands to test the twisted rebar framing the hole. It felt solid enough to hold him, but he'd need to toss the pack up first. A minute later, he dragged himself onto the roof, rolling onto his back to stare at the night sky, gulping in the cool air as he caught his breath. 28 Conrad Tremayne stood shrouded in darkness, several yards back from a rocky ledge high above the eastern bank of the Volta River, roughly a kilometer south of the dam. The well-lit facility sprawled below him, and he could make out 2 helicopters circling silently over the reservoir to his right, their running lights off, but their shapes clear against the night. A 3rd aircraft had vanished behind some structures inside the compound near Lake Volta. He assumed it was loading personnel, though he had no idea who might be boarding. His grimy black King cab pickup was parked on the gravel road behind him, hidden from view, though it was unlikely anyone from the dam could spot it up here in the dark. 2 of his 3 Sentinel operators had formed a loose perimeter around the truck, while the 3rd man, a fellow South African called Junior, stood silently beside him. Tremayne replayed his brief radio exchange with Duff, a faint, calculating smile touching his lips. He was certain the American would board one of the 3 French helicopters, but he refused to believe his old colleague could be on the one now, lifting off near the reservoir. No, the American must have simply located the radio, because Tremayne had been in communication with Beloved just moments ago, and Beloved had been trapped in a room atop the dam. Therefore, if Duff wasn't on that first departing aircraft, he had to be on the 2nd or the 3rd. And if Duff escaped alive, knowing Sentinel was involved in this attack, and possessing the rugged tablet that proved it, he could unravel everything. Duff's accusations about Tremayne and Sentinel being present were damaging enough, but that militarized tablet was the true catastrophe. If Duff had it, he held everything, the entire operational blueprint, the plans for the coming hours and days of the coup. It had been reckless to fully brief Beloved, but Kung had insisted. The intelligence officer, worried about Tremayne becoming a casualty, demanded someone in the Sentinel force unconnected to Tremayne's direct action team carry an identical tablet to assume command if necessary. The device, now potentially in the hands of the Russian leader, would expose every target and waypoint from here to the capital, every objective in the capital itself, even the safe houses where Sentinel operators were to hide during General Boudin's overthrow. The tablet in Josh Duffy's possession was the irrefutable evidence that would get Tremayne and his men executed. If Tremayne couldn't retrieve it, he resolved to destroy it. His mission shifted instantly. His secondary objective was now regime change in Acre. He'd accomplish it, but not at the expense of his primary goal, eliminating Josh Duffy and obliterating that evidence before either could reach the capital. The South African's jaw clenched as he prepared for what came next. He turned to Junior. "Load the RPG and bring it to me." Junior grasped his commander's intent. "A moving target from this range, boss. In the dark?" Tremaine's reply was curt. "Bring extra rockets." On the double, as Junior sprinted off, Tremaine switched channels on his radio. "Copper, this is Condor. Do you read?" Copper was the Liberian Sentinel contractor embedded with 2nd Platoon, speeding north from the south to support this now disastrous operation at Akosambo. Tremaine could only hope the signal reached him. A crackle of static brought relief. "I read you. Report your location." "We're on the Western River Road heading north. We've cleared the Adomi Bridge. Should have visual on the dam in 3 minutes. How many RPG-7 launchers are with you?" "4. And the 3 Russians?" "2 Russians. Antonio is Chilean. What's the situation?" "Stop your vehicle and load all RPGs immediately. I want every man on a weapon prepared for incoming helicopters. They'll likely follow the river, but may bank southwest before they reach you. I have eyes on and will advise on flight path when possible. Helicopters? Whose helicopters? Doesn't matter. The first will be on you in 30 seconds. It's less critical. Let it pass if your weapons aren't ready. But the other 2, knock them out of the sky." "Roger," Copper responded. Tremaine turned, took the RPG launcher from Junior and hefted its weight. The RPG-7 fired an unguided rocket, a dumb projectile with no homing capability. The irony wasn't lost on him. Here he was, a man who planned everything, relying on sheer luck and a dumb rocket to save his entire operation from a single stubborn American. He sighted on the distant, fading sound of rotors, a grim smile touching his lips. Sometimes the old, simple ways were the best. Much like a firearm, its effectiveness relied on the operator accounting for numerous variables: projectile velocity, target speed, distance, effective range, angle of engagement, and even wind patterns. The optical sight, however, featured a straightforward rangefinder and targeting reticle etched into the glass, making the weapon reasonably user-friendly with some practice. Tremaine had fired these launchers hundreds of times, both in training and real engagements, and considered himself proficient, though he suspected at least one of the Russians, positioned across the river, was likely more skilled. His attention returned to the reservoir. The lead helicopter had pulled away from the buildings, banking southward, while the second began its final approach, landing gear descending. A third orbited a half-mile out over the dark water. Watching the first caracal accelerate south, skimming the top of the dam, Tremaine felt a cold certainty that his men downriver wouldn't be ready in time to engage. The thought of taking the shot himself flickered and died. A strike would send the aircraft crashing right here, instantly alerting the other 2 crews to a hostile presence. If the President was on that first departing bird, then so be it. The President would live tonight. Tremaine's focus had narrowed to a single burning objective: eliminating Josh Duffy and destroying the evidence taken from the Russian mercenary commander. On the road below, the man called Copper barked at the driver to stop abruptly. He leaped from the vehicle, shouting commands to the others. While both Copper and Antonio assumed their Russian allies possessed a natural edge with the weapon system, all 4 men were competently trained. Each grabbed a launcher from the truck bed, hurriedly pulling rockets from a storage case. Around them, other rebel vehicles, flatbeds, and pickups from 2nd Platoon pulled over, disgorging over 30 fighters. The first helicopter had already streaked past overhead while they were still loading. "Move it!" Copper yelled, his eyes tracking the aircraft's speed and altitude. He calculated furiously. If the next helicopter followed a similar flight path, with 4 launchers ready, the odds of a hit were in their favor. Perched on the fractured roof of a small utility building atop the dam, Josh Duffy watched the first helicopter vanish into the southern darkness, presumably toward the comparative safety of the capital. He glanced back to see the second caracal touching down on its landing skids, a silent prayer forming that Nicole was either already gone or boarding now. The last helicopter to depart would be the most exposed to any remaining threat. His hand went to the radio clipped to his gear, wondering at Tremaine's sudden silence. As he shifted, preparing to find a way down, a sound from the east froze him. He looked up to see a group of men in camouflage pants and black boots spilling from a parked Rivcom pickup just 30 yards away. They carried H-style rifles, some shirtless, others in grimy tees. Their pants were a uniform jungle pattern, but none wore the Rivcom jackets or berets he associated with the rebels. A new sharp tension cut through him. Just who in the hell were these guys? He hadn't heard them coming at all, the roar of the spillway water drowning out every other sound. By the time he noticed the figures moving toward the small building he was kneeling on, their weapons were already raised and aimed his way. Nearly a dozen men, and they clearly had the advantage. There was no point in trying to fight from this broken rooftop. He laid his rifle down carefully and raised his hands in surrender. From the motor pool garage doorway, Nicole Duffy watched the frantic loading of the second caracal. Joanna Oldenburg and her 5 security officers boarded first, followed by the U diplomatic staff and the surviving journalists. It was a scene of controlled chaos. Injured people were being carried. The helicopter's crew chief leaped out to help a wounded man aboard, and then, after barely 30 seconds on the ground, Julian Deloisel caught her eye from the cabin, offered a quick wave, and slid the door shut. The rotors whined louder, and the big aircraft lifted away. The moment it cleared, Jay Costa began shouting instructions to the 19 people left for the final helicopter. The group was a mix. Diplomats like Dunnigan, Scott, Arletta, and Nicole herself. Security officers Ben Manu, Malaik, Larson, and Costa, and Martin Mensa with his 11 power plant workers. "It's going to be tight," Costa yelled over the growing noise. "Make room for the wounded to lie down." Costa locked eyes with Nicole. "Holster that weapon and give Ben a hand, okay?" "On it." She didn't have a holster, so she tucked the pistol into her waistband and moved quickly to where Foreign Service National Investigator Ben Manu was struggling to stand. She slipped his arm over her shoulder, helping him up just as the third and final helicopter settled onto the parking lot with a deafening thud. The men from the pickup truck had fanned out, surrounding the damaged concrete structure atop the dam. Duff stood on the roof, hands still raised, and spat a trickle of blood from a cut on his forehead. The gray underbelly of the second caracal passed directly overhead, its downdraft whipping at his clothes. One of the men on the street below was shouting up at him. Even from just 20 feet away, Duff couldn't hear a word over the rotor wash and the spillway's roar. He stared down, his confusion deepening when he spotted the man's T-shirt. In bold red letters across the chest, it read, "Super Dad." The sheer absurdity of potentially being shot by someone in a novelty shirt almost made him laugh a grim, hysterical thought. He quickly shook away. Once the helicopter noise faded southward, he finally shouted back. What? The man, clearly Ghanaian and speaking English, still had to yell over the water. I said, "Who are you? Who are you?" The man shook his head, a wry smile touching his lips. "No, my friend. That is not how this works. We are the ones with the guns." Duff couldn't argue with that. "Duffy, U.S. Diplomatic Security." The man in the Super Dad shirt glanced at his companions, then back up. "How do we know you are telling the truth?" Duff shrugged, the movement careful. "You don't have to trust me. Just don't shoot me. I'll climb down and show you my credentials, but I'm going to kick the rifle off the roof and toss my bag down first." "You do not need your rifle. Have you been paying attention to what's been happening around here today?" Duff shot back, a note of weary sarcasm in his voice. The Ghanaian hesitated, then gave a slight shrug of his own. "Do it carefully, the pistol as well." Using only his left hand, Duff pulled the Beretta from his waistband and tossed it onto the street below. Then, with a careful nudge of his boot, he sent the R5 rifle sliding over the roof's edge, until it clattered down beside the pistol. Duff knelt, seized the backpack and tossed it over the edge before climbing down from the roof, dropping the final few feet to the ground. Keeping his hands raised, he approached the man he had been addressing at the center of the group. He observed the bandage wrapped around the man's waist, dark blood staining through, and a clean-shaven face glistening with sweat, etched with fatigue. "I'm reaching for my wallet," Duff stated. Weapons stayed fixed on him as he produced his diplomatic identification. The man accepted the credentials, examined them briefly, and returned them. He then lowered his own rifle and signaled for the others to do the same. "Just who are you people?" Duff asked. "Sergeant Opoku. We're River Command. What happened to your uniforms?" "The rebels started wearing copies. We decided not to risk shooting our own. And those old Kalashnikovs? They stole our weapons. We took theirs in return." Opoku glanced upward, and Duff followed his look. The helicopter that had recently passed them was now climbing, gaining speed as it turned south following the river's course. As the U-helicopter vanished beyond the dam's crest, Nicole Duffy assisted Benjamin Manu up through the hatch of the third aircraft before climbing in herself. She buckled into a rear-facing seat beside Dunnigan and peered toward the cockpit, her eyes instantly finding the fuel gauge. A wave of relief hit her. The helo had managed to take on some fuel since landing at Akosombo early. She guessed the crew chief had stashed a few portable fuel bladders or cans in the storage area with the gear, since they certainly hadn't visited any nearby airfield during the firefight. She twisted to look back out the open starboard door, half expecting to see her husband sprinting through the darkness toward her, but the space remained empty. Costa verified everyone was aboard, then secured himself with a harness clipped to an eyebolt, fastening the canvas rig around his waist so he could stay positioned in the doorway, the M4 rifle from the powerhouse still in his grip. It was a snug arrangement, but he gave the pilots a thumbs up. The helicopter lifted into the night, its rotors beating against the quiet. Conrad Tremaine watched the second helicopter clear the top of the dam and begin moving in his direction, gaining altitude as it came. He didn't raise his weapon. Instead, he keyed his radio. "Copper, this is Condor." "Over. Go ahead, Copper." "You set?" "In position." "Second helo will pass your location in 30 seconds. River heading 200 meters up and climbing. We're lined up and ready." "Good. Execute." "You got it, boss." Tremaine held his fire as the second helicopter passed below. Firing now would only spook the third aircraft's pilot into veering north. But if he waited, letting the second bird travel a couple of kilometers south to the river's bend, the third helo should be airborne and crossing the dam by then. His entire plan to eliminate Duffy and the evidence linking Sentinel to this operation depended on taking out both of these aircraft. Tremaine watched the second helicopter fade into the gloom, anticipating the imminent spectacle of fire and light. Sergeant Opoku gestured toward Duff's left, where the third helicopter was now rising from the parking lot near the reservoir, some 300 meters distant. "Are those your people down there?" "They're in one of the birds." "I don't know which one we've lost comms. Well, whichever one it was, you just missed your ride." "Wouldn't be the first time." The sergeant gave a grim nod. "We can arrange transport back to Accra for you, but first we need to swoop this entire facility for any remain hostiles." "I'll assist, Sergeant." Opaga's expression turned solemn. "Our president, do you know if he was alive when I last saw him?" The River Command man placed a hand over his heart. "Thank God Isaac introduced himself." And the other man replied, "Name's Duff." They exchanged a quick handshake. "Let's load up in the truck." As Duff bent to grab his gear and his rifle, a flicker of light caught his eye far to the south, along the distant western bank. Isaac turned just as a second, and then a third flash pierced the evening gloom. A fourth spark followed, each tiny point of light arcing up toward the helicopter. Duff straightened, his face a mask of pure horror. Oh my God. 29 Josh Duffy had no idea who was riding in that second aircraft, but his heart seized as he watched alongside the River Command officer. The first rocket missed its mark. From his distant vantage, Duff couldn't tell if it passed in front or behind, but it clearly streaked dangerously close before vanishing into the night. The second rocket, however, connected, striking the helicopter's side in a burst of light. Incredibly, the machine seemed to keep flying. The caracal banked sharply as the third projectile shot beneath it. The fourth and final fiery trail looked like it might sail overhead, but to Duff's utter dismay it hammered directly into the main rotor assembly nearly 1,000 feet in the air. The resulting explosion was unmistakably devastating. Even from a mile off he saw the helicopter spin a full, violent circle before beginning a sickening, uncontrolled tumble earthward. Only then did the thunderous boom of the first blast finally roll across the dam. The way the aircraft fell made it clear the main rotor was gone. It was now little more than a falling school bus, tumbling with the same grace. Another internal explosion shook the French bird as it plunged, transforming the multi-million-dollar H-225 into a comet of fire racing toward the river. Duff watched, utterly helpless, as the flaming wreckage cartwheeled down at well over 100 miles per hour, the second concussive boom reaching him just before impact. The helicopter smashed into the center of the river at the western bend. With those explosions at that height and that speed of impact, Duff knew in his gut there could be no survivors. Isaac was now shouting urgently into his radio in a language Duff didn't recognize, receiving a frantic reply, but Duff tuned it out as the whine of rotors behind him snapped his head around. A fresh wave of dread washed over him. The third helicopter was already airborne, banking over Lake Volta and turning south. Those pilots wouldn't have seen the launches, likely wouldn't spot a smoke trail in the dark, and might not even see the burning wreckage in the water for several more seconds. Duff began waving his arms frantically as the aircraft passed a couple 100 feet above. Some of the Rivcon men joined in, but the darkened helo continued over the dam and out over the river, its crew blissfully unaware of the lethal trap ahead. Duff snatched the radio from his rifle sling and keyed the mic. "Tremaine, don't you dare do this." Static was his only answer. Isaac thrust a walkie-talkie toward him. "Do you know their frequency?" Duff didn't, but he knew the channel for his own diplomatic security team. He dialed it in quickly, painfully aware of the limited half-watt range. He pressed the button and yelled, "J, RPGs! They're on the west bank." On the eastern side of the river, Conrad Tremaine shouldered his RPG-7, lining up the approaching helicopter in his sight. He adjusted his aim slightly to the left, leading the target, hoping to put his rocket right through the cockpit or the open door on the port side as it flew past. Just as his finger settled on the trigger, the aircraft veered sharply left, ruining his shot. It was obvious the French crew had spotted the fiery wreckage over half a mile away and 800 feet down, and they were fighting desperately to avoid a similar end. The Caracal Dove, banking left again, swinging back toward Tremendy's position. He tracked its path, trying to guess its next move. The Airbus picked up speed as it raced for the river's western bank. "Catlacan," he muttered through gritted teeth, straining to center the rangefinder in his optic. "Has accelerating," Krillis yelled, but Tremaine barely heard him. He could see the pilot's evasive dance perfectly. The rangefinder read 150 meters. Now he had to factor in the target's velocity. In the third helicopter to depart the dam, Nicole Duffy gripped her seat with both hands, ducked her head, and leaned into Ambassador Dunnigan, trying in vain to steady the panicked woman. A former helicopter pilot herself, Nicole recognized the flight profile instantly. The crew had detected a threat and were reacting. She prayed it was just some stray rifle fire from below. That would be far preferable to the nightmare of a guided missile. Inside the cabin there was nothing to do but hold on and hope. As screams and prayers filled the air, flares shot from the aircraft's side. It banked violently, left and right in a steep dive. In her mind, she saw the pilot's inputs: left and right rudder, stick movements, collective slammed down to lose altitude. Nicole thought of her husband, of her children, and joined the others in whispered prayer. Conrad Tremaine squeezed the RPG-7's trigger when the French helicopter was roughly 200 meters out and 200 meters below. The rocket shrieked from the tube. Backblast scorched the jungle behind him. He passed the hot launcher to Junior for a reload. But the instant he fired, the French helo reversed its back, went hard right, and the rocket sailed harmlessly through a cloud of ejected flares before plunging into the dark river. Krillis stood nearby, walkie-talkie in hand. Copper, first rocket missed. Target is descending and evasive over. Understood. Nicole never saw the RPG that nearly found them. The screaming projectile was lost in the brilliant shower of flares. They were banking hard to starboard now, the helicopter nearly on its side, the sensation of a dive still pulling at her stomach. Then they rolled back to port, racing west, flying almost perpendicular to the river. She knew this side held a massive hill, with more ridges to the south, and she prayed the crew knew their business because at this vector it felt like they were seconds from plowing into the terrain. Next to her, Dunnigan was reciting the Lord's Prayer. Nicole followed her lead, praying aloud now as the helicopter suddenly accelerated and began to climb. Junior shoved the reloaded launcher back into Tremaine's hands. The Sentinel commander pressed his eye to the rubber eye cup, scanning the sky for the helicopter. It was far to the south now. Without hesitation, he sprinted forward to the very edge of the rocky outcropping, desperate to keep the fleeing bird in his sights. Tremaine lined up his shot quickly, aware the caracal would vanish from sight, in moments likely weaving through the hills to escape the engagement zone, its crew relying on their piloting to survive. Just as he settled his sight on the helicopter, it abruptly stopped its banking maneuver. It required stable, level flight to clear a narrow ridge between his hill and the next one south, and Tremaine recognized this was his chance. He squeezed the trigger, leading the aircraft by roughly 60 meters, and the rocket erupted from the tube with a deafening roar, speeding south above the river. The moment the flash faded, he spotted 4 more rockets launching from the far southern bank, signaling that Copper and his team had at least spotted the fleeing helicopter, even if their distance made a hit improbable. For Josh Duffy, the past half-minute had been a brutal lesson in helplessness. The third caracal had dodged 1 rocket and was now angling toward a lower section of the western hillside, its skids nearly brushing the treetops and rocks as it fought to break contact. Then, from a high outcrop to the helicopter's left, another rocket streaked downward. An impact and explosion followed, but Duff couldn't discern whether the helo itself was struck or if the blast was on the ground below. Almost instantly, 4 more RPGs arced from a river bend farther south. All 4 slammed into the hillside, but one detonation was so close to the low-flying caracal that he couldn't be sure it escaped unscathed. As the rear section of the helicopter disappeared behind a thickly wooded hill, his deepest dread was confirmed. A smoke trail snaked behind a blossoming fireball. The tail of the large aircraft was burning. Inside, Nicole Duffy hadn't felt a direct missile strike, but she'd heard and felt the violent rending of metal beneath her feet, confirming they'd taken damage. They'd been flying low. The darkness had hidden their true altitude until an explosion outside the open portside door illuminated a jungle canopy just meters below and a steep hillside climbing beside them. Trees erupted in flame and shrapnel punched through the fuselage. The cabin was too dark to see who was injured, alive or gone. She reached for the ambassador, wrapping her arms around her to check for wounds, and noticed Chad Larson doing the same from the opposite side, so she shifted to give him room. The ambassador seemed unhurt, so Nicole turned her attention back to the portside hatch. The helicopter flew straight, narrow, and fast for several seconds. She felt certain they were now out of the direct line of fire, but the extent of the damage from the near miss was unknown. More explosions flashed higher on the portside hillside, and again came the horrifying sound of debris metal, wood or stone tearing into the airframe. They were moving fast now, probably pushing 120 knots, and just as a sliver of hope emerged, she felt a distinct, sickening shimmy in the tail rotora vibration she'd felt once before, right before her own helicopter went down in Syria. The shaking intensified. She looked back at the pilots, mentally urging them to slow down. knowing a high-speed crash was now a greater threat than another rocket. She knew what was coming, but the foreknowledge did nothing to calm her terror. The vibrations from the rear worsened every second, and then the helo began an insistent turn to the left. The pilot stomped the right rudder pedal, but the rotation only accelerated. Nicole realized she was likely the only passenger besides the crew who understood the tail rotor had failed completely. The pilots aggressively slowed the aircraft. The nose pitched up, but the spin continued unabated. Nicole stared into the darkness beyond the port side, seeing nothing. She had no idea how fast they were moving, how high they were, or what might be looming in their path. Yet one truth cut through the uncertainty with sharp, cold clarity. They were going down. On the hillside, a sudden glow caught Josh Duffy's eye. Somewhere in those dark folds of land, the third helicopter had crashed. He couldn't spot the exact impact, but it felt close. Maybe 3 miles out, no more. He grabbed Isaac's arm. "What's over there?" "Thick jungle, mostly. A valley with a few dirt tracks running through. Nothing else." "I need wheels now." Isaac shook his head. "Rebels are still active south of the main gate. The Kosambo police are engaging, I heard it on the radio. I'm stuck here until the Rivcom relief captain shows up." "You can wait or not waiting," Duff interrupted. He pointed to a nearby pickup. "This one?" "Yeah, take it. Go with God." Conrad Tremaine stood on a rocky ledge, a reloaded rocket launcher resting on his shoulder. His attention had shifted from the southern sky, where the helicopter had vanished. Now he aimed downward, across the shadowy bank of the river. He took a moment to steady the weapon, lining up the sight on the heart of the switch yard, a dense cluster of transformers. "Backblast clear!" he yelled, and fired. A streak of light trailed smoke over the black water of the Volta River, a quarter-mile south of the dam. The explosion was massive, a fountain of sparks followed by the groan and crash of toppling equipment. Instantly the power died, plunging the area into profound darkness. Tremaine thrust the empty launcher at Junior Reload. We hit it again. Duff was already sprinting toward the pickup when the first explosion roared behind him. He spun, weapon rising, and moved back toward the southern edge of the river. Peering through his sights, he scanned the hillside for a target. Isaac appeared at his shoulder, barely visible in the new darkness. "Another RPG," the Ghanaian said. "They're killing the power. From the hill again? Didn't see it." Then a flash erupted on the hillside flames, lighting the trees as a second rocket streaked across the water. It hammered into the switchyard, detonating more infrastructure and igniting a fire. Duff shouldered his rifle, elevated his aim toward the launch point, estimated the range at about 400 yards, and placed his optic a quarter-inch above a moonlit rock outcrop. He fired in controlled, rapid, semi-automatic bursts. Beside him, Isaac's Ak chattered to life, and soon other defenders on the dam joined in, saturating that patch of hillside with a storm of gunfire. The first bullets struck the hillside a dozen meters from Conrad Tremaine. He dropped the launcher, threw himself flat, then scrambled forward on hands and knees, abandoning the weapon. Branches splintered overhead, leaves and twigs rained down. Bullets whined and sparked off rocks, filling the air with flying debris. He didn't stop until he had covered 20 meters and reached the potholed dirt road, where the angle of fire finally favored him, the shots now passing harmlessly overhead. He stood, turned in the dark, and found Krillis. "Well, that was a party," he muttered, the earlier intensity giving way to a grim, sarcastic bite. "Next time, remind me to Ravi, Revcom's still active down there, right?" Trenane's voice cut through the dark. "You fired 4 shots from the same position." "What did you think would happen?" came the sharp reply from his subordinate. Tremaine brushed off the criticism, his eyes straining in the near-total blackness. "Where is everyone else?" Junior emerged from the direction of the rocky ledge, moving with deliberate slowness. As he drew closer, Tremaine saw why. The South African was laden with 2 extra rifles and a set of body armor cradled in his arm. He walked past the 2 men without a word and tossed the gear into the bed of the pickup. "Bagensky's done for," he stated flatly. Damn it, Tremaine muttered under his breath. He rushed to lay down cover fire and took a round right through the crown of his head before he even got a proper shot off. Happened right in front of me. The gunfire from the dam had ceased, the whine of bullets over their heads finally fading. After a moment's consideration, Tremaine keyed his radio. "Copper, this is Condor. Do you copy?" The response crackled back. "Reading you loud and clear. Do not engage at the dam. Significant resistance remains, and they're dug in and waiting. I've cut the power, so our objective here is complete. Turn your team around, return to the bridge, and cross to my side of the Volta River. I'll meet you there." "Understood." "Condor out." Turning to the two men on the road with him, he ordered, "Let's roll." Neither man moved. Kralys spoke up quickly. "What about Bagensky? We just gonna leave him here? Should we strap him to the hood like some kind of trophy? He's Polish, but he looks close enough to Russian for our purposes. We left 3 dead Wagner guys back at the dam. If we handle this correctly, Moscow takes the blame, not Sentinel." Kralys's tone turned skeptical. "Are we handling this correctly?" This wasn't a regular army unit. They were mercenaries, and the usual chain of command was more of a suggestion. The Sentinel leader spat on the ground. "No plan ever survives the first real fight. I knew we'd hit complications, and we certainly have. But our primary goal now is reaching that second crash site and checking for any signs of life." Junior leaned against the truck. "And if we find survivors?" "Then we make sure there aren't any by the time we leave," Tremaine replied, his voice devoid of emotion. The men piled into the pickup. With the deeply potholed road impossible to navigate in the dark, Tremaine switched on the headlights, and the truck rumbled away along the hillside. Josh Duffy lowered his rifle, turned, and sprinted back toward the truck. Before he could reach the driver's door, Isaac stepped into his path, one hand raised as he spoke rapidly into his radio. A voice replied in a language Duff didn't understand. Impatient, Duff tried to push past the police sergeant, but Isaac stood firm. The conversation dragged on for another 10 seconds. Duff was on the verge of using force to get to the wheel when Isaac finally clipped the radio back onto his belt. "I'll drive," he stated. Duff didn't question it. He ran around to the passenger side and climbed in. Isaac started the engine, executed a tight U-turn right on top of the dam, and accelerated eastward, leaving his other officers behind. Before Josh could ask what was happening, the Ghanaian explained, "The relief shift has arrived at the dam. 24 men, including the captain. They captured 4 rebels at the main gate. Then a convoy of trucks approached from the south, so they took defensive positions. My captain just reported the unidentified vehicles have turned around and are withdrawing. I told them I'm in pursuit of the rebels heading west." Josh let out a frustrated sigh. "I'm not chasing rebels, man. I'm trying to find survivors." "Really?" "Well, my friend, so are the rebels. They went to a lot of trouble to shoot that helicopter down. They must really want to make sure everyone inside is dead." Isaac gripped the wheel tighter, the truck bouncing over the rough road. "I'll get us there first. I know this area well. There's an old track we can take that doesn't appear on any map. It will lead us across that low pass between the hills and into the valley on the far side. If the helicopter went down, it would have been somewhere in that vicinity." They drove in silence, leaving the darkened grounds of the hydroelectric facility and turning onto the winding road that climbed the eastern slope. After a while, Josh spoke quietly. "My wife was on one of those 3 aircraft." Isaac glanced over from the driver's seat, his expression shifting to one of surprise. "Your wife?" "Yeah," Josh replied softly. "Why?" "She works for the ambassador." For a moment the only sound was the groan of the truck's suspension as they bounced onto a gravel path. Finally Isaac offered, "I'm sure she was on the first one. She's fine. Probably back in Accra by now, somewhere safe." The sergeant was just trying to keep his spirits up, and Josh appreciated the effort, but he had a sinking feeling. It made sense to him that the president and his team would have been on the first aircraft out of the danger zone. That meant she was likely on the caracal that plunged into the river like a meteor, or on the damaged helicopter that vanished into these hills. As they climbed higher, the canopy of trees blotted out the sky, and the truck jolted over terrain that felt more like a dry riverbed than a road. Josh checked his satellite phone again, finding it still dead. Isaac noticed, pulling out his own cell to check for a signal. When he pocketed it without dialing, Josh didn't need to ask. The Deece agent turned his attention to his rifle, inspecting it under the cab's dim light to ensure it was ready. He realized he was down to his last spare magazine, which prompted him to scan the truck's interior for any useful gear. "Any other weapons in here?" Isaac shook his head. "Just mine and yours. I have a sidearm, too." Josh nodded. He still had the Russian's Beretta tucked in his belt since it didn't fit his Glock holster. His eyes continued to search the cab. "What about a medical kit?" "Yes, all our vehicles are equipped with one. Are you injured?" "It's for what we might find where we're headed." He looked out at the passing darkness. "How many did you lose?" Isaac's voice was flat. "From my unit, at least 12. Maybe more. I don't have a count." "A lot of good people died today," the sergeant asked. "What is all this about? An attempt on the president?" "Doesn't seem like it. They brought explosives to destroy the dam. I think we just arrived at the worst possible moment and someone took a shot at Amanor because he was there." He paused, considering. "Something larger is happening, but I don't know what. One of the Russians said the army would be slow to respond to the dam attack because they'd have bigger problems. I have no idea what he meant." "Those rebels," Isaac said. "I think they're the Dragons of Western Togoland. They're the only non-Muslim insurgent group operating around here, but most people thought the Dragons were a myth. Just a phantom group that existed on talk radio and conspiracy websites. They felt plenty real to me, yeah. But I don't know who these Russians are. Wagner's Africa Corps is all over the region, but we've never seen them in Ghana. This is Chinese territory." He added a hint of sarcasm in his tone. "Or it was until you Americans showed up." "They're not Wagner," Josh clarified. "It's a private military company called Sentinel. South Africans are with them, too. They're working alongside the rebels." This information visibly surprised the police sergeant. "Why?" "Haven't got the faintest idea, man. I only landed in your country 10 days ago." Isaac gave a short, humorless chuckle, then turned off the terrible road onto one that was even worse. Here weeds and brush choked a pair of tire ruts that wound upward at a steep angle like a mountain path, but the rugged Toyota handled the ascent without complaint. "This isn't exactly the homecoming I'd have planned for you," he remarked. "Tell me about it," Duff replied, his eyes fixed on the rough track ahead. He kept his rifle propped between his knees, the barrel pointed toward the open window, ready to swing it out in an instant if they spotted whoever had fired that RPG from the ridge. "Funny thing," he added, "I know the guy running the mercenary team. He used to sign my paychecks." "You worked as a mercenary?" Duff considered the label. "Didn't feel like it back then," he admitted with a shrug. "But he's here. I spoke to him on a captured radio while I was inside the dam." "You still have that thing?" "Yeah." Duff unclipped the radio from his rifle strap and stuffed it into his pack. "Why not call him?" Isaac suggested. "Ask him what his end game is." Duff just shook his head. "Tremaine likely thinks I'm either dead or a survivor from the second crash." "Why wouldn't he assume you made it out on the first bird?" "Because I was on the radio with him right before it lifted off. No, as far as he's concerned, I went down with the second or third. I'd prefer to keep him in the dark about my current status. Well, if you do run into him, maybe you should use that rifle to make a proper introduction." "You read my mind," Duff said, finally turning his gaze from the dust-choked landscape to the man driving. "Where'd you pick up your shooting skills?" 8 years in the Army, Special Forces." You've got former military written all over you." "Guilty as charged," Duff said quietly, his attention drifting back to the swirling dust outside. "Were you an officer?" Isaac asked, but before Duff could answer, a tremendous crack outside the truck made him jerk his weapon up and shove the barrel out the window, scanning for threat. Isaac grabbed his arm. Easy, man. Take a breath. That's just thunder. A storm's rolling in. Rain, Duff let out a long sigh, lowering the rifle butt back to the seat. Perfect. Just what we needed. It'll be okay. We'll locate the crash site and get any survivors out before it really starts coming down. We're on a back road now one hardly anyone uses. The truck plunged into a deep pothole and lurched violently out the other side. I never would have guessed, Duff muttered dryly. The main highway has 100 switchbacks. This cuts right over the hill and down into the valley. There's a lookout point where we can scan for wreckage, smoke, anything. We just need to reach it before the sky opens up. Isaac pressed the accelerator, sending Duff bouncing harder in the passenger seat. Whoever fired that RPG won't beat us there, but they won't be far behind. We'll have to grab anyone we find and move fast. The sergeant seemed to remember Duff's personal stake and quickly added, "We'll get everyone, I mean." "Where were you when the attack started?" Duff asked, eager to shift the topic and gather more information on the chaotic situation. Me and 3 others were checking a report at a limestone mine suspicious vehicle. We walked into an ambush. A Russian operative and a rebel team. They had trucks like ours, even uniforms like ours. Isaac's voice tightened. The 3 with me were killed. I took a round, then commandeered a motorcycle to get back to the dam. "You were shot?" "I'm fine," he insisted. Duff tried to get a look at the bandaged wound on Isaac's right side, but the brutal jostling over rocks and brush made it impossible. He gave up after a moment. "So, is it true?" "Is what true?" "Are you really a super dad?" Isaac looked puzzled for a second, then glanced down at his sweat and blood-stained shirt. "A present from my wife bought before our son was even born. Kofi's only 4 months old, so it's a bit early for the super title, I think." Duff nodded. He thought about mentioning his own kids, but the words stuck in his throat, choked off by a sudden sharp memory of a family camping trip that now felt like a lifetime ago, a happy echo utterly foreign to this dust and danger. He stayed silent. The silence in the truck was heavy, a shared understanding that speaking of Huck and Mandy now would only sharpen a pain neither man was ready to face. They drove without words. After nearly 20 minutes, Isaac pulled the pickup to a stop. Duff followed him down a narrow, winding trail, swallowed by trees. The darkness here was absolute, broken only by the beam of Isaac's flashlight and the sudden, violent bursts of lightning that painted the path in stark white. Each flash came a heartbeat before the thunder's crack, telling Duff the storm was directly overhead. The air grew thick, warm, and restless with wind, a promise of rain held in a tense pause. Isaac suddenly killed the light and gripped Duff's arm. "We wait here. Can't give away our position if rebels are nearby." They stood motionless in the consuming black. "What's the plan?" Duff whispered after a moment. "Just wait," Isaac murmured back. Then another searing flash tore across the sky. In that instant Duff understood. As thunder hammered his aching ears, he saw they were perched on a hill overlooking a deep, narrow valley as seamless, ocean of jungle stretching to the horizon. He even spotted the distant saddle between 2 hills, the same landmark he'd seen from the dam to the east, where the 3rd helicopter had vanished. And in that same fleeting glare he saw it, a dark plume of smoke hanging over the trees, maybe 1,000 yards southeast. Isaac saw it too. Without a word, both men spun and sprinted back for the truck, Isaac flicking his light back on to navigate the treacherous tangle of roots and vines. Duff threw himself into the passenger seat just as the wind began to howl, a furious prelude to the deluge. "There's a decent road down in that valley," Isaac shouted over the gathering storm, wrenching the truck into gear. "But we've got to go cross-country to reach it." "This won't be quick." "You mean to tell me we haven't been off-roading this whole time?" Duff asked, bracing himself. Isaac let out a short, grim laugh and sent the pickup lurching forward, tires churning mud as the first heavy drops began to pound the hood. "There's a stream bed ahead. It'll be a raging river once this rain really hits, but right now it should be mostly dry. We'll use it as our own private jungle highway." To Duff, the reckless plunge into the darkness felt unnervingly familiar. It was like being back in Mexico, trapped in a battered armored vehicle while cartel gunfire pinged off the hull. He held on tight, his mind clinging to two desperate hopes: that Nicole was still alive out there and that Isaac actually knew where he was going. Because all Duff could see through the windshield was a chaotic blur of flying mud, slashing foliage, and impenetrable night. Conrad Tremaine let out a stream of curses in the passenger seat as Krellis guided their Toyota along the wretched serpentine dirt road clawing its way around the hillside. His fury wasn't aimed at the Dutch mercenaries driving, but at the road itself. It seemed designed for frustration. Every few moments a sharp switchback would halt their forward momentum, forcing the truck to double back on itself as they climbed or descended, as if the very landscape was conspiring to keep them from their objective. Krellis, for his part, just kept a white-knuckled grip on the wheel, his eyes fixed on the taillights of the rebel-filled Ford pickup ahead, while squinting against the glare of headlights from an identical vehicle crowding his mirror. Their Sentinel truck was stuck in the middle of the 5-vehicle convoy, sandwiched between the 4 squads of 2nd Platoon. Copper, their Liberian point man embedded with the platoon, was in the lead truck, his voice crackling periodic updates over the radio as they neared the suspected crash site. This whole detour was a deviation from the original mission, Kangs. Orders had the whole company moving toward Accra. But Condor's new instructions were unambiguous: escort into the wreckage and search for survivors. The 3 Sentinel operatives assigned to Tremaine's team were deeply frustrated with their current situation. Copper, Jr., and Krellis had spent months training for their specific roles in the operation, and none had anticipated lagging hours behind the main force en route to the capital. Their task was to clear key points along the N2 highway to facilitate the Dragon's advance, but now, stranded east of the Volta River and far from their intended position, a shared, unspoken anxiety about the coup's success hung in the vehicle. Junior broke the silence from the back of the black Toyota pickup. "We're off the timeline. We've lost contact with the other units, and we're sitting ducks out here. Let's be realists, this very one on that helicopter is probably dead. We should turn around, rejoin our mission, and send a cleanup team from 2nd Platoon later. The rest of us need to stay focused." Tremaine dismissed the idea with a shake of his head. "Our mission is to get out of Ghana alive to spend our money. If we left Duffy out there with Beloved's computer, we find him, take it back, and eliminate him. Otherwise, we're never leaving this place. Everyone, keep scanning for any sign of a crash site. It's impossible to see anything in this," Krellis complained, squinting into the darkness. "Watch for the lightning flashes. Look for smoke, downed trees, anything. That helicopter was going down, no question. We're on high enough ground. We should get glimpses when the sky lights up." In response, Tremaine leaned down, rummaged through his backpack on the floor of the front passenger seat, and retrieved his Iridium satellite phone. Meanwhile, Kung Shikun stood motionless on his balcony as a warm rain began to soak through his shirt sleeves. He didn't bother with a coat. The city's power had failed again shortly after his last conversation with Tremaine, a development that pleased him. Though flashes of light and the distant sounds of sirens and explosions signaled ongoing fighting across the capital, his attention was fixed elsewhere. He raised his Swarovski binoculars, tracking the solitary helicopter moving through the night sky. He couldn't make out the aircraft itself, only its navigation lights, but he was confident he knew its destination. It passed near the airport, but, as Kung predicted, did not land. Instead, it continued south for another minute before beginning its descent onto the grounds of Jubilee House, the presidential residence. Given the unrest, Kang knew the security team would logically choose to fly President Amanor directly to his most fortified location, surrounded by the president's own guard regiment. It was the obvious move, and Kang had anticipated it perfectly. Shifting his gaze back north, he searched the rainy darkness for the lights of the other 2 helicopters, but saw nothing. His phone vibrated in his pocket. He lowered the binoculars and answered. "Yes, it's Condor," Tremaine's voice came through. "The enemy has retaken the dam." Only then did Kung turn and step back inside, out of the rain. "How is that possible? Do they not understand you could detonate the entire—" "We can't detonate anything," Tremaine interrupted. "Our Russian specialist with the trigger was overrun. We lost control. I disabled the switch yarn to cut power to the grid again, then ordered our remaining forces to fall back from the dam and proceed south toward Accra." Though now inside his makeshift office, Kung turned back toward the open balcony door, his eyes drawn to the northern sky. Where were those other helicopters? Distracted but unable to mask his irritation and confusion, he replied, "This is far from ideal." "Just a temporary complication," Tremaine countered, his tone dismissive. "I called off the satellite jamming." Kung accepted this without further comment. "A helicopter has just touched down at the presidential compound," he noted. "I presume the other two were heading for the airport, but I've lost sight of them." Tremaine's reply was blunt. "The other two aren't going anywhere. They've gone down." For a moment, the usually composed Kang was silent, his eyes closing tightly as he drew a steadying breath. "Explain. A renegade unit from the Dragons, armed with rocket-propelled grenades, ambushed the delegation's helicopters during takeoff. The lead aircraft escaped. The second was obliterated, with no survivor. The third went down somewhere in the highlands. We're searching for it now." Kang focused on his breathing, mentally reaching for the centered calm of his Tai Chi practice. He was already dreading the report he would have to deliver to Beijing's. His meticulously crafted operation was now a catastrophic mess involving an attack on a head of state and the potential deaths of a new delegation and an American ambassador. "How does a renegade unit even exist?" "You were responsible for their training." "I'll be happy to discuss their career choices right after I break every bone in their bodies," Tremaine snapped. Kung took a moment to collect himself. "I need an assessment. Is the Sentinel operation exposed?" "There was a breach. I believe it's contained, but I need to verify at the second crash site." "Why?" "One of the American security personnel at the dam, he was aware of my role." "How could he possibly—" "Your guess is as good as mine, but he's either already dead or he will be shortly. We eliminate him, recover the computer taken from Bear, and this problem disappears." When Kung didn't respond, Tremaine pressed on. "The power grid is offline. All rebel troops, minus 2 platoons, are advancing on the capital. The operation is proceeding. We handle this one loose end, and we're back on schedule." Kung, however, was keeping his own cards close. He saw no reason to inform Tremaine about the concurrent NIM terrorist strikes happening across the city. The South African mercenary had no love for Iran or jihadists, and those attacks were irrelevant to Sentinel's core objective. His voice dropped, adopting a cold, deliberate tone. "We are both professionals. If you cannot contain this, if this compromise reaches the outside world, you understand the consequences." "I don't need your threats for motivation," Tremaine retorted, ending the call. Kang set his phone down, turned from the window, no longer watching for helicopters, and moved to the living room to confer with his team. Just before 10 in the evening, a light rain began over the hills. At first, the dense jungle canopy held back the steady drizzle, but the weather was insistent. Soon droplets found their way through the layers of leaves, vines, and fronds, pattering onto the battered gray fuselage of the Airbus helicopter lying on its side. This was the Aquafine Togo Range, a 200-mile stretch of rugged forested hills between Ghana and Togo. The jungle here was nearly impenetrable, but the crash of the 16,000-pound aircraft with its 52-foot rotor had carved a violent scar through the greenery. Striking the treetops at nearly 90 miles per hour, the helicopter had whipped and spun, shredding through mahogany and silkwood limbs as it careened from west to east. The main rotor disintegrated, taking out a huge swath of canopy before the flaming wreckage slammed into the hillside, tumbled violently, and finally came to rest, twisted around the thick trunk of a silkwood tree as wide as a sedan. The helicopter had been down for more than an hour, a stubborn flicker of flame still clinging to the shattered tail section. The intensifying rain, however, was finally winning the battle, smothering the fire under a relentless downpour. In this region, the yearly rainfall exceeded 45 inches, leaving the jungle floor a spongy, moss-covered mat. Water pooled around the wreckage, then began to trickle through the saturated moss, carving tiny red streams down the hillside as it mingled with blood. The aircraft itself was silent, motionless, and the shocked quiet of the jungle was slowly being replaced by its normal chorus of life, until a new sound cut through the darkness, a sharp metallic click, a burst of static, then a man's voice, strained and urgent. "Dis es, respond over." The radio rested against the massive roots of a silkwood tree, the very tree that had finally halted the helicopter's violent slide. The voice came again, more desperate this time. "J. Chad? Ben? Malik? Is anyone on this frequency? Please come in." Over. For a long moment the small black device lay silent in the pooling rainwater, its earpiece cable torn free, its battery life ebbing away. "Dees, anybody, how do you read?" Then a hand closed around it, lifting it from the bloody muck. A thumb pressed the transmit button. "Josh?" The woman's voice was fractured by sobs, barely a whisper. "Josh, is that really you?" "It's me. Are you hurt, sweetheart?" Nicole Duffy choked back a cry, forcing her voice to steady. "Where are you?" "We're on a road, close but not sure of your exact location." Leaning heavily against the rough bark of the silkwood, Nicole pushed herself upright, her legs trembling. How do I get to you? We're in a pickup truck." "Listen for the horn. Josh, it's pouring. There are birds, insects. It's so loud I can't hear anything else." "Stand by," he said, his tone shifting into something crisp and commanding, a tone that told her to focus. A few seconds later the cacophony of the jungle ceased abruptly, as if someone had flipped a switch. Her husband's voice returned. "Hear us now?" "No," she said, a flicker of hope cutting through her fear. "But the wildlife does. Keep honking." For 10 seconds there was only the drumming of rain on metal and leaves. Then she caught it a faint, distant bleat. She keyed the mic. "I hear you. You're off to my right. But am completely disoriented." "That's fine. Just listen." "Is the sound getting stronger or fading?" The horn gave short, regular blasts. Within moments she could tell it was moving closer. "Okay, you're headed the right way. I don't see any road, just jungle. You're definitely below me." "Good, that helps. You're on our left. Tell me when the horn starts to move past you." Another minute passed before she clicked the mic again. "You went too far. Back up about 100 yards. You should be right underneath us. Copy that." "Josh," she said, the professional medic in her pushing past the personal terror, "we have fatalities." "Almost everyone still breathing is wounded." "Understood. We'll have to grab the survivors and move fast. We can't be the only ones who heard that crash." Nicole looked down. Her hand was clenched around the grip of her Browning pistol, which had miraculously stayed secured in her waistband through the entire violent ordeal. A grim, sarcastic thought flashed through her mind. Of course the gun made it. "The one piece of gear that's actually built to handle chaos." "I was thinking the exact same thing," she said aloud. Isaac Opoku had just crossed a short, rickety wooden bridge when he stomped on the brakes, the pickup skidding on the slick moss under its tire. He threw the transmission into reverse, but before he could accelerate, Duff's hand gripped his arm. "If we barrel back there in this truck, we're basically painting a target on the crash site." Isaac shook his head, frustration clear on his face. "This road runs straight to the N2 highway. There's nowhere to hide it that I know of. We have to leave it right here." Duff gave a tight nod. "Might buy us a little time, at least. Grab everything we can from the vehicle before it's compromised," Duff urged, already moving. He swung open the passenger door, a flashlight from the glove box clenched in his hand. Slinging his rifle and shouldering his pack, he clicked the light off. As Isaac moved to the rear for the medical kit and additional supplies, Duff pushed forward into the downpour, his boots slipping in the deep mud ruts. The bridge groaned underfoot, the roar of the unseen river below, a constant reminder of the peril. After 100-yard sprint, they veered off the road, beginning a grueling climb. Duff took point initially, the beam cutting a feeble path through the oppressive jungle. It was a brutal minute. The undergrowth was a living wall, the hillside a slick, treacherous incline. He hauled himself upward, branch by branch, his prosthetic leg a distinct liability on the unstable ground. He could feel himself holding Isaac back. Then came the sound of movement behind him. Isaac, equipped not just with a light, but with a machete and the practiced skill to wield it. Duff passed him the trauma bag, freeing Isaac to carve a route upward. They gained another 40 yards. The noise was staggering, just as his wife had described. While the jungle creatures were silent, the relentless drumming of the rain on the canopy created a deafening white noise. Against protocol, Duff left his team radio on his belt and risked a shout into the gloom. "Nicky, nothing." They pressed on for another minute before he called again. This time her voice cut through the downpour. "Up here." They adjusted their course, the relief of hearing her tempering the exhaustion. Roughly 10 minutes after abandoning the truck, Isaac's machete finally parted a curtain of thick vines, revealing a small clearing. His light swept left, illuminating shattered branches and a gap in the canopy where rain fell unimpeded. As he swung the beam right, Josh moved beside him. The light settled on Nicole Duffy, standing alone beside the mangled wreckage of the caracal. Her gray shirt was torn and stained, her linen pants caked in mud and ripped. One eye was nearly swollen shut. Josh scrambled over the debris to reach her. "You're injured. It's manageable," she said, wincing as they embraced. "What happened?" "Left shoulder. Just bruised, I think. Nothing's broken." He held her tighter. "I thought I'd lost you." "I thought you went down with the other helicopter," she breathed. "Aldenburg?" Josh asked. "Was she on the second bird from the dam?" Nicole gave a grim nod. "They're all gone." She closed her eyes for a moment. "And Amanor, he was on the first one. He got out, from what I've heard." As Isaac played his light over the wreckage, Josh skipped introductions. The question was too urgent. "Where is everyone?" "Those who could move helped get the others away from the crash site. We used cargo nets and some tarps from the emergency kit to drag them. I came back down to look for more supplies, and heard you on the radio." She gestured over her shoulder. "The rest are higher up, behind a large tree, maybe 25 yards that way." "Smart move," Josh acknowledged. Isaac's flashlight beam pierced the shattered front windshield. The helicopter was contorted around a thick tree trunk. Inside, the blood of the 2 French pilots, still harnessed in their seats, gleamed wetly in the light. "No pulses on either of them," Nicole confirmed quietly. "But Dunnigan is alive. Her ankle, maybe her ledges badly swollen. Could be a fracture." Chad's kneecap was shattered, and deep gashes crisscrossed his back. One particularly nasty slice laid it open. "We managed to get the bleeding under control, at least for the moment. Benjamin." "Well, he took a bullet earlier, but miraculously, the crash itself left him relatively unscathed. He's already back on duty, keeping watch over the ambulance." Her voice trailed off. "Jay?" Josh asked, a knot forming in his stomach. Nicole pressed her lips together, her gaze drifting toward the mangled helicopter. "Jay didn't make it. He was right in the doorway when we hit. The force. I believe it broke his neck. He's beneath the fuselage. I checked for a pulse at his ankle, just to be sure. Scott is also gone, still strapped into his seat inside. Malik was knocked unconscious, but he's up and moving now. What about the crew chief?" "He was thrown from the hatch while we were still in the air," Nicole said, her voice hollow. "I can't imagine anyone surviving that fall, not at the speed we were going, but I can't say for certain." Duff felt a cold certainty settle over him. Surviving a fall from a crashing helicopter at that velocity was a fantasy. "Damn," he muttered, wiping rain from his face. "All right, take us to the others." We need to move, and fast." Nicole's eyes scanned the darkness behind him. "Where is everyone else?" It dawned on him then. She'd been expecting a full rescue team. "It's just us, Nicole. Me and Sergeant Isaac Opoku from the actual River Command Police. We brought a truck." "A truck?" The disappointment in her voice was palpable, but Duff was already pushing past her, urgency propelling him up the slippery incline. Every moment they lingered was a gift to Tremaine and his man. 32 using his flashlight to navigate the treacherous slope. He heard his wife call out from behind, "It's Nicole. I've got Josh and an officer. We're coming up." He was grateful for her foresight. The armed individuals above would be watching their approach with rifles ready. A short climb later, the scene unfolded before him. Jennifer Dunnigan lay on a bed of wet moss, her right leg propped awkwardly on a tree stump and secured with shredded cargo netting. She held a cell phone aloft, as if willing a signal to appear through the downpour, before letting her arm drop with a resigned wave in Josh's direction. "I gave her morphine," Nicole stated quietly. Beside Dunnigan sat Ben Manu, cradling an M4. The bandage on his leg wound had sagged, doing little good. On her other side, Malik stared into the middle distance with vacant eyes. Against a nearby tree, Foreign Service Officer Arletta James 40 pressed a compress to a bleeding gash on her forehead. Arcer Chad Larson was flat on his back, his leg bandaged, a trickle of blood tracing a path from a cut above his brow. Bandages were wrapped tightly around his torso, but his eyes were sharp and alert. "Chad refused any pain medication," Nicole added. The wounded agent fixed his gaze on Duff. "Just the two of you?" "This is Sergeant Opoku from Rivcom. He got me here, but his unit is tied up securing what's left of the dam." Duff gave a weary shrug, water streaming from his hair. "We have a vehicle down on the road, but it's a bit of a trek from here." Larson grunted in pain. "Yeah, a trek isn't in the cards for me right now. Take the ambulance." Before Duff could process that, Isaac swept his flashlight beam further up the hill, illuminating another group. A dozen people, all local plant workers, huddled together. Some stood, others sat. One man had a crude bandage around his head, and a woman had fashioned a sling from her own shirt. Josh spotted the deputy plant operator among them. "You have 10 more people?" he asked, his heart sinking. "2 plant workers died in the crash," Chad confirmed. His voice strained. "These are the survivors." Nicole nodded toward them. "We couldn't have moved the injured or found this cover without their help." Josh acknowledged this with a tight nod. While relieved they were alive, a crushing new reality descended. He and Isaac were hopelessly outnumbered by the people needing rescue. Duff was still working out their next move when Martin Menza pushed through the dense undergrowth and approached Isaac. He spoke in clear English, Duff noted, probably for the benefit of the American team. "Sergeant, what's the situation at the dam?" "When I departed, there were at least 35 Revcom personnel, including the captain," Isaac reported. "We had no confirmed enemy inside the complex itself, but a search was being organized." Menza gave a slow nod. "And the explosive devices?" "The charges are still in place," Duff answered. "I have the computer with the activation codes. The facility has lost all power, however." Menza's head tilted slightly. "Lost power? How?" 2 RPG strikes hit the main switchyard. Everything went dark instantly. Menza ran a hand over his head, his voice dropping. "I need to return there immediately." Chad, lying on his side, interjected. "You and Isaac select the 3 most capable people here and get the ambassador back to Accra." "I'm not leaving you behind," Duff stated flatly. Chad gestured weakly. "We have 5 personnel, myself included, who are completely non-ambulatory. We'll load as many as we can into the truck," Duff countered. "I'll make a second trip for the rest." Chad shook his head firmly. "You take the ambassador, Ben, Malik, and Nicole. That's it. Everyone else stays. Just leave me 1 rifle." With 5 more years in diplomatic security, Chad was the senior agent, and with Jay gone, he was in command. "Listen," Duff argued. I don't know how long, Isaac cut in. This area has predators. Hippos near the river, snakes. Many dangers. Chad waved a dismissive hand, the other resting on the pistol on his chest. I'm not worried about a damn snake. From nearby, Dunnigan's voice, softened by pain medication, rose. Do I get a say in this? The technical answer was no diplomatic. Security could override an ambassador on security matters. But Duff knew Chad wouldn't pull rank. Ma'am, Chad began, I believe we should. Let's take everyone we possibly can, the ambassador insisted. Once we reach safety, we can dispatch help for those who remain. A call came from a hydroelectric worker further up the slope. Lights! In the trees! That direction! Duff and Isaac killed their flashlights. Peering down the hill, they saw the unmistakable flicker of vehicle beams. Those are headlights on the road, Isaac whispered. Looks like 4, maybe 5 trucks. Worst case 40 hostiles. Maybe they'll just drive past. Delph shook his head. They'll see our vehicle, they'll stop. They'll find the trail we made. He turned to Isaac. How do we get out of here? The sergeant merely shrugged. I don't know. I've never left the road in this area. I thought you were from around here. I didn't grow up in the jungle, man, Isaac replied, a hint of exasperation in his tone. My town is across the river. The N2 highway is east of us. A couple of kilometers, maybe. If we can reach it and secure transport, we can take it south over the Adomi Bridge and straight to the capital. Chad's voice was firm. We are not moving this group a couple of kilometers through this. All right, Duff said, turning to Menza. Can you and your people construct 5 stretchers? Martin scanned the area. Yes, but I'll need more materials from the crash site. Ben and Malik immediately volunteered to accompany him back down. Chad looked at Duff. What's the plan? We need to be prepared to displace, Duff said. Chad nodded in agreement. Let's get off the X. Conrad Tremaine waited in his truck with his 2 Sentinel operatives as 8 rebels from Bravo Quad vanished into the rainy jungle. A security team from Charlie's squad stood around their vehicle on the sodden road. Over the drumming of rain on the Toyota's roof, Junior spoke up. Anyone want to place a wager? Even odds, Tremaine replied. 10 minutes after spotting the Rivcom truck abandoned on the bridge, the team knew the crash site had to be nearby. Krellis pointed out that anyone investigating wouldn't park right next to the wreckage. Since there were no tire tracks indicating the truck had turned around, they concluded its occupants had driven past the helicopter, then gotten out and continued on foot. A quick radio call went out to the Dragons' convoy, and soon all 5 vehicles were in reverse, their high-powered flashlights cutting through the rain as they scanned the roadside for any sign of a recent entry point into the jungle. It was a slow process, but finally the last truck spotted freshly broken foliage on the north side of the road. The Delta Squad leader radioed for everyone to stop. The search team vanished into the trees. For a moment the beams from their 4 flashlights were visible, but soon even those were swallowed by the dense vegetation. The Liberian operative known as Copper approached Crillies' window, and the Dutchman rolled it down. Who went in? 8 men. Bravo, team. Copper gave a shrug. You want me to follow them? From the front passenger seat, Tremaine shook his head. Not yet. Let them secure the area first. If they can neutralize any threats, we'll move up. For now, hold position. We need to confirm if Duffy was on that bird, and we absolutely must retrieve the tablet. He sniffed dismissively. Can't rely on the Dragons to handle that properly. Who's Duffy? The one person who could ruin this entire operation. Just keep this road locked down. Copper nodded and moved back toward his truck, barking orders at the rebels scattered along the route, positioning them as sentries in the dark, wet night. From behind Tremaine, Junior spoke up. How do you think that truck found the helicopter in the first place? Probably just drove around until they picked up a radio signal. Which means someone's alive up there. Exactly. They listened to the radio chatter from the advancing squad. The leader reported the trail was narrow and steep in places, clearly hacked by the earlier arrivals. Tremaine mused, this plays out one of two ways. Either those 8 dragons overwhelm whoever's left up there and this ends quickly, or we're about to hear one hell of a firefight. And if the shooting gets intense enough, that's my proof that Josh Duffy is in the mix. Krellis asked. This Duffy, he's a soldier. Tremaine let out a short laugh. He's the kind of guy who's ice cold right up until the moment the bullets start flying. And then? Then he turns into an absolute madman, Junior added from the back. So, unhinged, you mean? A certified lunatic, Tremaine confirmed. Meanwhile, under the relentless downpour, Martin Menza and a few others were hastily constructing makeshift stretchers for the wounded. They lashed cordage around slender tree poles and secured netting to the frames. Duff watched, willing them to work faster, though he knew they were building better stretchers in less time than he ever could. Larson, now lying on his side on the muddy ground, called out, "Duff, have you tried your satellite phone?" Dunnigan clarified. "We can't reach either of our units." "They're both trapped under the helicopter wreckage." Duff pulled out his iridium phone. He assumed communications were still being jammed, as they had been since leaving the dam, but he hadn't checked in a while. He started to dial the ARSO at the embassy, then hesitated and decided to call a different contact instead. He fully expected another failed connection. Every attempt from the truck had been useless, but to his complete shock, the phone began to ring. He stuck a finger in his left ear to block out the pounding rain, pressed the phone tight to his right ear, and walked a few steps away from the group. After several rings, a click sounded on the line. "Gorski, Bob. It's Arso Duffy." "Jesus Christ, Duffy. Are you all secure?" "We are absolutely not secure. I can't even begin to describe it. We have casualties and wounded, and we're still right in the middle of it." "Who didn't make it?" Aldenburg. "Her entire team. You could search the river, but there's no chance anyone survived that impact." "Damn it, an impact!" "The president's helicopter got clear of the dam, but the other 2 weren't so fortunate. The U delegation's aircraft dropped 1,000 feet into the Volta River. I'm at the crash site of the American aircraft. Dunnigan is injured but breathing. Costa is gone. Larson looks pretty bad to me, though I suspect he'll hang on. Good Lord. What is going on out there?" Duff let his frustration take over. "Honestly, I have no idea, because I'm stuck hiding in this jungle during a thunderstorm." Gorski replied, "What you're caught in, it's part of a much larger coordinated assault. The city has lost power and an organized force is hitting police and military positions. They're armed with RPGs, mortars, rifles. My contacts on the ground believe it's Gem, probably coming from Nigeria," Duff said. "Well, up here we're facing rebels from Togoland, we believe. And you were right about Tremaine. I spoke to him on the radio. He's the one running this whole show." Gorski let out a low whistle. "I knew it." "What's their end game?" "Unclear, but one of the mercenaries mentioned the army wouldn't respond to the dam because they'd soon have more problems than they could manage." "Referring to the attacks in the city?" "I doubt it. Accra is hours away. The military there wouldn't be the first to respond to a crisis at the dam." "Do you still have a way to contact Tremaine?" "Yes, but I don't want him to know anyone survived the crash. It's a slim hope. He doesn't seem like the type to just call off the search, but right now it's the only play we have." "Smart move." Gorski paused, then added, "There's another piece on the board here." "What are you talking about?" "Tremaine isn't the mastermind behind something this large. He's a mercenary commander. He wouldn't bring in jihadists or recruit rebels on his own. There's a Chinese intelligence officer I've been tracking across Africa for years. I believe he's involved. But I can't get anyone here or at Langley to take the China angle seriously." "Where is he now?" "He vanished off the grid in Sierra Leone a while back, and I haven't picked up his trail since. When Tremaine was spotted in Togo last month, I came here on a hunch that something was building, and this Chinese operative was part of it. The moment the shooting started tonight, I thought this might be the opening move of a coup, so I sent a team from the Accra station to monitor the Chinese embassy for any unusual activity. It's locked down tight, so I'm thinking my guy has a different command post. Gorski's voice grew more intense. Trust me, what's unfolding is all the hallmarks of an operation run by this man and his network. How can you be sure? The social media campaign boosting Professor Ando and the Togoland rebel, the hacking of the internet providers, and the national cell network. I'd stake my life on it being him, and I'd bet everything that he's here. Here in Ghana, here in Accra. That's how he operated in the Central African Republic and Sierra Leone. He prefers to be near the action, overseeing everything personally, like a conductor on a stage. Isaac emerged from the rain beside Duff, his expression tense. More lights. Headed this way, Duff said. Bob, we might be minutes away from a gunfight. If I make it through, I'll call you back when possible. You just focus on keeping yourself and your team alive. I'll update diplomatic security on your status. One last thing, Bob. Do you have any word on all the family members? Yeah, everything is quiet on that front for now. The analyst from the Accra station was on the line, assuring me that all the residences were secure, and every person in the city was accounted for. I asked about Iris Gardens specifically. He explained he'd been operating from the Movenpick Hotel, relying on radio reports, and hadn't personally visited any of the safe houses. Don't worry about your family, he added. They're perfectly safe. When I pressed about the possibility of military support, the answer was grim. Planes from Sigonella could be here in roughly 5 hours, plus mobilization time, but with communications in chaos and the situation in the city unclear, no orders had been given. Since there were no direct threats to the embassy yet, everyone was adopting a wait-and-see approach, hoping the crisis would just fizzle out. Completely idiotic, I muttered. No argument here, the voice replied. But nobody's raised the alarm for the ambassador yet. I'll do that the moment we hang up, and with any luck, it'll get birds in the air. It's obvious, Bob. They need to send in the Marines. Yeah, well, everyone thought Benghazi was obvious too. Look how that turned out. Good luck, kid. You're on your own for the time being. The line went dead. I stowed the satellite phone in my pack and returned to the others to find Chad propped up, staring down the slope. Those aren't vehicle lights, he stated flatly. They're flashlights. Troops are sweeping the jungle. I had to agree with his assessment. We're going to have to make a stand here. Damn it. Dunnigan slurred from her spot on the ground. Nicole moved closer to her husband. Josh, wait. You don't know those are hostile forces. It could be a rescue team. She had a point. I quickly reopened my pack, retrieved the radio taken from the fallen Russian operative, and powered it on. After a few seconds of static, a voice broke through, speaking English with a distinct local accent. We're close now. I can smell burnt plastic probably from the wiring. Another voice, unmistakably Conrad Tremaine's, responded, Understood. Proceed. I turned the volume all the way down and reluctantly dropped the radio back into the pack. The intelligence was valuable, but without an earpiece, the speaker was a liability that could give away our position. I looked at Larson, then to Dunnigan. All right. Duffy is now the agent in charge of your security detail. I exchanged a worried glance with Nicole, but she gave a firm nod. It'll take them several minutes to reach the crash site, I said. I'll take Isaac, Ben, and Malik down there to welcome them. Everyone else stays here. No lights, no sound. To Nicole, I added, take Isaac's medical kit. Do what you can to patch everyone up for a trek through the jungle. I'll splint the fractures and get everyone bandaged, at least, she agreed. But she hesitated, her concern evident. You have no idea how many of them are out there. How can you possibly— It doesn't matter, I interrupted. We'll handle it. Once we can improvise some stretchers, we'll start moving the wounded, but that takes time. What we really need are vehicles and proper equipment, and there's only one place nearby to get them. Dunnigan, slowed by the pain medication, blinked up at me. "Where?" "At some point," I said. "We're going to have to go down there and commandeer a couple of their trucks." Nicole tilted her head, confused. "How do you know they have trucks?" "You haven't seen the condition of that road," I replied. Duff, Ben, Malike, and Isaac reached the scar in the jungle left by the helicopter crash. They fanned out along the northern tree line, each finding cover behind a thick trunk. Duff peered around the side of a meter-wide tree, looking down the rain-soaked hillside. Below, the beams from multiple flashlights cut through the darkness, dancing between the trees. The light glinted off broad palm leaves and sparked in the countless puddles dotting the verdant jungle floor. Duff sensed the enemy was near, maybe just 30 feet from breaking into the clearing. In moments the rebels would spot the downed helicopter, and then chaos would erupt. He counted 4 distinct flashlight beams slicing through the downpour, a hopeful sign that only 4 shooters were approaching the crash site, though he knew better than to rely on that. The 4 defenders had no means of communication beyond gunfire. The drumming rain made even whispers useless, but Duff figured there wasn't much left to coordinate anyway. He'd paired himself with Isaac as one fire team, each covering the other during reloads, while Malike and Ben formed the second team. They were spaced about 15 feet apart, a decent ambush line given the miserable conditions and the lack of time. Just before the lights entered the clearing, Duff pulled back behind his tree. He trusted the others would do the same, all waiting for his first shot to unleash the attack. He heard voices, not English or Russian. That much was clear, and he focused on the sound, willing them closer. A flashlight beam washed over the far side of his tree, its glare casting long distorted shadows into the wet jungle behind him. He held his breath until the light swept away, probing toward the wrecked aircraft. Finally, Duff shouldered his rifle, edged out from cover just enough to raise his weapon, and dropped to one knee. Sighting on the nearest light, he flicked off the safety and squeezed the trigger. Almost in unison, the other 3 men opened up. The gunfire shook the hillside. Enemy shots sparked in reply, and Duff pressed tighter against the bark while still exposing enough of his right side to fight effectively. The distinctive, slower crack of Isaac's arc told him his new friend was firing with discipline, while the 2 M4s in Ben and Malike's hands rattled off controlled bursts. He watched one flashlight cartwheel through the air and go dark. Then a second and a third beam dropped to the mud, still shining. But the 4th light winked out as its bearer ducked behind the helicopter. The man vanished, and Duff knew he'd need his own weapon light to find him. But before he could switch it on, more shooting erupted. It quickly became obvious there were more than 4 men down there. Several muzzle flashes bloomed from the darkness, away from the original beams. Isaac shouted, "Cover!" signaling he needed to reload, but Duff's own rifle ran dry at the same instant. He dropped it, yanked out his Beretta, and kept firing into the clearing below. Had nearly emptied the pistol's magazine when Isaac's ache roared back to life, giving Duff the chance to reload. He spun behind the tree to slap in a fresh mag, then shifted to the opposite side, dropping to his left knee and leaning out around the trunk. A muzzle flash blinked from behind the helicopter. Through a shattered window he detected movement and realized that Shooter hadn't used the aircraft's bulky engine for cover. Duff flipped his selector to full OO and hosed the helicopter's thinner fuselage with a long burst. When he stopped, no return fire came his way. He clicked on his weapon light, swept it across the clearing, and counted 5 bodies. There had been more shooters than that, he was sure of it, so he ducked back, expecting any survivors to fire at the new light source. But no shots came. In under a minute, it was over. Duff turned his light on again and scanned the scene. He didn't spot any other bodies, but guessed the remaining fighters might be slumped in the opposite tree line, dead or wounded, and he had no intention of going to look for them. He lifted the Russian's radio from his belt, switching it on with the volume low and pressing it to his ear. Tremaine's voice sent a cold shiver through him. "Bravo Squad, report." After a moment of silence, the transmission crackled again. "Alpha Squad, you're up." Ben and Malik rejoined Duff and Isaac, and the four men moved into the clearing to gather weapons and ammunition from the fallen. Duff approached the first body, using his rifle barrel to prod the man's chest, checking for any sign of life. Confirming the enemy was dead, he knelt, taking the AK-47 from around the man's neck and 2 full magazines from his vest. As he started to rise, he noticed a high-explosive fragmentation grenade clipped to the weapon. Duff secured it, then moved to the others, collecting ammunition and grenades until the group was ready to leave the grim scene and head back up the hill. Comrade Tremaine had just instructed Copper to send 8 more men toward the crash site when a sudden thought struck him. He turned to Junior in the back seat. "Find Copper on the road. Tell him to switch to channel 44. Relay that to all remaining squad leaders." He clenched his jaw, the frustration evident. "Duff is up there, and he still has Belava's radio." Junior nodded and slipped out into the rain. Tremaine himself stepped from the vehicle, standing in the downpour as fury simmered within him. He should have been en route to Accra by now, coordinating with his other forces, working to keep the dragons operational until they reached the capital. Instead, he was here, boots sinking in the mud, staring up at a dark hillside and wondering how he'd had the spectacularly bad luck to cross paths with Josh Duffy on this particular night. Tremaine was furious, but not worried. Losing the computer to Belave had been a mess born from a chain of unlucky breaks, but he had 24 rebels and 4 mercenaries here. No matter who Duff had with him at that crash site, no matter if a couple of Revcom personnel had made it up to help, it didn't change a thing soon enough. Tremaine would be standing over Duff's lifeless body, the computer firmly in his grasp. Junior returned a minute later. "Copper, Charlie, and Delta have switched channel. Alpha is still on the hill using the old frequency." Tremaine keyed the mic. "Charlie, this is Condor. Follow Alpha's trail up the hill double time. Move through their path and link up. Once you do, order them to switch to 44. A confirmation came back. He clicked the talk button again. "Copper, I want everyone else securing this road. Anyone left up there might try to come down looking for a vehicle." After Copper acknowledged, Tremaine looked at the 2 men by the truck. "You 2 monitor 44 for update. I'm staying on 24 to have a little chat with Duff." "Talk to him?" Junior asked. But Tremaine was already turning away, walking up the road toward the Rivcom car parked on the far side of the bridge. Back at the crash site, the 5 survivors who couldn't walk had been placed on makeshift stretchers fashioned from forest branches, vines, and materials salvaged from the helicopter cordage, netting, and tarps. A few ropes, nets, hand tools, and other items remained scattered around. Duff told Martin they couldn't leave anything behind that might aid the enemy in tracking them. The deputy plant operator and several employees slung equipment over their shoulders, stuffed tools into pockets and Duff's backpack, and even gathered bloodied bandages that had been discarded. The mood was tense but focused, a shared determination settling over the group as they prepared to move out, leaving the wreckage behind. Under normal circumstances, a stretcher would require 4 bearers, 1 at each corner. Duff, however, was working with 13 souls, not 20. He assigned 4 women to carry a wounded plant technician. Ben and Malik shouldered the ambassador, while 2 dam workers took Chad Larson. Duff and Nicole lifted the litter bearing Foreign Service Officer Arletta James. The final injured plant worker was supported by his 3 remaining colleagues. Morphine had been administered to all the critically wounded except Larson, leaving most of them mercifully unconscious. The group set off eastward, keeping parallel to the distant highway. Isaac led a flashlight in one hand and his machete in the other, hacking a path through the clinging vines and broad leaves. Duff followed close behind, his boots stamping down brush to widen the trail for those carrying the litters. Had intercepted the transmission between the rebels and their mercenary commander on the road below, which gave him a grim timeline, about 10 minutes before the next wave of attackers would reach the crash site. His ragtag procession couldn't move quickly, but he hoped 10 minutes of hard effort might put 50 yards of jungle between them and the crash. If the rebels struggled to pick up their trail in the pitch dark, that distance might buy them precious time. After 5 minutes of grueling progress, Duff decided to risk checking the captured radio. He lowered his end of the litter, pulled the walkie-talkie from his pack, and turned up the volume. A familiar voice crackled through immediately. Condor for Duff, over. Condor for Duff. A cold knot tightened in his gut. Tremaine knew, or at least strongly suspected, he was here. Condor for Duff, over. Duff hooked the radio back onto his sling, keeping the volume low, and urged the group forward with renewed urgency. Tremaine's voice was a dry, amused rasp in his ear. "I know you're out there and in range." When Duff offered no reply, the man continued, "You've been listening in, haven't you? Bloody good job." Duff fought the visceral urge to key the mic and scream back. "Crazy day, eh?" Tremaine mused. "You're racking up one hell of a body count tonight, brother. Must feel just like the old days in the sandbox. Or maybe that messy business south of the border." Duff remained silent, focusing on the shadow of Isaac ahead and the labored breathing of the carriers behind him. "You always were an odd one," Tremaine pressed on, his tone almost conversational. "A nice bloke, a people-pleaser, but a stone-cold killer, too. And, kid, from what I just heard up on that hill, you haven't changed a bit." He was fishing, trying to lure Duff into a dialogue. From behind, Nicole whispered, "Just ignore him, Josh." But Tremaine's words were as persistent as the dripping jungle canopy. "Don't go quiet on me, mate. We had ourselves a good chat earlier. Hey, you know how I'm sure you can hear me? What just happened up there that wasn't the work of some diplomatic security team or you paper pushers? No, mate, that was a full-on professional ambush. The kind planned and executed by a cutthroat. An old-school merc. Maybe you had a little help, but your devil of a mind is running this shot. And if you're up there, you are definitely monitoring our chatter." The Americans and Ghanaians pressed on, a somber parade. Somewhere higher on the hillside, a howler monkey shrieked into the night. Isaac carefully used the flat of his machete to sweep aside a massive rain-drenched spiderweb from the group's path. Tremaine was relentless. "Remember J-Bat? You, me, Gordon, Carruth. The Tali had us cornered, a technical with a mounted pod just chewing the wall we were hiding behind into splinters. We were about to be overrun. I was seriously considering eating my pistol. We were done for. Then you, by yourself, sprinted across open ground to another pod. You turned those bastards into paste, like it was a Tuesday morning drill. You wasted half the lot. We lost Carruth. A tough break, but you got us out of there." Duff remained silent. That scorching afternoon in Afghanistan replayed in his mind, a scene that still visited his dreams. "And yet," Tremaine went on, "Duff, that evening back at the compound, you acted like it was just another day. No distant stare, no bottle of whiskey, no late-night tears. We'd argued at the scene. You were furious with me, but later I watched you devour a plate of red beans and rice and laugh at some sitcom on TV, the easiest guy in the room. Everything you did that day, and on so many others just like it. You sealed it all away, forced it down deep, so everyone would think you were fine. But I saw through it. I know exactly what you are." Duff was acutely aware of Nicole just a few steps behind him, hearing every word. "Tell me, mate," Tremaine pressed. "You over the night sweats from Afghanistan yet? From Syria? Lebanon? Or has that mess in the Sierra Madre Mountains taken over your nightmares now? Maybe what's happening tonight will just be another layer to bury it all under." Isaac kept hacking at the foliage, and Duff focused on managing the stretcher through the dense brush, the physical labor pulling a part of his mind away from the voice on the radio. "I know your type," Tremaine continued. "Good at the job, but not built for the life. You'll kick ass in some forgotten corner of the world, and if you walk away from her, which you won't, you'll have plenty of folks wanting to buy you a drink and clap you on the back. But what comes after, mate? Guys like me, we savor the memories. We live for them. But you, Duff, you aren't wired to handle the weight of all that killing. You're no assassin. You're just a man drowning in deep water." Duff kept walking, wincing at the choice forming in his mind. Then he halted. "Isaac, trade with me." From behind, Nicole's voice was sharp. "Josh, don't." Isaac took the stretcher. Duff grabbed the machete with one hand and keyed the mic with the other. "Appreciate the free session, Tremaine. Why don't you come up here and I'll return the favor?" "Josh, stop engaging him. That's what he wants," Nicole urged. A flashlight beam cut through the trees far behind them, snapping Duff out of the moment. He pushed forward. Tremaine's voice came again. "There's a way out for you and whoever's with you. I want Bet Computer. You find a way to hand it over, and I'm gone." Duff kept slogging through the rain-soaked undergrowth. He said, "Bad news, Condor. Your Russian was carrying the tablet in his chest rig. When I put those rounds into him, I shot right through it. It's gone. What a pity. Come show me, and we can have a proper laugh about it." The light behind them seemed to grow brighter, as if their pursuers had found their trail and were closing in faster. "Going to have to decline. Listen, the agency knows about your Chinese contact, about the jihadist strike in Accra. They know you're here. If I were yes about that computer and more about getting the hell out of Ghana." The silence stretched longer this time, and through it Duff caught a new sound ahead. Not just rain, but the distinct rush of flowing water. Finally, Tremaine responded. "I don't know what you're talking about, Duff. No Chinese, no jihadis. It's just you and me out here." Duff halted the ragged group, and they lowered the stretchers. He pulled out his flashlight, cupped his hand over the lens, and switched it on. By the faint glow through his fingers, he could make out a powerful stream cutting downhill. It was roughly 40 feet across, moving fast, swollen with storm runoff from the higher slopes. "Duff," Tremaine's voice crackled over the radio. "You copy? I need you to write something down." Duff keyed the mic. "I'll level with you. I don't have anything to write with." "Funny. Use Beloved's blood, then. Carve it into your arm." "For what? It's a number you're going to want tomorrow, assuming you survive the night." Duff fumbled for his phone, opening a notes app to type it in. He bit back any retort, refusing to show a hint of weakness. "So, does this mean your guys are backing off?" "Not a chance. You know what I'm after. If you somehow slip through the net tonight, you might want to dial that number." "Why?" "So we can talk. Privately. And maybe reach an understanding." "What kind of understanding?" "You hand over what I need, and I disappear from your life forever. I'm not giving you the codes back, ever. You will for the right price. No amount of cash. I'm not talking about money. Condor, out." A cold dread settled in Duff's stomach. He didn't know the extent of Tremaine's knowledge, but if Chinese intelligence was involved, they could easily uncover his children's location in Ghana. His gaze snapped to Nicole, and the shared fear in her eyes was a silent confirmation. "We have to get back to them, Josh," she said, her voice heavy. He shoved the radio away and moved to Chad, kneeling as the pursuing lights drew nearer. "There's a stream," Duff said, pointing. "Fast current, but maybe manageable. We have maybe 5 minutes before they're on us, unless we try something insane." "Like what?" "Use the water. Ride it down the mountain. Do we know where it leads?" We left the truck by a small bridge. I'm hoping this dumps us out there. If not, well, it gets us away from here. Martin Mensa had been listening. "It could drown us all," Nicole added. "Even if it does lead to the road, the rebels will be there. And Tremaine's men." Duff nodded. "True. We'll have to fight our way out regardless. But I'd rather fight on solid ground." A flash of lightning illuminated the churning water for the first time. "You make it sound simple," Nicole murmured. He leaned close, his whisper for her alone. "That's because I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing." She wrapped an arm around his shoulders as they stared at the torrent. "You'll figure it out." He shook his head, the facade dropping completely. "I'm flying blind, Nick. This is the only move I've got. I trust you." The others closed in, Ben and Malik raising their rifles toward the scattered, advancing lights. Duff addressed the group. "We're getting in. The current will carry us down. It looks okay here, at least. I'll go first with a light. I'll try to get a line up just past the bridge, maybe 200 yards down. Grab it when you pass under and pull yourselves out." Watching the enemy lights fan out through the trees, they were deploying no longer, just following the trail. "This is going to be miserable," he told them, "but it's better than the alternative. Hold on to the wounded on the stretchers, or hold on to each other. I'm going first with the flashlight." The ambassador stirred, her voice faint. "What if I miss the bridge?" Duff managed a thin smile. "You'll know. The rain will stop for a second. That means you're under it." Dunnigan gave a slow, grim nod. "Understood. Ma'am, you've been given something for the pain, so you'll be a bit out of it. Ben and Malik are with you. Let one of them handle the rope line. Your only job is to stay on that stretcher." He addressed the others. "Once we start down, complete silence. The road will have rebels. We can handle them, but only if we keep the element of surprise." His eyes found Martin. "I need rope." The deputy manager pulled a coil of nylon cord from a duffel and passed it over. Nicole's voice was tight with worry. "Josh, your leg?" Using his knife, he cut a 6-foot length. He wound it tightly below his left knee, securing it with a firm knot. He met her gaze. "It'll have to do. It's all I can manage right now." To the group, he instructed, "Give me a 30-second lead so I can secure the line on the other side." He looked at his wife one last time. "Good luck!" Shouts echoed from the west. The lights were blindingly close now, the enemy mere minutes away. Nicole silently formed the words, "I love you," and then he stepped into the current. Finding his balance was a struggle, his prosthesis making every movement a calculated risk. He was a third of the way across, the water chilling him to the waist when he turned back. Through the trees, he could see the dark shapes of his group, backlit by the approaching flashlight beams. He fought to hold his position, aiming for the stream's center, but just as the others began hauling on the makeshift netting litters, a sudden surge of rainwater from the hills above swept his legs from under him. The current grabbed him, pulling him swiftly downstream into the deepening darkness. Kang Shikun savored a Highland single malt, his gaze fixed through the open balcony doors on the city to the south. The night was a void, a light rain persisting under moonless, cloud-choked skies. For over 3 hours Haj Zahidi's forces had been fighting across Accra, and Kang watched the distant fires bloom like malignant flowers. His reports indicated the police were in a defensive crouch, the streets deserted, and that the extremists had even bloodied the nose of Southern Command troops. While his plans at the dam were unraveling, the march on Accra was proceeding with unsettling smoothness. A series of shortwave messages confirmed Sentinel and the dragons of western Togoland were advancing south on 2 highways, meeting scant resistance thanks to the nation's shattered communications. He took another sip, the smoky flavor a small comfort. Chen Jiet entered, placing a single-page report he'd requested on his desk. He didn't read it, merely acknowledging it with a glance. As she turned to leave, he stopped her. "Miss? Sir? Are you feeling unwell?" She turned back, her eyes carefully avoiding his. "No, sir. I'm fine." He studied her. She looked drained, her complexion wan. "You are taking your malaria prophylaxis?" She gave a nervous nod, her focus on the floor. "Every morning, sir." "And your yellow fever vaccination? Administered in Beijing 2 weeks before my deployment, sir." He let the silence stretch, his evaluation lingering. Is there something else, sir?" she ventured. The satellite phone on his desk rang, cutting through the quiet. "No, thank you," he dismissed her, his attention already on the caller ID. Gia slipped out as he answered, his voice a blade of cold expectation. "I'm waiting to hear that you have resolved your issue and are back on schedule, moving toward Accra." Conrad Tremaine, however, was in no mood for status updates. His demand came sharp and clear. First, you tell me what the hell is happening in the city." Kang's brow furrowed in irritation. Kang considered how Tremaine had uncovered the information, and, more critically, how much he truly understood. He replied, "I've been monitoring similar updates. It appears to be a severe public disturbance, undoubtedly triggered by the ongoing blackouts." "A disturbance? Those are extremist militants. And your source for that?" "The Central Intelligence Agency." Kang deliberately took a drink of his whiskey. "So you're now in direct contact with the CI?" "Hardly. I spoke with Duffy. According to him, the agency is aware of Sentinel, China's role, and the Nigerian radicals currently causing chaos in the city." Kang responded, "If the agency knows about Sentinel, then they are aware, or will soon discover, that your team consists largely of ex-Vonra personnel, Russians linked to the Ministry of Defense. Every piece of evidence, the social media operations, the signal jamming, the cyber intrusions, carries a Russian signature. Moscow will bear the blame, not Beijing." He continued, his tone shifting to one of detached practicality. "Now, if they have identified you, that becomes your personal complication. Should anyone possess proof of your presence, ensuring their silence would be a prudent course of action." Tremaine ignored the suggestion. "Stop lying to me. You were aware of these attacks in the capital. In fact, you orchestrated them." Kang answered with icy calm. "General Boatlang arrives tomorrow morning. If Southern Command hasn't neutralized these combatants by then, Central Command will handle it upon deployment. Why in hell didn't you inform me this coup had a second front? Your focus was required on your primary objective. Frankly, even without the complications here, your mission execution has been lacking." Tremaine's voice tightened. "You're employing jihadist fanatics. They're slaughtering people indiscriminately." "I'm not employing them." "Rubbish. You command my unit, you command Ado's forces. You cannot expect me to believe the third group attacking simultaneously is somehow independent." Kang gave a dismissive shrug, weary of the debate. "Believe what you wish. Perhaps they simply seized an opportunity after learning of the EU personnel assassinations." He allowed a faint, cold smile. "So you could argue you brought this upon yourself." "Absolute rubbish. Ghana's Muslim community doesn't harbor an armed extremist faction. Those bastards came from Burkina Faso or Nigeria. Well, if you encounter one, perhaps you should ask for his travel documents. You knew I'd never agree to collaborate if I understood we were aligning with jihadists." Kang remained impassive. "We are both fully invested now, Mr. Tremaine. I recommend we cooperate to conclude this successfully." The South African exhaled heavily over the line. "Did you acquire the intelligence I requested?" Kang retrieved a single page from his desk, the report Gia had just delivered, and settled his glasses. After a brief review, he said, "The State Department employee, Joshua Duffy. He has been stationed in Accra for only 2 weeks. Prior to this, he was based in the Washington, D.C. area. His wife, Nicole Duffy, is also a Foreign Service officer at the embassy." "What else?" Scanning further, Kang read he uses a prosthetic. "His left leg was amputated below the knees 6 years ago." "That isn't useful to me." Uncertain of Tremaine's specific interest, Kang continued until he found the relevant details. "I have his residential address in the cantonments district. The file also notes he has 2 dependents." A single word came through. "Children?" "Correct. A daughter, age 9, named Amanda. A son, age 6, named Harold." After a deliberate pause, Kang added, "But if you are entertaining any notions," Tremaine cut him off, "I am returning to the mission, Kang." Immediately, Kang's expression tightened with irritation, a rare crack in his usual composure. "I cannot afford further delays," he said flatly. After ending the call with Tremaine, he remained seated, swirling his scotch as he gazed into the darkness. To the southwest, sporadic flashes of light roughly 2 miles away signaled a fierce firefight near Burma camp, the primary base for Southern Command, where Zaya proxies were clashing with security forces. Kang paid it little mind, turning his attention northward instead. He was waiting for his rebel contingent to arrive, and after that for Bodang's troops from Kumasi to sweep down and eliminate them. For the first time in hours, Josh Duffy wasn't preoccupied with the threat of a gunshot. Drowning, snapping his neck in the rapids, becoming hopelessly lost in the jungle until he starved, or leading the group, including the woman he loved, to a grim end. Those were the fears that crowded his mind now. A bullet to the head almost seemed trivial by comparison. Floating on his back in the Russian current, the packed head taken from the fallen Russian at the dam gave him just enough buoyancy to stay afloat. He struggled to hold the flashlight, his hand cupped over the lens to shield its glow. For a moment the water carried him smoothly, but then his legs scraped against submerged rock, and the distant roar of crashing water grew louder ahead. Rapids, he was heading straight for them. Duff curled into a tighter ball and sent up a silent prayer. A sudden burst of lightning revealed dense jungle crowding both banks, but the stream curved just ahead, hiding whatever lay beyond. The current swept him forward, then over a short ledge drop of about 5 feet, and at the bottom he was plunged under water. The rifle on his back slammed against stone, and a jagged branch raked his left forearm, opening a nasty 3-inch gash. Pain ripped through him. He gasped and swallowed a mouthful of cold water before being tossed into another churning set of rapids. Only the waterproof backpack kept him near the surface now. As harrowing as his own ordeal was, a deeper terror gripped him. 18 others would be following this same treacherous path any minute, many of them already badly wounded. He managed to roll onto his back again, clutching the pack to his chest. His rifle now dragged along the stream bed, tethered only by a frayed sling tangled in the pack's buckles. Rain hammered his face as he sped downstream. Then a light. He hadn't been in the water more than 3 minutes when a bridge came into view. Vehicle headlights from a road on his right lit the structure above, but he saw no one stationed there, and Isaac's truck was nowhere in sight. Duff angled himself toward the eastern bank, drifting under the bridge. Just past it, he flipped onto his stomach and kicked desperately for shore, grasping for anything to hold. About 20 yards downstream from the bridge, the current slowed near the bank. Here he finally hauled himself onto land. Finding his footing on his uninjured leg, he staggered out of the water, pulling the nylon rope free as he moved. Groping in the dark, his hands found a sturdy, low-hanging branch. He looped the rope just above where it emerged from the mud and rock, whispering the old mnemonic to himself as he tied a bowline. The rabbit comes up out of a hole, runs around the tree, and goes back down into its hole. With one end secured, he waded back into the stream and immediately lost his balance. His right knee struck a sharp rock, and he tumbled into the current. Swimming hard against the flow, he was still carried over 20 yards downstream before he reached the opposite bank. There he grabbed a moss-slick boulder, pulled himself up, and located another solid limb to fasten the rope. He finished securing a taut line just above the surface of the stream, a diagonal lifeline that would catch anyone coming downstream. Even if they missed the rope, they'd likely snag on it. Cupping his hand over his flashlight to dim the beam, he aimed it upstream and stepped back into the current, waving the light side to side. Within moments, 2 figures emerged under the bridge and seized the line. Both were plant workers, looking dazed and soaked, but without serious injury. He braced the rope, wading out to guide them to the bank. Once they were safe, he stayed put in the strong current, ready to catch anyone who might slip by. In less than a minute he had everyone, though new injuries were now apparent. Cuts and bruises were visible. Minsa mentioned to Duff that he'd twisted his ankle when it got wedged between rocks in the rapid. Moreover, every person who had been on the stretcher had been pulled off during the crossing, but all 5 non-ambulatory survivors had been held tightly by others as their makeshift litters drifted away. Isaac hurried after the floating stretchers, figuring they'd still be needed to carry the wounded up to the road. He managed to snag 2 just before they tumbled over a small waterfall and smashed into a jumble of shallow rocks. Nicole did a quick head count and reported to Duff that the entire group was now gathered on the western bank, roughly 25 yards south of the bridge, towering above them. Conrad Tremaine approached Copper's vehicle, rain streaming from the brim of his bush hat. The Liberian stood by the hood, now wearing a raincoat, though he was undoubtedly drenched. He held his walkie-talkie, waiting for an update from the men on the hill. The 8 soldiers of Delta Squad remained on the road, securing the 5 vehicles, and Tremaine noted that Copper was keeping his rebels in line fairly well, especially impressive given that a quarter of their force had just been wiped out. Tremaine told Copper, "Plans have changed. My team and I are pulling out. We're taking the N2 south to Accra. You wrap things up here with 2nd Platoon and then hit the road." "Understood. You're searching for a white male, 36 years old. Missing his left leg below the knee, probably has a prosthetic. He should have a Gatic tablet computer with him. I need a photo of his dead face, and that physical device, both delivered to the safe house in Accra by sunrise." Copper responded, "I'll head up there myself as soon as they have bodies to identify." "Good." A radio transmission crackled on both men's devices. Alpha Squad to Copper over. The Liberian keyed his mic. "Copper here, go ahead." "We lost them at a stream. Did they cross to the other side?" "Possibly. We'll have to cross to know for sure." Copper snapped into his radio, then what's the delay? "Move." "Yes, sir." "Standing by." When Copper looked back, he saw Tremaine already walking through the rain toward his Toyota pickup. Duff helped all the non-combatants take cover behind a cluster of large boulders that shielded them from the road. The wounded were moved as gently as possible, but the terrain was treacherous. While carrying Chad Larson, Duff's prosthetic foot slipped on a moss-covered rock, sending him into the water and jolting Chad's injured leg. The injured Arso choked back a scream of agony. Duff offered a morphine shot by way of apology, but the Arso refused once more. Moments after they found cover, everyone near the stream heard an engine roar to life, and the lights on the bridge grew brighter. A pickup truck with its headlights on rolled slowly into view. It maneuvered around the parked Rivcon truck on the far side, then accelerated away with a deep growl from its V8 engine. Malik and Ben raised their rifles toward the bridge, but no other vehicles followed. The glow from the west confirmed more vehicles, and likely more people were ahead. Duff clawed his way up the muddy embankment, one hand gripping rocks, the other never letting his rifle waver from the ready position. Reaching the southwest corner of the bridge, he glanced back. Isaac's truck sat on the right, its tail lights starkly lit by the headlights of an unseen vehicle to the left. Duff knew crossing that open ground to the truck would put him in plain sight of any road security. He risked a look westward, spotting headlights maybe 40 yards off, but the pouring rain made it impossible to tell if more vehicles lurked behind that one. He slid back down to the others. Nicole was crouched beside Ben and Isaac, her AK-47 trained up toward the road. "Listen," Duff said, rainwater streaking down his face. "We've got at least 8 hostiles on the hill searching for us. I don't know, the strength on this road could be another 8. Could be 3 times that. Regardless, if we're taking their vehicles to get out of here, we have to go through them, and we have to do it before the team on the hill circles back down." Ben asked. "Fatch the play, L-shaped ambush. Then Molly take the tree line on this side. One of you at 10 meters, the other at 15. Find a good angle on the road. Shiate on my shot." Though both Ghanaians were wounded, they shouldered their rifles and vanished instantly into the dense, wet foliage. Duff turned to Isaac. "You stay on this side. Lay fire straight down the road toward those lights. I'll go back under the bridge and do the same from the north side." "What about me?" Nicole asked, her voice tight. Duff wiped his face, his expression a mix of resolve and reluctant acceptance. "Okay." He dug into his pack, handing her 2 extra AR magazines and a fragmentation grenade. "You're with me. We'll both go under the bridge and fire from there." He distributed a pair of grenades to Isaac, kept 2 for himself, and they all moved into position. Copper was standing in the darkened road, speaking with the Delta Squad leader, when his walkie-talkie crackled to life. "Copper, this is Alpha. No trail on the east bank of the stream. They might have moved downstream. What are your orders? The Liberian commander looked up. 50 meters ahead, the bridge and the Rivcom truck beyond it were just visible. He swiftly raised his rifle, then shouted over the drumming jungle rain to the men around him. "Charlie Squad, get lights on the water near that bridge." Now, rebels began sprinting past him, weapons raised as they used the lead vehicle's headlights to advance toward the bridge. Duff settled into his position on the far side of the bridge, finding a jutting rock to use as a steady rest for his rifle magazine while lying prone. Nicole knelt behind a tree just to his right, her weapon aimed out the side. He lined up his sights on the glaring headlights, seeing nothing but blinding brightness behind them, and prepared to fire. Then he caught movements, shadows dancing, men running forward. "Hold fire," he whispered to Nicole, but Isaac, Ben, and Malak were too far away to hear. He could only hope they'd stick to the plan and wait for his shot. His intent was to funnel this rebel group right into the kill zone of his L-shaped ambush. But if anyone fired too soon, they'd lose the chance to catch the enemy completely exposed. He aimed at the lead shadow, a mere silhouette charging forward, and then the man switched on a flashlight. Duff didn't know if he was the squad leader, but in that moment he decided this man would be the first to fall. When they were just 50 feet from the bridge, Duff knew they'd be directly in line with Malak and Ben concealed in the tree line. He clicked off his rifle's safety and settled his finger on the trigger. Copper's voice crackled urgently over the radio. "All squads on the hill. Move down here now, double time. Enemy is flanking us along the stream." His team leaders in the jungle acknowledged and began their rush back. Copper scrambled toward the bed of his truck to retrieve an ARP light machine gun, figuring the extra firepower would be crucial for the men converging on the bridge. His hand had just closed around the weapon stock when a sharp burst of gunfire erupted on the road ahead. He snapped his head up to see muzzle flashes lighting up the darkness both at the bridge and in the trees to the right. He threw himself behind the truck, dragging the heavy machine gun with him. Working fast, he deployed the bipod to steady the weapon on the ground, then rolled into position behind the left rear tire. To the east, the firing was relentless, a chaotic mix of AK-47s, some spraying wildly, others firing with disciplined, deadly precision. Duff emptied his Kalashnikov's magazine, slammed in a fresh one, and cycled the bolt with his left hand. Beside him, Nicole fired in careful, measured bursts to conserve ammunition. When Duff resumed shooting up the road, she called for cover to reload. Duff could see figures down in the road about 50 feet away, but new muzzle flashes were sparking farther back. Some of the enemy had scrambled into the trees on his right. He grabbed a grenade, stripped the tape from the spoon, and pulled the pin, letting it cook for a couple of seconds in his hand. He then sidearmed it as hard as he could into the trees, where it detonated with a concussive blast. Almost immediately, a fully automatic machine gun firing from at least 50 yards away began hammering their position with short, controlled bursts, forcing Duff to roll right to join Nicole behind the thick tree trunk. He spotted Isaac still firing from across the bridge. The Rivcom officer had solid cover. Even Shad Larson, despite what looked like terrible wounds, had managed to crawl up the bank to the road with an AK and was laying down covering fire for Isaac. The machine gun Duff was sure it was an RPK kept barking, free-bedding bark and branches all around them, but the gunner seemed to be firing from behind the left side of a vehicle, lacking a clean angle on Isaac and Chad. Duff grabbed his wife's shoulder, pulling her deeper behind the tree, then leaned in to shout over the din of gunfire and pounding rain. "Get a grenade ready for me, but stay down." He knew his only chance of reaching that machine gun with a frig from this distance was a Hail Mary throw, hoping for a lucky skidding bounce to carry it the rest of the way. He shouted across to Isaac, "Hey, pour a whole magazine into that lead vehicle." From the shadows behind his rock, Isaac gave a quick nod. His ache erupted, firing round after round. The vehicle's headlights shattered into darkness, and a moment later the Yarbug the road fell silent. Seizing the opening, Duff stepped out from behind the tree, hurled the grenade Nicole had prepared with all his strength, and ducked back. The explosion followed, but when he looked, he saw it had bounced off the road and detonated harmlessly in the trees 30 yards off. Fresh machine gun rounds smacked into the tree he knelt behind, but he held his ground, already prepping another grenade. As he did, he saw Isaac stand and heave his own grenade toward the same vehicle. This time, luck was on Isaac's side. The explosion erupted directly in the path of the headlights, plunging the road into total darkness. The gunfire from the trees and the asphalt ceased as abruptly as it had begun. Duff pressed himself against the wet bark, his hand finding Nichols' arm. "You hurt?" "I'm fine," she whispered, her voice tight. Joshua have to make it back to Accra. Her mind raced with images of Mandy and Huck, trapped in the chaos unfolding in the capital. He squeezed her shoulder. "I know." An eerie quiet settled over the scene, broken only by the relentless drumming of the rain. Duff knew they had no time for a careful sweep. The men from the ridge could descend at any moment. They needed transport, and they needed it now. He sprinted across the slick road as Malik and Ben emerged from the tree line, their weapons still trained westward. "Isaac," Duff shouted, "load everyone you can into your truck." To Ben and Malik he called out, "I'm heading up the road to find us another ride. Can you cover me?" "We're coming with you," Ben insisted, falling into step beside Duff despite his limp. They moved up the ink-black road, Duff's rifle held ready. Every shadow could hide a gunman. This was a desperate gamble with time they didn't have. The first vehicle they reached was a Toyota pickup, but it was a wreck hood gaping, engine and tires shredded, glass sparkling in the mud like false diamonds. Duff didn't bother with it. Nearby a figure lay sprawled beside a fallen machine gun. Duff fired a single round into the body without breaking stride, a grim efficiency born of necessity. A glance at the gear, the body armor, the radio, the make of the rifle confirmed. This was another Sentinel contractor, just like the ones at the dam. The irony wasn't lost on him. He was fighting a ghost of his own past, a phantom from a different continent. He moved on, Ben and Maylite close behind. Two more pickups sat farther along. A man was slumped in the driver's seat of the second truck. Duff put 2 rounds into him before dragging the body out into the mud. This truck looked operational, but it wouldn't be enough for everyone. Then he saw it's a small, boxy, 4-wheel drive truck parked at the convoy's tail. Approaching cautiously, he found it abandoned. He climbed in, found the keys, and after a grating protest from the transmission, the engine coughed to life. He guided it forward to collect Ben and Maylike, then aimed its nose toward the bridge through the churning mud. Across the city, in a quiet hotel suite, Bob Gorski clicked off his shortwave transmitter. He powered down the portable station, and the room was swallowed by instant darkness. A distant thump echoed through the night, drawing his gaze to the window in the rain-streaked glass. No further booms followed. The street fighting which had raged for hours with the crackle of small arms and the deeper thud of mortars lighting fires at the airport and in the eastern districts seemed to be sputtering out. This lone detonation felt like a final period. Slipping his wallet into his pocket, Gorski left the room and made for the stairwell, the building's silence feeling more ominous than the recent clamor. The CIA officer had extensive experience across Africa, having witnessed several coups firsthand. While some had turned bloody, Ghana was a larger and seemingly more stable nation, which made his growing unease all the more pronounced. He sensed the situation was deteriorating, with calm still a distant prospect. That evening he'd been glued to his shortwave radio and satellite phone, his sole reliable links to senior officials at Ghana's Bureau of National Intelligence. Unlike the skeptical CIS station in Accra, the Dean had listened to his warning. Now, with events proving his concerns valid, the local agency was fully cooperating, deploying their field agents throughout the city and beyond to support him. Communication was a major hurdle with the internet, power grid, and cellular networks all offline, but a handful of B operatives maintained shortwave contact. One officer braving the chaotic streets on a motorcycle to meet his sources in person, had been checking in via sat phone until his transmissions ceased an hour ago, leaving Gorsky to wonder about his fate. Pocketing his phone, Gorsky made his way down the emergency-lit stairwell and into the hotel lobby. Two armed guards by the entrance spun around, startled by his appearance. A guest services agent emerged from behind her desk, her professional smile not quite masking the day's tension. "Sir, is everything all right?" "Everything's fine," he replied with a practiced, easy grin. "Just thought he'd visit the boss." "You'll find company there, sir," she said, the strain evident in her eyes. The bar was cast in a soft flickering glow from scattered candles. Gorsky took a stool at the marble counter, his spot illuminated by a single flame. Around the room a couple dozen foreigner tourists and business travelers a la carte quietly, all trapped by the sudden turmoil. The bartender approached. "The usual, Mr. Bob." "Evening, Jojo. Any ice left?" "For a little while longer, sir. Perfect." "Yeah, the usual." "Vodka soda coming right up." His satellite phone buzzed in his pocket. He answered quickly. "Yeah. Bob, consider this my formal apology. It was Richard Mace, the CII chief of station in Accra." Gorsky leaned an elbow on the bar. "For what? You rolled into town with all that chatter about trouble brewing, and we brushed you off. You called it. We missed it." "Something new has happened." "You bet. Intel from the Ghanaians indicates 2 rebel columns are advancing on the city. Southern Command is completely tied up with extremist cells they've been fighting all night, and Central Command is still mobilizing up in Kumasi. Support is hours away. When do the rebels reach the city?" "Within the hour. General Botang's forces are realistically 8 hours out. They won't make it before sunrise." "Any estimate on rebel numbers?" "Professor Otto, who leads the Dragons of Western Togoland, has publicly claimed 4,000 armed troops." As his drink was set beside the candle, Gorsky dismissed the notion with a wave. "Pure fantasy." "Agreed. We assess under 1,000, but we're worried they might have mercenary support. That's a concern we share. Look, I also didn't buy your theory about Tremaine being here and stirring the pot. So if you feel like swinging by the embassy to give me a good kick, ye deserve it." Gorsky gave a short, dry laugh. "Don't sweat it, Mace. I might not have believed me either. What about U.S. military support? Washington is waiting for a formal request from President Emmanuel. It hasn't come yet. Politically, for him, asking would be a very delicate move. It might give the impression he's just an American puppet. Good grief, Mace. The ambassador was targeted. She's wounded and evacuated from the capital. That's got to trigger some kind of military reaction, doesn't it? That's a decision for the White House, as usual." Mace continued. "I just heard from the assistant regional security officer traveling with the ambassador." "Duffy?" "The other one, Larson. He reports they're on the N2 highway, returning to the city. I heard he was injured. Sounded like it. He's handed over the agent insurance duties to Duffy. We're dispatching a team of local agents to intercept them en route and escort them back to the embassy. That's the extent of Washington's instructions for the moment." Gorsky let the matter drop and took a slow drink of his vodka soda. "He'll need to debrief Duffy as soon as he arrives." "Of course. But stay off the streets. I can arrange a pickup from your hotel to bring you to the embassy. Get you closer to the operational center. He'd be grateful for that." "What else do you need from me?" Gorsky had been anticipating this. "I need to locate Kong. To do that, I require a local team in an unmarked vehicle, perhaps SDA personnel or another trusted asset. We outfit the vehicle with RAV scanners, thermal imaging, electromagnetic detection gear, whatever is available. And then what? Then they patrol the city, hunting for signals. Bob Accra covers 81 square miles. That could take. We don't have that kind of time. We only have until the grid is restored." Mace's tone was flat. "That could be days. Once the power is back on, any significant electronic signature will be drowned out in the noise." Gorsky took another sip. "But your team won't be searching blindly. Send them to my location. I'm confident we can significantly narrow the search area. You truly believe this missive operative you're chasing is here in Acre. I know he's here." A brief silence hung between them before Mace replied. "Today is not the day I question your instincts, Bob. He'll get assets moving toward you immediately. 2 vehicles. A pickup truck and a bulky 4-wheel drive box truck rolled to a stop on the quiet residential street in Atimpoku, a town 10 miles south of the Yakosambo Dam. The street lights were dead, and when both engines cut and the headlights winked out, the road was swallowed again by the night. Deputy Plant Operator Martin Menza climbed down from the rear vehicle, his movements stiff with pain, and began a determined, limping advance toward the pickup ahead. The rain had finally ceased just before midnight, but a heavy, clinging mist now blanketed the asphalt. Josh Duffy stepped out of the pickup's passenger seat into the damp air. He watched Menza's labored approach. The man was clearly hurting, yet driven by a fierce urgency to return to his dam and begin the complex repairs to resurrect the power grid. He hobbled forward with surprising speed. Menza grasped the American's hand. "Thank you, but I must get back to the facility immediately." "Understood. Take the truck." "Drive carefully. You do the same. It may take us several hours to restore power." They shook hands once more, and the older man turned, limping back toward the box truck. Duff turned to find Isaac and Nicole waiting in the driveway. The Rivcom officer aimed his flashlight beam at a small white sedan sheltered under the carport. "As I mentioned, it can only fit 4, maybe 5 people at most. It only needs to carry Nicole and me. The ambassador and the others will remain in the pickup. We'll go ahead to scout the route and ensure they don't run into any surprises. You'll get the car back when this is finished." Isaac nodded, his attention seeming elsewhere for a moment. "Right, the radios. Come with me." Duff, Nicole, and Isaac approached the carport door. Isaac unlocked it, pushing the door open just enough to release a scent of candle wax and offer a dim glimpse of a kitchen within. He called out softly in Twi. "Abina." "It's me, Isaac," his wife's voice answered from the deeper darkness of the small home. Isaac entered his house, sweeping the beam of his flashlight ahead of him. The light cut through the kitchen and into the den, illuminating his wife. She held their son against her chest with one arm, a kitchen knife gripped tightly in her other hand. "What is going on?" she asked, her voice a mix of fear and relief as she stepped forward. "I heard explosions, then sirens. Rebels hit the dam," Isaac explained quickly. "They were trying to assassinate the president." She inhaled sharply. "The helicopters I heard earlier." "The delegation arrived today, not tomorrow. The attackers were waiting for them. Oh, God." She took the flashlight from him and directed the beam at his shirt, the dark stain clear in the light. "You're injured." It stopped. "Duffy patched me up on the way here." Abina Opoku shifted her gaze past her husband, the flashlight beam finding the 2 figures standing just outside the door. The white couple was soaked. The man had fresh cuts on his forehead and arms, and the woman sported a dark, swollen eye. Both had rifles slung over their shoulders. "Hello," Abina said, her tone cautious, before looking back at Isaac. "Duff and Nicole. This is my wife, Abina," Isaac said, "and our son, Kofi." Abina shook their hands, her expression guarded, then moved to the freezer. She retrieved a bag of frozen mango chunks and offered it to Nicole. "For the swelling." Nicole accepted it gratefully, pressing the cold pack to her eye with a soft sigh. "Thank you." Duff spoke up. "Isaac mentioned we could use your car. I give you my word the U.S. government will cover any costs," Isaac interrupted, turning to his wife. "I can't stay. I only came for the vehicle." "What?" Duff said, his head tilting in disbelief. "No way." But Isaac was adamant. "I am seeing this through with them." "Where are you going?" Abina asked, her voice tight. "To Accra. The immediate threat here is over. You and Kofi will be safe. I just need to ensure the ambassador reaches her embassy, and then I will return directly. I promise." He looked at Duff. "Let me get a clean shirt, and I am ready." "You don't owe us this," Duff insisted. Nicole nodded in agreement. "You've done more than enough. We can manage." Isaac's resolve didn't waver. "You will manage better with me along." Duff and Nicole stepped back outside to give Isaac a moment with his family. As they walked down the short driveway, Duff laid out the plans. "Isaac and I will take the lead vehicle. We'll keep within radio range." "I want to come with you," Nicole said. Duff considered it. "It'll be risky. We're essentially the reaction force for this little convoy, but without any armor plating." "Exactly why you need another rifle," she replied, hefting her ack. After a pause, he nodded. "All right, you're with us. It'll be fine. It's not like we're driving through downtown D.C. They approached the truck. Ben was at the wheel, Malik beside him. Ambassador Dunnigan appeared to be asleep in the back seat, presumably under the influence of the pain medication. In the truck bed, Chad Larson and Arletta James lay down, Chad cradling an ACOM-47. Duff leaned toward Ben's window. "Isaac, Nicole, and I will be in the lead. We'll try to keep about half a kilometer ahead." "Isaac has radios, so we can talk on the move," a strained voice called from the back. "Duff." Chad's face, even in the dim light, was etched with pain. "Hey, remember when I said I didn't need anything for the pain?" "Hold on," Duff said. He reached into the back seat, unzipped the medical bag at the ambassador's feet, and withdrew a syringe of hydromorphone. Walking to the side of the truck bed, he tried to reassure him. "You've got 5 of us armed, and watching over the ambassador. Just try to rest." Chad shook his head weakly. "Only a half dose. And you're not taking my rifle." "Wouldn't think of it," Duff said. He administered half the syringe's contents, then squirted the remainder onto the wet pavement and snapped off the needle. Isaac emerged from the house wearing a clean Rivcom shirt, left untucked to accommodate the bulky bandage wrapped around his midsection. An AK-47, scavenged from the jungle, rested on his shoulder, a backpack hung from the other, and he carried 2 black radios. After placing one in his own car, he delivered the second to Malik in the truck. Returning, he slid behind the wheel of his 2010 Toyota Yaris. Duff took the passenger seat, while Nicole settled in the back, one hand holding a bag of frozen mango to her bruised face, the other keeping the AK secure on her lap. Soon the small sedan was leading the truck back onto the deserted highway. The road south told the grim story. Every mile or so they passed scars from the recent fighting, structures blackened by fire, walls pockmarked with bullet holes, and the twisted remains of vehicles. The only thing missing was other traffic. Everyone was hunkered down behind locked doors, hiding from the violence that had swept through hours before, the stormy weather, and the widespread blackout only adding to the reasons to stay inside. As they drove, Nicole leaned forward from the back seat, the cold pack still pressed to her eye. "Okay, explain this to me. Why is Tremaine so desperate to get these detonation codes back? He knows you discovered the bombs, and his guys don't hold the dam anymore. He has to assume they've been disarmed or taken away by now." "Your guess is as good as mine," Duff admitted. "Hand it over. Let me see it again." He retrieved the backpack from between his feet and pulled out the device. Nicole took it, turning it over in her hands. "What exactly is this thing?" "It's a ruggedized tablet, military spec. I got it. We used similar ones in private security to hold access codes, comm frequencies, mission briefings, that kind of thing. This model looks pretty high-end." "It also looks like someone used it for target practice," she observed, tracing a finger near the damage. Duff raised a hand in a mock confession. "Guilty as charged. Does Tremaine know it's broken?" "I tried to tell him. I'm not sure he bought it." She studied the tablet. "But this doesn't make sense as a trigger. Why would you need something this complex to set off explosives? Every detonator I've ever heard of was way simpler a cell phone. A basic radio signal." "Exactly," Duff agreed. "You don't need a computer for that. And there's no cell service out here anyway," Nicole continued, her voice gaining an edge of sarcasm. "So what was his brilliant plan? Drive back to the city for a Wi-Fi signal before blowing the dam? Please, this isn't about detonation." Her tone shifted, becoming sharp and clear. He wants this back because there's something else on it. Intel he needs, or evidence that implicates him or his partners. Duff took the tablet back, staring at the two neat holes punched through the screen. Whatever it was, it's probably fried. We can't access it. We can't, Nicole countered, but a forensic lab can. This might have to go to the agency or all the way back to the States, but you can bet someone will pull data from it. That data is what Tremaine is trying to keep buried. Duff was quiet for a moment, the wheels turning. We could just give it back. Maybe he'd leave us alone. They exchanged a look in the dim light, a rapid, silent conversation flashing through expressions of hope, skepticism, and finally, weary acceptance. It was almost funny how badly they wanted a simple way out that didn't exist. Nicole voiced it first. We can't do that, Josh. I know, he sighed, the brief fantasy dissolving. Even if he leaves us be, handing this over just puts him back in the game. We have to see this through. When will you contact him? She asked. Once the ambulance is secure, once we're with the kids and know they're safe. Then I'll link up with Gorski and we'll call Tremaine, see what he has to say for himself. The highway carried them past the scorched frames of police cars, the rain having doused the flames but leaving the acrid scent of burnt rubber hanging in the damp air. The further south they drove, the clearer it became. The rebels had never intended to hold ground. They were just passing through, leaving chaos in their wake. The drive through the towns revealed no roadblocks, no signs of ongoing combat, nothing to suggest the rebel advance was anything more than a swift, focused push toward the capital. Their momentum, clearly, was being aided by outside forces. Just before midnight, 9 Russian Sentinel operatives emerged from their hiding place inside an abandoned chemical plant on Fertilizer Road. They moved with a quiet confidence across the darkened forecourt where their vehicles were parked. This location had been chosen hours earlier, right after Belava's urgent message accelerated the timeline. It was isolated, and the open yard was perfect for their specific task. These 9 men were the only Sentinel team left in the capital itself. All other units had been deployed hours ago to strike targets along the roads to Aposambo or at the dam. Their orders were explicit. Wait until midnight. The sporadic gunfire echoing through the city that afternoon and evening had been an unwelcome, surprising one had briefed them on other attacks, but they'd simply waited in the shuttered factory, patient and focused. Now their moment had arrived. In the forecourt, 3 82mm mortars stood assembled near their trucks, already ranged on a target 3 kilometers to the west. The glow of headlamps cut through the darkness, illuminating the final preparations. Spotters climbed ladders propped against the front wall, while other men knelt by crates of shells. A final operative stood poised at each tube, a round held ready. A cell phone chirped, the signal. At the stroke of midnight, 3 high-explosive fragmentation bombs were dropped into the tubes. The men crouched, and a single concussive thud sent the 6-pound projectiles arsing into the night sky. From their perches, the spotters tracked the rounds through binoculars. 35 seconds later, all 3 shells found their mark. Burma Camp, headquarters of the Ghana Armed Forces Southern Command. 1 shell wrecked the closed officers' mess on the north side, causing structural damage but no injury. The other 2 slammed into the area around the Block 6 barracks, which was largely empty. Most troops had been hastily assembling at Parade Square. Intelligence had warned of a rebel force to the north just 30 minutes prior. Prompting the scramble, the Russian observers calmly called in adjustment. A second salvo impacted a minute later, striking the motor pool and landing near the front gate, killing several sentries. The scene at Parade Square dissolved from organized assembly into frantic dispersal as officers shouted for everyone to get clear. The order came to fire for effect. For the next 3 minutes, shells launched every 5 to 10 seconds, raining down across the vast base. This was no pinprick attack like the extremist strike 5 hours earlier, which had caused limited damage with a few mortar rounds and an RPG. This was a deliberate, concentrated bombardment. Over 50 explosions tore through the camp in 5 minutes, plunging Burma camp into utter pandemonium. Entire companies dove for bomb shelters, while other units, their chain of command shattered, streamed out the front gate in disorganized retreat, driven more by instinct than orders. The mission of the Sentinel team wasn't to engage Southern Command directly. Their goal was to neutralize the infantry battalion stationed at Burma camp, preventing any effective response to the rebel forces advancing on the city. After a relentless 5-minute barrage, the 9 operatives swiftly broke down their 3 mortars, loading the components into a waiting panel truck. They departed the scene just moments before 2 police cars screeched to a halt nearby. Their next target was a large open-air market, roughly a mile to the north. From this new vantage point, they planned to unleash another 30 to 50 rounds onto the camp, creating a crossfire before vanishing back to their city safehouse to prepare for evacuation. Just after midnight, Bob Gorski waited in the parking lot of the Mövenpick Ambassador Hotel, a backpack on his shoulder and a suitcase at his feet. The night air was punctuated by the unsettling crackle of renewed combat. Minutes before, a thunderous volley mortars, or rockets, he guessed, had hammered Burma camp to the east. Now the distinct rattle of small arms fire echoed from the northern districts, a chaotic symphony that signaled the rebel columns the station chief had mentioned were likely making their move. The headlights of a 12-passenger van pierced the darkness, approaching the hotel's front gate. After a tense inspection by the hotel's nervous security team, a thorough check under the hood and chassis, plus ID verification for the 4 passengers the vehicle was waved through, it rolled to a stop in front of Gorski. The side door slid open, and he climbed into the shadowy interior, taking a seat. The other occupants, all black, were dressed in local attire, the men in vibrant dashikis, the woman in a striking head wrap of purple and teal. The van idled as the man in the front passenger seat, looking to be in his 30s, turned and offered a handshake. His accent was a surprising Ghanaian, but a distinct southern drawl from Georgia. Travis Young, Stat. Science and Technology Directorate. Gorski had requested local support for the electronic surveillance operation, but having a fellow CCR officer along was a welcome sight. He glanced at the others. "Are you all from the area?" one of the men answered with a clear Ghanaian lilt. "Born and raised right here." These 3 were surveillance detection assets employed by the U.S. Embassy, locally vetted individuals who blended into the community and monitored for threats. "Good," Gorski said, turning back to Travis. "Sounds pretty intense out there. The drive from the embassy was only 7 minutes. We didn't hit any trouble. Saw some wreckage from the earlier fight and a couple of torched police cars and an army jeep. The current action seems focused on the Central Command FQ and the northern neighborhoods." "And you're comfortable driving around in this?" "No official curfew's been announced. The power's out, so how would they? My diplomatic credentials should handle any government checkpoint. If we bump into rebels, we'll just find another route." Gorski had always pegged Cent personnel as more tech-focused than frontline, but this guy seemed remarkably composed. He noted several equipment cases on the empty seats. "You brought everything we need?" Young gave a confident nod. "I believe so. The team would rely on radio frequency scanners, thermal imaging equipment, and good old-fashioned footwork. If they could get within a few blocks of the target's position, electronic signals would likely lead them the rest of the way, though a sudden restoration of city power would erase that critical edge." "Where should we begin?" the sole woman in the group inquired. Gorski had been mulling this over. His familiarity with Accra was limited, so he was depending on local knowledge to narrow the search. "The individual we're tracking is a Chinese national. He'll have a property in or around the city, a place where he can manage his operation. It will be a secure location, a walled compound with controlled access. Even with the blackout, there will be a significant power draw there." "You're thinking a backup generator?" one of the Ghanaian operatives asked. "Precisely," Gorski confirmed. "He would have prepared for this, and he won't be by himself. I anticipate a security detail and a technical team on site. So we're searching for a compound that can house and support a dozen people or more. Possibly twice that. Travis Young turned to the local team. Any thoughts on a starting point? All four nodded in agreement. The woman spoke up. Only one area fits that profile. You're describing Abury Hills. Large walled estates with a commanding view of the city. Plenty of places up there will be running on generators right now. Travis added, I can monitor the electronic signatures from any powered location. We can immediately rule out anyone just watching satellite television. The van moved out, heading first to the embassy to drop Gorski off before the four operatives began their night's work hunting the architect of the country's turmoil. The distant rumble of fighting to the north persisted. The seasoned CIA officer offered a final piece of advice. Travis, all of you stay sharp. Kang Shikun is no fool. He could have his own counter-surveillance assets watching his neighborhood. You'll need to blend in perfectly to pull this off. I'll check in with hourly updates, Travis promised. As they drove on, Bob Gorski felt a familiar conflict. Part of him wished he was joining the four on their mission, a visceral pull toward the field. The other, more pragmatic part was relieved to be returning to the relative safety of the embassy, behind its gates, its guards, and its marine. Meanwhile, at the residence on Vakama Close in the Abury Hills, robust generator power hummed through the walls, yet the exterior was kept in total darkness. Inside, the lighting was deliberately subdued at 1:15 in the morning. Kang had ordered lights dimmed or off throughout the night to avoid drawing attention from neighbors to the activity of 24 people within the walls. Security teams patrolled, technicians worked at their stations, and Kang Shikun himself stood in his office, gazing out at the city. A unit of Russian Sentinel contractors had just arrived. Having previously operated mortars in the urban area, they were now tasked with perimeter security. Kang hadn't spoken to them. He wasn't even sure if they spoke English, and they remained out front near the guard shack with their vehicles. Talk about a warm welcome committee. Leaning back against his desk, Kang absorbed the impeccable view of his orchestrated chaos through the open balcony door. The panorama of his manufactured uprising was frankly spectacular. He left his binoculars on the desk behind him, watching fires glow over Burma camp in the airport. To the northeast, the furious sparkle of small arms fire marked where 2 companies of Dragon's over 200 troops were now entering the city. Another column of similar size was engaging forces to the east, having left the N2 highway for the coastal N1. He couldn't see the muzzle flashes from his hilltop vantage point, but reports from his agents confirmed everything was proceeding. He felt a profound satisfaction with his position at this hour. The rebel forces were a little behind the meticulous schedule he'd drafted, but well within the acceptable margin of error. Everything was falling into place, a dark symphony conducted from this quiet, darkened room. Even as elements of Southern Command engaged the Dragons in the streets, the chaos sown by mortar strikes at their base had severely hampered the military's coordinated response. The army had already endured a grueling night long before this latest assault. Across the city, 22 separate extremist cells had stretched police and military resources to their limit. Though only a handful of these groups remained active in the capital, the police were overwhelmed and the military was fully committed, leaving them unprepared for this new phase of Kang's operation. Haj Jahidi's forces, while neither as large nor as effective as Kang had hoped, had fulfilled their crucial role, plunging the city into disarray to prevent the Dragons of western Togoland from being annihilated before they could reach the city's heart. Professor Otto trailed an hour behind the main rebel column, still on the N2 highway. His recent satellite call to Kang had sought assurances about the opposition ahead. Kang, as always, promised only light resistance from a disorganized Southern command. Kang was certain the professor remained blissfully unaware, still believing the meticulously laid plans from 6 months prior were unfolding perfectly, likely dreaming of spending Friday night in Jubilee House. Kang privately gave the idealistic fool less than half a day to live. His earlier conversation with General Boatlang, as the column departed Kumasi, confirmed the general's expected arrival on the outskirts of Accra by 7A. Kung understood the mechanics of the night, believed he could predict the coming hours, yet he found himself compulsively watching the live feeds of the urban combat. The ring of his satellite phone finally pulled him away. "Yes," Tremaine's voice was crisp. "I'm on the N2, en route to the capital. ETA is approximately 030. Then you, Mr. Tremaine, are effectively out of the fight. The rebel spearhead is at the city's edge. Once they penetrate, you and your team will stand down and clear the area. Let's just say I have some unfinished business. Ah, the compromise you referenced. Whatever you intend to do to rectify it, you are out of time. Botang is advancing down the N6 with a brigade of 2,500. He will be here shortly after dawn. I'll avoid the N6. My destination is cantonments." Kung paused. "Cantonments, that area borders Burma camp. Relax. I'll give whatever's left of Southern Command a wide berth. A moment of calculation. Wait. Cantonments. You are going for the U.S. Embassy. In the vicinity, yes. To what end? To acquire some leverage. 2 children, to be precise." Kung slowly took his seat. "The American bodyguard's family." "Correct. Duff is a pragmatic man. He can play the hero, or he can get his children back. He cannot do both." "I know which he'll choose." Kang weighed the proposition, the silence stretching. "This computer? The one Sentinel so carelessly lost. The data on it compromises Sentinel, not my nation, not me. Maybe, but if you don't help me retrieve it, I will become your compromise. Do not threaten me. Then let me be perfectly clear. If you attempt to betray me, I will arrange an interview, face obscured, voice altered, and inform the world that the People's Republic of China engineered a coup in West Africa. I wonder how the politicians in Beijing would enjoy that headline circulating across the continent." Kung took several controlled breaths, mastering his temper. "Such dramatics are unnecessary," he said, his voice deliberately calm. "I have no intention of betraying you. I will provide assistance for your objective." "What kind of assistance?" "We maintain assets within the embassy compound. Local staff who are sympathetic to our interests, so I'll reach out to some contacts and see what I can arrange," Kung replied. Tremaine sounded genuinely relieved. "Excellent. I'm counting on you to deliver. The failure of one Russian subcontractor won't jeopardize my entire network. I'll update you when I have more information," Kang stated before ending the call. He retrieved a document from his desk and walked into the main living area of the safe house. His team was immersed in their tasks, monitoring communications, managing the digital systems they had disabled across the country the previous day to ensure nothing reactivated prematurely. Senior technical contractor Chen Jia was seated at the kitchen island, her back to him, appearing focused on her laptop. As he approached, however, he noticed her head was bowed, her breathing even. She was asleep. A soft cough from Kung made her jolt awake, nearly knocking over her chair. "My apologies, sir," she stammered. Kang dismissed it with a wave. "I require details on our contacts within the U.S. Embassy compound." Her fingers flew across the keyboard. "Right away. What specifically are you looking for?" He glanced at the paper in his hand. "I need to know if we have an asset with access to the Iris Gardens apartment complex, the housing the American personnel use." Chen typed rapidly, scanning through several databases. After a moment, she looked up. "We have a local police officer who does part-time security work for the American. He's assigned to several of their residential compounds, including Iris Gardens." She reviewed the file briefly. "He's listed as an informant only, sir. No formal operational training. I suppose he isn't equipped with a satellite phone. None is listed in his dossier. I do have his residential address. His shift schedule? That isn't recorded here." Kang considered this, then called across the room to a younger operative. Moments later, they were secluded in Kung's office with the door shut. The operative, a 30-year-old veteran of the Ministry of State Security with extensive local knowledge from a prior posting in Ghana, listened intently as Kang outlined the requirement. Within minutes the man was outside, sliding into a dented Ford Escort before driving through the estate's gates and down the winding hill toward the city. Kang watched the red taillights disappear, satisfied. His man was now en route to locate and brief the asset. He knew a callback to Tremaine was inevitable. His team wouldn't be conducting the snatch themselves. That messy business would fall to Sentinel. But before lifting the phone, Kang gazed out the window. To the west, the sporadic gunfire was fading. Turning east, he could make out the distant flicker of muzzle flashes along the N2 highway, signaling the advance of the second rebel column moving in from the Volta River region. It was a strangely serene spectacle, and a vivid reminder of why he'd selected this hilltop villa as his command post. The panoramic view was worth every penny. 38. The white Toyota sedan coasted into the darkened truck stop at 4:15 a.m. era, its headlights off. With the power grid down, the vast parking lot lay in complete blackness. The fuel pumps were silent and the building was locked up, abandoned by staff and customers who had sought safer ground. Isaac Opoku brought the car to a stop on the north side of the lot, letting the engine idle as he wiped a sheen of nervous sweat from his forehead. The 4-hour drive had felt endless, with long stretches spent hiding behind roadside structure. Every time headlights appeared on the horizon, Duff had ordered Isaac off the pavement, then radioed Malik trailing half a kilometer behind to do the same. The closer they drew to the capital, the heavier the traffic became, turning the journey into a tense stop-and-star crawl. Josh Duffy kept his AK-47 shouldered in the front passenger seat, its barrel resting on the dashboard, his finger close to the trigger. Behind him in the back seat, Nicole Duffy aimed her rifle out the open door toward the shadowy building. They were still hours from the capital at this cautious speed, with no clue what awaited them there. For now they waited in the car, engines off, listening to the quiet. Without warning, 3 sets of blinding headlights pierced the mist just 50 yards ahead, on the far side of the empty lot. After hours of driving dark, the sudden glare was disorienting. Isaac Opoku shielded his eyes for a moment, then flipped on his own lights and nudged the vehicle forward slowly. One set of the opposing headlights advanced as well, and both vehicles halted about 15 yards apart in the center of the lot. The lights cut out again. Duff climbed from the car, leaving his rifle on the seat, and walked alone through the damp haze toward a large black SUV, his hands held clearly away from his body. 6 imposing black men stood outside it, each holding a compact rifle. 5 appeared to be scanning the perimeter, while the 6th, positioned by the driver's door, gave a slight nod as Duff approached. The man spoke with an unmistakable American accent. "Josh Duffy. That's me, John." "Sure you are," Duff thought. Aloud, he said, "We appreciate the assist." He unclipped the walkie-talkie from his belt. Ben were clear. "Come on up." The Ghanaian's voice crackled back instantly. 2 minutes out. John gestured toward the vehicles behind him. "We brought 3 rides. One's an armored van rigged inside as an ambulance, 4 litters, a nurse, trauma supplies, to treat wounded on the move back to the embassy. Our injured are in the other vehicle. They'll be here any second." The man offered a faint, tired smile. "You're not hurt. No offense, but you look like you went 10 rounds with a wood chipper. It's been a long day, an even longer night, I can see that." John continued, "This SUV and the other Yukon are armored too. I've got 10 local guard force guys with me total." The second Yukon idled 25 yards back beside the van, its occupants presumably watching the southern approach. Duff turned and waved to Isaac's car. Soon both Isaac and Nicole emerged and started walking over. As they neared, Duff asked, "Roach the road like between here and the capital?" "It's fantastic if you're in the mood for a gunfight," John replied. "What if you're not?" Nicole asked, stepping into the dim light between the vehicles. John looked at her, then took a step closer. "Nicole, John, thanks for coming." She glanced at her husband. "You met John briefly at the cookout on Sunday." Josh had met a small army of people over the past 2 weeks and didn't recall this face, but he nodded. "Oh, right." The African-American man nodded back. "You make a damn good smash burger." "Tunincoal," he said. We passed a column of maybe 36 vehicles heading south, about 12 miles from the city. We ducked onto a dirt track until they passed, then continued north. A few minutes later we heard gunfire behind us. "So the fighting has reached the city?" "Yeah. Just got off the horn with my chief of station. 2 rebel columns have hit, one from the N4 highway, the other from the N1. No solid numbers yet, but we're getting reports of mortar attacks deep in the city, far from the approaching forces. With the power down, intel is spotty, but it's safe to say our trip back to the embassy is going to be interesting." Isaac moved into the circle, joining the conversation. "We must have passed at least 50 wrecked vehicles on the drive down from Akasambo, a good number of them police cruisers shot to pieces or burned out. John pointed out there were likely just as many behind us, not counting whatever fresh chaos had erupted since we rolled through." Benjamin man his pickup, lights off, coasted into the lot with the wounded. It stopped near Duff, but he immediately motioned for Ben to keep going toward the van so they could get the injured treated. John gave the word that we were moving out in the armored vehicles in 5 minutes, so Duff and Nicole walked over to where Isaac stood by his car. Duff laid it out straight. "Listen, you're free to turn around and head home, but if you ride with us, our medic can take a proper look at that gunshot. She'll do a far better job than anything you'll find up in Otimpoku. No offense meant." Isaac gave a dry chuckle. None taken. He stood silently in the dark for a beat while the others finished loading up. "All right, he'll leave the car here." He shrugged, a gesture of pure resignation. "It'll probably get stripped clean," Nicole chimed in. "Hey, America will get you a new ride. You have my word on that." Duff, overhearing, added, "Hell, you can have ours." That got another laugh out of Isaac, lighter this time, as he turned and headed for the van. "See you all in the capital." Nicole and Duff climbed into the Yukon with John at the wheel, and soon our small convoy was rolling south once more, pushing toward Accra. 3 hours later, a pale dawn mist hung over the N6 highway between Kumasi and Accra, blurring the world. Even through the haze, anyone on the road could feel that something big was coming. The 2-lane strip was lined with the usual clutter of small shops, market stalls, and workshops, and despite the city's unrest and the nationwide blackout, a few early risers had already begun their day. That all stopped just before 7 a.m., when a deep, growing rumble from the north made everyone look up from their work. A new burst of gunfire crackled in the city behind them, and then General Kwame Bodang's force from Kumasi materialized out of the gloom. The column from Central Command stretched for over a mile, a rolling arsenal of 3 mechanized infantry battalions with more than 2,500 troops, and over 100 combat vehicles. Leading the charge were 2 Navistar Defense Husky tactical vehicles, their Belgian-made machine guns swiveling in roof turrets. They barreled side by side, claiming both southbound and northbound lanes and scattering the light morning traffic into parking lots and driveways to avoid being flattened. Right behind them came 8 BTR-70 armored personnel carriers, each packed with 10 soldiers and sporting mounted guns. A dozen up-armored Toyota pickups rolled past. Next, gunmen crowded in the beds, rifle barrels poking from every window. The pattern repeated. More Huskies, more BTRs, more technical. Rows of hulking Ural 6x6 troop transports followed, each carrying 30 infantrymen. Behind the troop carriers came the support train tow trucks, fuel tankers, water and food trucks, ammunition haulers, and even 2 mobile field hospitals, all grinding past. Bringing up the rear, guarded by another 6 Huskies and 4 BTRs, were 3 Da-50 command vehicles. General Boateng, clad in combat fatigues, body armor, and a helmet, rode in the second command vehicle with 4 of his captains, who were constantly on their radios, trying to pinpoint enemy positions in the city ahead. Boateng's satellite phone rang. He answered, spoke in low tones for a moment, then hung up. Turning to his officers, he ordered the column to proceed to Black Star Square on Accra's coastline with the Gulf of Guinea, and to expect resistance all along the route. None of his staff knew exactly where his intelligence came from, but they all knew to trust it and to trust their leader. The convoy rolled into the city proper just after 7 in the morning. The lead vehicles radioed in the crackle of small arms fire ahead, and within minutes reported a quick, violent clash with a rebel-filled pickup truck outside a lumber yard. The enemy vehicle was turned to scrap, 4 fighters confirmed dead, and Bolang ordered his captain to press the advance without pause. More gunfire erupted near a public park moments later, but the insurgents, caught completely from behind, were no match for the armored spearhead of Central Command and were swiftly overrun. With another successful engagement reported ahead, Bolang allowed himself a grim flicker of satisfaction. Everything was unfolding exactly as Kang had guaranteed. He pictured Professor Otto at this very moment, the dawning horror as he realized the trap had been sprung. Sir, I am so sorry to disturb you." Kang Shikun opened his eyes to find Chen Jia kneeling beside his cot. "What is it?" "Professor Otto is on the satellite phone." "I apologize for waking you." Kang had been lying on the bed in his temporary office, still dressed in his shirt, trousers, and shoes. A glance at his watch told him he'd managed a couple hours of sleep. He felt remarkably refreshed. Taking the phone from the young woman, he dismissed her with a wave and stood, moving to the balcony for his first proper view of the city bathed in morning light. "Good morning, Professor. What updates do you have for me?" Otto's voice was a frantic mix of anger and fear. "Updates? You tell me. My men are being butchered. Central Command is here. Impossible. I have just verified that Bolang and his forces remain in their garrison. Then who is hitting my N4 column from the rear? They have armor, a lot of it. We are still 2 kilometers from Black Star Square. This is a slaughter. Cool yourself, Professor." "I am certain the situation is not as catastrophic as you perceive," Kang almost chuckled. Ado had probably picked up terms like flank from his Sentinel trainers in recent months. Central Command wasn't attacking his flanks. They were driving a knife into his back, but there was no need to correct the amateur now. "Professor, at this moment, over 60 Sentinel operators are active in the capital across a dozen teams, engaging government forces. I don't see any of them." "Perhaps because you are not at the front lines," Kang said, the mild rebuke hanging in the air. "Let me reassure you. The situation is under control. I need you alive for my plan to succeed." Ado shouted down the line. "Tell that to Bolang." Kang permitted himself a silent smile before responding. "Proceed to Black Star Square. Once there, record the short video as we discussed. Announce that the city is already yours. But it isn't." "Not yet," Kang agreed smoothly. "After the recording, you and a small security detail will break away from the main assault force. Bring the video to my location. We will use the satellite internet to broadcast it to the world. I should stay with my men. They are fighting." Kang recognized this as the weakest, most transparent protest. Ado was desperate for an escape route, but wanted to preserve the illusion of command. "You will remain in command, and it is far more secure here. While your main force continues the fight with Sentinel's assistance, of course you will be personally removed from the line of fire. When the dust settles, you and your surviving dragons can proceed directly to the presidential palace." He knew Ado would seize this lifeline, this chance to abandon his boys and wait out the dangerous part in safety, before his presidential coronation. The 35-year-old Ghanaian's resolve crumbled instantly. "Yes, after my speech, I will travel with a few men in an unmarked vehicle. Where are you?" "Head north from Black Star Square," Kang instructed, watching the distant plumes of smoke begin to rise. "I'm up in the hills with a view of the city. Don't ask for an exact address. Just ring me again once you get to Aburi and I'll guide you the rest of the way." Ado's voice was tense over the line. "We're holding on by a thread here, Kang. Speak with Condor. We need more Sentinel support, particularly at the square." "I'll see what I can arrange, Professor," Kang replied. He ended the call and remained at his desk, pondering how much longer he could keep Otto believing everything was proceeding as planned. Not long at all, he decided. His immediate needs were clear. Otto had to deliver that speech and bring it here. His team in the adjoining room had to broadcast it globally, and General Boatlang needed to crush the disorganized Western Togoland rebels. Addo's death was a foregone conclusion, probably right here in this office by Tremonti's hand. The idea didn't give him a moment's hesitation. A different concern, however, did worm its way into his thoughts. He called for Gia, and she entered, looking as though she'd been living in her oversized sweatshirt for days, her eyes rimmed with red. "Yes, sir?" "Where is Tremaine?" "He's in the city, working on his operation near the U.S. Embassy. I should have an update shortly." "Very well," Kang said. Killing Otto wasn't what troubled him. What truly gnawed at him was the potential for Conrad Tremaine's lost Sentinel computer to unravel the entire operation. He shook his head, dismissing the doubt. Tremaine had a solid plan to retrieve the device. Everything would be back on track soon. He made his way to the bathroom to splash cold water on his face, steeling himself for the most significant day of his life. At 7:30 in the morning, 3 armored vehicles carrying the U.S. ambassador to Ghana and the others passed through the front gate access control port of the U.S. Embassy following a swift inspection by the local guard force. The small convoy pulled to a stop in front of the Chancery building. The journey had been fraught with delays. Repeatedly, the caravan had been forced to conceal itself behind buildings or in hushed residential streets as military and rebel units moved or clashed nearby. John, the SEO operations officer leading the convoy, viewed avoiding enemy detection as his primary objective, a difficult task with 3 conspicuous, modern armored vehicles traveling together. It required numerous detours, extensive waiting, and no small amount of luck. On 2 occasions, they had turned into intersections only to be met with small arms fire, which peppered the sides of the Yukons with bullet strikes, but inflicted no critical damage. The fighting throughout the city and the motorcade's efforts to circumvent it had stretched the drive from the Volta River area to 3 times its normal length. Now, 7.5 hours after departing Isaac Arpoko's driveway, Duff stepped out of the lead SUV onto the sun-warmed pavement. The morning was already bright and hot. John had notified the embassy in advance. 4 young Marine security guards in pixelated camouflage uniforms stood ready outside the Chancery, holding 2 aluminum and nylon litters. Other staff members emerged to assist the wounded, and the embassy doctor was on hand to triage injuries for his clinic. For Duff, the toll was a deep, pervasive aphim from cuts and bruises, from exhausted muscles, and from the intense mental strain of half a day spent in combat or under its imminent threat. He was stiff and sore, a product of relentless action followed by hours confined in the surf. He helped Nicole out of the Yukon, and together they walked to the van where Isaac was already climbing out from the back. His wound had been cleaned and rebanded, and mild painkillers had eased some of the stiffness from his harrowing fall down a limestone rock face the previous day. The men shook hands firmly, and then Nicole stepped forward and hugged him. Duff gave a small smile. "They looked after me well. The nurse wants the doctor to check my wound one more time before I head out." "You're not going anywhere until things calm down," Nicole insisted. "You're staying right here with us." Isaac nodded his gratitude. "Thank you." Nearby, Ambassador Jennifer Dunnigan was being carefully moved onto a stretcher by a team of Marines, who then carried her toward the embassy clinic. As they passed, the ambassador turned her head, catching Duff's eye. "You did good work out there, Josh." "Thank you." A wave of discomfort washed over Duff. Praise felt misplaced. He managed a quiet thank you in return. Dunnigan's gaze shifted to Isaac. "And thank you, sir. May God keep you safe." "And you, Madam Ambassador," Isaac replied. During the tense ride back in the SUV, Duff's mind had wandered to the future. He imagined the nightmares that were sure to come, visions of spiraling helicopters, his wife's face etched with terror beside him, all set against the relentless downpour of a jungle. Heroism was the last thing he felt. If anything, he just felt more broken. He shoved those thoughts aside, focusing on the single, urgent need to get home and hold his kids. He turned to go help Nicole with the remaining wounded, but a voice crackled over the lobby's PA system, stopping him. "Arso, Duffy. A moment, please." Duff approached the thick, bulletproof window of Marine Post 1. Inside, the gunnery sergeant on duty looked back at him. "What's going on, Gunny?" "Welcome back, sir. I'm afraid I have orders to escort you directly to May's office." "Immediately." "Mace, the Siage Station, Chief." Duff should have seen this coming. "Listen, I really need to get home to my children first. I'll come straight back, I promise." Just then, Nicole entered the lobby with Arletta James, who was being carried on another stretcher. Seeing her husband in conversation, Nicole walked over. The gunnery sergeant at 27, the senior Marine present, leaned closer to the glass. "Your kids are perfectly safe, sir. We're neighbors at Iris Gardens. Live 2 doors down. I was just there half an hour ago. It's quiet. The gate security has been reinforced, and there's a police cruiser stationed out front. No reports of any trouble in cantonments at all." Duff let out a weary sigh. How urgent did Mace make this sound? "Extremely urgent, sir. His exact words were that if you and your wife were ambulatory, my backside would be in a sling if I didn't send you both upstairs the instant you walked through that door." Duff glanced at Nicole. She gave a reluctant nod. Together they turned and headed deeper into the chancery, toward the CAO offices. From behind the closed and barred window of her family's second-story apartment, 9-year-old Mandy Duffy stared out across the courtyard. The green grass was still, and the front gate appeared peaceful, but the occasional staccato pop of gunfire or the deep, shuddering boom of an explosion in the distance told a different story. The previous afternoon she had been confused by what she thought were fireworks, briefly wondering if there was some local celebration she didn't know about. Then the real sounds started, sharp, persistent cracks coming from several directions. She'd never heard real gunfire before, but she watched enough television to recognize it. Mandy was an observant child, always curious, and she had been closely watching the adults around her, especially Portia Jongba, her nanny for the past 3 months. Portia had been acting strangely since yesterday evening, her usual calm replaced by a pinched look of worry. She kept excusing herself, crossing the courtyard to speak in hushed, urgent tones with the guards at the complex gate. Portia's father, Henry Jongba, served as the head of security at Iris Gardens. With the phones and electricity out, Mandy understood that Portia's only source of information was her dad, who carried a walkie-talkie for contacting the police, the embassy, or other nearby compounds. Earlier they'd been told school was canceled, but no one offered a reason. Now Huck was busy with his toy truck on the living room floor behind her, and Mandy stood by the window gazing out. Normally, 2 guards manned the front gatehouse. This morning there were 5. A police cruiser had also been parked out front for nearly a full day. As Mandy watched, another officer appeared, walking along the sidewalk from the parking area beyond the apartment's outer wall. He approached the main gate and gave a casual wave to the men inside the small guard shack just beyond the bars. Squinting, Mandy thought she recognized him as one of the regular complex patrol officers. She must have been right, because the guards on duty opened the pedestrian gate for him, and they all stood talking in a cluster. So focused was she on the scene that she didn't hear Portia come up behind her in the living room until the nanny spoke. "Ready for breakfast? Your brother is campaigning for pancake." Mandy didn't turn from the window. She'd asked Portia what was happening last night, only to be brushed off with an assurance that everything was fine. She'd asked again this morning when the no-school announcement came, and again received no straight answer. Since then, Mandy had bottled up her worries, not wanting to frighten her brother or endure another evasion from Portia, but the tension had become too much. "Miss Portia, please, just tell me what's really going on." "Everything's under control, Mandy." "I'm not a baby," Mandy insisted, her voice firm. "You can tell me the truth." The 24-year-old nanny placed her hands on the girl's shoulders, giving them a gentle squeeze, and they both looked out at the grounds. The policeman who had just entered was now walking in their direction, passing the swimming pool, clearly headed toward their row of apartment buildings. Portia let out a long, slow sigh. "All right, sweetie. The army and police are out in the streets dealing with some troublesome people who are causing problems for the government. But I need you not to worry. It's all happening in a different part of the city. We are safe here. No one is coming near us." The idea that troublesome people were trying to seize the government did not make Mandy feel safe at all, but she kept that thought to herself. Instead, she asked the only question that really mattered. "Are Mom and Dad coming home?" "Yes, I just spoke with my father. He used his radio to check with the embassy. Your parents and the ambassador are on their way there now. They'll go to the embassy first, and then I'm certain they'll come straight here to be with you." A sudden knock sounded at the door downstairs. Portia's hands left Mandy's shoulders as she turned to go see who it was. Josh and Nicole Duffy entered a conference room adjacent to the CIA Chief of Station's office. Bob Gorski was already there, seated at a table with Cos Richard Mace. Both men stood as the couple walked in. "Damn good to see you two in one piece," Gorski said, his eyes scanning them. "Hell, Duffy, you look like you lost a fight with a barbed wire fence." "You should see the other guy," Duff replied, his tone flat and weary. "Yeah, I'll bet," Gorski said, then turned his attention to Nicole, his expression softening at the sight of her badly bruised face. "I can't even be mentioning what you've both endured." Duff introduced his wife to Gorski. She was already acquainted with Mace, though not well. Nicole got straight to the point. "What's the latest situation?" Mace answered. "Current estimates put the rebel force at 600 to 800, attacking on 2 fronts. So far, we haven't seen any indication of mercenary support in the city." Duff shook his head. They definitely had mercenary support operating outside the city limits. "If we're not seeing them here, it's either because we're looking in the wrong places, or," Gorski cut in, "or because Sentinel's contract didn't include an assault on the capital itself." Duff gave a slow, thoughtful nod. "Right. But why wouldn't it be that way?" Mace considered it. "Maybe the Chinese who hired Sentinel want this to look like a genuine homegrown uprising, not whatever this mess actually is." He went on, "At the dam, we're hearing about dead white men with Slavic features, and Cyrillic writing on their phones and personal items." Duff shrugged. "I could have told you there were Russians at the dam." Mace gave a slow nod. "You did, or you told Bob anyway. We just prefer to have our own confirmation." "Got it." Gorski leaned forward. "My theory is the Chinese used Sentinel to build up the rebels, likely train them, and offer support all the way to the capital. Once here, Sentinel was probably instructed to fade into the background. The interesting part is that all the bodies left behind seem to be Russian. My bet is Kang Shikun hired Russian mercenaries, so if they ended up dead, Moscow would get the blame, not China. Once we get photos of the deceased and can run their faces, I'd wager every last one of them is Wagner Africa Corps, or was before Tremaine brought them in for this job." Mace eyed the damaged tablet on the table. "What's your guess on what that thing holds?" Duff retrieved it from the dead Russians pack and slid it across. "Probably evidence of Sentinel's involvement. Maybe even something that points a finger at the Chinese, if your theory about this Kang character is correct." Mace inspected the shattered device. "Was shooting it really necessary? I shot the guy carrying it. The computer was just in the wrong place at the wrong time." Mace set it down. "We'll need to have it couriered to Langley. They'll extract whatever intelligence they can from it." Now Nicole spoke up. "What about U.S. military support in the region?" "President Amanner is refusing any help from the West. He sees it this way. Central Command is handling the attack from the north. Southern Command is keeping the rebels away from the airport and Jubilee House. The President believes his army has the situation under control. So, we're still completely on our own?" Gorski confirmed it. "Your State Department is sending a plane to evacuate the wounded to Sigonella, but we're not getting any fighter jets, aircraft carriers, or Navy SEALs." He glanced at Duff, then added with a faint smile, Nicole, your husband is officially the toughest hombre in this country right now." Duff shook his head dismissively. "The other side has some seriously formidable individuals themselves." "That is true," Gorski conceded. Nicole pressed. "What about the Marines stationed here? Can't they assist us?" Mace shook his head. "The average American imagines there's a whole company of Marines at every embassy, maybe with a couple of Ospreys parked on the roof, ready to jump into any crisis. The reality is, we're a large embassy, and we have a total of 7 Marines. Usually one is on leave, so it's really 6. Their average age is about 23, and their role is strictly inside the fence line. They are not a quick reaction force. They don't go out and rescue Americans in distress. Their primary mission is to destroy classified material if the embassy is attacked. Protecting people inside the chancery is a distant second." Mace looked out the window, a note of disbelief in his voice. "A coup. Here. Who would have ever believed it?" To Duff's surprise, Nicole let out a soft, almost sarcastic laugh. Mace turned to her. "What's so funny?" "Nothing. It's just—" "Just what?" "It's just that I seem to recall the CA tried to stage a coup here once before. Unsuccessful, I should add." The chief of station nodded slowly. "Yeah. Not exactly our proudest moment." "What went wrong?" Duff asked. Gorski fielded the question. "It was back in '85, even before my time." "The short version of why it failed? Godfrey O.C., the guy we were trying to install, was a complete fool." "What was the issue with Godfrey?" "Well, for starters, he started parading around with a walking stick and a Nazi S emblem on his arm. The American mercenaries smuggling weapons into Ghana took one look at that and thought it was a very bad sign." "Unbelievable," Nicole said, shaking her head in dismay. "And the mercenaries had their own set of problems, too." She recalled a forgotten detail from the old reports of botched midnight rendezvous at a coastal fishing village, where the weapons drop was nearly intercepted because Osai's contact was loudly arguing with a vendor over the price of tilapia. One of the men had been a narcotics trafficker on the agency's payroll. Duff massaged his weary eyes. "Good Lord. Exactly. As Richard pointed out, not exactly the agency's proudest chapter." Mace then spoke up. "All right, Duff. Bob will conduct your debrief. We need a complete account of your actions and observations from the last day, along with your personal assessment." Nicole interjected. "If I'm not needed here, I should get home to the children." Mace gave a nod. "We're keeping all personnel in armored vehicles until the situation stabilizes. Have one of the local guard force drivers take you in a hardened transport." "Thank you," she replied, giving her husband a quick kiss before moving toward the exit. "Let them know I'll be there as soon as possible," Duff said, turning his attention back to Gorski, who was already activating his phone's recorder to begin the session. Meanwhile, a quarter-mile away at the Iris Gardens complex, Mandy and Huck Duffy, accompanied by their nanny Portia Jongba, were walking across the lawn toward the main entrance. They followed Botwibrima, a city police officer from Ghana who also worked part-time for the local guard force. Portia had known him for more than 2 years. Just 5 minutes earlier, Officer Brima had rung the doorbell and informed Portia in Twiso the children wouldn't understand that he had orders to drive the children to the embassy because their parents had been injured and would likely remain in the Chancery Medical Clinic for much of the day, possibly overnight, with the unsettling echoes of distant gunfire still drifting through the air. Portia insisted on accompanying them. She refused to let the children out of her sight, even with a policeman in a marked car. Brima eventually relented with a resigned shrug. As the group approached the complex's front gate, Portia moved closer to the officer and asked quietly in Twi, "Is the route secure?" The policeman responded, "The cantonment's area is calm. There's reported fighting around Black Star Square and further east, but it's completely quiet here." At the gate, Portia paused and stepped into the guard booth where her 56-year-old father was stationed. With the children beside her, she asked him in their shared language, Have you heard if Nicole and Josh made it back to the embassy safely?" While she had no particular reason to distrust Brima, the children were her responsibility, and she wanted confirmation. Her father answered, "They returned about 20 minutes ago." A police cruiser was parked just outside the gate, which Portia assumed was Brima's vehicle, but the officer merely waved to the 2 policemen in the front seat and continued up the sidewalk. Brima kept walking, with Portia and the children trailing behind. Quickly, Henry Dongba stepped out past the gate. "Hey, Brima, where's your car, man?" The officer glanced back over his shoulder. "I left it in the lot up here. You should have pulled right up to the gate." "It's fine, boss. The area's clear." The 4 proceeded up the road. A low, rolling boom echoed in the distance, causing everyone except Officer Brima to turn their heads. They reached the intersection leading to the parking area only 20 meters from the gate. Portia scanned for the police car but didn't see it. Almost as if reading her thoughts, Brima said, "Actually, it's parked in the next lot. Just a bit further." Portia felt a prickle of unease. She studied him sweat beaded on his forehead. His eyes were darting and his fists were clenched, his right hand gripping his car keys tightly. Behind them, Henry Dongba had moved into the street, hands on his hips, watching his daughter and the group walk away. After they passed the first parking area, he signaled for another guard to join him on the road, and the 2 men began following at a careful distance. A burst of automatic gunfire echoed from the south, a sustained rattle that made Portia tighten her grip on the children's hands and slow her pace. Her father's voice cut through the noise from behind. "Brima, what are you doing? Bring them back and get the car yourself." Officer Brima didn't even glance back. He kept walking toward the next cross street, his focus ahead. When he turned to speak to Portia, his eyes avoided hers, fixed on some middle distance. "We're nearly there," he said, his voice flat. No sooner had he spoken than a black van screeched around the corner from the west, tires smoking as it braked hard. A masked figure vaulted from the front passenger side. Brima's hands shot into the air. "Don't!" Portia instinctively pushed the kids behind her, forming a human shield. Mandy seized her brother's arm, spun, and tried to sprint back toward the apartment buildings. Another man, also masked in black, jumped from the van's rear and cut off their path. Mandy tried to dodge, but he was a blur of motion, impossibly strong. In one fluid movement, he hoisted both children off their feet. Their sneakers kicked empty air as they were hauled bodily into the van's dark interior, their terrified screams piercing the afternoon. The large man from the passenger seat shoved Portia to the pavement. As her palms scraped the concrete, she saw the glint of a pistol in his right hand. Fueled by pure adrenaline, she scrambled to get up, to charge the vehicle and drag the kids back out. The masked man leveled the weapon. From somewhere behind her she heard Brima's voice, strained and desperate. "Stop! Don't shoot!" Portia twisted to see Brima had drawn his service weapon, raising it toward the assailants. A single sharp gunshot cracked the air. Brima's head jerked violently backward. He crumpled to the street just a few yards away. Portia's own scream tore from her throat. She clawed her way back to her feet, but the gunman was already leaping into the van. More gunfire erupted behind her. Her father or the other guard returning fire. She saw the masked man in the passenger seat flinch, his shoulder jerking as if struck, but he didn't go down. Instead, he braced his arm against the doorframe, aiming his pistol back out the open door. For a heart-stopping moment, Portia was certain the barrel was pointed at her face. 2 shots exploded in rapid succession. She dropped into a crouch, arms wrapped uselessly over her head. The van's engine roared as it accelerated away. She surged upright and gave chase. A masked figure slammed the rear door shut, but not before Portia caught a fragmented glimpse inside. The 2 children held fast by a third man. In the struggle, Mandy had grabbed at the man's shirt, tearing it open at the neck. Against the dark fabric, the skin of the man holding them was unmistakably pale. A white man. The detail seared itself into her mind as she ran, a cold, sharp fact amid the torrent of panic flooding her system. Behind her, Officer Brima lay motionless on the asphalt. Henry Jongba, Portia's father, and a senior member of the embassy's local guard force, was sitting in the street, both hands clutching a pistol that wavered as he aimed it at the vanishing van. Blood streamed from a wound in his left leg, pooling on the ground around him. He wouldn't risk another shot, not with the children inside. Portia, her world narrowed to the fleeing vehicle, didn't see her father's injury. She just ran, her lungs burning, but the van only grew smaller, a dark speck swallowing the road. The embassy squad car parked near the apartments roared to life, executed a swift U-turn around Henry Jongba, and sped past Portia in pursuit. It offered a fleeting hope, but she kept running, her legs pumping on pure desperate instinct, because stopping meant accepting the unimaginable. 40 Nicole Duffy offered a casual wave to the gunnery sergeant at Marine Post 1 as she passed, pushing through the heavy chancery doors into the humid afternoon. She walked briskly toward the Kaka, the compound access control point, the embassy's fortified gateway. She'd arranged for an armored car for the short ride back to her apartment. Stepping out past the final guard post, she spotted her driver, an Logef employee, waiting in the driveway off 4th Circular Road. A beige Mercedes sedan sat idling, a thin plume of exhaust curling from its tailpipe. She had just waved to the man and taken a single step toward his car when a woman came tearing around the corner into the driveway, sprinting frantically. Nicole instinctively hurried back toward the guardhouse door, fearing an emotionally distressed person meant to do her harm. But as she focused, she recognized the hysterical, crying woman as the children's nanny, Portia. A wave of panic washed over Nicole. Her knees went weak and she froze in horror. Guards inside saw the rushing figure and bolted from behind the desk, ready to tackle her before she could get inside or harm the embassy employee at the door. Instead, the young woman collapsed into Nicole Duffy's arms. "What's wrong? What happened?" They took them. They took Huck and Mandy." "Who? Who took them?" "Aya Van," she sobbed. "4 men." Nicole wrapped her in her arms and rushed her back inside. After leaving Portia at the cafeteria tables on the Chancery's ground floor, Nicole ran up the stairs to the IA station offices. Duff was still in the conference room, standing there pale as a ghost, on the phone with Henry Jongba. The wounded lead guard had radioed Richard Mace immediately about the kidnapping, and Mace had sprinted here from his office. Husband and wife locked eyes, and Nicole saw a panic and vulnerability in her husband she had never witnessed in her life. She ran to him, clutching him tightly, afraid he might fall apart right there. But when she looked back into his eyes, she noticed a stark transformation. A look of steely determination had settled over his face. In mere seconds he had shifted from terrified to utterly resolute. He had a mission now, the most critical mission of his life. Jongba was still talking on the radio. Nicole heard him say his daughter was also missing, so she grabbed the radio from her husband's hand. "Henry, it's Nicole Duffy. Portia ran here after chasing the kidnappers. She's inside the embassy and safe." Henry groaned slightly into the phone, clearly in pain. "Thank you, Mrs. Duffy." A police car went after the van. "I don't know if they're still in pursuit. One of our low GF men was killed, but he might have been in on it." Mace leaned in. "In on it? What do you mean?" "He showed up 15 minutes ago, said he'd been instructed to pick up the children and bring them to the embassy to see their parents." Duff said, "We didn't ask anyone to do that." Henry replied, "I was afraid of that." "Well, if he was working with the kidnappers, he'll never tell now." After a pause, he added, "I think I hit one of the men in the stomach. Didn't kill him, not immediately anyway." "How do you know?" Nicole asked. "He shot me after I shot him." Duff looked to Mace and Gorski, then his gaze settled firmly on Gorski. In a grave tone he said, "You and me, Bob, we need to talk. Now." Mace stood. "I'll be in my office talking to the ARSO and trying to raise the local police on the radio." Once Mace left with the radio, Nicole stated flatly, "It was Tremaine." "Did someone specifically identify Tremaine?" Gorski asked. Portia said at least one of the 4 masked men was white. They were all wearing masks. To this Duff remarked, "Just like most of the Sentinel men I've run into." Gorski looked like he was about to argue against the conclusion Nichol had drawn, but after holding both Duffy's hard stares for a moment, he simply nodded. "Yeah, okay. Good enough for me." He added, "I have agents out in the field. I'll get everyone looking for that van." "Where are your agents?" Duff pressed. Gorski made a face, as if weighing the question. "We've got people on the streets. We've got feelers out. That's all I'm prepared to say. If we get any information about—" "No," Nichol cut in forcefully. Gorski cocked his head. "No, no," she repeated, her voice low and certain. "You know where they took the kids." When Gorski remained silent, she turned her gaze to Josh. Duff noticed the hesitation in his response to the question about his agent's locations. The man was clearly holding back. "We're following up on several leads," Gorski stated, cutting himself off. "That's really all I can disclose at this," Bob Duff interrupted, stepping closer to the smaller man, his voice low and intense. "If you know something, you have to tell me. Right now." Gorski's eyes flicked from Duff to Nichol before he released a weary breath. "We believe we've identified a Chinese intelligence base within the city. That does not, however, mean we think Tremaine is there. Frankly, I'd be shocked if that's where he ended up." "He's got a wounded guy with him," Duff countered. "Where else would they go?" "The nearest clinic." After another moment of thought, Gorski shook his head. "I can't give you the address. There's an active operation there, and we can't risk you storming in and blowing our cover." "We're talking about my children," Duff shouted, his hands clenched into fists. "Not at this location. We're not," Gorski insisted, holding up a hand. "I have a team watching the villa, and they've reported no activity, no comings or goings." "How did you even find it?" Gorski sighed again, the sound heavy with frustration. "I deployed a local team with a tech from our station here, armed with signals intelligence gear. The logic was simple. With the city's power down, wherever Kong is operating would likely have one of the biggest electronic footprints around. Satellite internet, high-powered radios, shortwave. The man always travels with a technical team. They must be pumping out a serious amount of wattage." "It's a massive city, Bob," Nichol pointed out. "True," he conceded. "But we started the search in the Aburi Hills, north of the city. Large estates, excellent line of sight for communications, a commanding view. Kang fancies himself a general surveying his battlefield. He used the same tactic in the Central African Republic a couple years back. We never caught him there, so he has no idea that picking the high ground actually makes his operation more vulnerable." "And you found something up there?" "About an hour ago, yes." Duff pressed further. "Besides strong radio signals, what else connects him to this place? There's a significant security detail at the villa. Bob, this is West Africa. Every wealthy person's home has security. Our people spotted Asian personnel on the grounds," Gorski clarified, "and a group of masked men in pickup trucks showed up not long after our team arrived." "Okay," Duff said, his interest clearly piqued. "We checked the property records. It was leased about 4.5 months ago. The rental agreement is a dead end, but you'd expect the Chinese to conceal their connection to a covert safe house. I requested permission to fly a surveillance drone over the area, but Mace denied it. Still, our ground team confirms a massive amount of data is flowing in and out of that house. You have people watching it right now?" "My surveillance detection team is positioned nearby in another residence. As soon as John finishes eating downstairs, I'm sending him up there too. Their orders are to monitor exterior activity only, no attempts to see inside. Kang will have his own counter-surveillance in the neighborhood. That's how he compromised one of my operations in Sierra Leone once." A grim understanding settled over Duff. "They took the kids to get that tablet back." Gorski and Duff locked eyes in a long, silent standoff. Finally Gorski spoke, his tone apologetic. "Look, Josh, I'm sorry. I can't return the device to you." Josh gave a slow nod. I'm not asking for that computer back, but we can give him a different tablet, Nicole interjected. You told him last night that it was shot and destroyed. Duff nodded in agreement. We'll stop by Ikren when we leave. See if they have any Gaddic tablets we can use. A note of weary realism entered Gorski's voice. Josh, he's not just going to accept a broken computer and hand your children over. You know that, right? Right, I know, Josh replied, his gaze shifting from Nicole back to the CIO officer. I just needed to get close enough to him to reach the kids. To do what? Josh met his eyes squarely. Bob, just tell your people to watch for Tremaine, the black van, the kids, anything at all, Edo. I won't interfere with your plans regarding the Chinese operation, but you need to help me now. I will, Gorski replied. Duff glanced at his wife, relying on her instincts. Is he telling the truth? She studied Gorski intently before speaking. I think he genuinely understands our situation, and I believe he'll make the right choice when it matters. Duff wasn't sure if that was intuition or a clever play to pressure Gorski, but the distinction didn't matter. All that counted was getting the information. Who else knows about this place? Right now, just us. But Mace will likely inform Ghanaian intelligence soon, so they can mobilize a raid. I need an address, Bob. You're a white man. You'll stick out in that neighborhood, and if you're planning some reckless assault, you won't make it past the gate. Going there will jeopardize everything. Nicole placed a hand on her husband's shoulder. He has a point. We need another approach. After leaving Gorski, Duff and Nicole headed to the Information Resource Management Office. Within minutes they were handed a Gaddic tablet, a newer version than the Russian one, but with the same rugged black casing. A young technician slid a sign-out sheet toward them. Duff just stared at him with a look that suggested he might throw the man through a wall. So Nicole stepped forward, signed with a quick smile, and nudged her husband along. As they exited, the tech called out, "Please take care of that equipment." "I'm going to put a bullet in it," Duff muttered. "What did he say?" the tech asked. Nicole glanced back as the door closed. "He's just joking." In the Chancery atrium, she turned to him. "What's the plan, Josh? Calling Tremaine for an exchange won't work. Right now, I'm heading to the Aburi Hills. We don't even know if that's where he is. It's our best lead. Even if he's not there, the Chinese operation is our only link to Tremaine. How exactly are you planning to put bullet holes in that tablet?" "Exactly like I told him." "I'm going to shoot it." They descended to the ground floor, where they saw Portia walking beside her father, who was being carried on a stretcher toward the clinic, a white bandage wrapped around his thigh. Nicole hurried over to check on them while Duff continued toward the front entrance. Passing the ground floor cafe, he stopped suddenly. Isaac Opoku stood there in his Rivcom uniform. In the chaos of the last hour, Duff had forgotten Isaac was even on the compound. The Ghanaian approached him. "More wounded are arriving. Security is scrambling. The Marines are at the gates." "What is going on?" "Tremaine took our children." Isaac placed a hand over his heart. "My God." "Do you know where he has them?" "We believe the Chinese intelligence officer running this coup is at a house in the Aburi Hills. Do you know the area?" "Of course. I served with Southern Command for 2 years before my northern deployment. I know Accra well." Without pause, he added, "I can take you there." Duff put a hand on his shoulder. "Thank you, my friend. But we don't have an exact address yet, and we have no official support. Our agency found the location and will be informing the Ghanaian authorities soon." Isaac's expression grew serious. "That is not good. When I was in Special Forces, we were skilled in combat, but hostage rescue was not our specialty. That's what I was afraid of." "What do you intend to do?" Duff considered for a moment, a new grim determination settling over him. The bureaucratic caution was gone, replaced by the cold clarity of a man with nothing left to lose. "We're going anyway. Before the cavalry arrives and turns this into a political standoff. Sometimes you don't wait for permission. You just go get your kids back." Duff stared toward the distant, shadowed slopes. "I'm heading up into those hills. I'll get as close as possible, and when the Ghanaian forces move in for their raid, that's my moment. I'm slipping through to get my kids back." Nicole stepped back into the atrium, having caught the tail end of his plan. "You absolutely are not going without me." He started to shake his head. "You should stay here to do what?" She cut in, her voice firm. "There's nothing for me here. Everyone I love will be up there in the middle of that danger. I'm not waiting on the sidelines." Isaac spoke up. "I'm coming as well, Duff. These people hit my dam. They killed my colleagues. They tried to assassinate the president. I didn't even vote for the man, but that's irrelevant now." Duff gave a slow nod, thinking it through. "All right. We'll need a vehicle. No armored trucks. We have to keep a low profile." Isaac raised an eyebrow. "With all due respect, you and your wife aren't exactly going to blend in wandering around the Aburi Hills." "That's a valid point," Duff conceded. He paused, a thought forming, unless. "I've run into 4 Sentinel contractors since yesterday. 3 Russians and 1 South African. Their gear was virtually identical." "You want us to pose as contractors?" Nicole asked. "Wear masks and everything." He shrugged. "It's our best shot. We also need to find a Toyota pickup." "Henry at the clinic has a Tacoma," Nicole offered. "I can go ask him for the keys." "But where on earth are we going to find outfits that match what those contractors wear?" Duff motioned for them to follow. "Both of you, come with me." The black van navigated the nearly deserted streets for half an hour before passing through the wrought-iron gates of a secluded home in the Aburi Hill. Inside, alongside 3 Russian contractors and the South African known as Junior, were the 2 Duffy children. The man in the front passenger seat, the one who'd been wounded during the grab, spent the entire trip muttering a steady stream of creative English curses words Mandy recognized from her father's vocabulary, as he stripped off his gear and shirt to wrap a bandage around his torso. Mandy held her little brother's hand tightly as the van stopped before grand front doors. The men in the rear with them slid the doors open and guided the children out. Mandy had been battling tears the whole way, terrified but determined not to panic. He had kept looking to her for cues, and because she had managed to hold herself together, he had stayed quiet too. She focused on her father's old advice for stressful situations. Breathe slowly, stay calm, observe everything, and think ahead. During the ride, she had figured out that only 2 of the 4 men spoke English. One of the men in the back, his accent thick and heavy, had to translate for both the driver and the other guard. The wounded man in front, however, spoke a clearer, if still foreign, English. Now the translator and the other guard from the back walked them through a soaring entryway and into a living room. One curved wall was nothing but floor-to-ceiling windows offering a sprawling view of the city lights below, and the space opened into a large modern kitchen. About 15 people were scattered around the room, most of them Asian and focused on computer stations. A tall white man with a prominent mustache detached himself from the kitchen area and approached as they entered. He knelt down, bringing himself to Mandy's eye level. He had an accent, too. "Your father is in possession of something I require. You will both behave and stay here. Once he delivers it to me, you will be sent home." His smile didn't reach his eyes. A sharp smell of stale sweat clung to him, and Mandy could see the damp outline of a vest pressed against his shirt. She remembered old photos of her father in his security uniform from her childhood, and the way the protective vest left its distinct outline on the white man's shirt was unmistakable. An elderly Asian gentleman emerged from a side room at the rear of the vast area, paused to study the children briefly, then pivoted and retreated through the doorway. As he turned, he called out, "Jaya?" A young woman in a sweatshirt, her hair pulled into a ponytail, jolted up from her seat at the kitchen island and hurried after him into the back room. Meanwhile, the 2 men flanking Mandy and Huck gripped their shoulders and steered them firmly toward a staircase, beginning an ascent to the floor above. Kang Shikun had no patience for interruptions. Addo's dragons were engaged in combat along the coastline at that very moment, about to confront the full might of General Bodang's armored column. Once Bodang secured the area, his forces would fan out across the city to restore order. After that, Kang was convinced it would only be a short wait before President Amanor either stepped down or was forcibly removed, especially once Kang's social media apparatus launched an all-out assault on the government's crisis management. His day was packed with urgent tasks, yet dealing with the Sentinel breach was unavoidable. The only viable path forward was to let Tremaine exchange the children for the missing computer. Chen Jaya entered the room with a slight bow and shut the door. To her visible astonishment, Kang spoke to her in English. "Your records indicate you speak English." "Yes, sir." With an absent-minded nod, he instructed, "You will attend to the children while they are here." "Attend to them, sir." "One of the Russian contractors will guard their door, but you are accountable for their welfare. If they require food, if they become disruptive, managing them falls to you. They are not to leave that bedroom under any circumstance. Can you handle that?" Jia was not in the habit of refusing, and Kang was not a man one refused. She nodded, bowed again, and exited the room. The 28-year-old woman crossed the living room and made straight for the stair. On the second floor, she started down a lengthy hallway, at the far end of which a masked figure in a baseball cap stood watch outside a door, his rifle slung across his chest, his gaze fixed in her direction. Jia suspected he was Russian. He carried a menacing aura she had sensed the moment he and his companion arrived. She couldn't help but wonder what those two American kids, whoever they were native, being detained by an armed, masked stranger. They were prisoners here, and that was the extent of her knowledge. Neither Kang, nor the large white mercenary, nor this Russian guard had offered any explanation about why the children were here or what fate awaited them, and the uncertainty chilled Jia to the bone. Her orders were simply to care for them. The guard would ensure they stayed alive. Food, soothing their fears, overseeing their needs, all the things a Russian fighter trained only in violence couldn't manage, Jia supposed. But that wasn't her primary worry just then. No, her main concern was the sudden rolling nausea rising in her throat. She was halfway down the hall when she spotted an open bathroom door to her right. She slipped inside, closed the door, and seconds later was hunched over the toilet, vomiting. It took a full 3 minutes before she composed herself enough to approach the Russian. "Are they inside?" she asked in English. The man merely stared. "Do you understand English?" "Cha," came the terse reply. His steel-blue eyes tracked her as she opened the door and stepped into the small guest bedroom. The two children sat side by side at the foot of the bed. The television before them was dark. The girl seemed to have been comforting her younger brother, but she fell silent the instant Jia entered. "Hello," Jia managed, swallowing back another surge of sickness. "Hello," the girl replied. Jia's eyes drifted to the blank television screen, her mind racing with unspoken fears about what the next hours might bring. "Would you like to watch some cartoons? I might be able to find a few on the television for you." Mandy studied her with a wary expression before replying, "I want my mom. Your mother isn't here right now. But I can get you something to eat or drink." "Why are we in this room?" Jia lifted a shoulder slightly. "I don't have an answer for that." She paused, then added, "I'm going downstairs to fetch some water and food. I'll bring it back for you." She moved toward the door, but stopped and turned. "Don't try to leave. There's a man outside, and I'm concerned about what he might do if you do." Huck asked, "Who is he?" Jia knew the man was a Russian mercenary, a professional killer. She simply said his job is to make sure you both stay inside. If you cooperate, you won't need to be afraid of him. The Chinese woman turned to leave again, but the little girl's voice stopped her. "You're being kind. When my daddy comes to get us, I'll tell him not to hurt you." Chenja spun around, her eyes wide with surprise. Did this child just imply her father would come here and cause harm? She dismissed the unsettling thought and opened the door without another word. Stepping into the hallway, she saw the Russian guard move to shut the door, but instead he walked back through the bedroom and into the attached bathroom. Gia watched as the man tested the window latch. From her vantage point, she could see the lock was both immovable and positioned far too high for the children to ever reach. The mercenary seemed to reach the same conclusion, because he soon turned from the bathroom and began to exit the room behind her. As he passed, however, he fixed the two American children with a look of pure malice, and Gia felt her stomach twist with renewed nausea. Corporal Albert Sandoval, 21 and from Joplin, Missouri, had served with the Marine Corps Embassy Security Group in Accra for 6 months. He enjoyed the work, appreciating the freedom it gave him to pursue an online degree with American Military University, during his off hours, a degree he planned to use for a State Department job after his service. At the moment, Sandoval was the only Marine in the freestanding barracks house on the wooded hill behind the Chancery. The gunny was at Post 1, and the other 4 Marines were stationed in full gear around the embassy grounds. Sandoval, due to relieve one of them in 30 minutes, was already in the Marine ready room putting on his armor when he heard a call from another room. Before he could respond, the new Arso Duffy entered alongside an faux he'd seen around, and a black man in an unfamiliar police uniform. "Good morning, sir," Sandoval said to Duffy. "Morning, Albert. This is my wife, Nicole." Sandoval glanced between them. The Arso had fresh cuts on his head and a bandaged forearm. His wife sported a black eye that had bloomed into a grayish bruise across the right side of her face. Duffy continued, "And this is my friend Isaac. He saved my life and the ambassador's." The young Marine shook the man's hand. "Thank you, sir. No trouble at all." Duff got straight to the point. "We need to borrow some gear from you." "Our gear? You mean uniforms?" Duff shook his head. "No. We need 3 sets of civilian clothes, the kind you all wear off duty. Jeans or cargo pants, T-shirts, running shoes or boots." He hesitated briefly before adding, "And body armor." "Oh, you're heading out into the city? We are." "Sir, don't you have your own armor?" "I do, but I need something without any markings. Your load-bearing vests have removable patches. Mine clearly says diplomatic security." Sandoval nodded slowly, understanding dawning. "Right. One more thing," Duff said. "Do you guys have balaclavas?" Sandoval nodded again, though now thoroughly puzzled. "Yes, sir. They're still sealed in the original packaging." The heat was oppressive, a thick blanket of 85-degree air that made the very idea of a mask feel like a punishment. Nicole just shrugged it off. "We have our reasons. It's a long story." "Any chance you have some spare clothes that might fit me?" The corporal gave her a quick, assessing glance. "You're close to Sergeant Conti's size. He's on leave. We can borrow from his locker." "Perfect." For a moment, Sandoval just stood there, hesitant. Duff noticed the pause. "Is there an issue, Corporal?" Turning to Duff, the young Marine's relief was palpable. "Sir, I have to draw the line at firearms, electronics, or night vision. I can't authorize those." "Didn't ask for them," Duff replied evenly. "What about batons? Pepper spray?" Sandoval visibly relaxed, the tension draining from his shoulders. It was clear he'd been dreading having to refuse a superior officer. "Collapsible batons and spray, absolutely, sir. We have a full supply." He led them to the team room, where they quickly found the clothes and boots they needed. From there they moved to a storeroom behind the ready room, stocked with extra gear. Working together, they stripped all identifying insignia from the load-bearing vests. Once everyone had changed, their armor and new packs loaded with non-lethal equipment in their arms, they headed for the exit. Sandoval's voice stopped them. "Sir, wherever you're headed." "I wish I was going with you." "Me too, Albert, but your job is right here. Keep this place secure. She's been through enough today." "Yes, sir. Will do. Good luck." Isaac, Duff, and Nicole stepped out of the Marine quarters, duffel bags slung over their shoulders containing their new attire: jeans, durable brown, fire-resistant shirts, boots, and gloves. They carried their packs and vests, moving with purpose toward the chancery. Nicole ducked inside to check on Henry and Portia, returning 10 minutes later with Henry's truck keys and his blessing to use the vehicle. It was parked in a secured lot just outside the main gate. Isaac went to retrieve it, while Duff walked over to the garage where their convoy vehicles from the city were stored. As expected, several local guard force personnel were there. They had already collected the AK-47s carried by Duff, Nicole, Isaac, and the others, unloaded them, and stacked the weapons neatly on a table beside one of the SUVs. Duff started toward the table, mentally preparing for an argument, but a familiar voice from behind halted him. "Duffy, what's going on?" Duff turned to see John, the CIO officer who had led the extraction convoy, standing there. "You heard what happened?" "Yeah. Listen, everyone is going to move heaven and earth to get them back safely." Duff just held John's gaze for a moment before addressing the 2 Ghanaian guards. "Give us a minute, guys." Once they were alone in the garage, John cut to the chase. "What's your play?" Gorski and Mace located the target house. John nodded. "In the Abury Hill. I'm headed there now to set up surveillance. Just stopped to grab an inconspicuous vehicle." He gave Duff's civilian outfit a skeptical once-over. "And you, dressed like contractors?" "That's the master plan. Me, Nick, and Isaac are going to get my kids back," Duff stated, his voice flat. "With Balak. You think that's a free pass through the front door?" "No. I think it gets me to the front door." John shook his head, a grim smile touching his lips. "You're out of your mind. That's a one-way ticket. What's the alternative? Wait for the Ghanaian army to roll up in an armored vehicle and turn the place into Swiss cheese with a machine gun. I have to try a softer approach first." John's eyes drifted to the AKs on the table. "And that's your definition of soft," Duff offered a tired shrug. "That's plan B, for when my stroke of genius inevitably goes up in flames." "Right," John said, the single word heavy with unspoken doubt. He glanced toward the garage entrance, where the sound of Henry's truck engine rumbled to life. The day was fading, and the hills were waiting. "Duff, I'm not your boss, so I can't give you orders. But I do's have to report to Mace and the embassy that you just took a stack of weapons and left the grounds." Duff's gaze dropped to the garage floor before slowly lifting back to meet John's. "You have children, don't you?" "My daughter Shyla is friends with Mandy. They were swimming together at the barbecue last Sunday." In the whirlwind of the past 2 weeks, Josh had met countless faces and names sometimes blurred. "Right," he acknowledged. "So tell me, what would you do if someone took Shyla? You knew exactly where they were holding her, and there was no clear official path to bring her home." John remained silent, his eyes locked on Duff for what felt like a long minute. Finally, he gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod. "I was never here," he stated flatly. He stepped back out of the cramped garage and disappeared down the street. Without another moment's hesitation, Duff gathered 3 AKs and a dozen loaded magazines before he too left the space behind. 42 Professor Mamadou Ado reached the estate on Ankama Close just after 9:30 in the morning. His convoy consisted of 3 unmarked sedans, escorted by 9 of his most loyal rebels. At the front gate, a duo of Chinese intelligence officers acting as sentries meticulously checked the vehicles before instructing everyone to surrender their firearms. With palpable reluctance, the 10 men disarmed, then proceeded up the winding drive through the lush, hilly property, parking in the circular driveway before the main entrance. The heart of the fighting in the city way miles away, centered on Black Star Square by the coast and the central airport. The sounds of battle didn't carry this far north. Yet during the 30-minute drive here, Otto had been glued to his satellite phone, receiving nothing but catastrophic updates from his 2 surviving field commanders. The reports had drained the color from his face. Otto and his men approached the grand front door, where 2 masked Sentinel operatives eyed them coldly. They were then ushered inside by a female Chinese intelligence officer, led through a marble-floored entry hall and down a corridor that opened into a vast den with an adjoining kitchen. The 9 rebels accompanying the professor were all young, none older than 25. Hailing from the Lake Volta region, not the capital, their entire lives had been defined by varying shades of hardship. This multi-million-dollar fortress was a universe away from anything they had ever known, and they stared, wide-eyed and silent, at the staggering opulence surrounding them. The professor himself was momentarily taken aback by the sheer wealth on display, but his purpose quickly snapped his focus back. He scanned the room. Chinese personnel were busy at laptops and phones. A massive curved window offered a panoramic view of the city below, and then he saw the white men. 3 mercenaries, including Condor, were seated around a dining table near the window, seemingly engrossed in discussion. Their masks were off, their weapons, body armor, and packs strewn on the floor around them. The sight of the Sentinel leader ignited a fire in Otto. He stormed across the room, his men trailing closely. The 2 other mercenaries shot to their feet as the rebel leader and his entourage closed in, but Tremaine merely leaned back in his chair, unfazed. The considerably smaller professor loomed over the seated South African, jabbing a finger toward his face. "Explain yourself. Why are you sitting here instead of fighting alongside my men at Black Star Square?" "A question for a question, Professor," Tremaine replied, his voice a low rumble. "Why aren't you down there with them?" "Because Kang ordered me to come here." "Same story," Tremaine said, a edge of sarcasm cutting through his tone. "My team is being shredded by Central Command. You and Kung both gave me your word that Boatdang's forces would sit this one out. Some promises are lighter than air, it seems." Before Tremaine could continue, Kang Shikun emerged from his office. "Professor." "Condor." "My office now." He glanced toward Gia's workstation, remembered he had sent her upstairs to monitor the American children, and called out to another woman at a laptop. "Bye, please see that the professor's men are provided with food and drink." The woman nodded, rising from her seat and heading toward the kitchen. The group of young rebels, their nervous awe momentarily overshadowed by the promise of a meal, followed her eagerly. Tremaine, Addo, and Kung stepped into the bedroom that now served as Kung's office. Addo immediately launched in. "Kung, your intelligence network has surely informed you that Boatlang is in the city with his armored column, and Sentinel is doing nothing to stop him." Before Kung could respond, Tremaine cut in. "Let's be precise, Professor. There are no tanks in this country. Boatang operates light armored vehicles, nothing more." "That's a meaningless technicality, Condor," Otto shot back, his frustration evident. "The real issue is your continued inaction while my forces are being decimated by Central Command." Kang interjected calmly. "Did you bring the recording from the square?" The question momentarily disarmed Addo. Recovering, he retrieved his phone, navigated to his camera roll, and played a 4-minute clip. "I had to trim the ending when the army arrived. My dragons fought to hold them off, but over half are now dead or wounded." The memory seemed to physically weigh on him, his earlier bluster giving way to a grim fatigue. Kang transferred the file to his computer via Bluetooth and returned the device. As Addo began a fresh tirade demanding immediate support for his remaining troops, Kang raised a placating hand. "Professor, you have fulfilled your role. Sentinel has fulfilled its role. Now I will fulfill mine. I will transmit this to Beijing via satellite. Within the hour the world will believe you command this city." "But I don't command it," Otto protested, a note of desperation creeping in. "That is irrelevant. Please, remain here. Rest. In a few hours you will witness our objective achieved." Kang's tone was smooth, almost hypnotic. "Has the president evacuated the capital yet?" Otto pressed. Kang met his gaze, a silent calculation passing behind his eyes. "All in due time, Professor." Alone with his thoughts, Tremaine fought the urge to drive his fist into the smug academic's face. The past day had been a cascade of failures, and Addo's posturing as some head of state grated on him to his core. To make matters worse, Junior had gotten himself shot during the botched snatch of Josh Duffy's children and was now laid up in another room. Some Austrian Murph called Granz was patching him up. The wound looked minor to Tremaine, a mere scratch. He'd need Junior back on his feet soon for the inevitable confrontation with Duffy. His satellite phone vibrated on his belt. He answers, yes? The voice on the other end was Duffy's, but stripped of all its usual steadiness, replaced by a cold, dangerous edge. You didn't have to take them, Tremaine. They're children. They have no place in this. Good morning, Duff. You sound tired.
Pushing 30 hours without sleep? I have your computer. I'll trade, but I need proof my kids are unharmed. They're perfectly fine. Your word isn't good enough. The South African sighed with theatrical reluctance. Very well.
Give me a moment. He left the office and moved through the quiet mansion alone, his boots silent on the plush carpet. Upstairs he passed an open doorway. Inside, Junior was on his feet, while Graz applied fresh bandages, discarded bloody gauze littering the floor. Tremaine didn't pause. At the end of the hall, a Russian contractor named Yuri stood guard. Knowing Yuri spoke no English, Tremaine offered no greeting, simply opened the door. Inside the bedroom, the woman tasked with watching the children sat slumped in a chair, her face buried in her hand. On the bed, Duffy's two kids sat in silence, blankly watching a French cartoon playing on the television. The absurdity of the scene, the cheerful, unintelligible chatter in the background of this grim hostage situation, struck Tremaine with a dark, ironic twist. He crossed the room and held the phone out to the little girl. "Mind your words," he warned softly. She took the device, holding it to her ear as her brother watched. "Hello," Duffy's voice, straining for calm, came through. "Hey, Squirt, your mother and I are thinking of you every minute," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "I miss you too, Dad. Are you holding up?" I'm really frightened. I understand, sweetheart. Is your brother there with you?" "He is." "Huck." The young boy's voice came on the line, small and quiet. "Hi, Dad. I love you, son. More than anything. I love you too. Everything to be all right. I need you to be brave for just a little longer. Please give the phone back to the man now so I can speak with him. I promise I will see you both very, very soon." "Okay." Huck hugs the device back, and Tremaine turned to exit the room. The Chinese intelligence technician stationed there watched him go, her complexion pale, her expression one of clear distress over the unfolding situation. The South African operative left without another word. As he strode back down the hallway toward the staircase, he spoke into the phone. "We require a time and a location. I will bring the children. You will bring the device. The tablet is inoperable, as I stated. My children had better be in perfect condition. I have experts who will verify the computer's status to ensure this isn't a deception." "Excellent. Bring them to the meeting. Are you familiar with the Aburi Hills?" "I am." "Good. Contact me again when you are en route into that area." Duff paused, then his voice lowered, earnest and strained. "Tremaine, you'll get what you're after. Just ensure I get what I need. Until then, you nuisance." Tremaine ended the call just as he re-entered Kang's office. The Chinese officer looked up from his desk. "Do you have a strategy for dealing with the dragons?" Tremaine gave a single firm nod. "I will retrieve the laptop, eliminate Duffy and any associates he brings. Then my team and I will handle Ado, the children, and the dragons. You must ensure your personnel remain composed." "Explain." "Meaning that woman upstairs with the hostages. She appears as if the stress of this operation is making her physically ill. She has had that sickly demeanor since her assignment began. I suspect a chronic condition, perhaps malaria." Kang dismissed the concern with a wave before returning to the matter at hand. "There are 10 dragons here, Otto included." "How do you intend to 10 unarmed dragons?" Tremaine interrupted, a cold smile touching his lips. "Who will not idly await their fate? You have what, 9 or 10 contractors on site? You require additional manpower. This must be executed with discretion and finality. Tremaine nodded in agreement, pulling his phone from his pocket once more. I will have 2 more trucks with personnel here within 15 minutes. When we move against Addo and his men, it will be swift and thorough. Isaac Opoku guided the Toyota into the deserted parking lot of the Lagon Botanical Garden. The area was silent. The conflict remained concentrated far to the south, though the echoes of yesterday's extremist violence nearby had left the city's residents wisely sheltering indoors. Isaac brought the vehicle to a halt in the center of the empty space. Duff exited the passenger side, clutching the tablet computer retrieved from the embassy. He placed it carefully on the asphalt. After retrieving his AK from the truck, he took aim from a short distance and fired a single round. The device jerked violently, skittering across the pavement. He approached, inspected the shattered casing to confirm it was utterly destroyed, then tossed the remains into the back seat before they continued their drive toward the hills. Duff's satellite phone chirped almost immediately after they merged back onto the road. "Go ahead. It's Gorski. Unless you have a location for me, this conversation is over." The man on the other end hesitated briefly. "Wonankama close. Surveillance in the area confirms the black van arrived approximately 30 minutes ago. My assets were not positioned to identify occupants." Duff glanced at Isaac, who was driving. Isaac gave a slight nod, acknowledging he had heard the address, and adjusted their course northward. "What about resistance?" "Unconfirmed. I'm keeping my teams at a significant distance to avoid alerting Kong and prompting a retreat. John is en route to a safe house a few blocks away. He has aerial surveillance capabilities, Ross. We should have a clearer picture soon." "Who else is aware of this?" "About 20 minutes ago, we notified the Ghanaian Bureau of National Investigations about the location." "Damn it!" Duff snapped. The National Intelligence Agency now knew the headquarters of the coup attempt. They would dispatch the military, and the military would eliminate everything on sight. Gorski understood Duff's train of thought. "Listen, it will take them some time to organize a response." Duff glanced at his phone, then pressed it back to his ear. "I'm not naive, Gorski. Tremaine isn't interested in a trade. He wants to pin me and the tablet in the same location so he can handle us both. After that, there's only one logical move with the kids, right? They've likely seen his face." After a pause, Gorski replied, "I wish I commanded a team of special operators I could send in." "Same here." Duff considered for a moment. "I just got off the phone with Tremaine. He mentioned the hills, but not the exact address. I'm supposed to call him back once I reach the general area. Sounds like his plan is to lead you directly to their safe house." Duff had been pondering that very point. "All the more reason to believe this is a trap. He wouldn't hand over that information and then just let me walk away." From the back seat, McCall suggested, "We approach the property, find a discreet entry point, and then call him. While he's preparing for our arrival, we strike the house from an unexpected angle." Duff thought the plan was flimsy, but he had no alternative. They continued driving, each steeling themselves mentally for what lay ahead, a landscape of pure uncertainty. In the kitchen, Chen Jianja was warming 2 mugs of hot chocolate in the microwave. The American children, whose names she still didn't know, had declined her offers of food and soda. But when she remembered the packets of cocoa mix, the little girl exchanged a look with her younger brother, and they both nodded in quiet acceptance. Leaning against the counter to relieve the ache in her legs brought a moment of relief. The churning nausea had subsided, at least for now, and she even thought she might find something to eat for herself after tending to the children. But what? The idea of chicken, or any meat, made her stomach turn again. It wasn't a dietary choice. The truth was, Gia was pregnant. She had told no one here, no one anywhere. The doctor's confirmation had come just 10 days after she accepted this 2-month contract in Africa, a mere 4 days before her flight from Beijing to Ghana. She had nearly confessed to her employer before departure, but the mission was billed as critically important for national security. She was certain mentioning her pregnancy would get her immediately replaced. Others could do her job, and they could do it without battling morning sickness. Zha wasn't married. She had parted ways with her boyfriend over a month prior after a heated argument, and had promptly sought a contract assignment with the Ministry of State Security. This top-secret operation in Ghana was presented as a cyber-influence campaign, and that remained the extent of her big-picture knowledge. Yet it was clear her country was engineering either a genuine coup or a convincing simulation to bolster military influence here. Her role was nearly complete, and she couldn't wait for it to end. The morning sickness seemed to be intensifying. She could feel the subtle shifts in her body and knew she couldn't conceal her condition much longer. The microwave beeped. She removed the steaming mugs and stirred them gently, her mind racing over the impossible situation. A sudden, sharp memory flashed out a brief, unexpected conversation with a market vendor in Accra about the names of local flowers, a moment of startling normalcy that now felt like a lifetime ago. The microwave beeped, pulling her back. She removed the steaming mugs and stirred them, her thoughts a tangled web of duty and the new life quietly growing within her. Gia was a highly skilled intelligence analyst, holding advanced degrees in computer science and a top-secret clearance with her government. Yet here she was, in the middle of a tense morning, looking after 2 children who had clearly been taken by the armed men now occupying the safe house. Just a few weeks prior, such a menial assignment would have filled her with professional indignation, but now, with the quiet knowledge of her own pregnancy, a subtle shift had occurred. Caring for these kids felt less like a chore and more like a strange, poignant rehearsal. 2 of the mercenaries walked into the kitchen, helping themselves to bottled water from the fridge before leaning against the counter-island beside her. One was shirtless, his torso wrapped in bandages around his midsection, a canvas of intricate tattoos covering his skin. His accent was distinctly South African. She'd heard their leader call him Junior early. The other man's accent was harder to pin down European, perhaps, but from where? Identifying accents had become a personal hobby of hers, a skill honed during her years studying in Singapore alongside classmates from every corner of the globe. As she picked up 2 mugs and moved past them, she caught a fragment of their low conversation. The man with the elusive accent said, "We just have to take care of the father. Tremaine will handle the kids himself." A cold wave of nausea washed over Gia. She wasn't entirely sure about the phrase "handle the kids," but the malice in the tone was unmistakable. The cozy feeling she'd just entertained vanished, replaced by a sharp, protective dread. 43 Josh Duffy's phone vibrated in the Tatamis console as they wound into the hills along the N4 highway. With Isaac driving and Nicole keeping watch for any pursuit, Duff answered. "Yeah, Duff, it's John." He hadn't expected to hear from a CIA officer again since their brief meeting in the embassy garage. "Crocus going on. 3 blocks from the target. Drones up, I've got eyes on the front gate of 1 Fakama Close. 2 technicals are approaching right now. Toyota pickups. 1 Toyota, 1 Ford. Windows are down, I can see masked men in body armor in the lead vehicle. Sentinel contractors," Duff said. "That tracks. Listen, they passed a parked car about a block south of the property, slowed, exchanged words. My guess is the Chinese team has their own surveillance detection out there, and they just got cleared to proceed." Duff nodded to himself. Gorski said Kung would have that layer. We're counting on fooling that first screen by looking like just another Sentinel team. John asked him to hold for a moment. When he came back, his voice was tight. They just pulled up to the front gate, talked to a pair of Asian guards, and drove through. From above I see a 3rd pickup, plus 3 civilian vehicles and SUV and 2 sedans parked in the front circle. More masked guys by the main door. Good intel? What's your official role here? Observe and report. Nobody said I couldn't report to you, too. Appreciate it. One more thing. SA has a signals team on the ground, her the group that pinpointed this location. 4 locals and 1 of our techs. And I just handed our tech a drone. Told him to monitor the southern approach and flag anyone else interesting heading this way. Smart. What about the perimeter wall? about 10 feet high, no razor wire on top, large lawns front and back. I can see a couple of roving sentries in addition to the pair at the gate. I can't dismiss the possibility of lookouts in the building, but this place is far from a hardened military installation. Understood. Hold position, John repeated, then added, all right. 6 individuals have exited the technicals, all carrying rifles. A sentry at the entrance isn't stopping them. They're walking straight inside. Duff responded, copy that. We'll be on site in... He glanced at Isaac, who estimated 15 minutes, assuming no complications. Duff relayed the timeline, John confirmed, then offered, drone footage shows decent concealment on the southern hillside trees and large boulders. If you can get close enough to dismount and move through that tree line, you could reach the rear fence. Inside the perimeter, there's landscaping, mostly palm trees, providing some cover. That's our approach, then. John said give me a heads up before you move. I'll provide overwatch support as best I can from here. Appreciate it, Duff said, ending the call and securing the phone to his chest rig. Turning to the others in the truck, he instructed, masks on. We're not alone out here. Mandy Duffy took a slow sip of her hot chocolate, her eyes fixed on the closed bathroom door. The sounds of retching and soft weeping were unmistakable. Huck looked at his sister with concern. Is she all right? Mandy gave a small nod and drank again. Finally, the toilet flushed, the sink ran for what felt like a full minute, and the door opened. The woman's eyes were swollen and red. She sank back into her chair, her gaze drifting to a point on the wall behind the children. Mandy cleared her throat gently. You speak English very well. The woman looked at her but remained silent. Did you learn in school? A slight nod. Mandy pressed on. Are you from China? After a pause, the woman averted her eyes. We were learning Chinese at my old school. Nai hao. Surprise flickered across the woman's face as she looked back. Nai hao ma, she replied quietly. Wo hen hao, sai she, Mandy said, and a faint shared smile passed between them. Seizing the moment, Mandy asked, Can I ask you something? The woman shook her head. I don't know how long they plan to keep you here. I just work for them. They don't share their plans with me. I was going to ask something else. Oh, okay. What is it? Are you expecting a baby? The woman simply stared, the silence stretching for 15 seconds before Mandy saw tears welling in her eyes. She blinked, and they fell. Self-consciously, she wiped her cheeks, then finally nodded. Mandy asked, Are you going to have a boy or a girl? I don't know yet. Mandy smiled warmly. It's going to be a girl. Jia tilted her head. Really? The young American nodded with certainty. My mom said she was much sicker when she was pregnant with me than when she had Huck. She shrugged, her tone matter-of-fact. You seem pretty sick. I am pretty sick, the woman admitted, tears continuing to flow. After a long moment, Mandy said softly, Are you trying to keep it a secret? If you are, I won't tell. She turned to her brother. Huck, don't say a word. Huck nodded solemnly. The woman said nothing. Mandy shifted topics. The men who brought us here, they shot someone when they took us. The Chinese woman looked away and stood up. I will bring you lunch soon. As she moved toward the door, Mandy called out, Ma'am, is there anything you can do to help us? Jia stopped, but didn't turn around. After several seconds, she whispered, I can't do anything. I'm sorry. She opened the door. The Russian guard outside turned and seized the chance to glare menacingly at the children one more. Jia walked past him without a word and headed for the stair. Kang Shikun sat in his shadowy office, gazing out the window at the brilliant Friday morning. Kang had just received a report from one of his operatives in the city, detailing how General Bodang's forces had crushed the rebel positions in brutal, close-quarters combat along the coastal districts. The news brought a thin smile to Kang's lips. With Central Command poised to move in and stabilize the region until the electrical grid was restored, Bolang's star would rise dramatically, casting President Amanor further into the shadows. Kang privately doubted the president would survive the week before a relieved legislature and citizenry demanded his resignation. As he pushed back from his desk to consult with his support team, a sudden harsh glare made him flinch. Whirling around, he saw the room illuminated by overhead lights, no longer dependent on the generator. The television screen flickered to life in the corner. Sinking back into his chair, Kang felt a surge of frustration. This was inconvenient. He required several more days of pandemonium in the capital to cement Boatlang's transition from general to president. Somehow the technicians at the hydraulic dam had repaired what Tremaine had assured him was catastrophic damage to the critical switchyard. Speaking of the devil, Tremaine appeared in the doorway from the den, his body armor secured and his rifle slung. "Sir, the power's not as catastrophic as advertised, it seems," Kang interrupted dryly. The South African operative scowled. "This is Duff's doing. He prevented us from inflicting the necessary structural damage, and by eliminating my Sentinel team, he ensured the dam would slip from our grasp." Kang bit back his displeasure, choosing to shift focus. "My sources indicate the fighting at Independence Square has ceased entirely. It appears the professor and his 9 unarmed companions here are the final remnants of the Western Togoland rebellion." "They won't be remnants for long," Tremaine stated flatly. "I have sufficient personnel on site. We'll escort them to the basement under the guise of a post-operation debriefing and eliminate them all." He tapped the combat knife mounted on his chest rig. "We'll keep it discreet." At that moment Kang's desk phone rang, and he grabbed the receiver. Simultaneously, Tremaine's satellite phone vibrated on his gear, prompting him to step out to answer. "Report!" Kang barked into the phone. "It's Botan. We have a serious complication." "Explain." "I just received a tip from a former colleague now stationed with Southern Command. He informs me a Special Forces platoon is mobilizing to raid a compound in the Aburi Hills. If that location happens to be where you or your assets are positioned, you must evacuate immediately." Kang rose slowly from his desk, his mind racing. "Listen to me very carefully, General. You must intercept that raid. I have no authority to stop it. General Kirma is in operational command here, and he's been coordinating directly with the Bund. Neither he nor the intelligence service will heed Methi have had me under investigation, as you well know." Kang called out for Tremaine. He had only a few armed Chinese security men, but there were over a dozen Sentinel contractors scattered throughout the estate. There was no reply. Several hundred yards away, moving through the dense woodland on the hillside, Josh Duffy held a phone to his ear. He heard the line connect. "Yeah. All right, Tremaine," Duff said, forcing a calm he didn't feel. "I'm on the N4 highway, just entering the hills. My wife is with me. I also have the computer. Let's end this cleanly, with no more bloodshed." "Sounds like a workable proposal, my friend," the voice replied. In reality, Duff and his 2 companions had ditched their truck just moments before, a mere 3 minutes after being stopped by a vehicle containing 2 Chinese men in casual clothing. The men's English was poor, but they managed to utter the word Sentinel as a question. Isaac had quickly confirmed they were indeed with Sentinel, prompting the men to wave them onward up the mountain road. Duff waited for Tremaine to speak, but the line remained silent. "Kondo?" he pressed. "What's the plan?" There was no direct answer, only the muffled sound of a hand-covered conversation. Finally, the South African's voice returned, tight and clipped. "I'll have to call you back." "Are you serious? Do you want this computer or not?" Another pause, then a rushed address. "One comma close. Put it in your GPS and get here now." "Don't even think about taking your time, Duff." The line went dead. Isaac turned to Duff, his brow furrowed. "Why send you straight to their safe house? Nicole pieced it together instantly. Because he can't leave. Something's got him pinned down." Duff's phone rang again. Gorski's voice was urgent. "Beanie's playing it close, but my guy Travis has a drone up. He's seeing a platoon of Ghanaian army troops staging in the hills to the north. marked trucks, the whole show. They're not being subtle about it. They're in a parking lot about half a mile off, gearing up. Travis thinks they'll just roll right through the neighborhood and hit the front gate. That was all the motivation they needed. Duff broke into a run, Nicole and Izek right beside him. They had one objective now: get the kids out before the military stormed the property. Professor Otto burst into Kang's office, his face a mask of fury. The Chinese intelligence officer was by the window, speaking quietly with Conrad Tremaine. "It's all over the radio," Otto shouted. "My men at the square are finished. The fighting at the airport has stopped. You should have let me die with them." "How wonderfully patriotic of you, Professor," Kang replied, his tone almost cheerful. He pressed a button on his desk intercom. In clear English he ordered, "Bring the rebels their weapons immediately." Otto stared, confused. "What is this?" "Professor," Kang said, stepping closer, "you and your men will have one more glorious taste of combat today." "What combat?" "The army is coming here. You will fight them back." Tremaine moved in, gripping Otto's arm and steering him forcefully from the room. "Let's go, Professor. Time to get you kitted up for your final stand." Chen Jia watched from the den as the rebel leader was hauled away by the imposing mercenary. The other dragons shot to their feet, but more armed contractors raised their rifles, aiming at the unarmed men in camouflage. Tremaine barked at the room. "Everyone out front! You'll get your guns back. You want to fight for your cause? Here's your chance." The group was ushered down the corridor toward the mansion's entrance. Around Jia, the other employees exchanged bewildered looks, everyone trying to grasp the sudden chaos. Kang emerged from his office and strode into the center of the living room. For the first time, Jia heard genuine strain in the normally unflappable man's voice. He spoke in Mandarin. "A military platoon is preparing to attack this property. We have perhaps 15 minutes. Our security, along with the rebels, will hold them off long enough for us to evacuate. Everyone, break down your stations now and proceed to the parking garage downstairs." The room erupted into frantic activity, analysts and techs boxing laptops, unplugging equipment, dismantling the makeshift war room. Jia, however, simply closed her laptop. Her eyes drifted toward the staircase. A moment later she walked as casually as she could down the hall toward the Russian guard posted at a bedroom door. He eyed her suspiciously, his hand resting on his rifle's grip, but he stepped aside. She opened the door. Inside, the two children sat on the bed, staring vacantly at the television. The little boy's eyes were red and puffy. Jia closed the door softly behind her, then knelt before them, her own heart aching at their hollow expressions. Mandy offered a quiet hello. Jia studied her for a long, silent beat before speaking. "Listen carefully. After I walk out, count to 60. Then you need to go out through that window." "We can't," Mandy insisted, a tremor in her voice. "I looked. It's latched shut at the top. I can take care of the latch." Without another word, Jia moved into the adjoining bathroom. She hoisted herself onto the counter, stretching her arm toward the ceiling. Her fingers found the small metal catch. With a determined flick she released it, then gripped the main latch and twisted. The window swung inward with a soft sigh of air, but she pulled it closed again just as quickly. Mandy and Huck were already on their feet. "Then what?" Huck asked, his eyes wide. Jia climbed down. "Outside is a stone terrace. From there you can climb down the old oak tree into the rhododendron bushes. Stay low in those bushes all the way to the perimeter wall. You'll have to figure out how to get over it, maybe find a low spot, or a tree branch." She met their gazes, her expression softening with an apology she couldn't voice. "I'm sorry. It's the only chance I can give you. Thank you." Mandy whispered the words heavy with unspoken fear. "Go, and don't look back. There will be shooting here very soon." With that final warning, Jia turned and left the room, the door clicking shut behind her. The two children exchanged a single knowing glance. Huck began a hushed countdown. 60, 59, 58, had only reached 55 when his sister cut him off, her voice suddenly firm. "That's enough counting. We're leaving now."
They scrambled into the bathroom, their hearts pounding in unison. At the front of the sprawling estate, the scene was one of tense preparation. The 6 newly arrived Sentinel contractors had been deployed to the main gate, their rifles trained down the winding, tree-lined driveway. The 9 dragons, now rearmed, had fanned out across the manicured lawn, taking cover behind ornate fountains, large concrete planters, and even the small guard shack, replacing the 2 Chinese security men who had retreated inside. Tremayne's voice cut through the humid air as he addressed the men. "We're expecting visitors, an American couple. They should arrive before the military does. They have something that belongs to me. When they reach the gate, eliminate them both. I'll retrieve what I need afterward." He then turned to Junior, his expression cold. "As for the kids, they're a liability now. We don't need them anymore." Junior stared back, his jaw tight. After a heavy pause, he shook his head. "I'm not doing that, Condor. I won't kill children for you." Tremayne eyed him with icy contempt. "Fine. Have it your way. I'll handle it myself. You can stay out here and play soldier with the rest of them when the army comes knocking." He spun on his heel and stalked back toward the house, abandoning the wounded contractor to face the impending assault. Inside, Chen Jia had just finished packing her technical equipment into cases, stacking them neatly by the door, to be loaded into the passenger vans parked below. She scanned the den to see if anyone else needed assistance, but her eyes were drawn to a rear window. She couldn't see the terrace from this angle, but she had a clear view of the dense shrubbery farther out. A desperate hope flickered within her. Were the children already concealed within that green shadow? As she turned her attention back to the room, Kang burst in, his laptop bag slung over one shoulder and a backpack in hand. 5 minutes, he barked to everyone present. "We move to the vehicles in 5. Jaya knelt to gather her gear, her movements automatic. Then she saw him. The mercenary leader, Tremayne, was storming across the den with singular purpose. He reached the staircase and began taking the steps 2 at a time. As he climbed, she saw his hand drop to the large tactical knife sheathed on his chest rig, just above his body armor. A small involuntary gasp escaped her lips, and the cases in her hands began to tremble. On the southern edge of the property, Josh Duffy placed his boot firmly on the thigh of Isaac Opoka. The Ghanaian police officer was braced against the high wall, serving as an impromptu step. Duff pushed up, planted his other foot on Isaac's shoulder, and hauled himself over the top. A thick grove of pine trees grew just inside the fence line, obscuring his view of the main house, but also shielding him from anyone watching from within. In one fluid motion, he reached back. Nicole passed his rifle up to him. He slid over the wall, hung for a moment from the other side, and dropped softly into a crouch among the pines, bringing his weapon up to scan the shadows. From his position in the trees, the house remained out of sight. Duff's immediate focus was on securing the rope for Nicole and Isaac as they descended. Nicole landed beside him, passing him a coil of rope. He quickly looped it around his torso, lying back to brace himself as a sharp pull signaled Isaac's climb down. Isaac landed with a pained grimace, clutching his side. "Are you okay?" Nicole whispered urgently. "It's just the wound." "I'm fine," Isaac hissed through clenched teeth. Duff rolled over and crept forward through the dense foliage, finally catching a glimpse of the property's rear. Inside the house, Conrad Tremayne moved past the Russian operative Yuri and approached the bedroom door. No words were exchanged. Yuri simply adjusted his grip on a large combat knife, a cold smile touching his eyes above his mask. Finding the bedroom empty, Tremayne turned to the locked bathroom. He didn't bother knocking. One powerful kick from his boot shattered the doorframe, and moments later he was storming back into the hallway. Meanwhile, Mandy and Huck Duffy were crawling along the perimeter wall, hidden by a line of palm trees. They were searching for an opening in the fence, but finding none, Mandy motioned for her brother to stay quiet. She edged out from the cover of the palms to scan the vast backyard. Suddenly a hand shot out and seized her arm, yanking her off the ground. Her scream pierced the air. Huck scrambled from the trees to help,
only to be grabbed himself by another man. Two security officers in white polos began dragging the children back toward the house. The terrifying sound of his daughter's scream reached Duff just as he moved past a cluster of papaya trees. He scrambled a few feet farther and saw the back of the house. Two armed men were carrying Mandy and Huck toward a sliding glass door. Duff raised his rifle. The range was an easy 30 yards, but firing would leave the kids in a dangerous crossfire with no clear extraction plan. He kept his finger off the trigger. The sliding door opened, and a large man with a thick mustache, clearly Sentinel from his germ emerged. He was pushing a long-haired woman forward by a fistful of her hair. Nicole crawled up beside Duff, bringing her own weapon to bear. She took in the scene, and her breath caught. Oh, God, no. Duff pushed himself to his knees, Nicole and Isaac following suit. On the patio, Conrad Tremaine held the woman by the hair as he confronted the children. The security men released the kids, and two more operatives, Krellis and Yuri, emerged to corral the Americans, hands firm on their shoulders. "Let's start simple," Tremaine said to the children. "Who helped you escape?" Mandy reached over and covered her brother's mouth. "We're not telling you anything." "Was it her?" Tremaine demanded, shaking the woman violently. When the children remained silent, his patience vanished. "I don't have time for this." He nodded to Krellis, who stepped forward to pull Huck away. But before the boy was more than a few steps from his sister, Mandy's arm shot out, her finger pointing directly at the Russian. "You're—" She recognized him immediately. Her hand shot out, seizing Huck's arm and yanking him back from the mercenary. Krellis was too startled to resist, and in that moment of hesitation she wrapped her arms around her brother's neck, pulling him close. "It's all right, Huck. Just stay calm," she murmured, her voice steady. Then, her lips nearly touching his ear, she whispered a sharp, urgent command so faint only he could hear. Not a single word. Tremaine's head tilted, a flicker of confusion crossing his face before he glanced at the Russian for some clue. The man just stood there, bewildered. Tremaine opened his mouth to demand an explanation from the girl, but a sudden chorus of shouts from the front yard cut him off. His radio crackled to Life Jr.'s voice, tense, reporting the approach of military trucks. Time was up. Tremaine's eyes locked back on the Russian mercenary. In one fluid motion he drew his pistol, leveled it, then, inexplicably, pulled his combat knife from its sheath and thrust it into the man's hand. Yuri took it, baffled, until Tremaine jerked his chin toward the children, now back in Krellis's grip. Understanding dawned. Yuri advanced, the knife rising. A single sharp crack of a rifle shot, not from the front, but the rear punched through the air. Yuri was thrown backward as if by a giant's hand, a spray of crimson arcing across the windowpane, before he crumpled onto the patio concrete. A second shot roared. Tremaine felt a sledgehammer blow to his chest plate, the rifle round slamming him back a step. Staggering, he whirled and bolted into the house, Chinese security personnel scrambling in behind him. From the front gate, the deafening, ripping sound of full-on machine gun fire erupted. Abandoned on the patio with the woman and the kids, Krellis spun away from them, bringing his rifle up towards the tree line. He managed 2 quick shots before a round tore into his thigh, then another shattered his shoulder. He dropped to his knees, fumbling the selector switch on his Vector to automatic. But as his finger found the trigger, a final bullet struck him in the mouth, exiting in a grisly cloud. The Chinese woman, Chen Jia, didn't hesitate. She grabbed the children's hands and sprinted back inside, dragging them towards the relative safety of the interior. Duff burst from the cover of the trees at a full run, his AK shoulder. Nicole was on his right flank, Isaac on his left, their weapons scanning for threats. The main battle was a furious storm of noise at the front of the property, leaving the rear deceptively quiet. Duff cursed himself inwardly for the shot on Tremaine. He'd seen the round strike center mass, right on the armor, a good few inches low from his aim, point a mistake born of sheer, pulse-pounding pressure. They reached the 2 bodies by the back door. The urge to put a confirming round into each was strong, but he resisted. not wanting to broadcast their position. He entered the house first, sweeping a large cluttered den filled with stacked boxes, but no immediate hostiles. "The stairs," Nicole said from behind him. Duff gave a tight nod, covering her as she moved for the staircase. She was midway across the room when movement on the mezzanine balcony caught his Asian man leaning over the rail, a compact submachine gun swinging down towards Nicole. Duff fired twice. Both rounds struck the man in the torso, and he vanished from sight. Immediately, two more men with pistols erupted from a side hallway, weapons rising. Nicole was committed to the stairs. Duff's focus was above. They were caught in a deadly crossfire, utterly exposed. The realization they were about to be cut down was a cold weight in his gut. Then a sustained, thundering burst from an AK behind him shattered the moment. Isaac. The two gunmen were thrown back into the hallway, bodies jerking under multiple impacts. Chen-Jia hurried the children down a narrower staircase, her mind racing for the parking garage beneath the house. The plan was clear. Reach one of the vans, escape through the western side gateway from the army's assault to the north. It was their only chance. She bolted into the garage, her eyes locking onto Kong in the back of a crowded van packed with gear and people. She lunged forward, but the vehicle was already in motion, tires screeching as it tore across the driveway. It smashed through the metal side gate with a deafening crash, swerved onto the road and accelerated left, fleeing the intense gunfire. A second van sat idle, driverless. Chen-Jia scrambled to the driver's side, frantically checking for keys, but found the ignition empty. A frantic scan of the space revealed a work table littered with key sets. She snatched them all, her hands trembling slightly with a rush of adrenaline she hadn't felt since her last field assignment, and raced back to try each one. On the second-floor landing, Nicole kept her rifle tight against her shoulder, stepping over the man her husband had just neutralized. With a swift kick, she sent the dead man's submachine gun skittering away across the polished floor. She pivoted into an open bathroom, cleared it swiftly, and was about to rejoin the hall when Josh and Isaac moved past her, advancing toward the remaining door. Close-quarters combat was utterly foreign to her. Her only prior experience with a rifle was a desperate, harrowing fight for survival after her helicopter was downed in Syria. Yet, watching her husband now, she saw a man completely in his element. He moved with a predatory grace, his weapon like a natural limb. A sudden, vicious exchange of gunfire erupted ahead, seemingly a response to the chaos outside. It dawned on her as shooters were positioned at these windows targeting the advancing forces, and the children had been brought this way. They were in immediate, terrible danger. Josh reached a door, glanced back with a sharp nod, and threw it open. He sliced into the room to the left, Isaac flooding in right behind him. Nicole surged straight ahead. She brought her rifle up and into the room. A masked figure at the window whirled toward the intrusion. She didn't hesitate, her finger squeezing the trigger. At the same moment, from the left, Duff opened fire on a second shooter. Both window sentries collapsed. Then the world exploded as return fire from outside shredded the ceiling directly in front of them. Duff tackled Nicole to the floor, Isaac dropped flat, and all three scrambled backward on their elbows, out of the room and into the relative safety of the hallway. That was the army out front. Duff shouted, his voice raw. "Stay away from the windows unless you want to be cut in half." "The children!" Nicole yelled back, her voice fierce. They cleared the remaining rooms with brutal efficiency, finding them empty until the last bedroom. A cartoon chirped merrily from a still-on television, a grotesque contrast to the violence. Duff rolled into the adjoining bathroom, weapon high, and found the window wide open. "Upstairs is clear," Isaac confirmed, his tone grim. "They've gone down." "Here," Duff said, already moving. He climbed out and dropped onto a west side terrace. Below, the landscaping offered a treacherous path, the foliage nearly brushing the house. He swung a leg over the railing, reached out and grasped the solid trunk of a mahogany tree. Isaac and Nicole followed, bullets snapping through the air above them as the army's push clashed with the defenders holding the property line.
Chen Jia, her hope dwindling, turned the final key in the van's ignition. Nothing, not even a click. Defeated, she rushed to the gaping garage door and stared out into the chaos, her mind racing for any other option. The side gate opened onto a narrow dirt track that curved away in both directions.
Since the gunfire she'd heard seemed concentrated behind her in the house, or off to the right toward the front. Jia considered making a run for it with the children, but the idea vanished as bullets cut the air in front of her with a sharp, snapping sound, forcing her to retreat back inside the garage.
"We can't go that way," she told the kids, her voice tight. "We have to go back through the house." "My daddy is here," the little girl insisted. Jia shook her head. "No, that's the army out there." "He's here," the girl repeated with a quiet certainty that felt unnerving. "He shot the man who was going to hurt us. Only my daddy would do that. He'll help you." The notion was almost laughable. Help from the father of the children she'd helped kidnap? The irony twisted her stomach, but dry heaves wouldn't solve anything. A fresh wave of panic tightened her chest until the young girl walked over and took her hand. "What's your name?" the child asked. "Gia," she answered, distracted. "It's Jia. I'm Mandy, and this is my brother Huck." Gia looked at her, the simple introduction cutting through her fear for a moment. Outside, another burst of gunfire erupted. "What are you going to name your daughter?" Mandy asked. I don't know yet." Mandy thought for a second. "When we get out of here, I'll help you think of one." Tears welled in Gia's eyes. She didn't believe she was getting out. The gunfire was a constant roar now, feeling closer with each passing second. Finally, she made a decision. "Let's go look for your father." They started up the stairs, but a door swung open above them. To her horror, the mercenary leader Kong Condor spun into the stairwell, his weapon leveled at them. Mandy, Huck, and Jia froze as another armed man appeared behind him. Condor glared at Jia. "Where's Kong?" "He left with the others," she stammered. "Any cars down there?" "One, but I can't find the keys." "Damn it," he muttered, thinking quickly. "All right, hot wiring will take too long. We're all going out the back, over the wall and down the hill on foot." The children began moving up, but Yar remained rooted. Condor Tremaine aimed his rifle directly at her forehead from a few yards away. "You're my hostage, too," he snarled. "Now move." Hands raised, she began to climb. Josh Duffy knelt beside the contractor he'd shot earlier, with Nicole and Isaac watching the perimeter. He found the man's radio. Pressing the talk button as they moved back inside, he said, "Condor, it's Duff. Over." A response crackled back seconds later. "Was that you out back before the army showed up?" "That was me. Nice shot. Right in the chest. Just my way of saying hello." Tremaine gave a harsh laugh over the radio. "Hell of a greeting. I've got your kids. Do you have my computer?" "I do. But I watched you order a hit on them." "If they're really alive, I want to hear their voices." There was a pause, then Mandy's voice came through, clear and defiant. "We're on the stairs, coming up." Tremaine seemed to yank the radio away. "I can end this right now, Duff," he shouted. "I'm coming up. My man Junior is with me. We'll make the exchange and be on our way." "Where do you think you're going?" Duff asked. "I've got another hostage, one of the Chinese. Kang doesn't walk away clean while I have her. He'll have to come back for us, or I'll put her on every news channel." Duff's voice was calm. "I'm already in the house. From the sound of that firefight, the army will be through the door in 2 minutes, tops." A door creaked open on the left side of the den. Duff and Nicole dropped behind the kitchen island, weapons aimed toward the sound. Isaac dropped to the floor and crawled the full length of the kitchen island, staying out of sight. For a moment the room was silent. Then Duff heard the voice. "We're coming out, Duff." Huck emerged first, his eyes wide and glistening with tears, followed by Mandy. Duff could see she was holding herself together, her composure a stark contrast to the chaos around them. The contractor Duff didn't recognizeth had to be Junior Cam next, pressing a pistol to Mandy's temple. Like Isaac, the man had a blood-soaked bandage wrapped around his torso.
Behind them was the Chinese woman from the patio, and Conrad Tremaine followed with a firm grip on her neck, his handgun aimed at Huck's back. From outside, the heavy stutter of a machine gun erupted, a sound that had been absent for minutes, making Duff suspect Army reinforcements had finally arrived. Duff pulled the tablet from his backpack and held it high, his own weapon still trained on Tremaine. Here it is. Just like I said. I recorded it when I took out your Russian contact. I'll take it anyway, Duff. Toss it over and you get your kids back. She and I are walking out the back. You stay put until we're gone, and then you. A noise from the corridor to Tremaine's left made him glance over, but he kept his gun steady on Huck. Junior also looked, but both men knew lowering their weapons meant instant death. Suddenly, Professor Addo burst into the room, his rifle held low, swinging it toward the group from the stairwell. Duff shifted his aim toward this new figure in rebel gear. He had no idea who the man was, but the hostile posture directed at his children was threat enough. Before Duff could fire, a single shot cracked the air. The rebel was thrown back against the wall, then crumpled to the floor, taken down by Isaac Opoku from behind the island cover. Duff's eyes snapped back to his children just as Mandy made her move, grabbing Tremaine's gun wrist and shoving it upward. Tremaine yanked his arm free, using the girl as a shield and denying Duff a clean shot. So Duff charged, planning to tackle Tremaine and leave the other contractor for Nicole and Isaac. Tremaine regained control of his pistol, started to bring it to bear, but Duff was already on him, crashing into him and wrenching him away from Mandy. The impact sent both men stumbling backward through the doorway and into the stairwell, where they pitched headlong down the full flight of stairs toward the garage. Upstairs, Junior fired a wild shot at Isaac, then spun away from the kids to help his boss. But Nicole Duffy rose from the near side of the island and fired a single round into the side of his head, dropping him instantly. The Chinese woman darted across the den and dove behind a heavy table. Nicole sprinted to Mandy and Huck, wrapping them in what seemed like a fierce hug before she pivoted, sweeping them with her as she ran for the patio door. Midway she spotted an armed rebel in camouflage rounding the corner of the house, coming straight for them. She whirled back into the room and shouted to Isaac. "We hold here, now." She pushed the children behind the kitchen island. "Stay down. You have to help Jaya," Mandy pleaded. Nicole, raising her rifle, looked down. "Who? The Chinese lady. She's with us." Isaac fired at the rebel coming through the back door, the rounds striking the man in the abdomen and hip, killing him where he stood. In the sudden quiet, Nicole yelled to the woman under the table, "Gia, come to me, hands where I can see them." The Chinese woman stood up, and with her hands raised began moving cautiously toward Nicole. At the base of the staircase, Tremaine pushed himself up from the concrete floor, his head ringing from the brutal impact. He fumbled for a secondary blade as he rose. Beside him, Duff was also struggling to his feet. Tremaine lashed out immediately. The American reeled backward, and Tremaine drove his knife downward in a vicious stab. Duff twisted aside at the last instant, the steel point sparking against the hard floor. Scrambling to gain distance, Duff tried to stand, but Tremaine was already on his knees, pivoting. As Duff finally found his footing, the South African swung his heavy combat knife in a wide arc, aiming for the nearest target, Duff's left leg. The blade connected with a solid, metallic thud against a carbon fiber and steel prosthetic, causing no injury. Seizing the opening, Duff planted his good leg and drove his boot into Tremaine's face. Upstairs, Isaac laid down, suppressing fire down the hallway toward a cluster of mercenaries who had retreated into the house to escape the deadly barrage at the main gate. He ducked back as return fire chewed the wall near him, then dropped to a knee, leaned out again, and emptied a blistering half-magazine toward the figures clustered in the entryway. Nicole pulled her children into a fierce, quick embrace. "I need to help your father," she said, her voice tight. "I need you both to run out the back door and hide in the trees. Can you do that for me?" "Gia's coming too," Mandy said urgently. "She's pregnant." Nicole's eyes snapped to the Asian woman. "Your masses." Ja shook her head. "Just a contractor." With practiced speed, Nicole patted her down. Then she looked at Mandy and Huck, her expression softening for a heartbeat before hardening again. She grabbed Gia's arm, yanking her close, and put her lips to the woman's ear. Her whisper was a venomous promise. "Listen carefully. You've won over my kids, but I will put a bullet in you right here without a second thought. You try one single thing and I will cut your goddamn head off. Do you understand me?" The color drained from Gia's face, but she managed a stiff nod. "Take them to the trees," Nicole commanded. "I'm right behind you." John took Mandy's hand. Mandy grabbed her brother's, and the trio sprinted for the rear exit. Nicole provided covering fire until they vanished into the darkness outside. Then she rushed to Isaac's position. He was reloading, so she immediately began firing down the corridor toward the front of the house. Once his weapon was ready, they both assessed the situation. The hail of gunfire from the entry hall was too intense. The path to the staircase where Duff had fallen was completely cut off. A cold realization settled in Nicole's gut, for now her husband was fighting alone. In the garage below, Duff's hand closed around a heavy wrench on a work table by the stairwell door. He swung it in a desperate arc as Tremaine advanced. The wrench clanged against the larger man's knife, deflecting it. Duff followed through with a backhand swing that cracked against Tremaine's jaw, snapping his head sideways. The Sentinel leader staggered, but recovered with frightening speed. Both of their rifles were lost on the stairs. Duff had no sidearm, and Tremaine's pistol was nowhere to be seen. They broke apart, a few feet of concrete between them, their gazes locked in a silent fury. "You ruined everything, you worthless bastard," Tremaine spat. Duff's voice was a low growl. "I'm just getting started. Prove it." Duff surged forward, wrench raised, but his swing went wide. Tremaine jabbed with his knife as Duff tried to evade. The blade tip caught the American just below the Adam's apple, opening a shallow, stinging gash. Duff's next wrench swing connected solidly with Tremaine's shoulder, and they separated again, circling in the dim garage light. Duff pressed a hand to his throat, feeling warm blood seep down his chest. He took a careful, painful breath, relieved to find his airway intact, but wincing at the sharp, burning pain. Tremaine closed the distance, a wild, triumphant grin spreading across his face. "You might want to get that seen to, mate." Duff remained silent, his eyes cold. "Where's the damn computer?" Tremaine demanded, his tone shifting to a transactional sneer. "Hand it over, and you can walk. Take your bloody kids." "I don't care." Duff shook his head slowly. Speaking sent a fresh lance of pain through his neck, but the words came out clear and final. "I'm not leaving until you're dead. The moment you involved my children, this was always going to end only one way." Tremaine chuckled, wiping sweat from his brow with his forearm. He raised his knife, assuming a ready stance. "Suits me, brother. Come at me with that wrench again. Let's see how that goes for you." Duff obliged without hesitation. Duff's wrench connected with a sharp clang, knocking the knife from Tremaine's hand and sending it skittering across the concrete. In the same motion he lunged forward, wrapping his arms around the South African's torso and pinning his arms to his sides. With a surge of effort from his legs, his prosthetic foot driving against the garage floor, followed by his right leg, Duff forced Tremaine backward. The man stumbled, helpless in the American's crushing bear hug, until his back slammed into the side of a parked van. The impact shattered the window with the back of Treman's head. Seizing the moment, Duff heaved upward, wrenching Tremaine's arm high and forcing him to release his grip on the knife. In a fluid motion, Duff twisted the man's wrist, sending him crashing to the ground. They landed together, body armor clashing as Tremaine hit the concrete, and Duff landed on top of him. Scrambling, Duff's hand found the knife blade. He spun it, his fingers closing around the hilt. Tremaine fought desperately, his hands grappling with Duff's, trying to wrest control of the weapon as Duff positioned the point over his throat. The South African strained, muscles corded, holding the blade mere inches from his neck. "You're weak, Duff," he spat through gritted teeth. Duff felt his strength fading, the struggle turning against him. Sweat and blood mingled, dripping onto the man beneath him. A faint, grim smile touched Duff's lips. Yeah, but smart. With that he threw his entire body weight into the air and came down hard, driving the knife downward with all his momentum. The blade plunged deep, just above Tremayne's collarbone. Duff rolled away immediately, not waiting to see more as Tremaine thrashed, a fountain of blood erupting from the fatal wound. Knowing his own injuries demanded attention, Duff pushed himself to his feet on trembling legs, snatched up Tremayne's rifle, and began a staggering run back toward the stairs, leaving the garage behind. Meanwhile, Nicole and Isaac had been holding a defensive position in the front entry hall, steadily reducing the number of attackers. The situation shifted abruptly when 4 more mercenaries burst through the front door, unleashing a torrent of gunfire toward the den. Nicole's rifle clicked empty. She spun away to reload as Isaac provided covering fire. Then the door across from them swung open, and she saw her husband, Josh, standing there. He was on his feet, but a horrific wound bled freely from his throat. A cold dread seized her. She knew she had to stop the bleeding immediately, or he would bleed out in minutes, but the hallway between them was a deadly gauntlet of crossfire. Without hesitation, Nicole dropped to the floor and slid into the open, firing fully automatic bursts to suppress the enemy. From behind and above, Josh added his own fire, using the distraction to dash across the lethal corridor and into the kitchen. In moments, all 3 were fleeing through the backyard. They found Mandy and Huck with the Chinese woman, Gia, sheltering in the trees. Together, the group hurried to where a rope still dangled over the perimeter wall. Isaac scaled it first. On the other side, Nicole used a compression bandage from her med kit to tightly wrap her husband's neck wound, slowing but not stopping the flow of blood. It was a tense, 2-minute ordeal to get all 6, Josh, Nicole, Mandy, Huck, Isaac, and the exhausted John over the wall and into the rocky woods beyond. Gia stumbled to her knees at one point, retching from stress and exertion, but Nicole hauled her back up by the arm. The group pressed on, finally reaching the Toyota pickup truck Duff had left parked a quarter-mile away. Nicole supported her husband, Mandy clung to her father's hand, and Isaac carried Huck. They piled into the vehicle and sped away from the chaos, the engine roaring as they disappeared into the night. A heavy silence hung in the air, born from adult exhaustion and pain and the stunned disbelief clouding the children's minds. The final echoes of gunfire had faded behind them, drifting down the hillside over the sleeping city. Just 90 minutes after fleeing the property on Dankama Close, 4 U.S. Marines carried Josh Duffy on a stretcher into the embassy clinic in Accra. Nicole had managed his neck wound during the frantic drive, stemming the worst of the bleeding, but his pallor and fading consciousness screamed for a blood transfusion. Midway through the journey, Isaac had grunted, suddenly aware of a fresh, searing pun. A bullet had grazed his thigh just above the knee. As he drove, Nicole leaned over, fighting the sway of the vehicle to tie a tight compression bandage around his leg, stemming the flow. For the first 10 minutes, Mandy and Huck had been utterly quiet, but then the floodgates opened. They talked over each other, recounting every terrifying detail to their captive adult audience. In the clinic, the Marines settled Josh onto a table while Nicole guided Isaac to a chair. A doctor summoned for the ambassador began working on Duff, while the familiar nurse from the previous night's ordeal tended to Isaac's latest injury. The Chinese woman, Chen Jia, had been sequestered in a conference room with Bob Gorski and Chief of Station Richard Mace. Nicole doubted she'd see daylight again until she'd spilled every secret she possessed. Once the doctor was engaged, Nicole slipped away to the Chancery atrium to find her children. There at the cafe tables she found Portia on her knees, clutching Mandy and Huck in a fierce embrace. Portia looked up, tears of sheer relief streaming down her face. Nicole didn't intrude, merely offering a soft smile. Catching Portia's eye, she silently mouthed thank you, before turning back to her husband. 5 days later, the Duffy family was reunited in their Iris Gardens apartment. Mandy emerged from the kitchen bearing a tray of meticulously decorated cupcakes. Huck, with a brother's prerogative, snatched the first one right at the doorway, earning a scowl from his sister. She carried the rest into the living room, presenting them proudly to their guests, the Ghanaian couple Abina and Kofi Opoku. shifting her baby from one hip to the other. Abina accepted a cupcake with a warm smile.
Isaac selected one, took a hearty bite, and with a theatrical flourish declared it the most delicious thing he'd ever tasted, making Mandy beam. A cane rested near Isaac's chair, a temporary but pointed reminder of his ordeal.
Across from him, Duff's injury was more visually striking. A thick white bandage was wrapped around his throat like an absurd, bulky turtleneck. He looked utterly ridiculous, but as everyone agreed, it was a fashion disaster he was lucky to be alive to wear. Nicole was refilling coffee cups when a knock at the door interrupted. She returned with Bob Gorski, who entered in a dusty blue sport coat over an open-collar shirt, offering apologies for the intrusion. "Just wanted to bring you the latest," he said, shaking Isaac's hand firmly. "This country owes you, my friend." After introductions to the Apogus and accepting a cupcake from Mandy, Gorski waited for the kids to wander off. "Kang Shekun was picked up last night," he said, "trying to slip across the border into Togo." Duff pressed a hand gently to his bandaged throat to speak, finding the pressure eased the pain. "I thought that border was more of a suggestion than an actual line," he rasped, echoing his own cynical words from their first meeting. A faint, pained smile touched his lips. "Some jokes, it seemed, only got funnier when you lived to tell them." Kang had the same assumption, but John and Travis managed to track him using drones during the clash in the Highlands. That gave us a narrow window to deploy a team on his trail. Over the last 72 hours, we monitored his eastward movement and positioned Bean officers at the border crossing to intercept him. Shenja remains at the embassy and has cooperated fully, detailing everything she understood about the operation here. We have arranged for her to receive a visa to travel to the United States to have her child there. He glanced toward Nicole. She won't be returning to China. They'd hold her accountable for all the fallout following the collapsed coup. Duff tilted his head. What fallout? President Aminor retains power, and General Quem Baudlang is now in military confinement. From Chen's testimony and evidence recovered from the hillside compound, we've reconstructed that the Chinese orchestrated both the rebel coup attempt and a staged extremist attack. The plan was to create enough chaos to draw Central Canan's leader into the capital to seize control. Baudlang had promised China they'd push Western interests out and hand over several diamond mines in return. "Is Kang cooperating?" Isaac asked. Gorski simply shook his head. "He's calling himself a political prisoner, claiming unjust detention." The man gave a dismissive shrug. "Standard rhetoric from a senior intelligence operative," Gorski added. "The tablet gave us a full roster of Sentinel operatives. It looks like around 21 were eliminated during the operation, which leaves roughly 50 still active, mostly Russian nationals. We have their identistial surface eventually." Mandy and Huck returned to the room, each nibbling on a cupcake, and settled on the couch between their parents. Nicole pulled them close before turning to Isaac. "I know I've thanked you before, but let me say it again, not for what you did for the U.S. or the ambassador, but for my family." She held Huck tightly as he rolled a toy truck along the floor. "I can never repay you." Isaac offered a warm smile. "I did it for Duff because Duff would have done the same for me." Nicole looked at her husband. Limited by his injuries, Duff couldn't turn his head fully, so he just met her gaze, and they shared a quiet smile. "You're right," Nicole said softly. "He would have." Duff shifted his attention back to Gorski. "You heard we're being recalled?" Gorski nodded. "I did. It stinks, but it's the right call." "I know," Duff replied. "Still, we've grown attached to Ghana. Why wouldn't you?" Gorski remarked. "It's the steadiest country in West Africa." The room broke into laughter, the Abogus included. Isaac said it was, and it will be again. Hopefully long before Kofi here is all grown up. Gorski looked at Isaac. "With less outside interference and more solid people like you around, Idieja this nation will be just fine." Mandy spoke up. "I don't want to leave either." Nicole wrapped her arms around her daughter. "They'll send us somewhere good, I promise," Duff said. They're reassigning us to Washington. Not exactly paradise, but at least it's familiar. Only until you're fully recovered, Nicole added. After that, who knows? Gorski chuckled. That's the life. What about you, Bob? Duff asked. You caught cop. Next. Gorski shrugged, as if the question had never crossed his mind. Not sure. Is it too late for me to take up golf? Duff laughed. Never too late. But I don't see it. Me neither, Gorski admitted. He'll stay in Africa a while longer. In this line of work, you never really finish, you just move to the next crisis. There are always more kings out there, more trimmings, more boatings, more addos. Duff nodded. One thing's certain. There was only one Gorski. The discussion continued for a bit, and soon Nicole was outside in a courtyard, taking charge of the grill to make smash burgers for the group. Duff remained at the picnic table, still recovering, deep in conversation with Isaac, Abina, and Bob. Nearby Mandy and Huck were keeping Kofi entertained with a game of fetch. As Duff watched his wife expertly manage the sizzling patties, a wave of contentment washed over him. It was a genuinely good day, he thought, savoring the simple, sun-drenched moment. For the last 3 nights his sleep had been mercifully free of the usual terrors, a small but significant victory. He wasn't sure if it was the pain medication finally doing its job or something more, a real shift beginning in the shadows of his mind. He dared to hope that his subconscious might finally start archiving these peaceful hours instead of the old, familiar horrors. Nicole paused, wiping a bead of sweat from her temple with the back of her hand before taking a long sip of wine from her plastic cup. She noticed her husband's gaze, and a slow smile spread across her face. With a pair of tongs in one hand and her drink in the other, she walked over and settled comfortably into his lap, planting a soft, lingering kiss on his lips. "How's the patient holding up, Sergeant?" "Top of the world, Captain," he replied, his arms wrapping gently around her. "Now that's the kind of report I was waiting for, soldier," she said, her tone shifting from gentle concern to playful command. They shared another kiss, the smoky aroma of the grill mingling with the late afternoon air, a perfect snapshot of the normalcy he was fighting to reclaim.